Changxing watched, and his face filled with a gentle smile. Since you carry the aspiration to create a written script for the human race, this matter must be completed by you. Besides, are you not already doing splendidly? You have yet to behold the myriad mountains and rivers of the vast wilderness, nor witnessed its countless forms and shapes. To craft a script based on images of nature is difficult now, but once you have truly seen all these things, perhaps it will no longer be so hard for you. As your master, I shall help you see these 1,000 mountains and rivers, and the myriad scenes of the primordial world. When that time comes, you can ponder once more what kind of script the human race truly needs, and what form its characters should take. In the next moment, the two had already departed from Lushan. Traveling through the vast wilderness, Songjie grew even more excited. Changsheng did not teach him martial cultivation, nor did he impart immortal arts. Instead, he simply led him to wander and behold the rivers and mountains. They did not soar high or dive low through the skies. Changsheng merely walked with Songjie across the primal land, on foot, measuring heaven and earth step by step. Each time Songjie created a new character, Changsheng immediately sent it back to Pajun, asking him to spread it among the people to see how well it was received. Wherever improvement was suggested, the characters were revised again. Songjie's wisdom may have been unparalleled among the human race, yet the humans numbered in countless millions, and within them the light of insight shone with great strength. How could the mind of one man surpass the combined wisdom of the entire race? Only a script forged by the strength of the entire human race could become the true written language of humanity. Through countless revisions, one character after another finally took shape. As these characters were completed, the spread of martial cultivation among the human race and the work on Lingxi's side both advanced rapidly. With the aid of writing, martial techniques could be recorded instead of being passed on solely by word of mouth, eliminating many complex steps and allowing them to be widely transmitted without fear of errors. In a short span, the martial level of the human race rose dramatically. On Lingxi's side, the work of tasting and testing myriad herbs proceeded smoothly. With the help of written characters, the properties and uses of countless spiritual roots were faithfully recorded, allowing the human race to understand them more easily and spread their use more effectively. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, and the human race began to flourish with vigorous growth. Duobao devoted himself wholeheartedly to training Tianfu, while Guang Chengzi had been walking among the humans for many years. Watching the development of the human race, Guang Chengzi finally understood why they were destined to become the protagonists of heaven and earth. The potential of the human race was simply too great. With the added support of martial cultivation, the strength of the human race seemed to grow with each passing day. Guang Chengzi felt that at this rate humans were not far from surpassing the demon race and the Wu race. For now the humans merely lacked top-tier combat power. The strongest among them was only Pajun, who had reached the level of a golden immortal. As for Fuxi and Xuandu, Guang Chengzi did not include them in this count. Fuxi was the elder brother of the sage Nuwa and belonged to the demon race. Everyone knew that Nuwa had sent Fuxi to the human race merely to borrow human fortune and merit to restore his true spirit. Fuxi likely did not feel deep kinship with humanity. After all, Fuxi had emerged as early as the great calamity of the dragon and phoenix, an era unimaginably ancient. Compared to that, the time he had spent among humans was but a brief moment, hardly worth mentioning. No matter what, Fuxi could not truly regard himself as human. As for Xuandu, it was better not to speak of him. He no longer saw himself as one of the humans, so it was unlikely he would concern himself with the affairs of the human race. Pajun, however, was different. Once Pajun returned to his rightful position, the blessing of merit and fortune would likely raise him to the level of a quasi-saint. At that time, the combat power of the human race would soar, and they would truly become the foremost great race of the primordial world. Yet this matter of martial cultivation weighed heavily on his mind. Guang Chengzi frowned. The Chan Sect transmitted the way of immortals, and the Chan Sect had established its teaching upon the human race. Many of its registered disciples came from among humans. For a long time, the Chan Sect had selected disciples of high talent and passed down the Yuqing immortal Tao. Now many human disciples had already achieved the immortal realm and gone on to establish their own sects across the primordial world. Yet the immortal Tao was one of transcendence from the mundane. Once they attained the immortal realm, their state of mind changed. They no longer wished to dwell amid worldly dust. Thus most of them retreated into hidden mountain gates to cultivate in seclusion, recruiting disciples only to bring them back into the mountains, severing contact with the secular world and even the bonds between parent and child. Ordinary humans possessed at most a lifespan of 1,000 years, yet once these disciples became immortals, their lives stretched long. From the moment they began cultivating the immortal Tao, the human race had effectively divided into two branches. Now, however, with the emergence of martial cultivation, the transmission of the immortal Tao seemed to have become an obstacle. Compared to closing oneself within the mountain gates and distancing from worldly affairs, humans seemed to value family bonds more. If they could cultivate at home, who would willingly retreat into remote and deep forests? Moreover, this martial path had been transmitted by the human race's corollary. In time, the fortune of the Chan Sect would surely be affected. To destroy the martial path, Guang Qingzi quickly shook his head. Since Pejun, once he became coroller of the human race, was promoting martial cultivation across the entire race, this clearly meant that the martial path was the very foundation of Earth Emperor's attainment. To destroy the martial path would be to oppose the Earth Emperor and undermine his fortune. It would also be to pit himself against the fortune of the entire human race. Such karmic consequences would be immense, and he was not certain he could withstand the backlash. Moreover, Pejun was Changsheng's disciple. Thus far, Changsheng had not actively sought to take the position of human emperor from him. If Guang Qingzi were to undermine the Earth Emperor, perhaps Changsheng, angered, would challenge him for the human emperor's seat. Since this concerned his breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, he had to act with utmost caution. Thinking it through, he decided to let matters rest for now. Once he had received the position of human emperor, he could sever the martial path during the reign of his own human emperor. Each emperor would have their own way, then what was done would be his decision to make. There was no need to rush at this moment. With this thought, Guang Qingzi no longer felt anxious. For now, the most important task was to find the human emperor. Yet he had searched for so long. Human tribes numbered in the millions, and though he traveled among them one after another, he had found nothing. After all, Guang Qingzi did not know who the human emperor would be. However, as a saint-appointed teacher of the human emperor, he ought to have some hidden destiny with that future ruler. If they truly met, there should be some kind of response. The Yoxiong tribe. Human tribes were countless, and Guang Qingzi could not possibly visit them all. In his view, since this was the human emperor, he ought to be born in a great tribe. Both Fuxi and Pejun had come from the Feng tribe, a mighty tribe of the human race. Accordingly, Guang Qingzi mostly roamed among the large human tribes. Before him now lay the Yoxiong tribe, presently one of the major tribes of the human race with more than hundreds of thousands of people. Its chief was now an elder of the human race, able to take part in human councils. Guang Qingzi had considered whether the human emperor might again be born in the Feng tribe, but quickly rejected the thought. Even if the Feng tribe were large, it could not produce 3 emperors in succession. To have even 2 emperors from the same tribe would likely destabilize fortune and invite doubt from other human tribes. After all, the human race elevates the worthy. If all corollers were born from the Feng tribe, would that not turn the human race into a realm belonging solely to the Feng tribe? Looking at the Yoxiong tribe before him, he decided he should first enter and see what kind of tribe Yoxiong truly was. Yoxiong tribe. As one of the 36 great tribes of the human race, the strength of the Yoxiong tribe is naturally not to be underestimated. Pejun has held supreme authority for a long time, and the entire human race has begun to develop a strict and orderly structure. The Feng tribe, where the human coroller resides, is the largest of all human tribes, and the undisputed heart of the human race, unmatched in power. After Pejun became the coroller of the human race, fate and fortune gathered upon him, and his progress in martial cultivation grew ever faster. By now, martial practice has spread throughout the entire race. Human destiny and the destiny of martial arts bless him together, allowing Pejun to charge straight into the 8th tier of the martial path, equivalent to the realm of a Tai Golden Immortal. Now, as the foremost expert of the human race, and the coroller who bears its authority, Pejun has elevated the Feng tribe to the foremost tribe among humans. At the same time, his words have become the conviction and direction guiding the advance of the entire race. The Feng tribe has a population of over 10 million. Aside from Pejun, who has reached the 8th tier of the martial path, there are more than 100,000 warriors at the 4th tier and above. Such force is comparable to the power of immortals. In the past, the human race could never have gathered so many experts. After the Feng tribe come the 36 great tribes. A tribe is deemed a great tribe if it has over 1 million people and is guarded by at least 1/6 tier martial. Below them are the medium-sized tribes numbering in the thousands, each with a population of around 100,000 and guarded by a 5th tier martial expert. Smaller tribes come next, tens of thousands in number, each with a population in the tens of thousands and guarded by a 4th tier martial expert. Finally, there are the scattered minor tribes. They are the most numerous, more than tens of millions in total, each with only a few hundred to a few thousand people. They have no 4th tier martial experts or stronger to guard them, yet they are still an important part of the human race. To better implement various policies, Pejun introduced a graded administrative system dividing the territory of the prehistoric human race into 36 regions. The region of the Feng tribe occupies about 1/10 of the total, while the remaining 9/10 are administered by the 36 great tribes. Each great tribe oversees the medium-sized tribes. The medium tribes in turn oversee the small tribes, and the small tribes then oversee the scattered minor tribes. This does not mean that the great tribes rule over the small tribes as their masters. Each tribe still governs itself. However, in this way, Pejun's voice can reach the entire race more easily. For example, the spread of written characters, martial arts, and knowledge of herbs. Now the human race has begun to cultivate grains on a large scale. The issue of food has shifted from hunting to farming, from a diet of meat to one based on grain. Hunting was dangerous and brought heavy casualties. After the shift to farming, the population of the human race has been rising rapidly. Pejun has even begun to sense that the tribal system may no longer suit the human race. Yet for now he has no clear idea how it should be changed or reshaped. Upon entering the Yoxiong tribe, Guangqingzi was immediately drawn by a surge of martial might that soared to the sky. Almost involuntarily he followed it, and looking closely discovered that it came from a youth who was leading his clansmen in practicing a battle formation. The youth's features were sharp and heroic, and his martial realm was already substantial. At the 4th tier of the martial path, he would be considered a mainstay even within a great tribe. All the more so since he was clearly still young, his potential extraordinary. Under his command, thousands of clansmen merged their auras into one. A single cohesive momentum surged forth, condensing into a martial soul of the army. Though he was only a 4th tier martial youth, and those under him had yet to reach the 4th tier together, they formed a bear-like battle soul, whose might pressed up to the 5th tier. One must know that this was like the gap between a heavenly immortal and a true immortal. For a single heavenly immortal, leading mere ordinary cultivators, such a leap would be unthinkable. Even thousands of heavenly immortals together could still be effortlessly destroyed by a single true immortal. A battle formation. In that instant, Guangqingzi truly felt the terrifying potential of the martial path. That bear-like martial soul might appear to others as a simple bear, but Guangqingzi knew it was nothing of the sort. It was in truth the image of the destruction demon god, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. The aura emanating from the bear-like soul was not ordinary, but the breath of destruction itself. A battle formation expressing the Tao. It seemed that this martial path had indeed been created by Changsheng. Even though he had yet to attain the realm of a Deluo golden immortal, the Tao he had forged, judging by its current depth, was already no less than the golden core Tao passed down by the Taiching Saint. Yet this was not what Guangqingzi focused on. His attention was fixed on the youth. Found him! Found him! Excitement surfaced in Guangqingzi's eyes. Fate could not be clearly spoken or reasoned out, yet once encountered, once two gazes aligned, one simply knew this was the one he had been seeking, the one he desired as his choice. Even without proof, he could recognize it at a glance. This was the confidence that allowed Guangqingzi to search among humans for the human emperor. Now it seemed he had truly found him. Xianyuan. Guangqingzi did not rush to take him as a disciple. Instead, he made some inquiries, and learned that the youth's name was Yoxiong Xuanyuan, young chief of the Yoxiong clan. A prodigy among youths, even across the entire human race, he was counted among the very finest talents. The human corler Pajun had once said that Xianyuan possessed the aptitude to reach the peak of the martial path. Whether those words were meant as encouragement or were simple truth, they caused Xuanyuan's name to spread throughout the human race, his fame rising sharply. Many even said that Pajun intended to take Xianyuan as his disciple and was deliberately building momentum for him. Whether that rumor was true or not, it nonetheless left Guangqingzi somewhat uneasy. To him, this was his destined human emperor, his opportunity, his disciple, not a future grand disciple of Changsheng. Fortunately, he had come when he did. Had he arrived later, Xianyuan might already have been taken as a disciple by Pajun, and the title of teacher of the human emperor would truly have been snatched away. Thinking this, Guangqingzi set aside all other concerns and revealed himself at once. Senior, you are. Each day after practicing martial arts and drilling the battle formation, Xianyuan would come to the river to bathe. This day, just as he entered the water, he noticed a figure appear. He quickly sank his body beneath the surface, leaving only his head exposed. As he looked toward Guangqingzi, his eyes filled with wary vigilance. Though he could not discern Guangqingzi's exact realm, the unfathomable aura he sensed, and the fact that this stranger had appeared without triggering any alert, were enough to tell him that the newcomer was far stronger than himself. A wise man does not invite disaster, better to probe carefully first. This poor Taoist is Guangqingzi, chief disciple of the Chan sect. Among humans, the three teachings, Ren, Chan, and Jie, were all well known, especially the Jiejiao Sect, for the four human progenitors had come from its ranks. Yet the name of Guangqingzi, chief disciple of the Chan sect, was known to none. But that did not matter. The Chan sect was a saint's own sect. In Xuanyuan's eyes, there was likely no one who would dare impersonate its chief disciple and entangle themselves in such life and death karma. Even so, the sudden appearance of the Chan sect's chief disciple was puzzling. This junior greets senior. May I ask why senior has graced us with such an unexpected visit? His words were measured and respectful, already carrying a hint of the Chan sect's own manner. Seeing Xuanyuan's bearing, Guangqingzi felt all the more certain he had chosen rightly. This was precisely how a disciple of the Chan sect and a human emperor ought to have. This poor Taoist has been traveling abroad and has divined that you and I share the fate of master and disciple. I have come specifically to guide you through the gates of my Chan sect. Fate. Xianyuan felt a sudden pang in his heart upon hearing this, unsure of when the term fate began to carry a negative connotation among the human race. It seems that this was a tale first recounted by the fourth ancestor about a venerable figure in the West who took great pleasure in wandering through the wilderness, often saying to people, "You have fate with me from the West." Those who were chosen would be taken to the West, first surrendering everything they owned, followed by a prohibition on marrying or having children, severing all ties with the secular world, and adhering to strict dietary requirements along with the demand to shave their heads. There were various other rules as well. Once marked by fate, life would become unbearable. It was said that if one refused this fate, they would be forcibly taken away. Later, Pajun was unsure of how this story spread among the entire human race. Thus, the first instinct of humans upon encountering such individuals is to keep their distance. Xianyuan felt a tinge of fear. Were it not for the fact that this individual was not from the West, and was not bald, he would have found it hard to restrain himself from fleeing at the thought of surrendering everything and the prohibition on marriage and children. At this moment, Xianyuan realized that it was not only the West engaging in such practices, even the Chan sect was involved. It seemed necessary to advise his kin to steer clear of the Chan sect, the spiritual mountain of the West. This is absurd, utterly detestable. Senior brother, that Changsheng is truly vile. Not only did he cause me to lose face twice, but he also dares to spread rumors among the humans claiming that I go around saying there's fate everywhere, and that I forcibly bring people to the West, making my presence there akin to a bandit demanding their possessions. And as for the tools for eating and sleeping, I had no idea they were described in such detail. They've spun such elaborate tales. And as for not allowing marriage and children, have I ever said such a thing? Zhuan Ti was truly infuriated. He had recently been unable to restrain himself, and went out encountering a talented human. Unable to resist, he approached to utter a line about fate leading to the Buddhist path, only for that person to turn and flee without a word. This left Zhuan Ti quite vexed. He found it strange that he considered himself to have a friendly demeanor, yet he was met with such a reaction, as if he were a monster. He hurriedly pursued the individual, and learned that Changsheng had been spreading rumors tarnishing his reputation among the humans. Were it not for the fear of being stabbed again, he would have already stormed to Jiejiao Island. Meanwhile, the disciples such as Jiaojing and Methria looked toward Zhuan Ti with expressions that seemed to say, "Isn't it like this?" which only added to his frustration. What's the matter? Does our Western Buddhist sect owe them an apology? Their having fate with us is a blessing for them. Entering our Buddhist path should entail the understanding of emptiness and the singularity of the Dharma. What use are material possessions? They'd be better off comprehending the great path of our Buddhist teachings. As for wives and children, they are nothing but distractions. What use is seeking the great path? It only adds to the karmic entanglements. The disciples listened with tears welling in their hearts. Many of them had come to the Buddhist path with similar thoughts. Zhuan Ti comprehended the great path of karma, believing that those within the Buddhist sect should be free of worldly attachments, allowing them to escape karmic ties and attain enlightenment sooner. But could it really be the same? They were still young, yearning to experience the trials of love and desire. Yet entering the Buddhist path meant they could no longer do so. Their hearts burned with indignation. Why did Changsheng speak so late? If rumors had circulated among the humans earlier, they would have fled rather than foolishly follow him to the Buddhist sect. Jiejiao Island. After arranging everything, Changsheng returned to Jiejiao Island. With each step of planning, observing the smooth progression of events, Changsheng felt as though he held his fate in his hands, allowing him to wield it freely. His comprehension of the path of fate advanced by leaps and bounds. Having already grasped 20% of the path of fate, he began to rapidly progress further. 30%, 40%, 50%. Changsheng's aura began to surge. At that moment, he seemed to become the very embodiment of fate. However, as time passed, the speed of Changsheng's advancement eventually slowed, coming to a halt. His comprehension of the path of fate ultimately settled at 99%. Endless spiritual energy converged upon Changsheng. The spiritual energy from the previously consumed ginseng fruit was also mobilized, absorbed by Changsheng, swiftly elevating his cultivation to the peak of the Tai Golden Emerald. On the seven-colored island, a powerful formation guarded it, yet its overwhelming presence was entirely concealed. However, this commotion could not escape the notice of the Primordial Lord in Bio Palace. Observing that Changsheng had made such great strides in cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, he couldn't help but show signs of delight. The pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. He was just one step away from breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, the extent to which he comprehended the path of fate was truly beyond the Primordial Lord's expectations. When Changsheng joined the Jiejiao Sect, he was at a far weaker level, yet now he was comparable to the seven immortals in attendance. At this rate, it seemed the Jiejiao Sect would soon gain another great Luo Golden Immortal. What does the Chan sect have to compare with the Jiejiao Sect? Are they going to compare heads? Our disciples are indeed becoming exceptional. The Primordial Lord found himself increasingly fond of Changsheng. Because of Changsheng, the human race's acceptance of the Jiejiao Sect has grown significantly. Moreover, Changsheng even encouraged some Jiejiao Sect disciples to spread the teachings among the humans. Upon hearing it was endorsed by Changsheng, the humans were eager. However, the requirements for cultivation are demanding, and the number of disciples remains low. Yet this is still remarkable. Selecting talents from among the entire human race is an extraordinary privilege. This is the Jiejiao Sect, not the human sect. The Jiejiao Sect's teachings among the humans have also resulted in a gradual rise in its fortunes. Additionally, many disciples had previously ascended to the heavenly court to undertake various tasks, greatly boosting the Jiejiao Sect's fortunes. What signs of instability remain in the Jiejiao Sect? The Primordial Lord has been engaging in seclusion more frequently of late. He had been quite busy previously, often going out not for any other reason, but to search for the Chaos Bell. After the battle between the witch and the demon, the 6 saints sought to seize the Chaos Bell, yet it had vanished, leaving not a trace, even for the 6. The Primordial Lord speculated that perhaps the Chaos Bell had been taken by Hong Jun, the Dao ancestor, but since Hong Jun hadn't mentioned it, there was still some hope. If it could be found, the Jiejiao Sect would be secure. Unfortunately, after all these years, it had all been in vain. After a while, he found that he was no longer as fervent in searching for the Chaos Bell. It seemed that this change occurred when the auspicious Carp began to swim, who said that suppressing the fortunes of a great sect must rely on innate treasures. It was not necessarily the case. It appeared that the Primordial Lord had found a disciple that seemed to resolve this. While the human sect and Chan sect employed the Tai Chi diagram and Panga banner to suppress their fortunes, the Primordial Lord used Chang Sheng to stabilize the fortunes of the Jiejiao Sect. If Chang Sheng could be likened to a treasure, then he was a treasure that could still grow. Indeed, the results were increasingly favorable. Chang Sheng was unaware of the thoughts of the Tongtian sect master. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of his significant progress in cultivation. His efforts had not been in vain, as he had directly reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. Most importantly, the rapid advancement on the path of destiny made Chang Sheng realize that his thoughts were correct and his choices were not mistaken. This was indeed the right way to open the path of destiny. This was just the beginning. Although he was currently stuck at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, once the batch of seeds he had sown matured, he would surely break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal and then soar further. The prospects of the Hunyuan are promising. Changxing felt his own cultivation and couldn't help but sigh. As for the human race, he didn't have much concern anymore, as he had done what he needed to do, and what remained would likely be carried out according to his thoughts. Outside the Changxing Hall, Immortal Hanji saw that Changsheng had already retracted his aura, realizing that his breakthrough had concluded. As the hall door opened, Immortal Hanji hurriedly stepped forward. Congratulations, senior brother, on your significant progress in cultivation. To be honest, Immortal Hanji truly envied him. After all, thinking back to when they both became disciples, she had already reached the immortal realm, while Changsheng had yet to enter it. In the blink of an eye, time had flown, and Changsheng had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, poised to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while she had merely managed to break through to the Golden Immortal with his help. After returning to Jiejiao Island, Changsheng organized a group of disciples led by Immortal Hanji to spread the teachings of the Jiejiao Sect among the human race. Now one could see many Jiejiao Sect temples among the human race. Due to Changsheng's influence, the Jiejiao Sect's prestige among the human race surged. Changsheng naturally wanted to showcase this prestige, as the Jiejiao Sect needed to manifest it, otherwise it might be manifested by the Chan sect later. Currently there were Jiejiao Sect temples in almost all large and medium-sized tribes. These temples did not hinder the development of the human race, rather they would comply with Changsheng's wishes and provide convenience for the human race at appropriate times. Among the human race, those with higher cultivation talent would also join these temples to practice the Qingxian methods. One should know that while martial arts have universality, the higher one goes, the more difficult cultivation becomes. Although the overall level of the human race has risen, there are still only a few golden immortals. At this stage, it will only become increasingly difficult. Thus, at this stage, martial arts can only solidify the foundational base. If the human race wants to possess its advanced combat strength, it must focus on the immortal path. The Jiejiao Sect's immortal path is different from other sects in that it emphasizes engagement with the secular world. After all, just look at the Jiejiao Sect disciples. They have never shied away from worldly matters. This ray of hope is not only for oneself, but also for those around him. Changxing aimed to utilize the teachings of the Jiejiao Sect to cultivate a batch of elite combatants who could seize opportunities for the human race in critical moments. Moreover, martial arts focus on divine abilities and physical strength, but in terms of primordial spirit and spells, they are relatively weak. The construction of the human race cannot do without these elements. Many things that the human race does manually take a long time, but with a spell from cultivation, everything can be resolved. Therefore, the human race should not rely solely on a single path to survive, but should embrace various teachings, adopting the strengths of many. As long as it benefits the development of the human race, there is no need to strictly adhere to various factions. The situation must be broadened. Just like this time, when the Chan sect entered the fray, if appropriate, Changsheng was even prepared to explore whether he could get the Chan sect to contribute to the human race's efforts, incorporating it into the construction of the human race. The human race's potential is vast. It is just that they had not discovered how to tap into this supreme merit and fortune before. As long as it is beneficial to the human race, Changsheng would not mind bringing the Chan sect along. After Immortal Hanji, Immortal Tseyun, and other Jiejiao Sect disciples were sent into the human race to oversee the major affairs of the temples, the fortune steadily increased. Immortal Hanzi's ability to break through to the Golden Immortal was reliant on this merit. Is your cultivation going well recently, junior sister? I came back this time to thank you, senior brother. If it weren't for your guidance, I fear that even with 10,000 years of effort, I couldn't have broken through smoothly. By the way, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Previously, a disciple was accepted into the temple possessing exceptional talent. I was thinking of bringing them back for you to see if you would personally take them in. After all, with such talent, it would be a great pity not to cultivate them well. However, when I returned to Jiejiao Island, the senior sister saw them, and became quite fond, directly taking them away. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit took them away. Changxing became interested as he knew that the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's temperament was not like that of the Tongtian sect master. She did not wish to take in many disciples, and currently, she only had 2 disciples. One was the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, who was a primordial fire spirit incarnate, possessing exceptional innate talent. Upon her emergence, she was already at the Golden Immortal level, and was directly accepted by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit as a personal disciple. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit could be considered the 3rd-generation disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, as at that time only the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was taking in disciples. Now the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit has already reached the Tai Golden Immortal level. If it weren't for Changxing's recent breakthrough, his realm might not have been higher than that of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Such talent has led to the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit being ranked alongside the Holy Mothers of Golden Spirit, Turtle Spirit, and Wudong, with the outside world referring to them as the 4 Holy Mothers of the Jiejiao Sect, with Fire Spirit ranked last. The second disciple, Yu Yuan, is not simple either, possessing innate talent just below that of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. She has comprehended the Tao of Blood, and has also reached the Tai Golden Immortal level with formidable device from the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, and Yu Yuan 1 can see how high the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit standards for her disciples are. Now that she has found another disciple, how could Changxing not be curious? Most importantly, this disciple is a member of the human race, which is remarkable. Perhaps this will be a key combatant for the future of the human race. Thinking of this, Changxing found it hard to contain himself. Alright, I understand this matter. I was just preparing to see senior sister. Come with me. Saying this, he took Immortal Hanji directly toward the Bio Palace. At this moment, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was guiding her newly accepted disciple in their cultivation. Having recently broken through to the Quasi Saint realm, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit can now freely manipulate the stars of the Zhou Tian, no longer needing to be stationed at the Ziwei star, allowing her to draw upon the fortune of the stars. This time, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit also sighed, feeling fortunate to have encountered a disciple with excellent talent. Taking in disciples is exhausting, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit actually does not wish to accept disciples. Not only her, but the direct disciples of the Jiejiao Sect and high-ranking female immortals generally share this sentiment. The Holy Mothers of Turtle Spirit and Wudong still have not accepted disciples, and neither have the Sanshao. On one hand, they are reluctant to teach, on the other hand, they cannot find suitable candidates. If they encountered someone like the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, that would be one thing, but it is quite difficult. The current disciple was first seen by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Had any other Holy Mother seen them first, they might have been tempted to take them in as a disciple, as they believe this disciple is bound to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal in the future. Wenzhong felt quite bewildered. The human race now had a process for assessing qualifications, and upon being tested, Wenzhong was found to possess an exceptionally high aptitude for cultivating the celestial path. Thus he was brought into the Taoist temple, where in the early years he laid the foundation of the Qingyun celestial path, while simultaneously practicing martial arts. Wenzhong always believed that martial arts were the foundation of the human race, and could not be abandoned. As his cultivation progressed, Wenzhong began to understand just how high his aptitude was. His fellow disciples had only just begun their journey into the celestial path, while he had already broken through to the celestial realm. At this point he caught the attention of Immortal Hanji. That day she informed him that his celestial aptitude was remarkable, and that she was preparing to take him back to Jiejiao Island to see how Changxing would arrange things. Immortal Hanji was also at a loss. With such talent, she feared she might not be able to teach him properly, and waste his potential. Everyone in the Jiejiao knew that Changxing treated the human race differently, pouring his heart and soul into it. Under such circumstances, Immortal Hanji naturally dared not be careless, so she directly took Wenzhong back. Wenzhong certainly would not refuse. This was an opportunity to meet the 4 ancestors of the human race. Who would dare to miss it? If he were to unwittingly become a disciple of the 4 ancestors, he would surely be the envy of his kin. However, just as he entered Jiejiao Island, he encountered an ethereal female immortal. Hearing Immortal Hanji refer to the female immortal as senior sister, Wenzhong was also quite confused. The senior sister of Jiejiao, was she not the great deity of the northern polar Ziwei from the heavenly court of being at the Quasi Saint level? Jiejiao was not like the Chan Jiao, which was overlooked by the human race. Nowadays, many formidable disciples of Jiejiao were well known among humans, and were quite popular, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had a very good relationship with the four ancestors, making her even more prominent. Wenzhong hurriedly paid his respects, and was then rather perplexedly brought back by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. He became a disciple. After all, he was not going to miss this opportunity. Oh, for ancestors, do not blame your disciple for being fickle. It is simply that senior sister is too alluring. Senior sister, I have arrived. Chang Sheng's voice came, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's face immediately lit up with joy as she hastily rose to greet him outside the hall. Junior brother, you finally decided to come and see your senior sister. Come, let me see if you have grown. Being drawn into her embrace, Chang Sheng was quite helpless. This senior sister was used to being carefree and had taken him for a child. He quickly maintained some distance, saying, Senior sister, please mind your image. There are children present. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Yu Yuan. Wenzhong. As for Yu Yuan and Wenzhong, it was understandable. After all, they had entered later than Chang Sheng. However, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit had entered before Chang Sheng, and now hearing that she was considered a child was somewhat speechless. But since it was Chang Sheng who said it, they had no recourse. After all, this one was now his close master uncle, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's own junior, treated almost like a biological brother. They dared not vie for affection, and certainly could not say much. Moreover, it seemed that Chang Sheng had the intention of being doted upon a last-time master, by Xiao even complained that she felt neglected. But his cultivation was truly advancing rapidly. How could it feel like he was surpassing them? The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit and Yu Yuan stared wide-eyed, realizing that they could not see through their master's cultivation. This could only mean one thing: their master had surpassed them. Wasn't he still at the midstage of the Tai Golden Immortal last time? The gap had widened significantly. How could he be cultivating faster and faster? Disciples pay their respects to Master Uncle. Haha, no need for formalities. Senior sister, I came to see the disciple who has caught your eye. You quickly let me see him. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit pointed to Wenzhong, saying, This is the one. Wenzhong, hurry and pay your respects to your Master Uncle. Wenzhong was now filled with excitement. The four ancestors' idols, he had finally met them. Disciple Wenzhong pays respects to Master Uncle. Looking as if he were about to say, Idol, I have finally met you. Wenzhong's expression made the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit quite helpless. The loss of the Earth Emperor by Duo Bao was not unjust. Oh, just look at Chang Sheng's reputation among the human race, which was probably surpassing that of the three ancestors of the human race. Wenzhong. Chang Sheng finally realized that it was Wenzhong who had been taken in by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Through fate, he looked at Wenzhong and saw much. Thunder Lake. Wenzhong was actually the reincarnation of Lei Zhe. During the Dragon and Phoenix Great Calamity, a primordial demon emerged who mastered the innate thunder path. Upon emergence, he reached the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Indeed, it was Lei Zhe. After his emergence, he remained relatively low-key, but could not break through to the Croissant level for a long time. Ultimately, unable to contain his feelings, he stepped out of the cultivation grounds. He then encountered Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. At that time, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had just established the demon court. Seeing the peak Great Luo Golden Immortal Lei Zhe, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi was naturally delighted. After all, his method of attracting followers was not much less impressive than that of Zhuan Ti. One can refer to the demon master Kuanpeng as an example. After Kuanpeng had fought fiercely with Hong Yun Mingi and others, he was severely injured. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi directly came out to recruit him. Under such circumstances, if Kuanpeng did not agree, he would have to die. With the demon banner in hand, Kuanpeng could not even pretend to agree. A strand of his soul was captured by the demon banner, and thus became subject to others. Lei Zhe was not much better off than Kuanpeng. At that time, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's power was already well established, with those who followed him prospering, and those who resisted facing death. Naturally, Lei Zhe did not want to get involved with the demon court, but soft persuasion was ineffective, so strong persuasion was employed. Lei Zhe was no match for the Croissant-level Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Thus a strand of his soul was taken into the demon banner, and he could only obey orders. After that, Lei Zhe followed Emperor Jun and Tai Yi through various battles. As a demon saint of the demon race, Lei Zhe committed numerous atrocities. In the last battle of the Wu and demon, he perished. Fortunately, his true spirit entered reincarnation, giving him a chance for rebirth. However, even so, his sins were hard to cleanse. It was not until Wenzhong's current life that he barely managed to survive, but given the subsequent events, it seemed he would still be burdened by sins and end up on the list of deities. This time his luck was quite good to encounter Chang Sheng. Lei Zhe, no wonder he was able to master the thunder department of the heavenly court later. It was practically tailor-made for. No need for such formalities, senior sister. Your disciple is quite impressive. If the turtle spirit sister and the others find out, they might not know how envious they would be. That is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, this disciple would not have made it to my doorstep. Having satisfied his curiosity, Chang Sheng's calculations also increased a bit. In the bear tribe, Xian Yuan was naturally unwilling to take the seemingly humantrificker like Guang Qingzi as his master, but he could not resist Guang Qingzi's persistent efforts. On that day, Guang Qingzi never expected that Xian Yuan would actually refuse him. After all, he was the eldest disciple of the Chan Jiao, and many people in the wilderness wanted to become his disciple. Now, however, Xian Yuan actually dared to refuse. However, he was not Zhuan Ti and could not resort to coercion, so he could only take his time and slowly persuade him. After that day, Guang Qingzi began to follow Xian Yuan closely. Regardless of whether Xian Yuan was willing to learn or not, Guang Qingzi had just one principle: I must teach. Xian Yuan was also left feeling helpless. He wanted to shake off Guang Qingzi, but with Guang Qingzi's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to do so. Reluctantly, he could only let Guang Qingzi stay. As the young clan leader of the Yoshiong tribe, Xian Yuan bore many responsibilities within the clan. This was also the clan leader's way of training Xian Yuan in advance until he truly had the ability to manage a clan. However, potential is one thing and ability is another. The challenge lies in converting potential into capability. The human race is still in an exploratory phase, figuring out how to be a good clan leader and how to promote the clan's better development. Even the current leader of the Yoshiong tribe is still exploring this, so he wouldn't interfere too much with Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan was naturally at a loss about how to improve the lives of his clansmen. However, Guang Qingzi's appearance seemed to have resolved this issue. Xian Yuan discovered that Guang Qingzi was truly capable. Whether it was about clan development or martial arts, Guang Qingzi could offer him advice. Handling clan affairs had always been a headache for Xian Yuan, but Guang Qingzi was like a savior to him. Within the clan, comprehensive planting had already begun. Since they were to plant, many issues needed to be addressed. First, how to distribute the seeds. After distributing the seeds and harvesting the crops, how much should be kept and how much should be submitted. Second, how to allocate the fields. Although the wilderness is rich in spiritual energy, different areas yield different crops. The Yoshiong territory is large, but with many people this problem is significant. Third, there were also the compatibility of martial arts with alchemy, which had just begun to be passed down. However, implementing it was quite difficult as the quantity of pills produced was insufficient, and cultivating alchemists within the clan was all these matters now mostly fell on Xian Yuan's shoulders, as he was seen as the future of the Yoshiong tribe, surrounded by the reputation of a genius. Once regarded as a genius, one is expected to excel in all areas. Faced with the expectations of his clansmen, Xian Yuan didn't want to disappoint them, so he could only grit his teeth and press on, but it was indeed very challenging. Then Guang Qingzi spoke up. Regardless of whether Xian Yuan needed help, he began teaching directly. At first, Xian Yuan was wary and reluctant to accept, but later he couldn't resist. It was too appealing. With Guang Qingzi's assistance, the issues that had previously troubled him naturally began to resolve. With such capability and sincerity, Xian Yuan gradually found it hard to withstand. Xian Yuan was also a person who valued emotions, and he was intelligent. Over time, how could he not see that Guang Qingzi was seemingly different from those human traffickers from the West? He was not a strong-armed trafficker, but rather reasonable. At least he was genuinely sincere. What do you need me to do to become your disciple? Guang Qingzi's face lit up at Xian Yuan's words. You don't need to do anything, just learn well what I teach you, and then apply it to the human race. So simple. Xian Yuan was tempted. By taking a master, he would gain a talent capable of assisting him in managing the Yoshiong tribe, and teaching him various skills. This deal seemed too good to be true, and thinking of this, Xian Yuan felt less resistant. Why not give it a try first? The fourth ancestor once mentioned a probationary period. At most, he would give Guang Qingzi a probationary period. If things didn't work out, he could always terminate the master-disciple relationship. According to the fourth ancestor, as long as it was within the probationary period, both parties had this right. Thinking of this, Xian Yuan felt more reassured. Probationary period. Is this Longsheng's doing? Guang Qingzi's face had darkened to the color of a pot bottom. Longsheng had caused no small trouble. What was this about? Guang Qingzi couldn't even begin to imagine that taking a disciple would involve a probationary period. Feeling extremely annoyed but eager to take Xian Yuan as a disciple, Guang Qingzi set aside these thoughts. In his understanding, this probationary period seemed to be akin to a nominal disciple. If it didn't work out, he could kick them out anytime. However, now both sides seemed to hold roles and powers. During the probationary period, a disciple could even kick out a master. This really turned the world upside down. This Longsheng was truly a troublemaker. Achoo! In the Golden Spirit Hall of Bo Palace, Longsheng sneezed. Who is talking about me? At Longsheng's realm, there are no such things as catching a cold. This is a warning indicating that someone is mentioning him. However, a mere sneeze signifies that it is a trivial matter and that no one harbors murderous intent towards him. This was also a skill he acquired after his understanding of the Tao of Fate improved. Beside him was Wen Zhong, while the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was giving a lecture. Longsheng took the opportunity to listen. It was quite rare to hear a Kwasa saint lecture, as one couldn't expect to hear from saints every day. There were only 6 saints, and even Kwasa saints were few. Being able to hear one lecture was a stroke of luck, and only Longsheng had this privilege, being surrounded by several Kwasa saints. Looking at Wen Zhong beside him, he was actually a bit of a tragic figure. Longsheng sensed the aura of a saint within his fate trajectory, which should not belong to the three purities or the two Buddhas. Without a doubt, it was the aura of Nuwa. In his previous life, Lei Zhe had cultivated to the golden immortal realm and awakened his true spirit. Just as the heavenly emperor was about to descend, Lei Zhe had the peculiar thought of letting Huashu absorb his aura. What a strange line of thought. Instead of becoming the heavenly emperor's teacher, he was thinking about being a father. He should consider whether he could withstand it. Did he think that being a teacher to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was easy? It was all thanks to the protection of the 3 purities. But he, a solitary figure, remains a remnant soul, and his luck was originally poor. How could he dare to scheme for such a grand matter? Did he think that Fux's father could simply place Nuwa aside? Thus this hard-won awakened true spirit entered the cycle of reincarnation once more. Fortunately, Nuwa remembered their past connections as part of the demon race, which allowed her true spirit to enter reincarnation. Otherwise, it's uncertain whether Wenzhong would even exist. As for the fire spirit Holy Mother, it was supposed to be Duobao, who took her under his wing at the beginning. Longsheng only knew that the fire spirit Holy Mother had not yet learned under Duobao, but was instead fostered by the golden spirit Holy Mother. Until today, it was primarily the golden spirit Holy Mother who taught her. That was her true master. Aside from getting a set of magical tools from Duobao, the fire spirit Holy Mother's true master was the golden spirit Holy Mother. Truly fortunate. Boom. At that moment, there was suddenly a great commotion among the human race. Longsheng's face showed delight as he stepped forward towards the human race. Wind Clan. At this time, Song Jie was riding furiously. After so long of preparation, he finally had a foundation. Having traversed the vast wilderness, mountains, rivers, and seas, and having witnessed countless stars and spirits, Song Jie had developed a foundation for writing human culture. Additionally, with the help of the human race, every character was the final version corrected and recognized repeatedly by the human race. As of today, the characters belonging to the human race were finally ready for finalization. Only one final step remains to gain the recognition of the Tao. In the vast primordial world, any new creation requires the acknowledgement of the Tao, or without it, while one may still utilize it, one cannot bestow the luck of the race, as one could with the demonic script. How can the human race not make their mark on the world with their own script? Using the heavens and earth as paper and the divine soul as a brushed, Song Jie began to write the characters of the human race. 3,000 characters slowly appeared in the sky, and as the number of characters increased, the disturbances in the world grew louder, clearly attracting the attention of the Tao, signaling that a test was imminent. However, before the Tao could take action, the heavenly Tao had already begun to unleash its thunder. Hongjun had long since noticed the changes within the human race. Even he did not know when these significant transformations began. For most of the time, his consciousness was merged with the heavenly Tao, and in the grand scheme of the heavenly Tao, the affairs of the human race had no impact, perhaps even offering benefits, so he allowed it to develop freely. Only when Song Jie created the characters did the heavenly Tao finally make its move, awakening Hongjun to the situation, filling him with anger. If this continued, the human path would surely awaken. In the current primordial world, Hongjun was the sole sovereign, and no one could threaten his position. Even the 6 saints and the earthly Tao were under his control. However, the emergence of the human path changed everything, posing a genuine threat to Hongjun's status. Thus the characters may not succeed after all. When the heavenly Tao appeared, the Tao itself fell silent. Song Jie's character creation aligned with the great trend. As long as the characters he created could withstand the test, it did not matter who conducted the examination. Whether it was the heavenly Tao or the Tao, both were impartial, free from any bias. However, the current heavenly Tao was Hongjun. Everyone believed the heavenly Tao sought to forcibly merge with Hongjun, but no one considered that it was actually Hongjun who wanted to merge with the heavenly Tao from the beginning. After merging with the Tao, ascending to a realm beyond that of the saints was incredibly enticing. If he could seize the heavenly Tao, control it, dominate the primordial world, and harness the power of an entire realm, then standing shoulder to shoulder with the Tao would not be impossible. This was Hongjun's sacred path, distinct from the sacred path of the primordial Tao. Thunder crashed down, striking the 3,000 characters, causing Song Jie, who had just finished writing, to turn pale. So ruthless. With just one strike, the literary aura and essence of the 3,000 characters dissipated significantly. The intensity of this strike was enormous, nearly reaching the level of a saint's attack. Song Jie did not expect it to be so fierce. This was a test, not a killing blow. Changxing arrived at this moment, and upon witnessing the scene, he understood that Hongjun had likely intervened. After all, when the demon master Kuanpun created the demonic script, he did not strike with such ferocity. This was clearly a case of differential treatment. However, Changxing was not overly concerned. After merging with the Tao, Hongjun was likely still primarily the heavenly Tao, and he could not fully control it. If he could, he would not have waited until now to intervene. Given this, the focus on the 3,000 characters would remain a test. Even if Hongjun possessed some authority to increase the intensity of the test, it was certainly limited. There was a difference between 10 deaths with no survival and 9 deaths with 1 survival. After receiving Changsheng's support, Sanjia's inherent strength as well as the intensity of the 3,000 characters far exceeded their original capabilities. Changsheng believed Sanjia would definitely withstand it. At this moment Sanjia had already endured the second bolt of lightning, thinking to himself, I must hold on, my master will surely come to my rescue. These initial challenges are definitely the simplest, I just need to endure and leave the rest to my master. Sanjia was unaware that his master had such faith in him. At this moment, he also held some hope, so even as countless bolts of thunder struck with terrifying intensity, he remained confident knowing he was not alone. Then came one bolt after another, leaving Sanjia dazed. He dared not entertain too many thoughts, only focusing on enduring. Hold on, master will arrive soon. The 3,000 characters were already in disarray, on the verge of being destroyed. Sanjia lost count of how many bolts of thunder he had endured, and how many more awaited him. He only remembered that he must have faced dozens of bolts by now. That cursed heavenly Tao wouldn't be satisfied until it struck him with 99 bolts, would it? It should be enough already. If this continued, it would truly be disastrous. Seeing the next bolt of heavenly thunder about to descend, Sanjia could only muster his strength to endure, but the next bolt seemed even stronger than the previous ones. The aura of death lingered around Sanjia and the 3,000 characters, causing him to tense up. He could die, but the 3,000 characters must not be destroyed. They represented the hope of the human race. Suddenly a phrase from Changsheng echoed in his mind. Sanjia, the 3,000 characters are not merely 3,000 characters. Indeed, reflecting on the time spent, the 3,000 characters encompassed the Lingxi canon. It contained all the records of Lingxi tasting 100 herbs. Yes, while the 3,000 characters may seem like mere individual letters, when separated, what about when they are combined? At that moment Sanjia suddenly had an epiphany. The 3,000 characters, which were on the brink of losing their essence and aura, began to rise, swiftly combining and multiplying. 3,000, 6,000, 9,000, 90,000. Humans. Countless characters converged into a single book, a book shaped like a human. The literary aura and essence that had nearly vanished began to rapidly enhance and transcend. Boom. This time the human script withstood the attack of the thunder. The powerful lightning did not cause the human script to falter in the slightest. From a distance Changsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Sanjia had finally awakened. His gaze fell beyond the thunder, and he seemed to see an unwilling face. After that strike comparable to a saint's, the thunder did not intensify, but began to weaken, which did not align with Hongjun's intentions. This indicated that the power of the heavenly Tao was beginning to take effect. Hongjun may have desired each subsequent strike to wield saintly power, perhaps even growing stronger, but ultimately, he was not the one in control. Sanjia had succeeded in creating the script. Boom. With the last few bolts of lightning descending, Sanjia's characters radiated even more brilliantly. Sanjia's aura grew increasingly potent as countless literary essences and auras enveloped him, allowing a completely new Tao to take shape within him. The literary Tao? Yes, it was the literary Tao. Unlike the martial Tao, Sanjia referred to this path as the literary Tao. While the martial Tao focused on the physical, his literary Tao seemed to resemble the immortal Tao, more closely emphasizing the divine soul. Ordinary realm, celestial, immortal, true, immortal, profound, immortal, golden, immortal, supreme, golden, immortal, great, luo, golden, immortal. Having initially formed the literary Tao, Sanjia unexpectedly reached the level of a great luo, golden, immortal. The literary Tao? Truly incomparable to the ritual Tao. Even when Changsheng fully embraced the ritual Tao and attained the grand Tao through it, he only reached the rank of golden immortal, a stark testament to the fundamental disparity in Taoic profundity. Both the literary Tao and the martial Tao stand among the top 30 of the 3,000 grand Taos. Had Changsheng cultivated the martial Tao to attain his own grand Tao, he might well have ascended directly to the rank of great luo, golden immortal. Yet the martial Tao, though profound, is but an offshoot of the Tao of strength. The very foundation of Changsheng's 12 terraces of martial cultivation lies in the ninefold mystic art. Even Pangu, who embodied the Tao of strength itself, could not achieve eternal transcendence. How then could the martial Tao suffice? Changsheng refused to seal himself into a dead end. What Pangu failed to accomplish, Changsheng possessed no delusional confidence that he could surpass with a shallower foundation. Rather, the Tao of fate granted him greater assurance. Thus, even without instantaneous ascension to great luo, golden immortality, his path remained firmer. And indeed, Changsheng now stood merely one step away from that exalted realm. As Sanjia and the 3,000 literary characters endured the celestial tribulation and passed the trial, the celestial Tao had no choice but to withdraw. Though the celestial Tao itself felt neither disappointment nor resentment, Hongjun did. Yet Hongjun, having yet to fully integrate the celestial Tao, remained subordinate to its overarching mandate. Reluctantly, Hongjun withdrew alongside the celestial Tao. Frankly, Hongjun began to doubt whether his decision to merge with the Tao had been wise. Had he truly become ensnared? The six sages all believed Hongjun had genuinely renounced worldly affairs, choosing perpetual seclusion. Thus he was scarcely ever seen across the Hongwang realm. But was his absence truly voluntary? No. It was simply that Hongjun lacked opportunity to appear until the celestial Tao required his presence. While grand fate remains immutable, minor fates may be redirected. What constitutes grand fate? It is the Great Tribulation, the celestial cycle of rebirth, unalterable and inevitable. All destined events shall manifest, and any attempt to forcibly alter them will be subtly corrected by the celestial Tao itself. Yet Changxing, despite all his interventions, had left grand fate virtually untouched. Watching the celestial Tao recede, Changxing at last breathed deeply, utterly at ease. Truth be told, Hongjun had imposed immense pressure upon him. As for the celestial Tao itself, Changxing felt no apprehension. He walked upright, sat upright. What justification could the celestial Tao possibly have to target him? The three sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity emerged in orderly succession. Whether their identities shifted or not, they undeniably appeared. Hongjun, however, was different. His machinations had nearly awakened the human Tao itself, and Hongjun had surely taken notice. No, henceforth vigilance would be paramount. One misstep could prove fatal, though every scheme must unfold with meticulous caution. Venerable ancestor of literature. With those words, the 3,000 characters were born, and human civilization found its enduring vessel. At that moment, all humanity gazed upon Sanjia, eyes blazing with fervor, voices thundering his title. As cries echoed, boundless merit descended from the heavens. Hiss! Witnessing such immeasurable merit, all beings of the Honghuang realm stood awestruck. How much merit had the celestial emperor received upon ascending his throne? Roughly this much. Yet this was no enthronement of an earthly emperor. A single mortal of humanity, having forged literature itself, had earned merit of this magnitude. Kuenping's eyes burned with envy. Why? He too had created script, the Yao script, yet his merit amounted to less than 1/10 of Sanjia's. The celestial Tao shows blatant favoritism. Had he once amassed such merit, he might long since have achieved sainthood through merit alone. So, does the Yao clan possess some unique privilege over humanity? Xuehai Mingyi stared silently at that colossal torrent of merit, fists clenched tight. Who knew how much he had sacrificed to accumulate merit, founding the Azura race, establishing the Azura Sect, only to reach the pinnacle of Yet here stood a mere youth of humanity, ascending to transcendence in a single bound. Envy flared. Why was humanity so uniquely favored? In that instant they grasped the truth. It was never Sanjia's personal prowess, but humanity itself that was the source. How could a shallow pond birth a true dragon? Indeed, from this moment onward, all beings of the Hongwang realm were compelled to accept an irrefutable reality: humanity was fundamentally distinct. Henceforth, humanity's role as the central protagonist of the Hongwang realm seemed unshakable. Once Sanjia absorbed this merit, humanity would gain yet another supreme sage. What then defines a supreme sage? A supreme sage stands at the threshold of sainthood, surpassing even the peak of quasi-sainthood. To them, Fuxi had not yet been deemed truly human. Thus, when Fuxi attained supreme sagehood, the myriad beings of the Hongwang realm still accorded humanity little regard, lacking a sovereign master. Now, however, everything had changed. Sanjia was pure, unadulterated humanity. Watching merit cascade upon Sanjia like rain, all beings of the Hongwang realm burned with longing. How they wished that merit belonged to them. Even theft would have sufficed, yet merit could not be seized. To attempt it would invite certain annihilation by the celestial Tao. They could only watch helpless as Sanjia absorbed the merit and ascended to supreme sagehood, or perhaps even full sainthood. Wait, why had Sanjia not begun absorption? Behold, the celestial merit divided into 3 streams. 1/10 flowed toward the human scripture, composed of the 3,000 characters, instantly elevating it to a merit-infused supreme artifact. 2/10 descended upon Changxing, as reward for his role as master of the venerable ancestor of literature. Alas, it was destined to be squandered. Changxing merely flicked his wrist, channeling the merit into the merit golden wheel behind his head, its radiant circumference swelling visibly. Now even a quasi-saint striking Changxing would risk shattering their own merit and fortune, becoming entangled in karmic retribution. This was another virtue of merit: slaying a being of great merit causes all their accumulated merit to transform into equal karmic burden upon the slayer. Should their merit and fortune prove insufficient, death would follow instantly. Indeed, embedding merit within the golden wheel was one of Changxing's foremost survival strategies. The great sages of the Honghuang realm watched, hearts churning with envy and resentment. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had originally held no claim to Changxing's favor. Yet he had first claimed the earthly emperor, then swiftly forged a venerable ancestor of literature. Why did every stroke of fortune fall to Changxing? How had this youth acquired such extraordinary luck? Worse still, Changxing remained oblivious to his own blessing, leaving such vast merit and such a resplendent golden wheel idol, dazzling all who beheld it, that he could resist absorption entirely. Had he perhaps taken a vow of abstinence? If Changxing refused to absorb, it let them have it. They were nearly starving for it. Remarkable. At that moment, whether Xian Du Dafa Shi Guang Qingzi or Duo Bao, they all murmured in awe. Changxing had left them no choice but admiration. Disciples of the Jiejiao Sect now regarded Changxing with profound reverence. All new merit grew ever scarcer, yet Changxing acquired it as effortlessly as play. Yet they had no time for deeper reflection. The remaining 7/10 of merit had already descended upon Sangjia. They eagerly awaited his ascension to supreme sagehood, only to be stunned when Sangjia, instead of absorbing the merit outright as Fuxi had done, emulated Changxing and forged his own merit golden wheel. Good heavens, so you're copying that too? The myriad beings of the primordial realm expressed that Sangjia need not learn everything about longevity. They were already howling inwardly, saint of saints, is he really going to abandon the chance to achieve sanctity? Or does he think today is an inauspicious day and want to choose a more favorable time to absorb it? Yes, it must be this way, it must be this way. They were unwilling to believe that Sangjia truly possessed such immense willpower forsaking the sainthood. Although absorbing the merits of the Tao would bind him to the Tao, making future cultivation through personal effort slow and arduous, what of it? Ordinary people, if they do not absorb merits, when will they ever break through to the quasi-saint realm, let alone to the sainthood? The way of the primordial unity sounds simple, but who has succeeded? Step forward and see. Sangjia infused the merits into the golden wheel of merit, dismissing it, without a second thought, feeling no reluctance, for he had stated before that if he truly succeeded in creating characters, he would gain supreme Tao merit, and upon absorption would certainly achieve the sainthood, albeit at the cost of being bound by the Tao. Then there is another path, the path of literature, to achieve the primordial unity. Two paths lay before Sangjia. Changxing did not choose for him, but Sangjia already had his answer. If Changxing did not want it, how could he dare to take it? Although Sangjia found it hard to grasp the depth of the pitfall, following his master could never be wrong. Furthermore, it was not only his master, but also the three ancestors of the human race. Indeed, it was Sueren Youchao and Zi, the three leaders of humanity after Nuwa created humans, who led humanity from the depths to the pinnacle. Sueren created fire, Youchao built nests, and Zi spun clothing. Their merits were no less than his. But did they absorb the merits? No, not at all. At this moment, they were still beneath Mount Buzhou, managing the foundations of humanity, having long been forgotten by the myriad beings of the primordial realm, and even the current human race was likely about to forget them. No one knew what realm they had reached without absorbing merits. However, the three ancestors know the four ancestors had not absorbed the merits of the Tao. Sangjia did not need to think too much. He understood that the merits of the Tao were perhaps not as good as imagined, and thus it was fine not to absorb them. Master. Sangjia approached Changxing, without hesitation, presenting the Book of Humanity, a treasure of the human literary path. With this treasure one controls the literary fate of humanity, but Sangjia knew how much of this achievement was truly his own. Now that it had finally been achieved, Sangjia felt that such a treasure should be in the hands of Changxing. Here, take it. The great powers of the primordial realm watched in envy, jealousy, and hatred, wondering how he could just give it away. Is the bond between you two really that deep? Upon thinking this, Xian Du was perplexed. Why was it different when it came to Changxing? Why wasn't Fuxi this filial? Looking at Mount Tai, he thought, forget it, this disciple is already one he cannot defeat. The expression in Fux's eyes was complicated as he realized Sangjia had not absorbed the merits of the Tao. He understood what Sangjia was thinking, and reflecting on himself, he felt he was indeed somewhat different from humanity. Yet he was still the human Fuxi forever so. However, Nuwa had devoted much effort to him, and he could not let her down. The Book of Humanity. At the dawn of the primordial era, there were three supreme, innate spiritual treasures: the Book of Heaven, the Book of Earth, and the Book of Humanity. The Book of Heaven was likely still in Hongjun's possession, while the Book of Earth was with Xinyuanzi, and the Book of Humanity was the ledger of life and death. Here the Heaven, Earth, and Humanity refer to the three talents of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, meaning this humanity does not only refer to the human race, but to all living beings of the primordial realm, controlling the reincarnation of all beings at this moment, held by the ruler of the underworld Hutu. The Book of Humanity in front of him was the true Book of Humanity, governing the literary fate of humanity. As the literary fate of humanity grew stronger, the foundation of the book would also increase. Changxing did not reach for the Book of Humanity, but instead looked at Sangjia. This is yours, since you have already made a choice, then strive to walk this path. Meeting Changxing's gaze and sensing his expectations, Sangjia felt even more excited. Indeed, his choice was correct. Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. At this moment, Taiching Laozi was already on his way to the human race, originally thinking that after Sangjia absorbed the merits and achieved the sainthood, he would have Sangjia go to Mount Tai to suppress the fortune of humanity. After all, having a saint among humanity would greatly affect his control over the human race. But who would have thought Sangjia could truly endure not absorbing even the merits? Now Sangjia was merely a great Luo golden immortal, To be honest, Taiching Laozi felt embarrassed to say he would let Songjia go to Mount Tai to suppress the fortune of humanity. It's done. Lingxi held the book of 100 herbs in her hands, her eyes filled with excitement. Roaming the primordial realm and tasting all herbs, she wrote it all in one book. Now this book of 100 herbs had finally been completed. From now on, humanity possesses the book of 100 herbs, no longer needing to worry about encountering spiritual herbs they cannot recognize, thus avoiding mishaps like poisoning. Every epoch-making change is where the gathering of fortune and merit occurs. Boom. With the completion of the book of 100 herbs, the merits from the heavens descended, and the myriad beings of the primordial realm who were still immersed in the supreme merits of Songjia, creating characters initially planned to retract their gaze and stabilize their emotions, but today seemed truly shocking. What is happening? Who is this? Is it not over yet? Could it be that the breaking army is returning to its position? Looking at the boundless merits nearly as impressive as Songjia's character creation, they could only speculate. After all, it could not be that another being comparable to Songjia had emerged in humanity, but they soon realized it might not be so. It seemed that the breaking army was not returning to its position. The merits from the heavens divided into 3 parts, with one portion landing on a book written in human culture. The great powers of the primordial realm read the human characters and basically memorize them. They recognize the title on the cover, Book of 100 Herbs. Breaking army practices martial arts. Can it do this? 100 herbs. They seemed to recall something. It appeared that humanity had begun to engage in agriculture because someone was tasting herbs. What was that name again? It seems to be another disciple of Changxing Lingxi. Yes, Lingxi. Could this be Lingxi? Tasting herbs also brings merit. Moreover, why is it again related to Changxing? Why do all of Changxing's disciples manage to gain such great merits? Is he truly a member of humanity, or a carp? With the Book of 100 Herbs receiving the merit's nourishment, it instantly achieved the status of a supreme treasure, rivaling the Book of Humanity. Indeed, under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the myriad beings of the primordial realm, it fell once again upon Changxing, who then channeled that great deal of merit into the golden wheel of merit. 7 parts of merit fell upon Lingxi, and if absorbed it would surely reach the pinnacle of a quasi-saint, or even a true saint. But alas! However, the disciples of Changxing were all peculiar, as Lingxi imitated them, and crafted a golden wheel of merit. Are you all out of your minds? What is this? Is this going to become a tradition? Will future disciples of Changxing feel embarrassed if they don't have a golden wheel of merit? Absurd, simply absurd. While the merit flowed into the golden wheel of merit, there were no restrictions on the rise in fortune. As insights surged, Lingxi effortlessly stepped into the realm of the golden immortal. Lingxi originally comprehended the great path of yin, but after tasting various herbs, understanding yin and yang, and determining the 4 seasons, she suddenly gave birth to the yin-yang laws based on the yin principles. At this moment her comprehension erupted, achieving the perfection of the solar laws, and with yin and yang coexisting, she stepped into the threshold of the great path, gathering spiritual energy to enter the golden immortal realm. With the breakthrough into the golden immortal realm, Lingxi's true spirit awakened, beginning to comprehend her past life experiences. Lingxi, Changxi. At this moment Lingxi realized that she was actually Changxi, the lunar goddess who existed on the Taiyin star since the beginning of the world. Has it been so long since her sister Shiha passed away? The 2 goddesses of the Taiyin star had a great relationship. Shiha married Emperor Jun, and got caught up in the great calamity of the witch and demon. How could Changxi remain unscathed? Ultimately, she was also drawn into the calamity, and although not as deeply ensnared as Shiha, her true spirit was lost, leaving only the true spirit to escape into reincarnation. Now with the awakening of her true spirit, Lingxi could not even recall which reincarnation this was. Looking at Changxing, if it weren't for Changxing's teachings that allowed her to gain some fortune in this lifetime, she might not have awakened her true spirit. However, as she spread the teachings among the human race, and entered the heavenly court as an immortal official, now tasting various herbs, the sins from her past life, as Changxi, had already been cleansed. As insights from her past life surged, gathering spiritual energy, Lingxi's cultivation did not stagnate at the golden immortal level, continuing until she reached the great Luo golden immortal. Unlike Lingyun, who abandoned the great path of her past life to comprehend the path of order, Lingxi awakened her true spirit with a solid foundation, especially under such great fortune. However, even with the awakening of her true spirit, Lingxi did not absorb merit to enhance her cultivation. If Songjia had such resolve, how could she, Lingxi, fall behind? Lingxi had mixed feelings toward Changxing. When she was Changxi, she had never worshipped a master, and now with her true spirit awakened, she unexpectedly gained a master who seemed to have a lower cultivation level than her. But Lingxi dared not underestimate Changxing, just because her cultivation was slightly higher. Look at her several senior brothers. The eldest brother Lingyun, who is the reincarnation of the true spirit of Hongyun Taoist, has a background that is by no means inferior to hers, yet he treats Changxing with utmost respect. Then there's the junior brother Sanjia, who is the ancestor of humanity and has already reached the great Luo Golden Immortal, causing more commotion than he does. And there's also the broken army the Earth Emperor, who is probably even more formidable than such plots left Lingxi both dazed and in admiration. It is one thing for a master to teach a brilliant disciple, but having every disciple so exceptional is rare. To be honest, she truly cannot see through her master, especially since this master is a direct disciple of a saint of veritable powerhouse. With gratitude for past kindness and future prospects, Lingxi had no extra thoughts. Disciple of the human race, Lingxi pays respects to master. Approaching Changxing, Lingxi bowed respectfully. Seeing the even more ethereal and radiant Lingxi, Changxing couldn't help but sigh. It's such a coincidence that accepting Lingyun turned into Hongyun, and accepting Lingxi became Changxi. To be honest, Changxing was unaware of this before Lingxi's true spirit awakened. Who could have anticipated such a great surprise from Lingxi? However, at this moment Changxing had another concern. Since Lingxi is Changxi, does that not mean the Tying Star is Lingxi's home? And it seems that as her master he has taken his disciple's home. Not quite, it's at most just the tree in front of his disciple's door. Looking at the laurel tree in his divine soul. He had merged with the laurel tree, and with Changxing's cultivation the laurel tree in his divine soul had completely solidified. At this moment its aura surged, and its spiritual intelligence had clearly grown stronger. If this continues, perhaps one day, he could take the form of the laurel tree through Changxing and attain transcendence. Thinking of this, Changxing no longer felt conflicted. This was a mutual arrangement. Stealing a home is out of the question. Indeed. Setting aside other thoughts and listening to Lingxi's words, Changxing couldn't help but nod, feeling even more satisfied. No matter who Lingxi was in her past life in this lifetime, she is in human form, having received the merit and fortune of the human race for her true spirit to awaken and return to her true nature. If her true spirit awakens and she shouts to break away from the human race, Changxing would have to re-evaluate his judgment. Now it seems that his judgment was still quite good. Just the phrase human race Lingxi is enough to show Lingxi's stance. Moreover, since she calls herself Lingxi, Changxing would not concern himself with who she was in her past life. Now standing before him is only his disciple Lingxi. Thank you for your plans, master. I feel ashamed. Lingxi presented the book of various herbs, her face showing some embarrassment. Lingxi understood that her progress to this point was all due to Changxing's planning. If it weren't for Changxing, she wouldn't have had any share in the merit of tasting various herbs. She also needed to thank Lingyun someday. That is also a matter of fate. Well, since your true spirit has awakened after thoroughly passing on the book of herbs to the human race, go back and cultivate diligently to strive for enlightenment as soon as possible. By the way, take this pouch. Open it when you return to the Tying Star. Lingxi looked at the pouch in her hand, somewhat puzzled, but she had no doubts about Changxing's words. Suppressing her curiosity, she nodded. At this moment, Laozi of Taqing was truly frustrated. He had planned to return when he saw Sanjia not absorbing the merit, but then Lingxi pulled such a stunt. Taqing simply continued on, as he did not believe Lingxi could resist absorbing merit, yet she truly did not absorb any. There was no way he still could not invite Lingxi to Mount Tai, and could only continue to conceal himself and return. As for the myriad spirits of the wilderness, they became numb after their jealousy. Because barring any accidents, matters like this in the human race were probably just beginning. In the Feng clan tribe, Duobao had just returned from the heavenly mansion, staring at the horizon, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Changxing had brought forth two beings of such great merit and fortune for humanity. If he adds the broken army, he could at least garner 3 times the merit. Yet Changxing truly did not absorb any merit. This left Duobao even more frustrated. Since you don't want merit, why steal his position as the Earth Emperor's master? Besides having plotted so much merit and fortune, would you still covet his role as the Earth Emperor? Damn it. Could it be that he really took it unintentionally? Recalling Changxing's previous self-defense, Changxing had said before that the Earth Emperor's master was not something he intentionally stole. It just happened that Duobao at that time did not believe it at all. But looking at today's scene with Sanjia and Lingxi, Duobao couldn't help but believe it. The things he had pondered over seemed worthless in Changxing's eyes. At this thought, Duobao glanced at Tianfu, the disciple he had painstakingly guided these past days, and felt a profound sense of weariness. How vexing this Changxing truly was. Though Changxing had done nothing at all, Duobao inexplicably sensed himself eclipsed, a sensation unbearably humiliating. How infuriating. Ah, master, what did you say? Though standing nearby, Tianfu had not caught the words and hurried closer to ask. Gazing upon Tianfu's innocent face, Duobao sighed inwardly, utterly drained. An excellent question. Do not ask it again. Return now. The Earth Sovereign's ascension draws near. Your moment is fast approaching. Fengshe tribe. Upon Tianfu's return, Pujuan rejoiced. He had just been immersed in the divine accomplishments of Sanjia, who inscribed the 3,000 human scripts, and Lingxi, who compiled the 100 herbs canon, marveling at the boundless merit and celestial fortune cascading across the heavens. Though envious, Pujuan knew his own time would soon arrive. Seeing Tianfu Pejuan knew his own mission was nearing completion, he would soon step aside in triumph. Having now disseminated martial cultivation throughout the human race, should he ascend, as Earth's sovereign, through martial virtue alone humanity's combat prowess would soar to the apex of the primordial chaos. Achieving such glory would surely eclipse Fu Shi the heavenly sovereign and crown him the greatest figure in human history. Elder brother, I have returned. Good, you are home. Yet though you trained for years under Senior Elder Duobao, your influence among the human race has waned. You must restore it swiftly. While you were away, many new talents have emerged among our people. Our tradition honors merit. Should you aspire to succeed as Grand Sovereign, you must elevate your stature without delay. Fortuitously, Cangjia, the Sage of Script, has composed the 3,000 human scripts, and Senior Sister Lingxi has authored the 100 Herbs Canon. To propagate both works widely, a leader is needed, and that task falls to you. Let this serve as your foundation. Talents. Talents capable of challenging him. Tianfu took this seriously. Though he had been absent from the Fengshe tribe for some time, he had once ranked second only to Pejuan among all humans. How swiftly his authority had faded. It seemed he must traverse the human realm anew. Tianfu fully grasped Pejuan's intent to re-establish his presence before the human race through the dissemination of the human scripts and the 100 Herbs Canon, to reaffirm himself as the most fitting successor to the Grand Sovereignty. More crucially, this reflected the unified stance of Pejuan, Cangjia, and Lingxi. Who would dare defy them? Yet, was this not unduly marginalizing others? In an instant he dismissed the thought. The future of the human race brooked no hesitation. Thank you, elder brother. Leaving the chieftain's hall, Tianfu proceeded directly to the shrine venerating the 4 ancestral sages of humanity. Across all major human tribes, 4 stone effigies stood enshrined. The 4 ancestral sages, Swearin Shi Yuchao Shi Zi Shi, and Changxing the sage of ritual Dao. Having been absent for years, Tianfu naturally hastened here, first to pay his respects. Honored ancestors, I Tianfu have returned. His gaze fell upon Changsheng, and he recoiled in astonishment. Good heavens, alive. I Tianfu bow before the 4th ancestor. Changsheng regarded him calmly. So, it was you murmuring my name. Excellent. You've reached the 7th floor of martial cultivation. Clearly your training under senior brother Duobao bore fruit. Hearing those words, Tianfu surged with exhilaration. Among all humans, none prized recognition from the 4 ancestors more highly. And with that single sentence, his ascension as human sovereign was all but assured. I am deeply honored by your ancestral grace. I shall strive ever more diligently. Changxing nodded, observing Tianfu's sudden feverish zeal. Truly, effortlessly suggestible. Tianfu, have you considered how as human sovereign you would lead humanity toward enduring greatness? This. Tianfu fell silent. During his tutelage under Duobao, he had absorbed vast knowledge. Not only immortal arts and Taoist techniques, but also myriad crafts and scholarly disciplines. Yet he remained uncertain how to transform this wisdom into tangible progress for humanity. Initially he had intended only to inherit Pejuan's legacy, advancing martial cultivation further. But after Duobao's instruction and witnessing humanity's rapid ascent, Tianfu sensed something vital was missing. Merely continuing along that path, he feared, would forever leave him trailing behind Pejuan. Indeed, though he addressed Pejuan as elder brother, his innate competitive spirit burned fiercely when destiny called. He too yearned to surpass his elder. Please, honored 4th ancestor, enlighten me. This path is yours alone. I cannot chart it for you. When I first arrived among humanity, they were scattered and disunited, struggling merely for survival. A single natural calamity or human conflict could decimate entire clans. There were no concepts of parentage or filial piety. Our ethics, rights, and social order were wholly absent. Thus I established the ritual Tao, forging order, guiding humanity from primal chaos into the tribal age. Through the efforts of Fu Shi and Pejuan, human tribes have now reached a zenith of strength, beyond which further growth seems impossible. To advance further, humanity requires nothing less than a tectonic transformation. The 3 sovereigns, heavenly, earthly, and human, mark the culmination of cosmic sovereignty. As the final human sovereign, you bear the sacred charge to deliver humanity a future of unparalleled splendor. Tianfu fell into deep contemplation, and gradually clarity emerged. Gazing upon the 4th ancestor, Changxing, gratitude welled within him. Though Changxing claimed he offered no direct guidance, having spoken thus far, he had already placed the answer itself before Tianfu's eyes. Yet Changxing was one of the 4 ancestral sages, the architect who lifted humanity from primitivism into tribal civilization, while Tianfu remained but an ordinary human. Could he truly stand shoulder to shoulder with such a paragon? Before he could voice another question, Changxing had vanished. Changxing had spoken just enough. His own urgent matter awaited returning to Jiejiao Island to break through to the great Luo immortal realm. Cangjia's and Lingxi's extraordinary achievements had dramatically amplified his celestial fortune, both his innate destiny and his karmic resonance soaring beyond measure. This profound blessing overflowed even his comprehension of the Tao of fate, a period of focused cultivation would effortlessly secure his ascension. Yet this seclusion might last untold eons, and before departing, he must first admonish Pejuan lest hubris lead him astray. Should Pejuan inadvertently provoke Hongjuan, the glorious destiny of humanity could shatter in an instant. Master, please ease up. I confess my error. No, I've committed no transgression lately. Master, I am now Grand Sovereign of humanity. Wah, you cannot strike me so. It hurts. How long had passed? Chongqing ceased his chastisement. In the corner, Pejuan trembled uncontrollably. Yet his martial cultivation had surged to the peak of the 8th floor, rivaling even the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Under Chongqing's rigorous discipline, Pejuan had shattered 2 minor barriers at once, leaping from mid-8th floor to its absolute summit. A rare and monumental karmic boon. Wah! Though his cultivation had advanced, Pejuan remained profoundly aggrieved. He desired breakthrough, but not this kind. The pain had been excruciating. His master had struck with lethal intent. He had believed himself worthy of the grand sovereignty, having propagated martial cultivation, rendered countless contributions, and elevated humanity to its zenith, perhaps even securing its eternal status as the cosmic protagonist before stepping down. Instead, Chongqing had shattered that illusion with a single brutal awakening. Chongqing observed the arrogance vanish from Pejuan's eyes, and felt deep satisfaction. As Grand Sovereign of humanity, you uphold heaven and earth, yet weep like a child. Do you think I struck you? I cherish you. Look at your cultivation now. How little you advanced after assuming the grand sovereignty. Such negligence. How then can you guide humanity forward? And yet, you still feel wronged. Upon hearing this, Pejuan felt even more wronged, and secretly thought, Master, do you still consider me a child? If I didn't know you simply wanted to beat me, I would be unworthy of being the leader of the human race. When I beat those little brats, wasn't it just a facade of one thing in my heart, and another on my lips? This love is too heavy, it hurts. Master, Before Pejuan could finish his words, Chongqing walked over. Pejuan instinctively dodged back, only to realize Chongqing had already left. Alright, Master is leaving. I will come find you once you return to your position. What? Pejuan suddenly felt reluctant to return to his position. When Chongqing taught him martial arts, it was always a small beating every 3 days, and a big one every 5 days. Once Chongqing thought he was ready to go out, he would leave, and then he would come back to beat him, never missing a chance, and each time was more severe than the last. Although he would break through after each beating, he wanted to progress, normally not be forced to grow faster than he should. If this time was so severe, what about the next? According to Chongqing, he was almost beaten into a shadow. What kind of wretched fate is this for the Earth's sovereign? Tribe leader. Pejuan was just about to silently shed tears when someone outside came looking for him. He hurriedly tidied his clothes and stood up, not daring to let his tribesmen find out it was too embarrassing. I see you've been slacking off lately. Why hasn't your cultivation improved? Come here, let me give you a love tap. Tianji turned to run. Pejuan then realized it was Tianji and immediately lost his composure. This little brat dared to tease him just when he was boiling with anger. I see you've been slacking off lately. Why hasn't your cultivation improved? Come here, let me give you a love tap. Tianji turned to run, but it was already too late. Big brother, wait, it hurts. I was just using my brains. Wait. In the bear tribe, Xian Yuan looked at Tian Fu before him and hurriedly bowed. Xian Yuan pays respects to the general. Tian Fu's reputation among the human race is quite significant. Although he had been away for a while, the high-ranking members of these large tribes couldn't forget Tian Fu, especially since he had caused quite a stir during this time. As a representative of Tsang Jie and Ling, she led the Feng clan's forces to spread culture and medicinal herbs among other tribes for comprehensive popularization. Given this momentum, these tribes must have realized that Pejuan was building up momentum for Tian Fu. Without further thought, it seems the next human emperor would be Tian Fu. Most tribes could accept this, as Tian Fu was the second strongest in the martial arts of the human race, second only to Pejuan. Tian Fu was originally Pejuan's top general, and now the Feng clan's forces were almost entirely aligned with Tian. Once Pejuan returns to his position, others wishing to become the human emperor would have to surpass Tian Fu, but can they truly do that? Combined, the other tribes of the human race might not be as strong as the Feng clan. As long as the Feng clan supports him, Tian Fu's ascension to the throne is... Tian Fu looked at Xian Yuan. His eyes were filled with admiration. The progress was remarkable, and it seemed he was close to reaching the 7th layer of martial arts. This absolutely placed him in the top echelon below Pejuan. No wonder Pejuan said that during his absence numerous talents had emerged among the human race. Not only Xian Yuan, but it seemed that the Jioli tribe also had a talent on par with Xian Yuan. There were also others who were slightly inferior to Xian Yuan. Tian Fu did not consider Xian Yuan a rival. He had enough confidence that no one could take his position as human emperor. After all, in terms of both strength and status, he held the advantage. If it were taken from him, Tianji and the others would surely laugh at him. Indeed, with you in the bear tribe, the future looks bright. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan was even more delighted, his face beaming with excitement. Thank you for the praise, General. Standing behind Xian, Yuan Guangqingzi looked at his expression and felt a surge of murderous intent. How could he feel that his ambitions for the position of human emperor were about to be foiled? Previously, when Tianfu followed Duo Bao to learn Guangqingzi, had not thought much of it. After all, the human race had not announced Tianfu was to inherit Pejun's position. Guangqingzi had thought that Xian Yuan was already one of the few geniuses among the human race, and after his guidance, he would surely stand out. With destiny on his side, it was only natural for him to inherit the position of human emperor. Who would have thought that the position had already been predetermined? Damn it, the human race is actually doing this. Can't there be any principles left? Looking at Xian Yuan, Guangqingzi had thought that after teaching him for so long, Xian Yuan should have some ambition. But what was up with that look in his eyes? That's your rival. Even if you don't say you hate him, you should at least have some fighting spirit. What is with that adoring gaze? Guangqingzi felt a deep sorrow. Could he still expect anything from this disciple he had put so much effort into? Wait, this is the aura of the Shangqing. Jiejiao. What does this mean? Has he taken the lead? This senior seems exceptional. May I ask where you practice your cultivation? Tian Fu's gaze fell on Guangqingzi. He had noticed Guangqingzi just now. On his way here, he had also heard that the bear tribe produced a capable individual who not only took Xian Yuan as a disciple, but also helped the bear tribe develop rapidly. This must be the one. Guangqingzi of Kunlun, Yusu Palace pays respects to the general. Guangqingzi suppressed his killing intent and spoke slowly. At this moment, Tianfu was embodying the destiny of the human race, making it unwise for Guangqingzi to act out. Moreover, the situation was still unclear if he were truly a disciple of Jiejiao. It would be even more problematic. Kunlun Yusu Palace. Tianfu's spirit lifted, the senior brother of the Chanjiao. Duo Bao had mentioned Guangqingzi to him. This is a powerful figure. Even Duo Bao spoke of Guangqingzi with caution and advised him to keep his distance when encountering Guangqingzi in the future. He is not a good person, but Tianfu viewed Guangqingzi with a kind expression. I did not expect to meet my uncle in person. EY Tianfu, pay my respects to you, uncle. Uncle. Guangqingzi was even more furious. Was he not even pretending anymore? But even if he wasn't pretending, he still had to address him properly. As a disciple of Jiejiao, they were all his junior brothers. Even if he were to greet him, it should be as Shirbois. Looking at Tianfu, Guangqingzi had only one thought: this is not another disciple of Changsheng, is it? Besides Changsheng, Guangqingzi truly couldn't think of any other possibilities. Who is your master? My master is Duo Bao Daoren, a disciple of Duo Bao. This is troublesome. The fists are hardened now. Good job, Duo Bao. Changsheng snatched your disciple, and now you took him back. Does he think he can bully me? Does he look easy to deal with? He thought it was Changsheng who wanted to snatch his position as human emperor, but now it turned out to be Duo Bao. After suffering losses under Changsheng, he unexpectedly came here to make up for it. How outrageous. This is intolerable. Guangqingzi directly vanished from his spot. He was going to confront Duo Bao. Seeing Guangqingzi disappear, Tianfu and Xian Yuan were both momentarily stunned, but soon the two grew happy, especially Xian Yuan. Their relationship was now closer. It turned out that the future human emperor Tianfu was actually his senior brother. Please come inside. On Golden Tortoise Island, after returning, Changsheng immediately prepared to enter closed-door cultivation. He was filled with joy at the thought that upon coming out he would break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal level, of position that could be considered the second tier in the Hongwang realm. Currently, Zhao Gongming and the others were only at this level. Once he broke through, he would have the strength to protect himself. Duo Bao, come out. Before Changsheng could even begin his closed-door meditation, a voice reached him, piquing his interest. It seemed someone was causing trouble for Duo Bao, which was rare. He had to check it out. Duo Bao, who had returned not long ago, was preparing to calmly receive the merits of being the master of the human emperor when he heard the commotion outside the island. He was somewhat bewildered. This was Golden Tortoise Island, and he was its grand disciple. Who dared to act so arrogantly? His face darkened, and he rushed out to confront the intruder, eager to see who was so bold. Upon leaving the island, Duo Bao discovered it was Guangqingzi. What was going on with this kid? His courage seemed to have suddenly grown. You. Just as he was about to question, Guangqingzi couldn't hold back. Duo Bao, you're going too far. Changsheng is robbing your Earth Emperor. If you have a problem, go find him. How dare you come to seize my human emperor? I won't let this go. I've been found out. Duo Bao realized that the situation had been exposed. No wonder Guangqingzi had come directly to confront him. However, if he wanted to seize, then so be it. He wasn't afraid. As a peak, great Luo Golden Immortal, Duo Bao did not regard Guangqingzi highly. Boom. The clash of both sides immediately shook the East Sea. The commotion was so great that even the disciples who had come to watch were stirred up. Changsheng was among them. Originally intending just to observe, he soon realized that this involved him as well. Forget it, it would be better to leave first. Senior brother. At that moment, Bai Xiao also rushed over. Upon seeing Changsheng, she hurried to greet him. After he returned the gesture, he turned to leave, but Bai Xiao grabbed him. Senior brother, aren't you going to watch such a big commotion? No, I need to break through. I can't hold it back anymore. If anyone asks, just say, I'm entering closed-door cultivation to break through. He quickly returned to Chiso Island. Bai Xiao arrived outside the island and realized that it was Guang Qingzi causing trouble for Duo Bao. She had no intention of intervening. Although the Chan sect and the Jie sect were at odds, it hadn't reached the point of life and death. This wasn't the first time Duo Bao and Guang Qingzi had sparred. They were almost evenly matched. Bai Xiao estimated that after a few exchanges they would likely settle down. Since Guang Qingzi came alone, it wouldn't sound good if they rushed in to gang up on him. Soon the ruckus from Duo Bao and Guang Qingzi's battle had alarmed all the disciples of the Jie sect who gathered around in a dense crowd. Not only the Jie sect, but also the beings of the East Sea were stirred, all poking their heads out of the ocean to watch. The Battle of Peak Great Luo Golden Immortals had only just begun, and soon news spread to the mainland, reaching the Kunlun Mountains, where the disciples of the Chan sect quickly received the information. Not good. The eldest senior brother is fighting Duo Bao from the Jie sect in the East Sea. What? The eldest senior brother was surrounded by Jie sect disciples. What? The eldest senior brother is being bullied. Is he about to be beaten to death? Not good. The eldest senior brother is going to be killed. In the Yushu Palace, Qi Jingzi and the others were extremely anxious, waking up Yuan Shitianzun. Master, it's terrible. The eldest senior brother has been harmed by the Jie sect. You must avenge him. Guang Qingzi is dead. Yuan Shitianzun was taken aback. Guang Qingzi is dead. How did he not know? He looked towards the East Sea. Wasn't Guang Qingzi still fine? No, he turned his gaze to the disciples. Your eldest senior brother is fighting in the East Sea, and you are just watching. The other golden immortals of the Chan sect exchanged glances. They wanted to help, but the Jie sect had 2 Quasi saints, and so many great Luo golden immortals, and over 10,000 disciples. If they rushed in, wouldn't it be a death wish? The eldest senior brother is dead. We must preserve our useful lives to avenge him. Yuan Shitianzun was infuriated. How could these disciples have no blood and vigor? Also, who said Guang Qingzi was already dead? He's not dead yet. If you don't go, he will truly die. Not dead, huh? Several disciples felt disappointed, especially Wenshu Puxian Zihong and Zhu Lu Sun, who thought they could compete for the title of Human Emperor's Master, but it seemed they weren't capable yet. They looked at the vice sect leader Ran Deng, indicating that if Ran Deng went, they would follow. Although the Chan sect only had 12 direct disciples, these 12 had quite a few factions. First was the favored faction, which was the group of Guang Qingzi, the one most favored by Yuan Shitianzun, which included Tai, Yu Ding, and Qi Jingzi. They were also the 4 with the best talents and highest realms among the second generation of the Chan sect. Then there were the Lingbao Great Master Qingshu Dao Jinjuan Daoing Tianzuan and Huang Long Dao Ren, 4, who had a low presence. Among the 12 golden immortals, they were almost just there for numbers, never getting the good stuff or benefits, appearing rather half-dead. Finally, there were Zihong, Wenshu Puxian, and Zhu Lu Sun. These 4 had the worst talents and lowest realms, only slightly better than Huang Long. They banded together for warmth, feeling jealousy towards Yuan Shitianzun's favoritism towards Guang Qingzi and the others. However, they still wanted to progress, so they worshipped the vice sect leader Ran Deng, who had taught in the Zhixiao Palace alongside Yuan Shitianzun. In the Chan sect, these 4 were basically closer to Ran Deng, often seeking his guidance during their cultivation. Although Ran Deng had not yet broken through to Quasi Saint, he was still sufficient for those like Zihong, who were lingering around Tai. Thus, when Guang Qingzi was in trouble, the ones who truly cared for him were probably just Tai Yu Ding and Qi Jingzi. Moreover, even they were somewhat uncomfortable, as Yuan Shitianzun favored Guang Qingzi. As for Nanji Xianwing and Yan Zizi, they were even more indifferent, treating it as if it had nothing to do with them. The affairs of the direct disciples were not something they could meddle in. However, at this moment, since Yuan Shitianzun had spoken, they did not dare to remain inactive. Ran Deng was the first to rise, followed closely by Zihong Puxian Wenshu and Zhu Lu Sun. The others also realized that their previous behavior seemed somewhat unenthusiastic and disunited. It was as if vice sect leader Ran Deng had a clear understanding of their hearts. Seeing the 12 golden immortals heading to the East Sea, Yuan Shitianzun felt somewhat helpless. He hadn't intended for the 12 golden immortals to gang up on anyone, especially since the other disciples of the Jie sect didn't engage. However, they had to support Guang Qingzi, as not doing so would appear completely disunited. At that moment, Yuan Shitianzun realized that perhaps there were some redeeming qualities to those Jie sect disciples. Above the East Sea, the commotion grew more intense. Guang Qingzi had evidently unleashed his true power. He initially thought Guang Qingzi was just putting on a show, but it seemed he was truly fighting for real, forcing Duo Bao to exert all his strength. That half of the unsealed Mount Buzhou was quite impressive. Initially, the disciples of the Jie sect were merely spectators, but with the arrival of Ran Deng and his companions, the Jie sect disciples frowned and rose to confront them from a distance. They won't make a move, will they? Ta-E murmured as he glanced at the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, and Yun Shao across from him. They shouldn't. If the enemy doesn't move, we won't either. It's no wonder they are so timid if it were the usual circumstances when the Golden Spirit Holy Mother had not yet become a Kwasa saint, and Yun Xiao's cultivation was not revealed. How could they allow their senior brother Guang Chengzi to be bullied like this? Of course they would have gone up and dealt with this group of fur-clad and horned beings, but now the disparity in strength was evident. Charging in would only result in being beaten up. They were not the reckless bunch of the Jiejiao Sect. They needed to learn to assess. Moreover, the Jiejiao Sect did not surround Guang Chengzi. It was just Duo Bao alone. Hence they should face their opponents hidden, while keeping their distance. As time passed, and they confirmed that the Jiejiao Sect had no intention of attacking, they all breathed a sigh of relief, feigning calmness, and standing there in a posture of seeming equality. Randing looked at the Jiejiao Sect across from him, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had initially calculated that the Chan Sect had a brighter future, which is why he joined them directly. Who would have thought that Yuan Shi Tianzun would be so unjust, treating him with favoritism? It was one thing to be unwilling to accept him as a disciple, but to only grant him a nominal position as a deputy sect leader, unwilling to share more teachings, or provide any treasures, left him wasting years in the Chan Sect. He was still at the peak of the great Luo Jinxian, unable to break through to the Kwasa Saint realm. What were all these plans for? Had he known it would come to this, he would have chosen the Jiejiao Sect at the beginning. Look at Tong Tian, who teaches without discrimination. Even ordinary little demons can learn a thing or two. If he had joined the Jiejiao Sect, he might have already attained the saintly teachings, and perhaps broken through to Kwasa Saint by now. Even if he couldn't, having a longevity plan for himself might provide him with the opportunity to break through. If the Golden Spirit Holy Mother could do it, why couldn't he? Regret came too late. In the Chan Sect, Randing saw no future for himself. He was determined to seek the Tao, and since he couldn't see a future in the Chan Sect, he naturally needed to find another path. He thought of the Kwasa Saint he had met before, and though the West was barren, the saints there were willing to offer more. Gaining the Buddhist teachings from the Western saints, along with a respected position in the Buddhist realm, might allow him to break through to the Kwasa Saint realm. Looking at C.I. Hang and the others nearby, he realized that if he went alone he would be weak and easily disregarded. After all, he was just a peak great Luo Jinxian now, while the West had others like the Medicine Master and Methria, who were also great Luo Jinxians. However, if he brought along these 4 disciples who were not valued in the Chan Sect, it would be different. He could establish a circle for himself in the Western Buddhist realm and gain control over a significant force. At that time, as he achieved Kwasa Saint status to become a Buddha, and C.I. Hang and the others became great Luo Jinxians to become Bodhisattvas, he might very well be the first under Jieyin and Jizun holding a respected position in the Buddhist realm. The thought of this made Randang even more excited. Most importantly, he could sense that the Buddhist teachings seemed more suitable for him. However, he glanced cautiously over his shoulder. Yuan Shi Tianzun was the one who hated betrayal the most. If he really betrayed the Chan Sect, and took 4 disciples with him, Yuan Shi Tianzun might very well dare to invade the Buddhist realm. No, he must choose a good opportunity. Elder sister, shall we strike? Bai Xiao felt restless as she looked at the other Chan Sect golden immortals approaching, eager to charge in. However, Yun Xiao rolled her eyes. Hold your horses. We don't even know why our senior brother is fighting with Guang Chengzi yet. Don't stir up trouble, just watch. Indeed, the Jiejiao Sect disciples still had no idea why Duo Bao had started fighting with Guang Chengzi. Duo Bao had taken Tian Fu as a disciple among the human race, and this matter was purely a secret plot between Duo Bao and Chang Sheng. The other disciples were unaware, much less that the next human emperor would be Tian Fu, so they had no knowledge of Duo Bao trying to seize Guang Chengzi's human emperor. Of course, some clever ones could guess a thing or two. After all, there wouldn't be many reasons to provoke a calm person like Guang Chengzi to such a furious state. Yin Xiao recalled how Chang Sheng had easily coaxed Duo Bao to be so cheerful that day, pondering that their senior brother might be a bit mischievous. Bai Xiao, have you seen senior brother Chang Sheng? Facing Yin Xiao's question, Bai Xiao seemed a bit dispirited. What was the point of just watching the excitement without fighting? Senior brother Chang Sheng said he could no longer hold back and had to return to the island to resolve it. Yin Xiao looked at Bai Xiao directly, pinching her ear. Bai Xiao, repeat what you just said in your head. Do you even understand it yourself? Can't understand. Elder sister's intelligence is worrying. Elder sister senior brother Chang Sheng said he is about to break through and can't hold it in anymore, not even having time to watch the excitement before returning to breakthrough. Breakthrough? Is he about to break through to great Luo Jinxian? That's really fast. Yin Xiao sighed inwardly. The first time she saw Chang Sheng, he had not yet reached the realm of immortals. How much time had passed? Chang Sheng was about to break through to great Luo Jinxian. But thinking of Chang Sheng's plans during this time, failing to break through would seem unjust. With so many merits, if he hadn't had some confidence in himself, he might have already absorbed enough to break through to Kwasa Saint. However, was it really just about breaking through, not for any other reason? Boom. The atmosphere in the battlefield intensified, and everyone present felt their faces twitching. What was happening? They were really going all out. At that moment, Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao truly held nothing back, revealing their true forms to engage in battle. Duo Bao, originally a supreme spiritual treasure, transformed from the innate Duo Bao Tower, now directly manifested his true form to suppress Guangqingzi. Meanwhile, Guangqingzi also manifested his true form, which was an innate spiritual peach tree. Though not as exceptional as the Renshui peach tree, it was still a top-grade innate spiritual root with remarkable depth. He stood firm against the Duo Bao Tower, matching its might. Seeing the two fighting like this, it was feared that they would damage their foundations and hurt their essence. Both sides could no longer sit still, as sparring was one thing, but they mustn't cause any fatalities. The gazes of the other Chan sect golden immortals fell on the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, and Yunxiao. Now they were the only ones capable of intervening. After all, there were only these two Quasi-Saints on site. If anyone else intervened, they might be injured by mistake. The Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, felt somewhat helpless. According to her previous temper, she would have directly killed Guangqingzi. But now it was different. After becoming the Emperor of Ziwei, the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, felt that her perspective was no longer comparable to these Chan sect golden immortals. In the next moment, she arrived on the battlefield, one hand grabbing Guangqingzi and the other grabbing Duo Bao. What was amusing was that Duo Bao and Guangqingzi, like little chicks being held, were still struggling to punch and kick at each other. Alright, my two senior brothers, after all, the three teachings are one family. There's no need to fight so fiercely during this exchange, which would only make the younger disciples laugh and lead others to misunderstand our unity. Hearing the words of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Duo Bao and Guangqingzi gradually calmed down and looked around. Indeed, disciples from the Chan and Jiejiao sects had arrived along with other beings peeking in. However, their first reaction was to recall whether they had lost the fight. In their eyes, winning was acceptable, but losing would be too embarrassing. Upon careful thought, the two of them sighed in relief. It seemed they were barely at a stalemate. They adjusted their clothing and looked towards the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Junior sister, there are onlookers. Oh, let's put us down first. Huh. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit also found it amusing, realizing that they were aware of the audience now, whereas earlier, they showed no concern for embarrassment. Without further ado, she released the two of them. Now explain what's going on. If there's something to discuss, let's talk it out instead of resorting to violence. Do not get me wrong, if this was not said by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. After the two were released, another figure appeared before them. Xiandu had no idea when he arrived, and all three looked at him with some annoyance. They had every reason to suspect that Xiandu had been present all along, merely watching the spectacle. Now that the fight was over, he emerged trying to play the good guy. It seemed he had learned a bit of the art of tranquility and non-action. Nonetheless, since someone was offering assistance, they would just go along with it. Senior brother, am not the one looking for trouble. Ask Duo Bao what good thing he has done. Xiandu looked at Duo Bao, who also had an unhappy expression. I don't even know what I did to provoke him. He came at me, without explanation, just attacking. Look at this, it's simply disgraceful. Saying this, he even showed Xiandu his torn Taoist robe. Guangqingzi was anxious upon hearing this. Duo Bao, stop playing the victim. I just want to ask if you stole my human emperor. Human emperor. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and Xiandu exchanged glances. Junior brother Guangqingzi, how did this come about? The Earth Emperor has already returned to junior brother Changxing, so what does this have to do with you and Duo Bao? Guangqingzi felt even more aggrieved. It's not the Earth Emperor, it's the Human Emperor. Human Emperor. This is quite a surprise. The Earth Emperor hasn't even settled down yet, and now they're talking about the Human Emperor. Both of them seem to have become rather clever planning ahead. Oh, it's the Human Emperor. So what's the situation with this Human Emperor? Are you saying Duo Bao stole the Human Emperor? Where's the evidence for that? Duo Bao, tell me, did you take on a disciple called Tianfu? Yes, I took on a disciple. So what? Am I not allowed to take disciples? Great, you admit it. Are you planning to make that disciple the Human Emperor? Everyone turned their attention to Duo Bao, suddenly feeling that this operation was somewhat familiar. Duo Bao seemed to be following Changsheng's lead, already preparing to take a disciple for the Human Emperor. However, Duo Bao remained calm. Guangqingzi, don't blame me without cause. Who becomes the Human Emperor is a matter for the human race. What does it have to do with me? Am I capable of controlling who becomes emperor for the human race? Guangqingzi felt his anger cooling down. Shameless. The Earth Emperor is that of Changsheng's disciple. If he wants to appoint someone as the Human Emperor in the future, isn't that just up to Changsheng's word? You all seem to have plotted this from the start. The more Guangqingzi spoke, the more agitated he became, realizing that Jiejiao Sect was attempting to monopolize power. They dared not provoke the human teaching, but starting from the Human Emperor, they were preparing to cut off all access to the Chan sect. Tai, who was intently watching the spectacle, was taken aback. What does this mean? The Human Emperor is decided by the Earth Emperor, so wouldn't the 5 emperors also be decided by the Human Emperor? After all, one of the 5 emperors had been promised to him by the Primordial Supreme Being. This means that his merits for being the master of the 5 emperors might be at stake. He no longer dared to enjoy the spectacle and hurried toward Guangqingzi, while Chijingzi also understood what was happening. The 5 emperors involved him too. Guangqingzi, you're judging a gentleman's heart with a villain's mindset. It is well known that the human race appoints the virtuous. How could this be decided by Changxing alone? Stop your groundless accusations. While this was said, no one was willing to believe Duo Bao, any more their expressions revealing their understanding. It turned out that Duo Bao, who had been quiet, had done something so significant, quite cunning indeed. Duo Bao, you're being too excessive. Have Changxing come out. If he dares to swear that he will not make Tianfu the human emperor, then fine. If he does not dare to make the oath, this matter is not over. Guang Chengzi also realized that Duo Bao was not the one who made the final call, but ultimately it depended on Changxing. After all the four ancestors of the human race, the Earth Emperor's master is Changxing. Even if Duo Bao made any promises, he would not be inclined to believe them. It must be Changxing who speaks. Yes, let Changxing come out. Tai and Shijingzi spoke in unison, and the atmosphere became tense. Seeing Tai and Shijingzi step forward, the disciples of Jiejiao Sect hurriedly gathered around, fearing that Duo Bao would suffer. The other golden immortals of the Chan sect were helpless. It was impossible to overlook this. In an instant, the situation became one of hostility and tension. Guang Qingzi, seeing this scene, became even angrier. While you're trying to have the many bully the few. Looking at Xiandu, senior brother, please uphold justice. The appointment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was determined by our masters and sanctioned by the Dao ancestor. How could you allow such chaos? Xiandu felt somewhat helpless. He had just come to join in the fun and assert his presence. But Guang Qingzi was not entirely wrong. The appointment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was indeed established by the Dao ancestor and the 3 purities. Now Jiejiao Sect wanted to disrupt these rules, which was genuinely problematic. Moreover, if Jiejiao Sect truly took over everything, their power would swell to an unimaginable extent, affecting the status of the human teaching. Thus, stepping in as a mediator was really necessary, though otherwise Guang Chengzi could be beaten to death here without anyone speaking up for him. He looked towards the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Where's junior brother Changxing? Changxing. Yes, they seem to have not seen Changxing at all. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit looked around and confirmed that all the disciples of Jiejiao Sect were present except for Changxing. Bixiao met the gaze of the Holy Mother and stepped forward. Senior brother Changxing said he could not suppress his cultivation any longer and had to return to break through. No one is allowed to disturb him. Closed door breakthrough. What a coincidence. Why didn't he break through earlier or later? Isn't he deliberately hiding? Guang Qingzi did not believe this. This was clearly the cunning Changxing who had anticipated this and was hiding away. Xiandu looked towards the 7-colored island, probing within and sensing the fluctuating breath within the Yinyang Hall. He was somewhat astonished. Changxing was really about to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. How long has it been? Isn't he progressing rather quickly? Junior brother Changxing is indeed breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Oh, Guang Qingzi looked towards Xiandu and asked, which side are you on, brother? At this moment Guang Qingzi was truly furious. He couldn't fight back, couldn't argue back, and looked at Duo Bao with eyes full of menace. Fine Duo Bao, is this how you want to play? Let's see how it goes. With that, Guang Qingzi turned and left, and Tai Yi and the others had no choice but to follow. Randang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It seemed this opportunity was about to arise. Xiandu felt helpless. He had only stated the fact that Changxing was breaking through, not shown any bias towards the Jiejiao, so why was he so angry? Alright, with no excitement left to watch, everyone could only disperse. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the others looked at Duo Bao. Senior brother, are you really going to snatch the position of the human emperor? What do you mean by snatching? The human emperor is held by the worthy, and it depends on whether my disciple can measure up. Also, this isn't called snatching. Whether one is worthy is just a word from Changxing. No wonder Changxing had made Duo Bao so pleased with just a few words that day. Now it all made sense. Well done. Senior brother, great job. Just tell me how to snatch it, and I will lead the charge for you. Bai Xiao said, stretching out her fist. Even with Bai Xiao's brain, she could figure out that Guang Chengzi would definitely not let it go easily, and there would surely be a fight. This time it would be a mission to battle, and they would undoubtedly enjoy it. The others were also eager to try, but Yin Xiao had some concerns. As of now, there hadn't been any snatching yet, and since the predetermined facts hadn't emerged, Yuan Shitian Zun naturally wouldn't intervene. But what if they actually did snatch it? This wasn't just about snatching Guang Chengzi's position as human emperor, it was a slap in the face to Yuan Shitian Zun. Looking towards Chisa Island, Duo Bao could be excused, but could Changxing with his intellect not consider these? So what exactly is Changxing planning? Yin Xiao didn't say anything to stop it. The human emperors mastered the opportunity for Duo Bao to break through to Kwasa Saint. Even if Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was called over, wouldn't necessarily be able to persuade Duo Bao. Furthermore, given Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's personality, he likely wouldn't try to persuade him. He might even be eager to join in. Leaving the East China Sea, Guang Qingzi felt increasingly furious. Tai Yi and Qi Jingzi hurried to Guang Chengzi's side. Senior brother, this matter cannot be settled like this. The human emperor belongs to our Chan Jiao. How could it really go to Jiejiao? Guang Qingzi looked at the two, knowing their thoughts. They were worried about losing their position as the 5 emperors' master. Rest assured, it's just snatching. Let's see who has the better means. Guang Qingzi gradually calmed down and realized that this matter was not just between Chan Jiao and Jiejiao. If it really ended up with Jiejiao, then the Earth Emperor, Human Emperor, and the 5 emperors would all belong to Jiejiao. Wouldn't humanity then have to regard Jiejiao as superior? Could the human teach allow that? If the balance were broken, even Yuan Yang and the 2 from the west would likely not be willing. So on the surface it seemed like he and Duo Bao were competing, with Chan Jiao's disciples appearing weaker than Jiejiao's. It seemed there was no advantage, but in fact Jiejiao had already lost, so Guang Qingzi had absolute confidence. Now the most important thing was what was happening with Xin Yuan. He could compete, but he had to be able to push someone forward. If he competed and Xin Yuan didn't cooperate, wouldn't that junior brother slow down? Xian Du hurriedly caught up, and Guang Qingzi looked at Xian Du pretending to be angry. Senior brother, weren't you going to help Jiejiao? Why are you bothering with us? Xian Du shook his head. Junior brother Changsheng is indeed breaking through. I'm not helping Jiejiao, but Jiejiao's unilateral disregard for the sage's decision is truly not permitted, so I support you in this matter of the human emperor's master. Really? Guang Qingzi felt secretly delighted, though his face displayed a look of suspicion. That's natural, but this is just my decision. I don't know what the master thinks, so it still depends on you. I can only stop one person, golden spirit at most. That's enough. Guang Qingzi felt certain he knew the human teach would not let Jiejiao succeed. As for Xin Du's words, he was the only direct disciple of the human teach. His decision was the decision of the human teach, so why beat around the bush? Thank you, senior brother. Seeing Guang Qingzi understanding, Xian Du said no more and left directly, but with a smile on his face. He knew Guang Qingzi's thoughts. It was all just acting. If it weren't for their shared interests, what use was acting so convincingly? As Xian Du left, Randang's eyes turned, looking at Guang Qingzi. Even if Xian Du is willing to help, our strength is still somewhat insufficient in the struggle against Jiejiao. Do you have any other ideas? Looking at Randang, Guang Qingzi's mind was racing. This person rarely spoke. If he suddenly opened his mouth, he probably had some ideas. What would you advise, Uncle Master? Randang laughed upon hearing this. What can I teach you? It's just some suggestions. Since the human teach isn't enough, then find more helpers. Guang Qingzi's heart stirred. Who could be considered a helper in this chess game? Are you suggesting? He asked, pointing towards the west. Randang nodded, then shook his head. Unfortunately, the master probably wouldn't agree to our alliance with the west against Jiejiao. Guang Qingzi immediately shook his head. This time is different. I will speak to the master. This concerns the fortunes of our Chan Jiao. How can we care about those trivial matters? If that's the case, I am willing to strategize for you. Back in the Xiao Palace, when we were listening to the Tao, I still have some friendship with the 2 saints from the west. Guang Qingzi was naturally overjoyed. Then I will trouble you, Uncle Master. In Guang Qingzi's view, Randang was ultimately not a direct disciple. Since he took the initiative to approach him, even though he didn't know what scheming was in his heart, it would be beneficial to utilize him. Once the matter was accomplished, he could always kick Randang out and say it was all his idea. The original disadvantage suddenly turned into a favorable situation. On Kunlun, Guang Qingzi eagerly sought Yuan Shi Tianzun, but found no one. I am going into seclusion. The major affairs of Chan Jiao will be presided over by the deputy sect master Randang. Oh, Guang Qingzi was even more delighted. Didn't this mean that he and Randang could decide this matter? No longer hesitating, he left the Yusu Palace and said to Randang, Uncle Master, the master said he is going into seclusion. From now on, the affairs of Chan Jiao will be managed by you. Please negotiate with the West. If they are willing to help, how about we share the title of the 5 Emperors Master with the West? This matter will succeed. Both Guang Qingzi and Randang knew that the title of the 5 Emperors Master might just be a bit of merit and fortune for the East, but for the West, it was a different story. This was an opportunity for the West to enter the East. The 2 saints from the West dreamt of tearing open this gap. In the Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed into the distance. The heavenly mechanism grew increasingly chaotic. Humanity was on the verge of awakening, while it seemed that Hong Jun was having issues. Could this be the opportunity they had been desperate? Leaving Kunlun Mountain, Randang turned back to glance at the Yusu Palace. Going into seclusion and letting him manage the Chan sect. Does he think he's a fool? Is this trust in him? Or is it preparing to make him the scapegoat? After this matter passes, perhaps Yuan Shi Tianzun will say he knows nothing, that it was all orchestrated by Randang, and then push him out to take the fall, ensuring the Chan sect's happiness. His choice was indeed not wrong. Yuan Shi Tianzun has his own schemes, but does he not have his own? Yuan Shi Tianzun would never expect that he would turn towards the West. With this thought, Randang felt even less psychological burden and headed straight towards the West. The human race has the Bear tribe, and at this moment Tianfu has all. Xian Yuan was following Tianfu's instructions, methodically passing on cultural knowledge and the cultivation of herbal medicine when Guang Qingzi returned. Master. Seeing Guang Qingzi return, Xian Yuan was filled with joy. Previously he had thought Guang Qingzi had ill intentions, and was a human trafficker, but after Guang Qingzi passed the probation period, Xian Yuan no longer thought that way, as Guang Qingzi had taught him real skills and worked hard to help him, so Xian Yuan had long regarded Guang Qingzi as a true master. This task of spreading culture and herbal medicine was heavy, and Xian Yuan found it somewhat taxing. Now that Guang Qingzi had returned, things would become easier. Master, you don't speak yet. I have something important to discuss with you. Come follow me inside. Pulled into the grand hall by Guang Qingzi, Xian Yuan had already succeeded as the chieftain of the bear tribe, and the chieftain's hall naturally centered around him. Master, what is this about? Seeing Guang Qingzi's solemn expression, Xian Yuan realized that Guang Qingzi likely had something significant to say. Xian Yuan, do you wish to become the human emperor? Human emperor. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan nodded without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to be the human emperor? He too had ideals and aspirations. If he could become the human emperor, he could naturally contribute more to the human race. Guang Qingzi was pleasantly surprised by how readily Xian Yuan agreed. Was it really that easy? Had he overthought it? Great. This is wonderful. It seems he had worried for nothing. Indeed, this was the human emperor. Many had fought to be the master of the human emperor, let alone the human emperor himself. Well, since you have this intention, I will definitely help you seize the title of human emperor and ensure that Tianfu does not steal your position. What? Wait, master, while I wish to become the human emperor, I absolutely cannot compete with General Tianfu. In terms of strength and capability, I cannot match him. If General Tianfu becomes the human emperor, it will benefit the human race even more. Guang Qingzi's smile froze. What does that mean? Is he joking with him? If you don't compete with Tianfu, how can you become the human emperor? I can become the human emperor after General Tianfu. General Tianfu has already said that he thinks highly of me, and if I perform well in the future, he will consider me for the next human emperor. Duo Bao. Guang Qingzi was grinding his teeth in anger. He had just fought with Duo Bao, and now Duo Bao was giving him a hard time, saying that Xian Yuan would become the human emperor if he performed well. Wasn't that just a hollow promise? The problem is this kid actually believes it. Don't be foolish, Tianfu is deceiving you. General Tianfu always speaks and acts on his words. He would not deceive me. You. Guang Qingzi was so enraged, he almost wanted to clear the hall. What if Tianfu is preparing to consolidate the various tribes? Consolidating the tribes. Xian Yuan was startled. How is that possible? Our human race has practiced the tribal system for so long, and each tribe has become accustomed to it. How could General Tianfu go against the will of the people? Indeed, in Xian Yuan's view, this was simply impossible. The various tribes are currently maintaining stability. Although some conflicts inevitably arise during their expansion, they generally extend towards areas with less contention. Not to mention the Feng clan forcibly merging other tribes. Even those scattered tribes without a fairyland would not dare to provoke war directly. No tribe would want to lose its autonomy. No one dares to take the lead. Once they do, they would be attacked by the other tribes. Xian Yuan felt the same way. The bear tribe had been passed down for generations, a legacy from his ancestors. He could not allow the bear tribe to be incorporated into the Feng clan and lose its name. Adoration for Tianfu aside, Xian Yuan absolutely would not sacrifice the bear tribe. Not only would Xian Yuan refuse, but all the tribes would likely feel the same. Hearing this, Guang Qingzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was still hope. He thought Xian Yuan had become so muddled that he would even give up the bear. But what if Tianfu really does this? Xian Yuan fell silent. After a long time, he said, I don't know. Guang Qingzi finally smiled. He didn't need to know anymore. He already had the answer. In that case, he could start preparing. Moreover, if even Xian Yuan thought this way, what about the other tribes? They would likely oppose it even more. Although the Feng clan was powerful, the 36 major tribes united would likely not be an opponent for the Feng clan. Heavenly Court. During this time, Hao Yan was truly enduring great torment. Watching these immortals act falsely polite, while key positions in the Heavenly Court were gradually taken over by the three teachings, made it impossible for Hao Yan to feel willing. Originally, Hao Yan thought that as long as he became powerful, he would be able to change all of this. But breaking through to the mid-stage of Quasi Saint was still a distant goal, let alone reaching a level comparable to the Six Saints. No, this cannot continue, absolutely not. Casting his gaze beyond the heavens, Hao Yan finally made up his mind. Initially, it was Hong Jun who decided to enter the Heavenly Court. Now that he was being bullied by the three Qing, would Hong Jun really just sit back and do nothing? With this thought, Hao Yan could no longer suppress the injustice in his heart and headed straight for the chaos. The chaos was boundless. Even Hao Yan could not find the location of the Jiejiao Palace. However, the Jiejiao Palace was omnipresent and did not need to be sought out. As long as one had the intention, if Hong Jun was willing to see him, the Jiejiao Palace would naturally appear. Indeed, not long after a palace appeared in the chaos, was it not the Jiejiao Palace? Seeing this, Hao Yan was overjoyed and hurried towards the Jiejiao Palace. Disciple Hao Yan paying respects to the master. Hong Jun looked at Hao Yan, his expression unchanged. What brings you here? Wow. Hao Yan immediately burst into tears. This cry was truly heartbreaking for listeners, and brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. It was definitely not an act, it carried a hint of sincerity, and that sense of grievance made even Hong Jun frown. Enough, let's get down to business. You are now the lord of the heavenly court, how can you be crying like this? Not hearing this was fine, but upon hearing it Hao Yin could no longer hold back. Master, the heavenly court you gave me, I cannot hold on to it anymore. Hong Jun looked at Hao Yin listening to his words, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Although he understood the situation, he still asked what exactly is going on. Hao Yin hurriedly explained how the Sanqing were bullying him with their saintly prowess, how they had arranged personnel in the heavenly court, leaving him with no capable allies there, and how the authority of the heavenly court was nearly monopolized by them. He recounted his misfortunes in a pitiful manner, embellishing it further to the point where even Hong Jun felt that if he did not intervene, Hao Yin would surely be done for by tomorrow. The Jade Emperor would be usurped, and the heavenly court would fall. However, Haoshan's arrival was actually quite fortuitous for Hong Jun, who was troubled about how to intervene in the grand affairs of the Hong Huang and halt the revival of humanity. After reviewing the grand matters of the Hong Huang, Hong Jun discovered that the catalyst for the acceleration of humanity's revival seemed to be none other than that Changxing from the Jiejiao. Thus the most critical factor was still Changxing. As for the martial way of the human race, though humanity was not the ultimate path of the human race, but rather the path of all spirits, the current human race was indeed the protagonist of the Hong Huang. The stronger humanity became, the quicker the revival of humanity would be. To prevent this revival, one had to tackle it from two aspects. One was Changxing, and the other was the martial way of humanity. With this in mind, Hong Jun devised a plan. The disciples of Jiejiao are almost half in the heavenly court at this time. In the western extremities, otherworldly beings are breaching the Hong Huang barrier. As the lord of the heavenly court, you should lead the army to resist them. I will grant you a command talisman. Upon your return, issue orders for all the immortals and deities of the heavenly court to accompany you into battle, leaving only Yaoqi Changxing Xuandu and Guangchengzi to oversee the affairs of the heavenly court. Otherworldly beings breaching the Hong Huang barrier. How could he not know about such a significant matter? No, Hong Jun seemed too calm, indicating that these otherworldly beings posed no real threat to the Hong Huang. Was it merely a ploy to draw the immortals of the Hong Huang away? Yes, it must be so. But why draw them away? Haoshan's thoughts spun quickly, recalling the previous battle between Guangchengzi and Duobao, seemingly over the Emperor of Humanity. Initially, the master of the Emperor of Humanity was destined to be Guangchengzi, but now Duobao sought to seize him, leading to a fierce conflict between the two that ended in discord. If this situation continues, it seems Guangchengzi and Duobao are bound to have another clash. No, it might escalate into a conflict between Jiejiao and Changjiao. Currently, the immortals of the heavenly court are mostly disciples of Jiejiao, the elite brought along by Changxing, while the remaining ones at Jiejiao Island are nearly all scraps. If they are taken away this time, the originally favorable situation for Jiejiao would diminish significantly. In a conflict between Changjiao and Jiejiao, there is still a chance of victory. It would be best if both sides suffer losses. With both sects weakened, he would naturally have the opportunity to seize power. It would be even more perfect if he could eliminate some disciples from both sects during this expedition. With this thought, Hao Yin felt a surge of excitement. This plan was feasible. After all, he had Hong Jun backing him, and he had a legitimate reason. After all, did Tong Tian and Yuanshe really dare to act against him? If you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. However, it was a bit disappointing that Hong Jun wanted him to leave Changxing behind. Nor could it be that he intended to use Changjiao's hand to eliminate Changxing. Indeed, Changxing was merely a tiny golden immortal. With the ruthlessness of the 12 golden immortals of Changjiao, it would not be difficult to kill Changxing. With this thought, Hao Yin no longer hesitated. Thank you, my lord. As the Xiao Palace vanished, a command talisman appeared in Haoshan's hand. It seemed that as long as he held this talisman, even saints would pose no threat to him. Hao Yin couldn't help but feel even more invigorated and hurried back to the heavenly court. In the Xiao Palace, Hong Jun gazed at the Hong Huang with an inscrutable expression. The path of destiny, those who cultivate the path of destiny, are either rulers of their realms or disruptors of fate. Will Changxing be the former or the latter? In truth, it matters not. Whether the former or the latter, Hong Jun would not allow such individuals to exist. And the Sanqing seemed to be somewhat unruly. Yet before he could contemplate further, his gaze turned indifferent. After a brief moment of clarity, Hong Jun began to fulfill his responsibilities in accordance with the heaven. On Jiejiao Island, Changxing had been in seclusion for a long time, and his aura was steadily rising. The repeated manipulation of fate, particularly with the aid of the literary path herbs and the martial way of humanity, allowed Changxing's comprehension of the path of destiny to soar. Having repressed his potential for so long, a sudden surge of power was underway, and the process of breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal was remarkably smooth. The seeds of the Golden Immortal were planted, the Tai opened the path, and the Deluo bore the fruit. At this moment, a Dao fruit representing destiny was successfully formed, merging with Changxing's divine soul, achieving true spiritual completeness. The title of Golden Immortal, though often referred to as immortal and indestructible, was somewhat inaccurate. De Luo Golden Immortal was far more fitting. As long as no Crises saints intervened in battles of the same level, it was virtually impossible to annihilate the true spirit. Even if a Crises saint were to intervene, a De Luo Golden Immortal would almost always have the opportunity for reincarnation of the true spirit, unless a saint personally intervened. At the early stage of De Luo Golden Immortal, after breaking through, Changsheng felt as if he were on top of the world. With a mere gesture, he could influence the grand trends of heaven and earth. Of course, this was merely an illusion immediately following a sudden breakthrough. Once stabilized, he would realize he was still but an ant, as this was still the Hongwan. On Chisa Island, the group of Carp were cheering with joy, for they could sense that their ancestor had grown even stronger. Slowly gathering his overwhelming aura, Changsheng stepped out of the Yin-Yang Hall. His gaze fell upon one of the Carp. With just a glance, Changsheng could almost see its entire life. This was the terrifying aspect of the path of destiny. Not only could he see the life of this newly ascended Carp, but any being whose realm was lower than his own and whose fate was weaker could not escape his eyes. Not only could he see through their entire lives, but he could also alter them. The lower the cultivation and weaker the fate of the being, the lesser the cost for Changsheng to change their destinies. The cost could be his own fortune or his own merits. Isn't this a stroke of luck? After all, he still had no idea how to utilize this fortune. In the future, if he found someone displeasing, he could directly alter their fate. For example, if stepping out with the left foot first angered a certain powerful being, leading to a swift death, was that reasonable? Quite reasonable. This was merely the most basic application. There were others, such as if someone wished to harm him. As long as their fate was not as strong as his, Changsheng could sense it instantly, tracing back to the source and find them in an instant. Moreover, if he wanted to find someone or calculate someone's fate, it was hardly a difficult task. Now, as long as he didn't act recklessly, seeking out a saint was nearly equivalent to determining his own fate. Every day, when he stepped out, whether to step out with the left foot or the right foot was already indicated by destiny. Marvelous, the path of destiny was simply too powerful. Furthermore, during battles under the suppression of destiny, there may not even be a need to fight. The opponent's fate could already be extinguished, their luck could already be waning, and inner demons could be plaguing them. At this moment, Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of expansion. Human race. During these years of seclusion, Tianfu has traversed the various tribes of the human race, promoting literacy and herbal knowledge. The results have been significant, and his prestige has steadily increased. One cannot deny that the path laid out by Pujuan for Tianfu is indeed remarkable. With the literacy and agricultural teachings completed, they returned to the Feng clan. Songjie and Lingxi's mission among the human race has nearly come to an end. Songjie did not think too much about it, and directly settled on Changxing Mountain to enter seclusion, contemplating the path of literature, preparing to enrich the written language of the human race. Lingxi, on the other hand, was preparing to leave the human realm and return to Tine Star. Jili tribe. In terms of strength, the Jili tribe could very well rank as the most powerful among the 36 major tribes of the human race. Currently, Pujuan stands at the pinnacle of the 8th level of martial arts, while others, even Tianfu, have only just entered the 8th level. The tribe leader Chiyo has already reached the peak of the 7th level of martial arts. Not only Chiyo, but it seems that all the members of the Jili tribe are well suited for martial cultivation, boasting better physical conditions than those of other tribes. They progress quickly with 3 warriors at the 7th level. There are even more at the 5th and 6th levels. The only drawback is that in comparison to other major tribes, their numbers are somewhat smaller. Leader, if Tianfu were to become the human emperor, our chances of suppressing him would be quite low. The speaker was Hoqing, the second strongest in the Jili tribe after Chiyu. Hoqing understood Caius' ambitions. No, not just Caius' ambitions, but the ambitions of their entire Jili tribe. While the common tribesmen might not be aware, the leaders certainly were. They are not merely human, at the very least, they are not purely human. Under the arrangement of the ancestor Wu Huang, they have reincarnated as humans. They can now be seen as a combination of the human race and the shaman race. Although they wear the guise of humans, they will not forget their mission to use this incarnation to unify the human race and revive the shaman race. To restore the glory of the shaman race, it would be manageable if anyone else were to become the human emperor. Among the 36 tribes, they would not fear any of them. However, Tianfu is different. Although the Jili tribe is strong, if Tianfu wishes to eradicate the Jili tribe, they wouldn't even need to lead the army personally. The 7 killers could handle it without breaking a sweat. Damn it. Chiyu was truly angry. The human race, specifically the Feng clan, was playing their own game. The Celestial Emperor belongs to the Feng clan, the Earth Emperor belongs to the Feng clan, and now the Human Emperor must also be from the Feng clan. What game are they left to play? They might as well let the Feng clan inherit everything. No way. I refuse to believe that the other tribes have no ambitions. We must also accelerate our actions. Chiyu called out, and the other leaders nodded in agreement. Fortunately, they were not solely reliant on their own efforts. They also had the support of the Mother of Earth. The spirits from the underworld followed them, allowing them to silently control the various tribes surrounding Jiuli and quietly strengthen themselves. As Chiyu said, other tribes undoubtedly have their own ambitions. When they rise in rebellion, it is hard to believe that Tianfu could withstand it. Ultimately, if they managed to bring down Tianfu, they would reveal their might, and the ruler of the human race would still belong to the Jiuli tribe. Titan Star. Lingxi stood in the starry sky, gazing at Titan Star with a profoundly gentle expression. How long had it been since she left Titan Star? Now she has finally returned. Lingxi could hardly contain her excitement as she stepped directly into Titan Star. The protective barriers were still intact, indicating that no one had dared to force their way in over the years. After all, this was a barrier she had set up at her peak, and most Quasi-Saints could not enter. Walking on the land of Titan Star, it felt just like before, a chilling yet familiar sensation. In the center of Titan Star, the Guanghan Palace. Familiar too familiar. Perhaps only by returning here could she truly find peace. After placing the jade rabbit down, Lingxi was about to enter the Guanghan Palace when her expression suddenly changed. She felt that something was missing on Titan Star and suddenly looked towards the opposite of Guanghan Palace. If she remembered correctly, there was a tree there, the supreme innate spiritual root, the Titan Laurel Tree. Now, however, that place was bare. Her expression gradually turned blank. Was it stolen? Or had the laurel tree transformed during her absence? If it were the latter, that would be fine, but if it were the former, just thinking about it made Lingxi clench her teeth in anger. Suddenly thinking of something, Lingxi hurriedly opened the pouch that Changsheng had given her, which she was told to open only after returning to Titan Star. She had been busy with herbal matters and almost forgot about it, but now it came to her mind. Could it be related to the laurel tree? Lingxi pondered as she slowly opened the pouch. A divine thought emerged. The transformation of a supreme innate spiritual root is difficult. I pity its difficulties and send it an opportunity. After returning to Titan Star, if you find the laurel tree missing, do not panic. There will be a day when you meet again. So that's it. Lingxi listened to Changsheng's voice and immediately sighed in relief with a hint of joy in her heart. Over the long years, the only companions on Titan Star besides her and her sister were the laurel tree. They had long regarded the laurel tree as a sister. However, the transformation of a supreme innate spiritual root is arduous, and even they were unable to aid it. Now it was different. Since Changsheng was willing to intervene, although she did not know what kind of opportunity Changsheng would grant the laurel tree, she was aware of Changsheng's capabilities. If she couldn't do it, it didn't mean Changsheng couldn't. Not to mention, all the plots of the human race, Changsheng also had a saintly master. Perhaps it truly could be done. Especially since Changsheng mentioned that there would be a day of reunion, perhaps one day the laurel tree would indeed transform. Thinking of this, Lingxi no longer felt anxious. However, it seemed that without the laurel tree, Titan Star had become even colder. Fortunately, she had acquired a spiritual pet in the flood wilderness this time, otherwise it would have been rather heavenly court. After Haoyan returned, he could hardly contain his emotions. After informing Yaoqi, he prepared to summon the celestial beings of the heavenly court. In the past, when he summoned them, the celestial beings would come in dribs and drabs, and Jinling, Holy Mother, would always be absent. But this time was different, with the Tao ancestors' decree who would dare defy it. Summon all celestial beings for a meeting in Lingxiao Palace. Within the heavenly court, Zhao Gongming and others suddenly heard Haoshan's voice. Initially they thought little of it, but within that voice was an overwhelming will that could not be resisted. If they did not comply, their lives could be at stake. Though they did not know what method Haoyan was using, Zhao Gongming did not want to block it. He only wished to meet with them. It was not a big deal, and there was no need to risk their lives. Not just Zhao Gongming, but Luo Xian, Lu Yue, and others also heard the voice. After a moment's hesitation, they headed straight to Lingxiao Palace. At Shouyang Mountain Xuandu, they were momentarily stunned by the sound. How has Haoyan become so formidable? They had not noticed how deeply he had hidden his strength. Looking towards the one seated above the Taiji Laozi, they saw him not even lift his eyelids, and simply say, "Go." It seems that my master is well aware of the situation, so Xian Du no longer pondered and headed directly to the heavenly court. On the side of Guangqingzi, he was originally thinking of ways to enhance the strength of the Yoxiong tribe, but at this moment, he also heard the call of Haoyan. Sensing the undeniable might in the voice, Guangqingzi hesitated for a moment before directly ascending to the heavens along with Tai and Yuding. On Jiejiao Island, Changsheng listened to Haoshan's voice and felt this aura, suddenly understanding something. He vaguely sensed the presence of a kindred spirit within this might. It seemed that it was about to begin, and he knew that Tao Ancestor would not sit idly by and wait for humanity to awaken. As the game reached its mid-stage, if he were to take this step steadily, the awakening of humanity would likely become a certainty. Now he was going to see what move the Tao Ancestor had made. Leaving Chisa Island, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was also waiting for Changsheng. "Senior sister, let's go together." In the heavenly court, it seemed that this was the most complete gathering of celestial beings Haoyan had ever witnessed, as all 6 emperors were present. This time the gathering of all celestial beings is due to the decree of the Tao ancestor. The intrusion of beings from another realm is threatening the Hongwang barrier, and we must go to repel these intruders. Otherworldly beings. Chang Sheng was dumbfounded. The Tao ancestor had quite the means to bring forth beings from another realm. However, there was nothing strange about it. The Hongwang was not the only world within the chaos. It was quite normal for other worlds to discover Hongwang and seek to invade. Usually they would certainly deliberate on whether to go or not. But now with Haoshan's single decree from the Tao ancestor, and seeing the command talisman in Haoshan's hand, it seemed that as long as they dared to disobey, Haoyan could determine their life or death, leaving them with no room for resistance. The three of them stayed, as each of the three teachings left one member behind. Changsheng, the heavenly court cannot be left without anyone guarding it. I request that the great emperor of Nanji Changsheng, the great emperor of Dongji Qinghua, and the great emperor of Shiji Goqing, along with the queen mother of Yaoqi, remain to guard the heavenly court. The three of them stayed, as each of the three teachings left one member behind. Changsheng looked at the queen mother of Yaoqi beside Haoyan. Oh, would it be suitable for the three of them to stay along with her? Surprisingly, the holy mother of golden spirit was reassigned. A thought crossed Changsheng's mind, and he understood something. Hongjun Dao ancestor aimed to weaken the strength of the Jiejiao Sect, increasing the odds for the Chan Sect. After removing these individuals, if the Chan Sect faced off against the Jiejiao Sect, they would have a chance of winning. With only Yunxiao remaining as a Kwasa saint from the Jiejiao Sect, it seemed inadequate. Xiandu would probably intervene as well. If the Chan Sect were to win, the martial path would be forgotten and humanity's trajectory would revert to its original path. The awakening of humanity might be postponed indefinitely. Perhaps they still intended to eliminate him directly this time. Otherwise, why would they leave him behind? Truly cunning. However, he was unsure if the intrusion of these otherworldly beings posed any danger. It should not, otherwise the Tao ancestor would not handle it so lightly. With the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit accompanying him, Changsheng was not overly concerned. He, as a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, was not a die-hard loyalist willing to share life and death with the Hongwang. At worst, if things looked unfavorable, he could simply have the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit take everyone away. It was likely that remaining Jiejiao Sect disciples and Hongwang were in greater danger. At this moment, Xian seemed to have understood something, and Guang Qingzi was even more delighted. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have wanted to shout to the heavens, "Heaven assists me." Although Tu Tai and Yuding had left, replacing them with such a large number was simply perfect. Moreover, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had also been taken away. He was originally worried about how to deal with another Kwasa saint. Now with Yunxiao handed over to Xian, Dui felt confident about the rest. Steady. Guang Qingzi thought to himself and directly shouted to Haoyan, the Chan Sect is willing to follow the emperor in repelling foreign enemies. Chan Sect. Haoshan's expression darkened. Although it was true he was in the heavenly court, he was a celestial being of the heavenly court. The emperor of Goqing and the disciples of the Chan Sect were also subjects of the heavenly court. Now it was good that they openly shouted this in front of him, truly showing no respect at all. At this moment, Haoyan thought to himself, just behave well, and one day my level of dislike for you will surpass that of Changsheng. Following Guang Qingzi, Xian Du directly stated Xian Du is willing to accept the decree. Haoyan felt refreshed. Look, this is the good subject he envisioned. Not to mention anything else, at least they could maintain their composure on the surface. People are just afraid of comparisons. Compared to Guang Qingzi, Xian Du was simply too good. This Chan Sect is simply too arrogant. To be honest, if it weren't for Changsheng being part of the Jiejiao Sect, Haoyan clearly disliked the Chan Sect more than the Jiejiao Sect. At this moment, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was aware that she had fallen into Hongjun's scheme. Naturally, she was unwilling, but just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Changsheng. Senior sister, this is the Tao ancestor's command talisman. We cannot refuse it. Just agree, I will handle it here. Others could understand, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could certainly understand it too. This was clearly aimed at the Jiejiao Sect. If she left, and took so many Jiejiao Sect disciples with her, could Changsheng handle it? However, looking at Changsheng's calm demeanor, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could only choose to trust him. The invasion of otherworldly beings concerned the safety of Hongwang. Hongjuan, in the guise of the heavenly Tao, issued the command talisman. Anyone who defies it would be seen as opposing the heavenly Tao. If she did not comply, she would be obliterated by the power of the talisman on the spot, and no one could say anything. Otherwise, why do you think Haoyan dared to act so confidently? I, the Jiejiao Sect, am willing to obey the emperor's orders. Well, even if she agreed, she still had to irritate him by mentioning the Jiejiao Sect. With the Chan Sect in front, Haoyan was not as filled with hatred. However, seeing how easily the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit agreed was somewhat disappointing. He actually hoped she would resist a bit to show him the power of the talisman, but alas, she remained composed. It was mainly Changsheng. He didn't believe that Changsheng couldn't see through the implications. But even so, Changsheng could remain calm. Was he just that confident? Or was he just bluffing? This was no longer his concern. The subsequent stage would be handed over to the 6 sacred powers. Alright, we will depart in 10 years. Everyone prepare yourselves. On Jiejiao Island. Tong Tian looked at Chang Sheng after knowing about this matter. What do you think? Treasure was somewhat upset upon seeing this. He was the one who was supposed to duel Guang Qingzi afterward. What was the point of asking Chang Sheng? Come on, the protagonist is him. This favoritism is too obvious. Is his brain missing a piece compared? Although I believe the invasion of otherworldly beings should not pose too much of a threat, I still feel that we should take appropriate precautions. After all, those are nearly half of my Jiejiao Sect disciples. Why not let Xiong Xiao Bai Xiao and Wudong's sister go help senior sister? Everyone was taken aback by the words, especially Duo Bao, who felt that Chang Sheng had lost his mind. What's the matter? Is the life of your master sister more valuable than that of this master brother? It's been stated that the invasion from another realm poses little danger, yet so many people have been reassigned. What am I supposed to do? Although there are still many disciples with so many peak combatants missing, how can he contend against Guang Qingzi? Even Yin Xiao and the others were puzzled, unsure of what scheme Chang Sheng was concocting. Tong Tian too was only half understanding, but he had come to recognize that Chang Sheng's intellect was far superior to that of the people from Jiejiao. He wouldn't need to worry about such trivial matters. With the strongest mind at his disposal, why would he need to think for himself? That would be pointless. Alright, let's trust Chang Sheng. To be on the safe side, I will leave a malevolent corpse on Jinling. If anything goes wrong, I can still bring the disciples back safely. That makes it even better. The group looked at the teacher and student who had quickly settled the major issue, and they felt somewhat speechless. Since it was so simple, why gather everyone for a meeting? It seemed unnecessary. They could just listen to Chang Sheng and follow his orders. However, it must be said that Chang Sheng's reputation had risen significantly. At the very least, when it came to strategizing, they felt inferior. Clearly, they were all quite perplexed, yet not a single person raised an objection. Even Duo Bao remained silent. After all, no matter how difficult things got, he still had confidence against Jiejiao. After the meeting, everyone prepared individually. San Xiao approached Chang Sheng, and Bai Xiao directly spoke up. Senior brother, why should I go to repel the invasion from another realm? I want to fight Jiejiao, not go there. What's so good about fighting Jiejiao? It's pointless. You want to spar and gain practical experience, so you must see the otherworldly beings. Moreover, my avatar will be going as well, and I'm counting on you and Xiong Xiao to protect my avatar. Protect the avatar. Bai Xiao suddenly understood. So that's what you meant, senior brother. Don't worry, I will ensure nothing goes wrong with your avatar. Xiong Xiao nodded in agreement, but Yin Xiao was not so easily convinced. It was just an avatar. As long as the main body was alive, even if the avatar was destroyed, it could be recreated with little cost. Meeting Yin Xiao's gaze, Chang Sheng smiled. Junior sister, you are mistaken. This time it seems to be directed at me. As long as my avatar is alive, even if something happens to me here, I can rely on the avatar to live again. But if something happens to the avatar, my true spirit will truly perish. Yin Xiao's expression tightened at these words. It's aimed at Chang Sheng. In an instant, Yin Xiao connected the dots. Rest assured, senior brother, I will protect you well. Then I must trouble you, junior sister. 10 years later, the celestial beings of the heavenly court, led by Hao Tian, set off for the western extremes. The commotion was so great that other beings in the wilderness felt it, realizing an invasion from another realm was underway. Surprisingly, many righteous souls unhesitatingly joined in. Hao Tian understood from Hong Jun's attitude that this invasion from another realm likely wouldn't be on a large scale. It was merely an excuse for Hong Jun to take him and the celestial beings away. After all, the 4 extremes were guarded by the 4 holy spirits, who could break in. But the beings in the wilderness were unaware and thought a great calamity was about to befall them. The wilderness is my home, protection relies on all of us. When the wilderness is in trouble, I will stand up. Thus, although it was clearly Hao Tian leading a group of celestial beings away, it turned out to be half celestial beings from the heavenly court and half beings from the wilderness spontaneously joining. At that moment, Hao Tian's heart swelled with pride. Although these beings were merely golden immortals, if he could subdue them, it would still be a considerable force. All of you are righteous souls. I, the Emperor of the Southern Polar Longsheng, under the authority of the Minister of Rights, Sun Li, represent the Heavenly Court in thanking you for your arrival. Please follow the arrangements of my Minister of Rights and register your information and specialties so we can best utilize your abilities. Moreover, since you have come, the Heavenly Court cannot remain ungrateful. We will provide for all your needs, and after the war we will reward you fairly according to your contributions. At that time, whether you wish to remain in the Heavenly Court or continue your free cultivation, we will make proper arrangements. The sudden voice caused Hao Tian's previously inflated mood to fade significantly. What's going on? You represent the Heavenly Court. On what grounds do you represent the Heavenly Court? He is the Lord of the Heavenly Court. These words should have been his to say, yet Sun Li used them to win over hearts. Sun Li was speaking his words. This stage belonged to him. At that moment, Hao Tian felt as though he had finally gotten a wife, paid the bride price, held the wedding, and now was about to enter the bridal chamber, but he had no part in it. He wanted to say something, but saw a throng of beings gazing at Sun Li with fervent eyes loudly praising him. Your Majesty is wise. We vow to protect the wilderness to the death. At that moment, all the beings were quite excited. After all, with Sun Li's promise, their passionate feelings were not in vain. Regardless of whether it could be fulfilled in the end, their hearts felt warm. Moreover, this was said by Sun Li. In the wilderness, who is Hao Tian? Many might not know, as Hao Tian has been terrifyingly low-key. The only time he stood out was when he subdued the Dragon Clan, which became a joke, as everyone could see that it was Jiejiao's credit. In contrast, the southern polar Long Sheng, now one of the 4 ancestors of the human race, was known by all beings in the wilderness. Not to mention the reputation he gained from leading the human race. Just recently, he had received merit twice, making him the most prominent figure in the wilderness. With so many identities and such renown, how could they not trust his words? After someone revealed that Sun Li was Chang Sheng's avatar, their faith in him grew even stronger. Your Majesty, please open the Heavenly Court's treasury and provide resources. Sun Li looked at Hao Tian and said slowly, causing Hao Tian to simmer with unexpressed anger. Sun Li intended to be generous with his wealth. The Heavenly Court had no treasury. That was his private stash, all painstakingly accumulated. He did have the intention of opening his private stash to win hearts, but not in this manner. Wasn't this just opening his private stash for Sun Li to buy popularity? Does he think he's a fool? He is a fool. With so many people watching, if he doesn't open the private stash for resources, his reputation would be utterly ruined, let alone subduing these beings. Cunning, well played, Sun Li. Sun Li looked at Hao Tian, his smile, ever bright, humph, calculating him. First, let's collect some interest, and then slowly settle the scores later. There was more than one reason to anger Hao Yin. With the registration completed by the Ministry of Rights, Xuanli began the allocation of these personnel. Most of them were in the combat department. Those who dared to come to assist were mostly battle-capable, at the very least filled with passion, and that was enough. Currently, the combat department, under the control of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, housed the largest army of the Heavenly Court. Hao Yin's reputation was lacking, but the prestige of Jiejiao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was more than sufficient. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit claimed she was recruiting, offering generous treatment, and with many disciples of Jiejiao leading the charge, she quickly gathered 100,000 elite heavenly soldiers. Don't be surprised, as within the entire Heavenly Court, Hao Yin was merely a figurehead. If one were to speak of who had the greatest power, it would undoubtedly be the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and if one were to speak of who held the most authority, it would also be the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Seeing Xuanli continuously sending people to the Holy Mother, Hao Yin could no longer contain himself. Xuanli, don't go too far. Hao Yin pulled Xuanli aside and whispered, his voice filled with resentment that it was almost audible. It was no wonder Hao Yin was angry. The Heavenly Court belonged to him. The treasury was his, yet most of the talents that came were allocated to the combat department, while the rest were assigned to the Ministry of Rights, the water department, the plague department, and the fire department. As a result, he had put in so much yet received nothing in return, or it was utterly humiliating. Xuanli looked at Hao Yin, feeling somewhat speechless. How could a dignified quasi-saint with the great reputation of the Jade Emperor be so weak? Why didn't he dare to fight? Indeed, Xuanli had somewhat underestimated Haoshin's weakness. He originally thought Hao Yin would lose control and directly strike at him. If that happened, he would have a reason to resist, and Jiejiao would have a reason to oppose Hao Yin. After all, Hongjun could not intervene, and once Hao Yin was subdued, what threat would the invasion from the other world pose? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit might even be able to consolidate her position. Unfortunately, Hao Yin had grown accustomed to compromise, lacking even the courage to fight back. With his strength, he could subdue everyone present. Could he, the Jade Emperor, remain unrecognized? At most, he would just let Tongtian beat him up. Could Tongtian really kill him? It was a complete failure. He pointed at the remaining beings. Then these, your majesty, how shall you arrange them? Huh. Hao Yin was almost amused by anger. Looking at those few insignificant cats, none were particularly strong. What use were they to him? No, he needed at least some, otherwise this treasury would truly be a waste. Adhering to the principle of not turning down what can be gained for free, he ultimately accepted the remaining beings, causing Xuanli to shake his head repeatedly. If nothing unexpected happened, this Jade Emperor was likely to remain in power unless Hongjun could be dealt with. Encountering such a non-aggressive quasi-saint, one could not tell whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. Alright, your majesty, let us set off. The beings from the other world are waiting for us to slay them. Hao Yin cast a deep glance at Xuanli. To be honest, Hao Yin could not understand why Xuanli was so confident. Xuanli, who could infuriate him to the point of blood spitting. If one were to say he had no brains, then no one in the prehistoric era had any brains at all. Could he truly be so? No, he had to be careful. He must not allow the stage he built to be used by Xuanli to bury him. The army set forth. The gaze of the great beings of the prehistoric era finally turned back. Western Spirit Mountain. Zhuan Ti looked at the blazing lamp before him, his face filled with joy. The Buddha saves those with fate. Previously, he had relied on his fists to touch people's hearts and bring them into the embrace of Buddhism, but this time was different. He had purely used Buddhist teachings to inspire the blazing lamp, which had genuinely come to him voluntarily. Not only the blazing lamp, but the blazing lamp also mentioned that he wanted to bring the 4 great golden immortals of Changjiao along. The blazing lamp was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, while Cihong, Wenshu Puxian, and Jiu Lushan were all at the peak of the Tai golden immortal. Perhaps this level of cultivation was common in Jiejiao and Changjiao, but it was different in Buddhism. Below the 2 saints of Buddhism, only the medicine master and Maitreya could take charge, and they were merely at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. After the blazing lamp arrived with 5, it significantly raised the standard of the Buddhist disciples. Moreover, the blazing lamp came to join with a welcoming gift. As long as they agreed to bully Jiejiao together, they would be able to obtain one of the masters among the 5 emperors, which would allow Buddhism to spread its teachings to the east. Was that a condition? No, this was pure delight. How many times had he been beaten by Tontian? He had long sought revenge. This time, with such a good opportunity, even without benefits, he would have to join. Moreover, the rewards were so plentiful that they were simply impossible to refuse. Friend of the blazing lamp, you have done exceptionally well this time. To be honest, the vision my senior brother and I have for Buddhism is that it should be led by the 3 Buddhas, the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. Now that you come with such sincerity, we cannot treat you poorly. The fruit position of the past Buddha, who is the head of the 3 Buddhas, shall be reserved for you, friend of the blazing lamp. Once this great matter is concluded, and you return to Buddhism, it shall be the moment of your achievement as the past Buddha. However, before that, my senior brother and I are willing to grant you 3,000 volumes of Buddhist teachings to assist you in attaining Buddhahood. Hearing Zhuan, his words, the blazing lamp was filled with excitement. Look, this is sincerity. Coming right away with the position of the past Buddha and directly offering 3,000 volumes of Buddhist teachings. It should be noted that he was not a direct disciple of Changjiao. Although he held the position of deputy leader of Changjiao, he had yet to receive the jade, clear, immortal method. Compared to Buddhism, it was simply too harsh. As for whether Zhuan Ti would deceive him, the blazing lamp had never considered it. After all, after the blazing lamp arrived, he became the strongest below the 2 saints of Buddhism. With talents dwindling in Buddhism, who else could he use? If the 2 saints did not emerge, wouldn't he be able to lead Buddhism? Thinking of this, the blazing lamp's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The future was vast. Rest assured, Saint, just watch me plan. Both sides were satisfied. Naturally, they would meet on the chessboard next. After the blazing lamp left, Zhuan Ti immediately called the medicine master and Maitreya over. Having nurtured troops for 1,000 days, he would use them at this moment. Did he recruit so many disciples just to use them now? With a single command, thousands of disciples led by the medicine master and Maitreya began preparations. Indeed, thousands of disciples. Looking at these thousands of disciples, one could see that Zhuan Ti had not wasted his efforts over the years. After all, Jiejiao had a myriad of immortals coming to pay their respects, which was just a bit more than this number. Although the quality was lacking, it was still quite pleasing. Jane looked at Zhuan Ti's enthusiastic arrangements and hesitated to speak. He felt that this time might not be very reliable. Although Changjiao had allied with them, could they truly achieve their desires? However, seeing Zhuan Ti so excited, he felt somewhat reluctant to dampen his spirits. After all, this was a rare opportunity, perhaps Zhuan Ti's only chance to strike at Tongtian, which he probably would not give up on no matter what. Zhuan Ti certainly would not give up. He had greater ambitions than this. Among the 36 major tribes of the human race aside from the bear tribe, there must be other tribes with ambitions as well. Now that the Chan sect has opened the door, the Buddhist sect is naturally going to do more. If they could develop a few human tribes in the process, that would be even better. Thinking of this, Zhuan Ti could hardly contain himself and directly sent disciples towards the human tribes. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi and Ling Yun saw Buddhist disciples entering the east and exchanged glances. Has that person gone mad? Are they really allowing the Buddhist sect to enter the east? Zhen Yuanzi found it hard to understand. It is easy to invite the Buddha, but difficult to send him away. Has the conflict among the 3 pure ones reached a point where even the Buddhist sect can be tolerated? It must be madness. What does your master think? Zhen Yuanzi asked Ling Yun, genuinely perplexed. He could not fathom how Chongqing managed this. He hoped it wouldn't lead to a situation where the clam and the snipe fight, allowing the fishermen to benefit. Ling Yun, lazily eating a ginseng fruit, looked at Zhen Yuanzi. Why are you so worried? If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. With my master's intellect, once the Buddhist sect enters the east, they won't be able to come out again. Zhen Yuanzi rolled his eyes at this. With a master who had yet to reach the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, he couldn't understand where Ling Yun's confidence came from. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi was still unaware that Chang Sheng had already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Am I worried about them? I'm worried about you. Your master holds a significant position in the Jiejiao sect among the human race, and will definitely be involved in this. As a disciple, can you stay out of it? I don't want you to experience danger again when it comes to saints. Ling Yun smiled, and shook his head upon hearing this. Here, this just came from my master. You can listen to it. Zhen Yuanzi looked at the small brick in Ling Yun's hand, somewhat puzzled. What was this? Then he heard a voice coming from the small brick. Ling Yun, stay well at Wuzhuang Temple. Don't wander around unless necessary. Jin Yuanzi felt a mix of curiosity and relief. He knew that with Changshan's words Ling Yun probably wouldn't have to get involved in this major event. What is this? It's a mobile phone. Mobile phone. Jin Yuanzi was even more confused. He had never heard of it. Look, you're behind the times. My master invented a new type of magic tool different from the treasures we currently refine. It combines formations, refining, and runes, and although it lacks Tao rhythm, its power is quite impressive, each with its unique functions. This mobile phone was created by my master. As long as we are in the Primordial Chaos, we can contact each other through the mobile phone. We can talk, send messages, and even make video calls. Huh. Jin Yuanzi became increasingly muddled, wondering about messages and videos. However, he understood the general meaning. This mobile phone could allow people who are not together to communicate without barriers. Impressive. Is there more? Yes, here, I'll give you one. I had a hard time getting this from my master. It's quite rare. Jin Yuanzi felt somewhat touched. All those ginseng fruits weren't given in vain. Ling Yun was still thinking of him. However, looking around at the mobile phone in his hand, he wondered how to use it. He looked at Ling Yun, slightly puzzled. Ling Yun was indeed very thoughtful. Using this is very simple. You just need to put a trace of your divine soul into the mobile phone. You also know that my master has comprehended the Tao of fate. He said that each person's fate has a corresponding number. One function of the mobile phone is to allow us to see that number. Mine is 21, you can check yours. Entrusting a divine soul. Even if it's just a trace, it seems a bit risky. Looking at the mobile phone in his hand, he soon dismissed his concerns. It seemed nothing serious. After all, this mobile phone was in his hands. If it was unreliable, he could just take his divine soul back out of it. It wasn't a big deal. Thinking of this, Jin Yuanzi felt reassured. Under Ling Yun's expectant gaze, he placed a trace of his divine soul into the mobile phone. Indeed, a number gradually appeared. 12. Is this my number? Yes, that's your number. Now look at mine. Saying this, Ling Yun entered 12 into his mobile phone, saved it in the contacts under Jin Yuanzi's name, and then dialed. Ding ding ding. It rang. Jin Yuanzi tried to press it, and Ling Yun immediately disappeared to the other side of Wuzhuang Temple. Hello, can you hear me? Surprisingly, he could hear the voice. This thing is something else. While being able to hear a voice wasn't strange, Jin Yuanzi had means to achieve similar results. However, those had traceable paths, and with traceable paths came the risks of interception or eavesdropping. But this mobile phone was different. Jin Yuanzi could not find the source of the voice that seemed to directly enter that trace of his divine soul, which he then perceived. It should be noted that Changsheng was merely a being not yet at the great Luo golden immortal level, and Jin Yuanzi was at the peak of Kwasa Saint. How could he be deceived? It can even make video calls. Here, you take it. Ling Yun said, then clicked on the video function. After Jin Yuanzi connected, he indeed saw Ling Yun on the other side of the mobile phone. Goodness, he even danced a little, as if he was right in front of him. Likewise, it seemed as though that trace of his divine soul saw Ling Yun, and then he saw him. This was very reasonable, yet very unreasonable. How could such a small mobile phone achieve this? Jin Yuanzi could not help but become thoroughly curious about the mobile phone in his hands, even developing the idea of taking it apart to study it. Fortunately, with his cultivation, he could see the structure of the mobile phone without needing to take it apart. To be honest, it wasn't difficult at all, or once he understood the principle, it wouldn't be hard to replicate a mobile phone. It was obvious that the core was not the mobile phone, but Changsheng. The Tao of fate. Jin Yuanzi felt that Changsheng creating such a thing could not simply be to facilitate communication and video between beings. Ling Yun had returned. So how is it? Not bad, right? Ling Yun, didn't your master explain the principle behind this? He did. The core is the Tao of fate, he comprehended. My master said that all the countless beings in the primordial chaos have their fates gathered into a river of fate. Many can see this river, but few can comprehend it. The reason the mobile phone is so magical is that it uses the river of fate as a base station, allowing communication between countless beings. You just scanned it, right? Did you find any traces? If you didn't find any, that's right, because what you scanned wasn't the mobile phone nor my master, but fate itself. Forget it, I've said too much, you wouldn't understand. In short, my master is very powerful, and the river of fate is the base station, while my master is the base station manager. On the way to the western extreme, various beings from the heavenly court were fiddling with their mobile phones, which the Department of Rights had distributed, saying that each person would have one to facilitate communication. With mobile phones to communicate on the battlefield, it would be much more convenient. The smartphone's functions were straightforward, and they quickly grasped them all. A sliver of their divine sense was anchored within the device. Most paid it little heed, reasoning as Jin Yuanzi did, since the phone remained in their possession, they could withdraw that essence at any moment. Others merely experimented tentatively, intending to retract it shortly. Yet once they experienced the phone's marvels, none wished to withdraw their divine sense. What an extraordinary artifact. Henceforth one could contact anyone, anywhere, anytime. Alas, only a single unit had been issued by the Celestial Court, otherwise each loved one would have received one. Disciples of the Jiejiao Sect accepted the devices without hesitation, for they came from Sun Li, Jinling Shimu, included, while Bai Xiao delighted in hers beyond measure. Senior brother, does my eldest sister have one? And she does. And truly. Then what is her identification number? And wait, I'll check. 27. In 27. Got it, in ring. On Jiejiao Island, Yun Xiao sat in meditation, a smartphone resting before her. At its chime she paused in surprise, then saw the number displayed 72. What is this? And she tentatively answered the call, and instantly heard a familiar voice. An elder sister. It truly connected. Turn on video. And just like that they stood face to face. Oh, how miraculous. This smartphone is utterly extraordinary. Senior brother is truly peerless. Now even on the western extremity battlefield we may behold and speak with one another at will. Have you reached the western extremity yet? And almost. In that moment, both the Jiejiao Sect disciples and the celestial deities of the celestial court became utterly absorbed in their newfound marvel, eager to explore every function. Even Tai and Yu Ding cautiously infused a wisp of their divine sense into theirs. After testing it, as Xinyuanzi and Ling Yun had, they too found it fascinating. Its transmissions left no trace, rendering interception seemingly impossible. Well, perhaps not entirely impossible. Their gaze fell upon Sun Li. He had bestowed these devices, thus though others could not intercept them, Changxing certainly could. Their eyes then turned to Hao Tian, as Sun Li now extended a smartphone toward him. All watched closely. Would Hao Tian accept it? Hao Tian's face was etched with unmistakable refusal. Dare he use anything crafted by Changxing? Though Changxing was but a great Luo immortal, and Hao Tian held his cultivation in scant regard, he did not believe Changxing capable of treachery against him. Yet one must fear not the 10,000, but the single unforeseen possibility. Having sensed Hao Tian's wariness, Sun Li smiled faintly. I shall leave the smartphone with your majesty for careful study. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to summon me. Sun Li feared not Hao Tian's refusal. The smartphone would inevitably become the vanguard of fashion across the Honghuang realm. Those who refused would be left behind. On Chisa Island, Changxing felt his comprehension of the Tao of Fate surging. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. This insight emerged after his ascension to Great Luo immortality. Before attaining Great Luo immortality, he had steadily refined his innate destiny, strengthening his fundamental fate step by step, drawing ever closer to the Tao of Fate, thereby deepening his enlightenment. Indeed, Changxing had walked the correct path and reaped abundant reward. It took but a short time before his mastery of the Tao of Fate culminated in breakthrough, propelling him into the Great Luo immortal realm. Yet upon entering that exalted state, Changxing realized such cultivation alone was insufficient. To advance further along the Tao of Fate, he must extend his influence outward, from self to myriad beings to the Honghuang world itself and beyond. His dominion must widen. Among the 3,000 Taos, two stand apart: the Tao of Space-Time and the Tao of Fate. Within every world flow two primordial rivers, one of space-time, one of fate. The river of space-time anchors the temporal and spatial integrity of a realm, stabilizing its chronology, thwarting those who seek loopholes in time and space to sow chaos or seize advantage. The river of fate governs the destinies of all sentient beings within a realm, ensuring stability and constancy, preventing arbitrary alterations of fate. Any deviation triggers immediate resonance. Changxing's prior endeavors had done far more than merely reshape his own fate. He had subtly altered the fates of countless others, a perilous course risking backlash from the river of fate itself. Fortunately, his rapid cultivation enabled him to withstand such counterforces step by step. Yet the more he intervened, the deeper and swifter his mastery of the Tao of Fate must grow. If he faltered, the river of fate might well submerge him. To avoid annihilation, the surest path was to master the river itself. Since ascending to Great Luo immortality, Changxing had gained sight of the river of fate, using it to deepen his understanding of the Tao and even glimpse the threads of destiny woven for all living beings. Yet entry into the river remained beyond his reach. For the river of fate admits no mere adept. Even profound comprehension of its Tao grants no automatic passage. Effort and artifice are required. Thus arose the smartphone. Not an end in itself, but a vessel. Changxing's ultimate aim was to enlist the entire Honghuang multiverse in his cultivation. Every being in the Honghuang realm anchored a sliver of divine sense within the smartphone. Through this conduit, the fate energy of those myriad souls flowed toward Changxing. Since all destinies reside within the river of fate, gathering this energy deepened his insight into the Tao and drew him ever nearer to the river itself. So profound had this convergence become that Changxing now treated the river of fate itself as a base station, with himself as its sovereign administrator. As more beings adopted the smartphone, he sensed he stood on the very threshold of entering the river. Most crucially, he had long presumed the river of fate was already claimed by that one, whom Changxing had assumed must also have mastered the Tao of Fate. Yet now it appeared clear not only had that one failed to command the river, he had not even set foot within it. At least not yet. Then Changxing understood regardless of which Dao that one originally cultivated upon merging with the heavenly Dao, all personal derealizations were subsumed into it. With that realization his last lingering doubt dissolved. Had that one pursued the Dao of fate to transcendence, Changxing would have despaired. Even with confidence in his own path, competing for dominion over the river of fate would have been unthinkable. Now however this magnificent river of fate lay unclaimed, awaiting only his arrival. Changxing had expected his cultivation to slow after breaking through to the Luo Golden Immortal, yet with the phone's intervention, his progress accelerated. Managing destiny and merits through it proved so potent that it could now sustain his day. Not long after his breakthrough, Changxing had already stabilized his early-stage Deluo cultivation. With the Dao of Fate in hand, he felt that even a contest with a Deluo Golden Immortal at its peak would not be hopeless. Inside Bio Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu stared at the phone casually, sending a wisp of his spiritual essence into it. The device had been tinkered together by his own direct disciple. What reason had he to be wary? A devoted pupil would not betray his master. Moreover, a sage is not so easily undone. If a mere wisp of spirit could control a sage, then the term sage would scarcely mean one who shares eternity with heaven, undying and indestructible. As the wisp of spirit entered Tongtian, Jiaozhu soon fathomed the workings of the phone. It was a thing that could link the myriad beings of the Honghuang together. But it was more than that. His disciple truly was remarkable. Tongtian Jiaozhu knew his pupil had glimpsed the Dao of fate. Others might not perceive it, yet through the phone, he felt the breath of destiny, and even glimpsed the shadow of the river of destiny. Through that destiny the gathered force of fate surged like a roaring torrent, leaving him somewhat shaken. If Changxing could truly popularize the phone across the Honghuang, he might become an embodiment of the river of destiny. When he acted, even those approaching sainthood might not be his match. No one should underestimate the power of fate, not even sages like them, let alone ordinary beings. At that thought, Tongtian Jiaozhu wore a broad smile, who perhaps among all his disciples Changxing would be the most promising. Fate, Tongtian Jiaozhu mused as he cast his gaze beyond the heavens. The stirrings in the heavenly court in Changjiao, and in the west all signaled unrest in the Honghuang. He at the storm's center might be Changxing, yet Tongtian Jiaozhu did not worry for his safety. He perceived a sliver of opportunity in Changxing, and likely his eldest and second brother saw it too. That sliver was an opening, an opportunity for them all. He would not allow harm to come to Changxing, nor would his brothers. In this Honghuang, if the three pure ones decreed that someone must not suffer misfortune, then that person would be untouchable. No one could interfere, not even the Dao Ancestor, for even the Dao Ancestor is not entirely free at present. The Dao Ancestor's betrayals were not limited to them. He had trapped himself as well. The Dao Ancestor accepted it willingly, but they were different, and now full of regret. Before there had been no choice. At least he had none, or perhaps the eldest brother did, but who could say? In any case, Changxing's arrival introduced unpredictability, and he felt fortunate that he was the one who took Changxing in. On Chisa Island, after Tongtian Jiaozhu used the phone, Changxing felt a vast surge of fate descend upon him. So this then was the might of a sage. Changxing knew this support must have come from his master. He had no need to explain much to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Once the phone was used, the Jiaozhu could perceive all. Changxing never underestimated another's wisdom, especially not that of a sage. The majestic force of fate began to propel Changxing's understanding of the Dao of fate. In that moment, as if struck by sudden enlightenment, his fate Dao fruit was bathed and encircled by this power, until a single filament emerged. Beside that filament, another one formed. This is the Deluo path of cultivation. Upon the Dao fruit, the filaments of fate entwine. Tinmate completion. It was astonishing that so soon after breaking through to Deluo Golden Immortal, Changxing had gathered 2 fate filaments. The Dao of fate was among the most difficult to grasp. And this was only the beginning. The rewards from this wave would grow ever greater, and Changxing could already imagine the future of attaining the Dao of everlasting life. Yet other matters awaited him. Stepping off Chisa Island, Changxing prepared to venture beyond the Donghai. No sooner had he left the island than he sensed the devouring force. Looking toward the distance and feeling that familiar aura, Changxing could not help but frown. Approaching for a clearer view, he saw a creature whose wings when spread could blot sun and sky, dimming the world. Its golden feathers lent it a majestic air. Its vast beak opened as yin and yang qi spiraled, the devouring power sweeping across the Donghai and bringing suffering to its inhabitants. Most dreadful of all, when that beak descended, who could say how many Donghai lives would be ruined? Husbands and wives torn apart, families shattered, even entire bloodlines ended, for they would be swallowed into the belly of the Jinchi Dapeng. With many Jiejiao disciples having ascended, their numbers in the Donghai were greatly reduced, giving the Longzhu more room to live. As a result, many dragon signs had lately been causing trouble. One must know these dragon offspring are in no way less pernicious than the Jiejiao disciples, vast and appetite prone to lust, indifferent to raw or cooked, accepting anything. Any Donghai creature that can be preyed upon will be preyed upon. So the Longzhu spawned countless subordinate strains. dragon fish, dragon turtles, dragon lobsters, dragon worms, dragon mosquitoes. It defied clear naming, and even Changsheng felt a measure of shock. Yet now, as fate would have it, the wicked meat, their equal mini-dragon scions who could not flee were wiped out in a single sweep. In the Jinshi Dapeng's Ma, all beings are equal, whether dragon scion or tiny shrimp, all are food. The Dragon King of the Donghai seethed with anger, but dared not speak. For when the feathered immortal had been a Tai golden immortal, he had shown restraint, and the Dragon King could say a few words to give him pause. But now, who knew how he had broken through to the Luo golden immortal? He showed no fear at all. He ate and seized it well. Before, when he only took small fish and shrimp, the Dragon Palace would turn a blind eye, but now good heavens, dragon scions had become the feathered immortal's dainties. At this rate, the Longzhu might well be eaten to extinction by the feathered immortal. And yet one could not afford to offend this feathered immortal. He carried phoenix lineage, was a disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu, and one of Jiejiao's 7 attendant immortals. When his strength had been lacking, one could negotiate, but after reaching the Luo golden immortal, whom could he fear? How bitter the plight. This feathered immortal was of the phoenix ancestral line, a descendant of Yuanfeng, and had an elder brother who took the form of a peacock, and was said to be stronger now, cultivating among the phoenix clan. Though proud, that brother was not so wantonly fierce nor so filled with malignant rancor. He brought countless lives to their end at a whim. The Dragon King could do nothing but hope the feathered immortal would eat his fill and depart swiftly. Changsheng watched the feathered immortal devour the aquatic folk, brown knit, yet motionless. Such was the order of the Honghuang, survival of the fittest, which he could not stop. So long as he was not provoked, he would protect his fellow disciples. But seeing the feathered immortal press its feast toward the shore, almost reaching land, Changsheng could no longer remain idle. Once ashore, its prey would be the human race. Letting go of the aquatic tribes is one thing, but his own Carp clan is now independent. Even the winged immortal knows better than to indiscriminately devour everything. The Carp clan is simply off limits. However, the winged immortal didn't stop at just consuming the aquatic tribes. If he were to come ashore and eat humans, then Changsheng would not allow it. With such an appetite, he could devour countless lives. On the shores of the East Sea, the winged immortal had truly let himself go. Having just broken through to the great Luo golden immortal, he was brimming with pride, and in need of substantial sustenance. Clearly the small aquatic tribes could not satisfy him. By the way, I've heard that humans are a significant source of nourishment. It's known that the demon race once hunted humans extensively, because they could aid in the demon's cultivation. Since they can assist the demon race, the same applies to him. Previously, when his cultivation was low, he had been cautious. Now that he had broken through to the great Luo golden immortal, his status within the Jiejiao Sect was no small matter. Who could stop him from doing anything? He was invincible. With that, the winged immortal lunged toward the humans on the shores of the East Sea. Changsheng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed he would have to intervene. This fellow was clearly itching for a fight. Opening his mouth wide, the winged immortal prepared to swallow all the humans he could see on the ground. However, as he opened his mouth, the anticipated humans did not enter his belly. Instead, a figure appeared and swiftly slapped down, startling the winged immortal with the force of the impact. A great Luo golden immortal. How unlucky! Just as it began, he encountered a great Luo golden immortal. It seemed that in the primordial world, even great Luo golden immortals were not particularly valuable. The slap came down rapidly, leaving the winged immortal no time to dodge. He could only brace himself. Boom. As the blow landed, the massive body of the winged immortal fell directly downward. Just before hitting the ground, he transformed into human form, stabilizing himself only at the last moment. Looking up at the figure in the sky, he was shocked and hastily adopted a defensive posture. How powerful! Such a simple slap carried such force that he could barely withstand it. However, upon seeing the figure, his expression changed as he recognized who it was. Changsheng. Hearing the winged immortal's address, Changsheng shook his head. It seemed he was being too lenient. The winged immortal didn't even call him senior brother anymore. Clearly, this breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal had bolstered the winged immortal's confidence. Upon realizing it was Changsheng, the winged immortal's anger erupted. He believed in not striking the face. Previously, he had given Changsheng face by not touching the Carp clan, but now he showed no respect whatsoever. He was a great Luo golden immortal now. Changsheng, what do you intend to do? He had initially thought he was facing a formidable enemy, only to discover it was his own senior brother. This angered the winged immortal even more, and he was startled to realize he was merely being intimidated. Narrowing his eyes at the winged immortal, Changsheng said, "What did you just call me?" Though the winged immortal was one of the 7 attendants, he was still only an outer disciple. In the face of a direct disciple like Changsheng, he had to refer to him as senior brother. Even when he was not yet a great Luo golden immortal, he had to do so, let alone now that his power surpassed that of the 7 attendants. The winged immortal was taken aback by these words, then felt somewhat displeased. What was he trying to prove? Did he really think of himself as senior brother? Now that he had also broken through to the great Luo golden immortal, he dared to challenge even Wudong, let alone Changsheng. Changxing, stop acting all high and mighty. You must give me an explanation for today's incident, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Changxing shook his head at this. No wonder he had fallen into such dire straits later on. With this temperament and intelligence, it was a miracle he managed to get by. What was he trying to do, act tough in his own territory? With the purple thunder hammer in hand, he unleashed a bolt of lightning directly at the winged immortal. Currently the paths he was cultivating included the path of fate as the foundation, followed by yin-yang 5 elements, ritual, and thunder. The 4 paths he was cultivating had now all condensed into Dao fruits. Compared to the path of fate, Changxing found that cultivating these other paths was significantly easier, at least much more so than the path of fate. As it turned out, Changxing had rarely engaged in combat. Until now, most things could be resolved without fighting. Today marked one of the few times he had to take action, which was why one could say the winged immortal was quite lucky. Feeling the might of the thunder unleashed by Changxing, the winged immortal was also taken aback. He was all too familiar with this thunder. It was none other than the upper clear immortal thunder. If one were to rank the thunder paths in the primordial world, the upper clear thunder path would surely be among the top. Each of the 3 teachings had their own supreme thunder technique, and the Jiejiao Sect was the upper clear immortal thunder, which once mastered was considered the strongest offensive technique in the same realm. Although the winged immortal was not well versed in this upper clear thunder technique, he was certainly aware of its reputation. Mainly, he had not expected Changxing to truly come at him, and with a technique no less. Not daring to be careless, he grabbed a bottle and aimed it at Changxing. He intended not only to swallow the upper clear immortal thunder, but also to capture Changxing within the bottle. Changxing, witnessing this, couldn't help but shake his head. If he wasn't mistaken, the yin-yang qi bottle seemed to contain the winged immortal's yin-yang essence, which granted it such power. One had to admit his intelligence was indeed worrisome. Back then, Yuan Feng obtained the yin-yang and 5 elements essences, giving birth to 2 phoenix eggs that resulted in Kong Xian and the winged immortal. Kong Xian took on the form of a peacock, carrying the essence of the 5 elements, quickly comprehending the 5 elements path. At this point, he was likely not far from becoming a quasi saint, or perhaps he had already broken through, even honing a 5-colored divine light technique with the 5 elements essence. The winged immortal, having taken on the form of the golden-winged great Peng, and with the yin-yang essence within him, comprehended the yin-yang path. Logically, his potential should surpass that of Kong Xian. Who would have thought that he would refine the yin-yang essence into this yin-yang bottle? If he hadn't engaged in such crooked methods, he probably wouldn't have been below Kong Xian in cultivation. Now he even dared to use it against him. It was truly a case of not knowing his own limits. The 7-colored divine light manifested behind him, and the yin-yang qi bottle, originally containing the essence of yin and yang, began to slip from the winged immortal's control, heading toward Changxing, who was about to claim it. The winged immortal was also taken aback upon seeing this. It was rare for Changxing to take action, and now he had forgotten that Changxing possessed such a method for collecting treasures. Observing that familiar divine light, it resembled his brother's 5-colored divine light. Looking at it now, it seemed even more powerful than his brother's 5-colored divine light. Seeing that the yin-yang qi bottle was about to be taken, the winged immortal hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to retrieve the bottle, but it was too late. Changxing's energy surged, and the yin-yang qi bottle directly entered the embrace of the 7-colored divine light. Suddenly deprived of the yin-yang qi bottle, the winged immortal was both shocked and enraged. "Return my treasure." Seeing the enraged winged immortal charging toward him, Changxing shook his head. Was this fellow asking for trouble? Did he really have no brains? With such tactics, if it weren't for his exceptional talent, any ordinary great Luo golden immortal could easily deal with him. The 7-colored divine light blazed brilliantly as Changxing elegantly turned around. When he looked back, there was no trace of the winged immortal. This time Changxing made use of the power of destiny, and in an instant the feathered immortal was almost forcibly controlled, unable to react before being enveloped by the 7-colored divine light. Holding the yin-yang qi bottle, Changxing felt quite intrigued. The yin-yang qi bottle itself was of high quality, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. After being refined into the source of yin and yang by the feathered immortal, its depth was even more profound. It was said that an ordinary Deluo golden immortal, if careless, might truly be sucked in and face danger. Inside the bottle were 8 yin-yang treasures, all belonging to the category of innate magic treasures. One must say this fellow truly lived up to being a phoenix species, as there were indeed many treasures. With 8 innate magic treasures arranged according to the Bagua, if someone were to be drawn in and triggered the yin-yang energy, the yin-yang flames would come rushing and turning them into pulp within a short time. Even a Deluo golden immortal would have to drink a pot. Changxing casually extracted the yin and yang qi that had been refined by the feathered immortal, which was the so-called source of yin and yang. What a waste. With such an opportunity, it was disposed of in this manner, which pained Changxing to see. Had he traversed here as the golden-winged great Peng, he would likely dare to confront a quasi-saint by now. With the source of yin and yang in hand, Changxing felt a closer connection to the path of yin and yang. Understanding became easier, which made Changxing even angrier at the wasteful behavior of the feathered immortal. This guy should be confined for a while. With the five-color deer running, Changxing allowed it to roam, while he began to comprehend the path of yin and yang. In a valley, the deer gradually landed, having caught the scent of spiritual fruits within, and began to eat on its own. The potential of this five-color deer was already considerable, and after following Changxing it progressed rapidly. Although it was just a foot soldier, Changxing generously imparted teachings, and provided resources without reservation. In a short time, the deer had already entered the realm of golden immortals, catching up with Lu Xiaojiao and the others. In Yang's source technique, the law has no external path. As he reached a state of deep comprehension, Changxing couldn't help but begin to preach. Thus in the small valley a peculiar scene emerged. A figure sat astride the five-color deer, and the sound of his teachings resonated throughout the valley, extending outward. Such commotion naturally attracted beings from both inside and outside the valley. Laws are not easily shared. The beings of the wilderness are not all so fortunate as to receive excellent methods of cultivation. Many like Changxing struggled with the few techniques passed down through their bloodlines, and endured hardship, yet achieved. Encountering a mighty figure like Changxing preaching was an immense opportunity for them. No one would wish to miss out. As more and more beings gathered towards the valley, Changxing seemed oblivious to it all, not concerned about the easy transmission of techniques. After all, what he was sharing was not merely a technique, but the great Tao itself. The amount of benefit would depend on these beings' own affinities. It was hard to tell how long had passed before Changxing's voice finally subsided. One must say the source of yin and yang indeed brought significant benefits to Changxing, allowing his yin-yang Tao fruit to directly manifest 3 Tao patterns, surpassing even the fruit of destiny. What a treasure! Changxing felt even angrier at the feathered immortal. No wonder they were so lacking later. Who could blame them for not knowing how to utilize such good things? Looking at the beings in the valley, they all prostrated on the ground upon seeing Changxing awaken, hoping to be noticed and taken under his wing. Changxing glanced around and noticed a monkey which stirred something in his heart. It had 6 ears and was quite eye-catching. In the next moment, Changxing vanished, taking the 6-eared macaque with him. Indeed, Changxing did not expect that in preaching he would coincidentally bring forth the 6-eared macaque. At that moment, the 6-eared macaque, taken by Changxing, was somewhat fearful. One could not blame him for being afraid. Not only was his life in someone else's hands, but he had also been ostracized from the wilderness due to the Tao ancestors' decree that the 6 ears should not receive teachings. The 6-eared macaque wanted to seek a master, but no one was willing to accept him. He had the 6-eared divine ability, and if others did not teach him, he would eavesdrop. However, this 6-eared ability was not omnipotent. Although he was born early, he was still just a xianxin. Anyone with higher cultivation than him could easily detect him eavesdropping and would silence him directly. He might even get beaten up, making the 6-eared macaque akin to a street rat universally scorned. Now encountering a mighty figure preaching, the 6-eared macaque could not help but step forward to listen. Being taken away, he had already prepared for the worst. However, it seemed that Changxing had no intention of using force, simply taking him along as they walked. Gradually, the 6-eared macaque began to relax, even finding the leisure to observe the man and deer before him, taking in the scenery along. After an unknown period, the 6-eared macaque had completely let down his guard. He realized that this senior was too powerful for him to compare with. If Changxing truly wanted to do something to him, he would have no chance of escape, so he simply decided to give. Over the years, the 6-eared macaque had never given up on cultivation. Although he lacked proper techniques, he had never abandoned even the most rudimentary absorption of spiritual energy, which was why he had managed to cultivate to the xianxin realm. One must understand that when the 6-eared macaque first emerged, he was merely a monkey that had not yet reached the celestial realm. Having just listened to Changxing's preachings, he gained considerable insights. After all these years, this was the first mighty figure who allowed him to listen to the entirety of the teachings. With exceptional talent, the 6-eared macaque began to absorb the energy, gathering spiritual energy around him, with various paths of the Tao rushing towards him. So much so that before long the 6-eared macaque felt a breakthrough towards the golden, immortal realm approaching. Changxing looked at the 6-eared macaque before him, and nodded, impressed by his great talent. The 6-eared macaque's origins were not simple. Among the 3,000 chaos demons, there was one powerful demon ranked highly known as the Chaos Demon Ape, who cultivated the Tao of war, and could almost match Pangu in combat. He was one of the main forces against Pangu. Unfortunately, Pangu was the son of the great Tao in the early stages, though no matter how powerful the Chaos Demon Ape was, it was all in vain. In the end, he met a fate of being split into 4 pieces. Although the Chaos Demon Ape died after the opening of the wilderness, 4 sources fell into it. As beings transformed from the source of the Chaos Demon God, these 4 sources should have had future potential no less than those of the innate deities. Unfortunately, the 4 sources only possessed the battle essence of the Chaos Demon Ape, but lacked its divine soul. After all, the divine soul of the Chaos Demon Ape had been annihilated. Relying solely on the battle essence, they were merely thick in foundation, unable to cultivate, making it all futile. The six-eared macaque before us was one such being. Had he not eavesdropped on the Tao ancestors' teachings, but instead taken refuge under a mighty figure, perhaps breaking through to the Deluo golden immortal realm would have been a trivial matter. The law is not to be transmitted to those with 6 ears. It does not mean that the beings of the primordial chaos cannot pass the teachings to the six-ear macaque, but rather that the six-ear macaque is not allowed to eavesdrop on the Tao. This is merely a vague statement from the Tao ancestor, and no one dares to speculate on the ancestor's thoughts, so they all ignore the six-ear macaque. In any case, passing down the teachings is absolutely forbidden. As a result, although the six-ear macaque was born early, it has not been able to cultivate the teachings until now. After years of practice, it has only achieved this level of cultivation. Can you imagine a being born at the end of the great calamity of Tao and Demon only to have reached the Xianxian level now? At the peak of the Xianxian realm, unable to comprehend the Tao, due to the lack of teachings, it has been unable to break through to the golden immortal realm, which is somewhat heart-wrenching. Fortunately, its ability to survive is quite good, or otherwise it would have likely perished by now. The six-ear macaque's 6 ears are not merely for show. They allow it to hear the heavens and the earth, and also sense impending danger, enabling it to avoid threats in advance. Moreover, with its understanding of the laws of battle, it possesses formidable combat power, allowing it to evade even the golden immortals. Looking back, despite the hardships over the years, it is still alive. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the six-ear macaque will likely maintain this state for a considerable time. Of course, unforeseen events can occur unexpectedly. The emergence of Changsheng has allowed the six-ear macaque to access them. Now it has even taken the six-ear macaque with it. Watching the six-ear macaque before him with the aura of the Tao surging and on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal realm, Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. Look, it's actually this easy for the six-ear macaque to break through. It just needs someone to give it a little push, but there hasn't been such a person. It's all due to the fear of Hongjun Daozu. Changsheng is also wary, yet with many insects one more doesn't matter. Changsheng feels a sense of regret for the six-ear macaque. If it were properly cultivated, it might not fall short of his other disciples. At a time when the human race is about to fall into chaos, this is an extraordinary warrior. Changsheng does not only wish to utilize it in such an environment, it also serves as an excellent opportunity for the six-ear macaque to cultivate. With a solid foundation, once the great battle ends, the six-ear macaque might bring a tremendous surprise to the entire primordial chaos. Changsheng's journey is to the Feng clan. By the time the multicolored deer descends, the six-ear macaque is just about to break through to the golden immortal realm. Looking at Changsheng before him, the six-ear macaque is somewhat excited. Although it does not know who this benefactor is, there are not many beings in the primordial chaos with such cultivation. However few is relative, after guessing around it still cannot fit. But one thing the six-ear macaque is certain of, is that this benefactor before it is willing to teach it. After so long seeking the golden immortal, it has finally come to fruition. For so many years it has had no access to the Tao, or perhaps this is its only chance. If it can seize this opportunity, its future cultivation may no longer be a difficult task. Six-ear, thanks the senior for the grace of teaching. Please have compassion for my heart in seeking the Tao, and accept me as your disciple. I will repay you with my life. Changsheng nodded towards the six-ear macaque. Although the six-ear macaque has become somewhat stubborn and increasingly resentful due to repeated rejections, one thing is certain: its heart in seeking the Tao has grown ever more resolute. Once the path of the Tao begins, the future is boundless. As for the stubbornness and resentment, they can be vented on the battlefield. After enduring for so many years, it is no surprise its heart has become twisted. You wish to take me as your master. That is not impossible. Upon hearing this, the six-ear macaque was overjoyed almost to the point of tears. It can really be done. Though it will surely be difficult, this difficulty is still better than having no hope at all. Master, please give your orders. I will meet any requirements, even at the cost of my life. Upon hearing this, the six-ear macaque was overjoyed almost to the point of tears. It can really be done. Though it will surely be difficult, this difficulty is still... Greetings, fourth ancestor. The statue of Changsheng stands within the Feng clan. Even if the clan members do not recognize their own parents, they cannot fail to recognize the fourth ancestor Changsheng. This memory is almost imprinted in their souls, so upon seeing Changsheng, they could recognize him at a glance. The six-ear macaque followed behind Changsheng, witnessing the prostration along the way. Hearing how they addressed Changsheng, it seemed to recall something. Over the years, its 6 ears have not been for nothing. While it cannot hear the great Tao of the primordial chaos, it still knows much news. The fourth ancestor isn't that the direct disciple of the Jiejiao Changsheng. I heard that the emperor of the human race is a disciple of the fourth ancestor, and Changsheng is the master of the heavenly court. As for Haoyan, it does not know. In any case, this is undoubtedly a person of immense power in the primordial chaos. Now it has the fortune to be taken as a disciple by such a person. The six-ear macaque is even more excited. In the chief's hall, Chief, the fourth ancestor has come. Hurry, the fourth ancestor has arrived. What? At this moment, the broken army, who was surrounded by women, suddenly jolted awake. The master has arrived. For some reason, he no longer felt like enjoying himself. His head hurt, his rear hurt, his legs hurt, and his arms hurt. His body, which was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of martial arts, had no good place left. Quickly gather the clansmen to welcome the 4th ancestor. The broken army knew that his good days were over. In fact, he had already spread martial arts throughout the entire human clan, and could have stepped down, but he felt he could do more. This land now belongs to the human race. Oh, what about the heavens? Originally, he was about to lead the human race to the heavenly court and drive Haoyan down, but of course this heavenly emperor would not be his to take. He must have his beloved master do it. However, who would have thought that disaster would strike, alien creatures invaded, and the heavenly court was mobilized to the western extremes. He would not take advantage of others' misfortune. Moreover, Haoyan was leading an expedition against foreign tribes for the sake of the Primordial Chaos, so he certainly could not attack the heavenly court now. However, the human race's leader is living comfortably, eating, while sleeping well, and surrounded by women. Haoyan left, so he would just wait for Haoyan to return. He is willing to wait. The only thing he is worried about is Chongqing. After all this, one does not allow him to act recklessly. However, so many years have passed, and he has been beaten less, so he has not learned his lesson. Previously, he still held some luck, believing that his master was so powerful that perhaps in the blink of an eye the human race would have passed down for 800 generations. But who would have thought that Chongqing would come so quickly? Familiar muscle memory resurfaced, leaving the broken army feeling restless. It hurts a lot. After a moment of thought, Pajun realized that he absolutely could not give Chongqing the opportunity to strike. A breakthrough was imperative. However, the chasm between the 8th and 9th levels is daunting. Although he bears the fortunes of the human race, breaking through is not an easy task. He might truly have to wait until Haoyan returns to succeed. So now there is only one method left. How long has he been the local emperor? It should be about time, right? The goal set by my master has nearly been accomplished. The mission has been fulfilled, which signifies that it is time for him to return to his rightful place. Thinking of this, Pajun felt a bit more at ease. Master, it's not that your precious disciple doesn't want to greet you at the first opportunity, it's just that returning to my position is too urgent. With that thought, Pajun reluctantly touched his wife beside him and hurriedly called Tian Fu to come in. Elder brother, I am eager to see the 4th ancestor. You must come with me quickly. No rush, don't hurry there. I'm quite anxious here. Let me first transfer the position, and you can take your time to inherit it. What? Tian Fu was utterly bewildered. Transfer the position. Inherit the position. Can this really be done in a hurry? This is the position of the clan leader. Isn't this a bit disrespectful? This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. At the very least, the major clans of the human race should send representatives to witness the ceremony. Also, there should be disciples of the etiquette school present. Elder brother, this I. Enough, don't delay. If we wait any longer, I might not even be able to stand to pass the position to you. Saying this, Pajun couldn't care about anything else, and shouted loudly, invoking the fortunes of the human race. I, Pajun, have held the position of clan leader of the Feng clan for 3,000 years, gaining the respect of the people, obtaining the position of Commaster, transmitting martial arts to the masses, and receiving the teachings of the literary ancestor. Today, having fulfilled my virtues, I shall retire and yield to the capable, transferring the position to Tian Fu, witnessed by all the people. Because he was invoking the fortunes of the human race, as soon as Pajun spoke, every single person of the human race heard him. He has retired, he has finally retired. After so many years, the Commaster finally realized he has fulfilled his virtues. The clan leaders of the major clans of the human race all wore expressions of relief. It's not that they didn't respect Pajun, they simply couldn't wait any longer. If Pajun didn't retire, how could they ascend? However, upon hearing that Pajun intended to transfer the position to Tian Fu, everyone fell silent. Tian Fu. Fortunately, while Pajun could transfer the position, it was merely the position of the clan leader of the Feng clan. If he wanted to pass the position of Commaster, he would need the recognition of all the various clans of the human race. Thus, the position of Commaster is not merely transferred, it is elected collectively by the human race. Had this been earlier, they would have certainly accepted it. The leader of the Feng clan would have been the Commaster of the human race. But now it was different. Whether it was Xianyuan or Chiyo or other clan leaders, they all had hidden supporters. How could they not see? However, there was one thing they truly did not understand: why the urgency in the transfer. Wasn't this a bit too informal? They could sense a hint of urgency in Pajun's tone. Pajun had been quite leisurely before sitting comfortably in his position. Why was he suddenly in such a rush to abdicate? In the Bear clan, Xianyuan looked at Guang Qingzi, beside him, also somewhat baffled. This was a transfer of position. Could it be treated so lightly? Yet Guang Qingzi shook his head. Don't be surprised, Pajun was taught by Chongqing. Whatever oddities he displays are to be expected. Xianyuan frowned upon hearing this. Master, the 4th ancestor is respected by our human race. Speaking ill of him behind his back is inappropriate. Guang Qingzi's brow furrowed deeply. This disciple was truly different from Chongqing's disciples. It is said that Chongqing's disciples follow him faithfully, yet this one speaks on behalf of others. In the Jili clan, Shiyu was also filled with excitement. Finally, the Grand Curtain is about to rise. Tell the clansmen it has begun. In the Baiyuan clan, several bald heads nodded at their clan leader. Leader, it's our turn. This scene began to unfold in other clans as well. At this moment, it seemed that the atmosphere of the entire human race had changed. In the Feng clan, Changsheng smiled as he listened to Pajun's words. This disciple has become clever. To the naked eye, boundless mysterious yellow energy accompanied by virtue descended upon Pajun. The clansmen of the Feng clan prostrated themselves on the ground, looking towards the direction of Changsheng. This sudden appearance left them somewhat at a loss. They wanted to look over there, but feared disrespecting Changsheng Yu. For a moment, they didn't know how to decide. Pajun and Tian Fu floated into the air, appearing before everyone. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the human race and the mighty beings of the wilderness, a unique transfer of position commenced. Then came the classic reenactment of the iconic scene. Boundless virtue fell upon Pajun. At this moment, it seemed that all the beings of the wilderness had only one thought: to urge Pajun to quickly absorb this immense virtue, otherwise they truly could not bear it. Once or twice was acceptable, but how could there be a third time? The same scene, yet 2/10 of the virtue split off and fell in the other direction. Suddenly the beings of the wilderness were not surprised at all. Upon witnessing this scene, their first thought was that this virtue must be for Changsheng, which was nothing remarkable. Moreover, this virtue was surely of no use. It would only make Changsheng's will. What they cared about was Pajun. They truly did not wish to witness such a wasteful spectacle. It was too painful for them. They felt pity for Changsheng. It's coming, it's coming. The remaining 8 of the virtue 1/10 fell upon the martial arts steely, while the rest had already landed on Pajun. Next, it was time to see what Pajun would do. Then they were once again treated to a heartbreaking scene. The circle that circle appeared again. The wheel that will appeared again. How many times has this been? Is this a tradition among Changsheng's disciples? If they don't create a wheel, they aren't worthy of being a disciple of Changsheng. The fortunes of the Earth Emperor returned to him, and Pajun finally achieved his long-desired breakthrough at the 9th level of martial arts. Phew. At that moment, Pajun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally broken through. Now that he had reached the 9th level of martial arts, Changsheng shouldn't be able to beat him anymore. As for the virtue, Pajun didn't pay it any mind. That stuff is toxic. None of his senior brothers or sisters dared to consume it. How could he? Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Pajun rolled over to stand before Changsheng. Master, I missed you. When I heard you were here, I wanted to greet you immediately, but the timing was crucial, and I delayed for a moment. Master, please do not blame your disciple. On Shouyang Mountain Laozi's side. This time, he didn't even feel like moving his body. For some unknown reason, the tranquil Ta Ching sage now displayed a hint of envy in his gaze. Indeed, he envied Pajun and envied longevity. Clearly, even beings who were merely great Luo golden immortals, or even those below that rank, could resist the temptation of merit, yet he could not, nor could the other sages. Perhaps it was not that they could resist temptation, rather it was that the temptation was insufficient. After all, for Changsheng and the others, even if they absorbed all the merit, they could at most break through to the Supreme Sage. However, they were different. Their absorption of merit would allow them to break through to the Sage realm. Sages comparable to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortals were intertwined with the Tao of Heaven imperishable in the Primordial Chaos. How could they possibly endure this? Moreover, from the moment the primordial purple energy entered their bodies, perhaps their absorption of merit was already destined. Yet the joy they felt upon breaking through to Sage was now matched by their deep regret. With their potential and qualifications, could they not break through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm solely through their own efforts and cultivation? It was indeed possible. Perhaps even without absorbing merit, they would have already broken through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, at that time, they only knew the advantages of being a sage, completely unaware of the drawbacks. Since breaking through to the sage realm, they came to understand that being a sage required binding oneself to the Tao of Heaven. In essence, they became enforcers of the Tao. Whatever the Tao commanded, they had to obey. Of course, the Tao of Heaven would not allow them to do as they pleased. Their tasks primarily revolved around maintaining the normal functioning of the primordial chaos and ensuring its stability. After all, the Tao is fair, but it is only when the Tao commands them that they can obtain a large amount of merit. After breaking through to the Sage realm, their continued cultivation could only rely on the absorption of merit. They pondered whether they could free themselves from the constraints of the Tao and transition to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, no matter how they tried, it was impossible, or instead, they would be backlashed by the Tao. Furthermore, the constraints they faced were not just from the Tao. In the current primordial chaos, the Tao was the sole ruler. No, it was that individual who held all the power. In that individual's eyes, they were not but ants. To break free from the sage's path and pursue another, how easy could that be? Their gaze fell upon Changsheng, and they felt a flicker of hope. Dissipate, dissipate. Seeing Pajun conjure another wheel, the powerful beings of the primordial chaos lost interest, finding it dull. With this time, they might as well ponder how they could acquire some merit. In the northern region of the Primordial Chaos, Jun had 10 sons, the 10 golden crows, yet 9 had been shot down, leaving only the young golden crow Luya Daoren. As a descendant of the Demon Emperor and a quasi-sage, the demon race currently regarded Luya Daoren as their leader, especially since Nuwa seldom intervened in the affairs of the demon race. The Wu clan was still caught in dreams of reviving their former glory. How could the demon race be any different? Unfortunately, the demon race lacked the Earth Mother and could not engage in the matter of reincarnation. As for supporting the human tribes and vying for power like Guangqingzi and the Western Sect, the demon race had never considered it. They had tried, but the hatred between the human and demon races was far too deep. Almost no demon that entered the human realm ever returned alive. When humans saw demons, it was only a matter of killing. The karmic retribution for the demons slaughtering humans in the past had finally returned. Since the rise of martial arts among humans, they had become increasingly dominant against the demons. Luya Daoren attempted to facilitate contact between the demon and human races, but they didn't even have a chance to negotiate. Yet changes were apparent among the humans. The Chan Sect, the Jiejiao Sect, the Western Sect, the Wu clan, and even other factions had all made their moves. The demon race could not remain idle. Their gaze turned to the west. Perhaps it was time to talk with those on Ling Mountain. Zhuan was genuinely pleased. Perhaps the Buddhist sect was truly on the verge of flourishing. Or perhaps it was the reward for his years of effort, as first Randang brought the 4 golden immortals of the Chan Sect to join, and then opened a door for the Western Sect into the east. Now the demon race had taken the initiative to come forward. Was this not a sign of prosperity? Luya Daoyu, I am aware of what you have said. If you are willing to join the Buddhist sect and serve our Buddha in the future, our sect will naturally assist the demon race in restoring its former glory. Zhuan naturally understood why Luya Daoren had come. Although the demon race had a sage, Nuwa rarely intervened in their affairs, and would not support the demon race in overthrowing the humans' dominant position to regain control over heaven and earth. After all, Nuwa was also a sage of the human race. The 3 pure ones would also ignore Luya Daoren. Currently, the only ones he could rely on were the 2 sages of the Western Sect. In the Primordial Chaos, ultimately, it was the sages who were playing the game, and if Luya Daoren wanted the demon race to flourish again, he could only gain the support of the sages. Moreover, the Western Sect also needed the power of the demon race. It was a mutual benefit. However, Zhuan felt he could exploit this situation. As for Luya Daoren's delusions, indeed they were delusions. He was still dreaming of being the demon emperor. At most, he would just lead the demon race to their demise. However, that would be fine. Once the demon race completely declined, they would conveniently fall under the Western Sect's influence. The Western Sect was even less restrictive than the Jiejiao Sect. Thank you, Sage. Good. From this moment on, Luya Dao, you shall be the Namo Master of the Western Sect, and you will preside over this important matter concerning the human race. If you succeed, Luya Dao, you will become one of our Western 3 Buddhas. When the time comes, even assisting you in achieving sagehood would not be out of the question. Hiss. Luya Daoren looked at Zhuan truly astonished. He hadn't expected Zhuan to play such a grand game, to trust him so much, and to be willing to entrust him with such power. If the demon race entered the human realm, and their demonic aura was detected, they would surely be found and hunted down. Yet if they entered under the identity of the Western Sect, there would be no fear. Humans do not reject the Western Sect. As for the issue of demonic aura, there was no need to think too much. After cultivating the Buddhist teachings, the demonic aura would be directly concealed. This was his realization after accepting Zhuan's Buddhist teachings. Subsequently, he could have the demon race practice Buddhism and thus enter the human realm, initiating his own plans. What of the Wu clan? The demon race need not reincarnate. They could still maneuver within the human race. Moreover, this time, it would be in the name of the Western Sect, leveraging the power of the Western Sect. If they could seize the position of the human emperor in one fell swoop, the demon race could entirely use this opportunity to create a glory that belonged solely to them. As for the humans, they could simply be raised. After all, the humans of today are merely ordinary beings raised by the 6 sages, aren't they? Thinking of this, Luya Daoren felt even more invigorated. I will not fail the trust of the sage. Watching Luya Daoren leave with satisfaction, Zhuan could not help but smile. Having the demon race as scouts was simply the best. Did they truly think the East was so easy to invade? Although the Chan Sect had opened a door at a crucial moment, it was likely that regardless of whether it was the human sect, the Jiejiao Sect, or even the Chan Sect, they would not hesitate to strike against the Western Sect. The disciples of the Western Sect were all invaluable and could not afford to lose. Since the demon race was willing to take the lead for the Western Sect, it was simply perfect. As for whether things would go awry, Zhuan did not care at all. After all, he was merely a quasi-sage piece on the board. As a sage, he had everything under control. It was not only the demon race that was stirring. In the Dragon Palace, the Zhu Long appeared, and the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas hurriedly bowed in greeting, only to see Zhu Long slowly open his mouth to speak. Go choose a major human tribe, and provide strong support. Ao Guang instantly understood something. The human race was currently in a surge of activity, and he could not possibly overlook it. However, the powerful forces involved were numerous to the point that he felt a little overwhelmed. Yet during times of great change there must be great opportunities and fortunes, and Ao Guang could not help but begin to make some minor arrangements. However, these were merely minor arrangements. They were nothing like Zhu Long, who directly commanded the dragon race to support a major tribe, indicating a desire to compete. With Zhu Long speaking, there was no reason for him to hesitate any longer. He directly mobilized the dragon race's power and began to venture out into the four seas. As for which major tribe to support, he already had an idea. Amid the turbulence of the human race, none of those major tribes would refuse the dragon race. After all, the dragon race was friendly with the human race, unlike the demon race. At the same time that the dragon race was making moves, the phoenix race also stirred. Kong Xian led a group of phoenixes directly into the human realm along with the Qilin race, and some other groups, as if the entire Hong Wang was beginning to lay plans within the human race. The cosmic mechanisms were in chaos, and many powerful beings sighed. Those with ambitions entered the human race seeking to make a name for themselves, while those seeking peace hurried to close their mountains and seal their gates to cultivate, ensuring they would not appear until the human race was thoroughly stabilized. In the midst of the human race's prosperity, the beings of Hong Wang each had their own choices. Indeed, the newly reinstated Earth Sovereign also had his own choice as he directly bowed before his master. Though his heart was anxious, he still wore a beaming smile, and his eyes revealed longing and excitement. Changsheng could not help but shake his head. Not bad, you did well. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, the anxious heart of Pejun finally settled. Fortunately, he was clever. Upon his reinstatement, he gained fortune and virtue, and his cultivation grew significantly. It seemed that he truly satisfied Changsheng, and he probably avoided a beating this time. However, he did not notice the depth of Changsheng's gaze. I pay my respects to the four ancestors. At this moment, Tianfu also hurried to pay his respects to Changsheng. He knew how his position as clan leader came to be, and moreover the tasks he was about to undertake would require Changsheng's support. Besides, he genuinely respected his own four ancestors. Alright, come in. In the clan leader's great hall, Pejun and Tianfu stood on either side of Changsheng, with Tian Liang, Tian Ji, Tian Tong, Tian Xiang, and Shisha behind them. Apart from them, there were also the six-eared macaque and the high-ranking disciples of the Feng clan. At this moment, these five had all reached the 7th level of martial arts. Go inform the leaders of all major and minor tribes to attend Tianfus ceremony scheduled for 100 years from now. Upon hearing Changsheng's order, the disciples of the ceremony hurried to act. In the human race, such ceremonies had always been organized by them, and they also began to prepare everything needed for the ceremony of the Feng clan. Hearing Changsheng's words, Tianfu felt a great sense of relief. The four ancestors truly cared for him, unlike Pejun, who was just playing around without any seriousness. He was someone about to ascend to the throne, and had even managed to arrange everything thanks to the four ancestors giving him face. Pejun will be leaving with me soon. Tianfu, have you thought about how to express your ambitions for the human race after you ascend? Here it comes. The exam is about to begin. Tianfu's mind turned rapidly. He had prepared for this question since he learned his skills from Duobao. Duobao had provided him with many ideas, and he had been preparing for so long just for this day. He knew that if his answer did not satisfy the four ancestors, he might lose his chance to inherit the position of clan leader. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Four ancestors, first, I want to continue promoting martial arts, literary arts, and herbal studies among the human race, and let them flourish, making the human race even stronger." Changsheng nodded. This line of thought was correct. Then the human race is currently divided into countless tribes, which is too fragmented. I believe the human race needs a great unified system to better concentrate resources and allow policies to be more effectively communicated, enabling faster development for the human race. This idea is also correct, but unfortunately the steps are a bit too large. He could only shake his head. Seeing Changsheng shake his head, Tianfu's face turned pale. Did the four ancestors disagree? Was his idea wrong? This was something he had discussed with Duobao for a long time, and moreover the four ancestors had previously hinted at this idea. He said that the human race needed to transition from a tribal system to another system more suitable for the human race. Why had the four ancestors changed their mind now? Or was there a flaw in what he said? Disciple is anxious. Please guide me, four ancestors. Tianfu no longer said much. The intentions of the four ancestors were beyond his comprehension, but he had seen how Pejun flattered Changsheng, and with a good attitude the four ancestors were still easy to talk to. Tianfu, do you think other tribes will agree to your idea of unifying the human race? Tianfu recalled the previous times he traveled among the human race, spreading literary arts and herbal studies, thinking about the situations and reactions of the various tribes, especially the attitudes of the leaders of major tribes like Xianyuan and Qiyu. They might respect him, but if he were to seize their tribal numbers and subdue them, they would likely not agree. But so what? The Feng clan was the strongest. As long as the Feng clan agreed, it would be fine. He had confidence that if other tribes disagreed, he could forcefully suppress them and unify the human race. Locking eyes with Changxing, Tianfu was about to reveal the truth, but hesitated. He could think of it, so how could Changxing not? If it were possible, Changxing would not have shaken. It was better to answer the question honestly. No, they definitely won't. Seeing that Tianfu was not arrogant enough to think he was invincible among the human race, Changxing nodded. Indeed, they will not agree. They did not agree before, and now they will agree even less. The Chan sect supports the Xiong tribe, the Witch clan supports the Jiuli tribe, the Western sect supports the Beiyuan tribe, and there are also influences from the Dragon race, Phoenix race, Qilin race, Azura race, Demon race, and others involved. Even if the Feng clan is powerful, if they forcefully push it will only lead to their collapse. So you need to be smarter. For the next 100 years, follow me to learn. Tianfu suddenly looked up at Changxing, his eyes filled with surprise. Changxing was actually going to teach him personally. This was simply fantastic. Initially, he felt a bit alarmed when he heard that many forces were laying plans for the human race, but now that he knew Changxing would help him, he had no worries. He had always believed that with Changxing around, the human race would remain the human race. The heavens would not change. Disciple will definitely follow the 4 ancestors and study hard. Good. You first go and reassure the clansmen, take over the Feng clan from Pijun. Alright, you all may leave now. With that, he turned to Pijun, who wanted to leave with him. Pijun, stay behind. Let's catch up. Nostalgia. Pijun's body stiffened as Tianfu and the others hurried a few steps back, quickly creating distance from him. Watching the few people leave briskly, Pijun felt even more despair as he turned around with great difficulty, forcing a smile as he looked at Changxing. Master, no rush, let's enhance our bond first. Changxing understood his disciple too well. Clearly, everything that needed to be done had been completed, yet he still hadn't returned to his position. The reason for his absence was likely that the previous warning wasn't severe enough. He was about to create more trouble. It was fortunate that he arrived in time, otherwise who knows what kind of chaos might have ensued. Pijun was not someone who was content with solitude. Even if he returned to his position, he wouldn't contemplate the Tao as thoroughly as Cang Jie and Ling Shi, nor would he diligently cultivate. Therefore Changxing had to give him a proper admonition. Of course he was pressed for time, and had heavy responsibilities, so this admonition would coincide with the assessment of Pijun's martial progress. Master, outside the clan leader's hall, upon hearing this voice, everyone quickened their pace. The 6-eared macaque especially seemed to have heard the pain and despair within that voice, and he was certain it belonged to Pijun. But isn't this the Earth sovereign of the human race? Humans are the protagonists of the heavens. How could the Earth sovereign with considerable cultivation be subjected to such treatment? It seems that the master's teachings are rather strict. Such an excellent disciple still cannot satisfy Changxing. Ooh, what does that imply? Thinking of Changxing's statement that he still needs to prove himself, the 6-eared macaque suddenly felt a lack of confidence. This might be quite challenging. He glanced at Tianfu and the others beside him. Seniors, what is this? It's nothing. This is a unique aspect of our martial inheritance. You'll gradually get used to it. Just follow the 4th ancestor and learn well. This learning, well, seems a bit off. The senior hasn't agreed to take me as a disciple yet. Don't worry. The 4th ancestor brought you back, indicating that your chances are quite high. As long as you can perform well and not disappoint the 4th ancestor, he will undoubtedly. At this point, Tianfu and the others exchanged meaningful glances with the 6-eared macaque. To be honest, none of them had been accepted as disciples by Changxing, and they truly didn't understand what was so special about this monkey that caught the 4th ancestor's attention. If one were to say what distinguishes him from other monkeys, it's just that he has a few more ears. Does the 4th ancestor have a particular fascination with ears? That hasn't been mentioned. They practiced martial arts, and in terms of primordial spirit, they were somewhat weaker than beings who cultivated the immortal path. Therefore, even if their cultivation realms were slightly higher, it was still challenging to discern the true nature of the 6-eared. However, they knew that since the 6-eared macaque had caught Changxing's attention, even if he couldn't truly become Changxing's disciple, he wouldn't be lacking in merit. On the human side, preparations for Tianfu's coronation ceremony were in full swing, while the heavenly army had also arrived at the westernmost region. The Honghuang is vast. Changxing had heard from Tong Tian that when Tao Ancestor preached, he mentioned that the chaos is infinite and the world is not just Honghuang alone. However, among all these chaos, the most powerful and deep-rooted world is indeed the Honghuang world. The Tao Ancestor categorized the world into levels from low to high: small world, medium world, large world, small 1,000 worlds, medium 1,000 worlds, large 1,000 worlds, and boundless worlds. Small worlds, medium worlds, and large worlds are the types that golden immortals can easily create. Once one's cultivation reaches the golden immortal stage, they possess the ability to break open space. Of course, due to the stability of the Honghuang space, breaking through is not easy. Nevertheless, it is not difficult for a golden immortal to open up a space. These spaces are akin to small-scale worlds. Within these worlds, the spiritual energy is all acquired energy, and some may even lack spiritual energy. Although life can exist there, forget about the Tao. Even the laws are absent, making it impossible for any beings to cultivate to the immortal realm. If a being were to engage in battle within the chaos, it is possible that by chance they could break open a space. If the space does not collapse or align correctly, it can form an independent space. There are numerous such worlds within the chaos, with most large, medium, and small worlds formed this way. However, it is different when it comes to small thousand worlds, medium thousand worlds, and large thousand worlds. They all have laws in existence. The higher the level, the more complete the laws become. Once reaching the large thousand worlds, beings can comprehend the Tao, supporting the cultivation of the great Tao Golden Immortal. However, these worlds cannot be casually created. They are generally formed by chance, or created by beings of Saint, or even higher realms. There are quite a few such worlds within the chaos. When Panga the Great cut down the 3,000 chaos demons, and opened up the Hong Huang world, the chaos had just begun. The Hong Huang world held a high status, directly classified as a boundless world, and was the core of this chaos. However, the bodies of other chaos demons fell into the chaos. Some of them bled into the Hong Huang, adding to its depth, while also bringing about the great calamity of ferocious beasts. However, most of them drifted within the chaos, and gradually grew into various worlds. Of the 3,000 demons, the lowest cultivation was already that of the primordial great Tao Golden Immortal. Their bodies, even if merely a finger transformed, could potentially forge a small thousand world. Thus, within this chaos, apart from the Hong Huang world, there are countless other worlds of varying levels. The 3,000 large thousand worlds revolve around the Hong Huang. Although these large thousand worlds are centered around the Hong Huang world, they are all transformed from the 3,000 chaos demons. A trace of obsession causes them to harbor some hostility towards the Hong Huang world opened by Panga the Great. Therefore, these worlds could potentially invade the Hong Huang world, just as the otherworldly beings mentioned by Hong Jundao ancestor. During the great calamity of ferocious beasts, 4 sacred spirits appeared to resist the 4 great ferocious beasts, bringing an end to the calamity. They gained unparalleled merit, and suppressed the 4 poles of the Hong Huang known as the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. As long as these 4 sacred spirits do not leave the 4 poles, they possess saint-level cultivation. Even if they venture into the Hong Huang or chaos, they wield powers comparable to that of saints. Thus, with them guarding the Hong Huang, its safety is not a concern for other beings. The westernmost region of the Hong Huang is guarded by one of the 4 sacred spirits, the White Tiger. Centered around the Buzhou Mountain, the Hong Huang boasts the most abundant spiritual energy. As one moves towards the 4 poles, the spiritual energy becomes increasingly thin. Upon entering the westernmost region, Hao Tian and the others clearly felt the thinning spiritual energy enough to make them frown. In truth, the Hong Huang is vast. Even someone like Hao Tian, a Saint, would not dare claim to have traversed the entire Hong Huang, let alone other immortals. Especially in this westernmost region, it was basically their first time arriving, making the sparse spiritual energy quite hard for them to adapt to. This land of the West Extremity. A celestial being gazed at the West Extremity, frowning and hesitating to speak. Unlike the beautiful mountains, waters, and creatures of the primordial era, this West Extremity had a somewhat desolate and harsh impression. From the primordial era to the West Extremity, there exists a clear boundary, the abyss of the West Extremity. It was like a deep abyss appearing at the edge of the primordial world. After the heavenly army arrived, they immediately spotted the cliff-like abyss, which seemed bottomless. However, as they ventured deeper, countless floating peaks emerged, and in some areas of the abyss there were dark waters that evoked a sense of terror. Especially while flying above the abyss, they felt an increase in pressure, and the consumption of their magical power began to rise with their descent, as if this abyss could devour their spiritual energy. Suddenly had a different understanding. The concentration of spiritual energy in the West Extremity was indeed much lower than in the primordial era, even less dense than that within living beings. As they entered the West Extremity and began to integrate into it, the abundant spiritual energy spilled over to the areas where the energy was thinner. However, their numbers were quite small, and the species were hardly seen in the primordial era. Furthermore, they were mostly stronger in physical form, but weaker in their primordial spirits, lacking strong aggression. However, their numbers were quite small, and the species were hardly seen in the primordial era. Furthermore, they were mostly stronger in physical form, but weaker in their primordial spirits, lacking strong aggression. At least their appearance did not provoke any attacks from these strange beasts. As they crossed the abyss, the celestial beings from the heavenly court were pleasantly surprised. A piece of land appeared before their eyes, and the concentration of spiritual energy suddenly increased, causing Hao Yan to brighten up at that moment. We've arrived. This is the land where the White Tiger's sacred spirit resides. Since we were not stopped from entering, it seems they recognized us, or perhaps the Tao ancestor has contacted them, allowing us entry. Everyone realized this was indeed the case. No wonder it was a place for the sacred spirit to cultivate. Miracles occurred here. The concentration of spiritual energy was not inferior to some of the blessed lands in the primordial era. It was truly a feat of living beings to create such a spiritual place within this abyss. As they delved deeper into this spiritual land, they felt as though they had returned to the primordial era with beautiful mountains, waters, and creatures. Living beings are approaching. not long after they sensed that living beings were nearby, with some possessing considerable cultivation. The heavenly army quickly took precautions. Although this was the land of the sacred spirit, throughout the journey the celestial beings from the Ministry of Rites had repeatedly prepared them mentally. This time they were here to combat extraterrestrial beings, and could not afford to be careless. As they drew closer, the celestial beings finally relaxed. A white tiger. Indeed, what appeared before them was a group of white tigers. Thinking of the white tiger's sacred spirit, they realized these were the kin sent to welcome them. The white tiger's sacred spirit was once the leader of the white tiger clan. After taking residence in the west extremity, they had migrated the clan here. After so many years, the strength of the White Tiger clan was likely not inferior to that of the Dragon Phoenix, or Qilin, especially with the presence of the White Tiger's sacred spirit. From the group of white tigers that appeared before them, one could glean much. The leading white tiger possessed the cultivation of a Colossus Saint, followed by over 1,000 white tigers, all above the heavenly fairy realm, including 2 great Luo golden. But is it the heavenly army? The Colossus Saint White Tiger landed, and cast a glance at the celestial beings, speaking up. However, whether in their gaze or tone, there seemed to be little respect for the heavenly court, perhaps even a hint of condescension. This caused Hao Yin, who had been smiling and hoping to communicate well with the White Tiger clan, to have his smile freeze on his face, his teeth grinding. This was the same as how those great clans in the primordial era treated the heavenly court. The White Tiger clan treated the heavenly court in the same manner. Named the heavenly court, wielding the authority of heaven and earth, he was the heavenly emperor, the master of the universe. Yet before these powerful beings and clans, he held no status whatsoever. At this thought, Hao Yin felt a pang of humiliation. Hao Yin remained silent, while Sun Li showed no intention of waiting for Hao Yin to take center stage. Upon entering the west extremity and facing the White Tiger clan, the heavenly court was a single entity. The dignity of the heavenly court must be. Stepping forward, Sun Li saluted the Colossus Saint White Tiger. As he advanced, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and others followed suit, standing behind Sun Li. This friend is honored. We are indeed from the heavenly court. We have come to the west extremity under the order of the Tao Ancestor to resist the invasion of extraterrestrial beings. I am Sun Li, a celestial being from the Ministry of Rites, and this is our heavenly emperor Hao Yin. The Colossus Saint White Tiger glanced at Sun Li, then at the celestial beings behind him, his expression curious. He had the intention to test Hao Yin and gauge the strength of the heavenly court, but Hao Yin was still silent, while Sun Li stepped forward. What puzzled him was that despite Sun Li's advance, the celestial beings of the heavenly court did not react. However, as Sun Li took a step forward, the celestial beings all tensed up. The Minister of Rites, a great Luo golden immortal. Who exactly was the heavenly emperor Hao Yin, or him? Even the imposing Colossus Saint seemed to regard him as the leader. Due to the strange atmosphere from the heavenly court, over 1,000 white tigers unleashed their momentum, staring intently at Sun Li. The Colossus Saint White Tiger was not here to I greet Sun Li, my friend, and Hao Yin, the heavenly emperor. My name is Jiejiao, the 3rd elder of the White Tiger clan. The sacred spirit is already aware of your intentions. I am here to guide you to the battlefield. Please follow me. This time Jiejiao spoke without being overly aggressive. At least there was a sense of equality. However, it was still a matter of business, seemingly without the intention of inviting the heavenly court to the White Tiger clan's territory, and he directly led them to the battlefield. This eased the tension for the heavenly court's side. They were here to resist the extraterrestrial beings, not to fight the White Tiger clan. Thank you, my friend. With another salute, Sun Li directly approached Jiejiao, who was already leading the way, placing himself among the White Tiger group, and standing beside Jiejiao. This action caused Jiejiao to glance at him in bewilderment. However, before Jiejiao could respond, Sun Li spoke up. My friend, you must have just come from the battlefield, and the aura of slaughter is truly astonishing. We must thank you for your protection of the lives of the beings of the primordial era. However, as we are newcomers, we are still unaware of the situation on the battlefield. Could you kindly enlighten me? Jiejiao had initially intended to dismiss him, but as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. With Sun Li's friendly demeanor, Jiejiao, though cold-faced, found it difficult to push him away. He felt that Sun Li was interesting. After all, it was simply a matter of inquiring about the battlefield situation, so Jiejiao readily shared the information. It is indeed strange. We have guarded this land of the west extremes for an unknown duration. Even we ourselves cannot clearly recall how long it has been. I wonder how you all suddenly thought of coming to aid us. Jiejiao mumbled, beginning to briefly explain the situation of the west extremes. The world of Honghuang as an infinite realm is a cohesive space. However, being a space, it has its vulnerabilities. The 4 extremes are such places. When ferocious beasts from the chaos or beings from other worlds discover the Honghuang world, they will initiate invasions. Some powerful beings who wander through the chaos might even intervene. After all, the purpose of venturing out is to find things beneficial for cultivation. What could be a more significant venture than conquering a world? Thus, while the internal situation of the Honghuang world appears calm, there may be internal troubles, yet external threats are not visible. However, it is not that external threats do not exist, it is merely that someone bears the burden of carrying them. For instance, the external threat of the West extremes has always been resisted by the Baihu clan. The Baihu clan is quite powerful with 4 elders at the Kwasa Saint level and many others at the Deluo Jinxian Tai, Jinxian, and Jinxian levels. However, the Baihu clan faces challenges in reproduction resulting in insufficient numbers. Fortunately, the Baihu clan also commands some subclans, which are various tiger species. Although these tiger bloodlines are inferior to those of the Baihu clan in potential and strength, they are still quite useful in resisting foreign invasions. It is precisely because they bear the heavy responsibility of defending against external invasions that the Baihu clan has been tempered over time, making their strength somewhat superior to other races in Hongwon. In terms of the same realm, their combat capability is likely greater than that of most other clans. Fellow Taoists, as time passes, the invading foes of Hongwon are likely to increase in number and strength. Our arrival serves 2 purposes. One is to relieve the pressure on the Baihu clan, and the other is to make the heavenly deities aware that this world is not as peaceful as it seems, and we do have enemies. As representatives of the righteous path, the heavenly deities must have this awareness. Although the possibility of Hongwon being breached is low, we should still prepare for any eventuality. No matter how much we say it is futile, they must witness it with their own eyes. Hearing Sun Li's words, Jin Tu couldn't help but be taken aback. At that moment, he suddenly found himself in agreement with Sun Li, realizing that he had perhaps misjudged these people before. They were not simply leaving the matter of protecting Hongwon entirely to them. The West Extremes, after all, are merely the fringes of Hongwon. The West Extreme continent was opened up due to the abilities of the Baihu sacred spirit, allowing the Baihu clan to maintain their cultivation needs. However, the Baihu clan is aware that the essence of Hongwon lies beyond the West Extremes in the vast mountains and rivers of Hongwon. Voices within the clan have also been clamoring, questioning why they should bear the burden of defending against outsiders, risking life and death, while allowing those useless beings to frolic in the vastness of Hongwon. If not for the restraint of the Baihu sacred spirit, perhaps some members of the Baihu clan would have left the West Extremes to venture into Hongwon. At that time, it would inevitably bring some chaos to Hongwon. This was also the reason why Jin Tu initially did not have a good expression when meeting Haoyan and the others. He was influenced by this sentiment, feeling that they were sacrificing too much while these people were benefiting too easily. However, after hearing Sun Li's words, Jin Tu felt much better. It seems that Sun Li and the others were not unaware of their contributions. Thinking of this, Jin Tu's attitude towards Sun Li improved significantly, and their conversation expanded beyond just the battlefield. Jin Tu spoke to Sun Li about the battlefield, the West Extremes, the Chaos, and the Baihu clan, while Sun Li shared information about Hongwon with Jin Tu. For a moment, to the others, the two initially unfamiliar individuals appeared to be very warm and friendly, even laughing together, causing Haoyan to frown in confusion. What does this mean? Have they become close? In his heart, he felt some resentment toward Jin Tu for his unfriendly attitude, as he seemed to treat Sun Li like family. Previously, he merely had some hatred towards Jiejiao, but now Haoyan found himself harboring opinions about the Baihu clan as well. He swore that once he became strong, he would make these people pay the price. This time the invaders are indeed different from before, and they are even more formidable. Currently, the highest combat power invading the West Extremes is at the Kwasa Saint level. It is an invasion from another world. We captured a creature from this other world and learned some information after interrogating it. The War World, as its name suggests, is a realm known for its bellicosity. The strongest beings in this world might possess powers akin to those of a holy sovereign. We refer to them as war demons, and under their command are 8 war messengers. One of these war messengers is the one currently attempting to breach Hongwon. Its strength is significant, with 6 Deluo Jinxian under its command. The number of warriors is estimated in the billions. Currently, our 4 elders are leading the clan members to guard the barrier. However, as time passes, their continuous assaults are causing the barrier to become somewhat unstable. If this continues, it is feared that one day they will truly open the West Extremes barrier. At that time, the invading force may not just consist of this one war messenger and billions of enemies, but potentially an entire world. Therefore, we Baihu clan are taking this matter very seriously. Perhaps the Tao ancestor has also discerned this situation, which is why they sent you to assist us. The most troublesome aspect of these enemies is that they are virtually indestructible. On the battlefield, even if a war demon dies, it can instantly revive. We have yet to fully understand the specifics of their powers. However, from the interrogation of the enemies we captured, we have learned that this revival ability is likely related to war. Or perhaps it is connected to the fundamental Tao of their world. The fundamental Tao. Although the Great Thousand World also has 3,000 Taos, these 3,000 Taos are not the same as the infinite worlds like Hongwon. The 3,000 Taos of the Great Thousand World are derived from a single fundamental Tao. For example, in the War World, its fundamental Tao might be the Tao of War. Sun Li was also somewhat uncertain, but just by listening to Jin Tu's words, he felt that things were quite tricky. It turns out that the opponents outside of Hong Huang are this formidable, especially that war demon. If its strength is not inferior to that of the sacred spirits, then this war truly poses some danger. It seems he had previously underestimated this border conflict. With his mind spinning, Jean Tu's voice did not cease. Hong Huang is not the first world to be invaded by the war world. According to the information gleaned from interrogations, the war world is excessively warlike, having invaded and destroyed countless worlds, so many that they cannot even count them. Not long ago, the war world may not have been this powerful, but as time has passed, the wars they have ignited have led to a rapid expansion of their strength. Can one become powerful just by going to war? Sun Li couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The reproductive capacity of the human race was terrifying. If the human race truly rises in the future without any control, even the vast wilderness would not be able to accommodate so many humans, and the wilderness itself might be overwhelmed. At that time, it would either be the extinction of the human race or the destruction of the wilderness. Thus, it is best to shift the internal conflicts to external ones. If other worlds can invade the wilderness, then the wilderness can certainly invade other worlds. If the human race can replicate this war model from the world of war, then they would truly be invincible, invading the entire universe. The battlefield mentioned by Jean Tu was created by the White Tiger Spirit. You must know that in the Western Extreme region, there are two layers of protection. One layer is the inherent barrier of the wilderness, which is very solid and represents the bottom line of the wilderness. If this layer is breached, one can directly enter the wilderness. However, if this wilderness barrier is attacked, it will draw upon the spiritual energy and foundation of the wilderness to maintain itself. Ordinary attacks are manageable, but if the power reaches a certain level, the barrier's turbulence could cause significant changes in the wilderness, leading to landslides and earthquakes, which are the most basic consequences. Therefore, unless the other world is too weak, this layer of barrier will not serve as a protective shield. The strong should keep the enemies at bay. Thus, the White Tiger Holy Spirit established another layer of barrier outside the Western Extreme, which is the fundamental force for the wilderness to resist external threats. This layer of barrier maintained by the White Tiger Holy Spirit is very difficult to breach. The attackers on the wilderness are not just from other worlds. Even powerful chaotic beasts comparable to the primordial golden immortals cannot break this barrier or enter the wilderness. Between the two layers of barriers, there is a zone, which is what Jean Tu referred to as the Western Extreme battlefield. This is a place for annihilating invading foreign races and showcasing the power of the wilderness. If any small-time invaders dare to recklessly attack the wilderness, the White Tiger tribe will actively remove the barrier, allowing these intruders to enter the battlefield and be slain. The White Tiger tribe is combative, of this is the best place to temper the White Tiger tribe. Even though Jean Tu felt that this time's war world was different, he didn't take it too seriously. The wilderness is the ruler of this chaos. With the White Tiger Holy Spirit present, Jean Tu could not think of a reason for the Western Extreme to be breached. So here there is usually just an elder leading the clansmen to guard. From time to time, they would let some invading foreign races into the battlefield to kill, and there is one more thing that Jean Tu mentioned very cautiously. After slaying the foreign races, they can turn these foes into fertilizer for the wilderness. The source of spiritual energy in the Western Extreme continent comes from these foreign races. The White Tiger Holy Spirit established a grand formation in the Western Extreme continent that can transform these foreign races and chaotic beasts into spiritual energy to supply the needs of the Western Extreme continent. This is also a significant reason why the White Tiger tribe is so combative. With ample spiritual energy, they can cultivate faster. Listening to Jean Tu's words, Sun Li also understood that for now the situation is still controllable. Standing at the edge of the Western Extreme, Sun Li and the others finally saw the situation beyond the world. Indeed, many foreign races were attacking the second layer of the barrier. However, the White Tiger tribe seemed to be unconcerned about these foreign races and would not actively attack. They would simply allow large groups of foreign races to enter and engage in. Seeing the situation so favorable, the celestial beings of the heavenly court also breathed a sigh of relief. Jean Tu brought the celestial beings of the heavenly court to the battlefield and introduced the fourth elder of the White Tiger tribe to Sun Li. The attitude of the fourth elder was similar to that of Jean Tu, but it was hard to resist the third elder's insistence that Sun Li was his friend. Upon hearing that Sun Li was a friend, the fourth elder's attitude changed. At the very least, he was different towards Sun Li. Sun Li did not make it difficult for Hao Yin to communicate. After realizing that the object of this invasion posed great danger, Sun Li knew that it was no longer a child's play. He must take control of the battlefield's initiative, positioning himself in a favorable situation, even to the point of being able to oversee the entire situation. To achieve such a goal, he had to make a decision that would ensure Haoshan's safety. Letting Hao Yin be a spectator, while Sun Li controls the authority of the Heavenly Court. How could the Heavenly Emperor Hao Yin be placed in danger? At most, when the enemy has a Quasi-Saint level presence, let Hao Yin assist in dealing with it. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, listening to Sun Li's words, had a somewhat strange expression. This was the first time she heard someone speak so eloquently about sidelining someone. However, upon hearing Sun Li mention the danger posed by the enemies outside the world, she also agreed with Sun Li's words. After all, Changsheng had already become the brain of the Jiejiao, and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was quite straightforward. Oh, she would follow Sun Li. As for sidelining Hao Yin, it was not difficult at all, it had already been in a semi-sidelined state. Now the White Tiger tribe does not recognize Hao Yin, but instead they are developing a close relationship with Sun Li, which makes it even easier. Friend, the Heavenly Court's troops are short on combat experience. We might have to trouble you to arrange some enemies for us to practice against. Jin Tu, upon hearing Sun Li's words, found it completely acceptable. The Heavenly Court's willingness to take action was naturally welcomed. After all, when the Heavenly Court kills enemies, it also helps the White Tiger tribe. Ultimately, the spiritual energy transformed from these foreign races will still return to the Western Extreme continent. With benefits involved, they certainly wouldn't refuse such a convenient opportunity. The million heavenly soldiers and generals were all excited. They were really going to fight. Leading them was Marshal Tianpeng. Even if they brought in some enemies, there wouldn't be any golden immortals, so it was fine for Marshal Tianpeng to lead the heavenly soldiers and generals in training. Most of the disciples of Jiejiao also participated. You must know that killing foreign races can earn fortunes and merits. When you protect the world will naturally reward you. Therefore, for Jiejiao, this was a very good thing. Tai and Yuding looked at Hao Yin and felt a bit sorry for him. He was truly sidelined. They would not speak on behalf of Hao Yin. The Heavenly Court had already been largely filled with Jiejiao members, and even the newly recruited heavenly soldiers and generals had been bought off by Sun Li. The strength of those in the Heavenly Court and the power of Jiejiao were vastly different, and they certainly didn't want to be eyed by the scheming Sun Li. However, they did not think Hao Yin could swallow this anger. It was Hao Yin who insisted on coming. It seems Hao Yin must have some thoughts of his own. They would just watch the struggle between Jiejiao and Hao Yin. After all, the ones who ultimately benefited with Wind Clan. Pejun had returned to that familiar corner. After a while of being cared for by Changsheng, Pejun had digested a considerable amount of the foundation accumulated during this time, and the fortune gained, and despite just breaking through to the early stage of Golden Immortal, he had now surprisingly advanced to the mid-stage. No need to thank me too much. The matters of the human race will be entrusted to Tianfu next. Have you thought about where to go? Pejun had many places he could go. Golden Ao Island, Seven Colored Island, Fangzhong Island, Mount Tai, and Changsheng Mountain are all options. Looking at Changsheng starting to drive people away, Pejun, instead of complaining, was elated. I will choose a place to cultivate. Next time I see my master, I will definitely have improved my cultivation. After saying that, Pejun directly ran off. After leaving the Feng clan, Pejun was also pondering where to go. He understood very well the meaning of longevity. Places like Jiejiao Island, Chisa Island, Fangzhong Island, Mount Tai, and Changsheng Mountain were all options, but he must avoid staying among the human race. With the new emperor on the throne, if the old emperor were still alive, it would hinder the new ruler. Although Pejun did not want to leave the human race, and wanted to discuss taking down the Heavenly Court with Tianfu, he had to temporarily retreat for his own safety. Jiejiao Island and Chisa Island were places where Changsheng often stayed. Perhaps he would return there someday. With small affections every 3 days, and significant affections every 5 days, Pejun could hardly endure it. Changsheng Mountain was also not suitable since it was Changsheng's domain, and who knows when he might suddenly visit. As for Mount Tai, it seemed his younger brother Fushi was there. He would be a guest there, and might feel a bit out of place. Then there is Fangzhong Island. According to Changsheng, Fangzhong Island is one of the 3 islands overseas comparable to the finest blessed lands. It was discovered by Changsheng by chance, but until now he had only stayed there for a while upon discovery, and had not returned since. With this thought, Pejun knew it was the right choice. It was safe, rich in spiritual energy, and spacious. Changsheng had already provided Pejun with a marker, and he could find Fangzhong Island by himself. Changsheng had also informed him of the way to enter Jiejiao Island. At this moment, Duo Bao was also furious. His disciple had ascended, yet he was not the first to know. He was unsure if it was Changsheng's arrangement, but since Changsheng was at the Feng clan, he didn't believe he was unaware. Moreover, this was too hasty. Thus Duo Bao came rushing to the Feng clan without a second thought. Meanwhile, at the Feng clan, Tianfu was overseeing the arrangements for the ascension ceremony, and those who followed Changsheng began their journey after receiving Tianfu's invitation. Regardless of their thoughts, at this moment Tianfu was the leader of the Feng clan, and he had no intention of unifying the human race. At this time, Tianfu was the highest authority among the human race, no matter their intentions, they had to conceal them and respectfully attend Tianfu's ascension ceremony. At the Feng clan, Changsheng looked at Tianfu, before slowly asking Tianfu, what are your thoughts on the races outside of the human race in the wilderness? Other races. Tianfu fell into contemplation upon hearing this. While the human race was the main protagonist in the land, it didn't mean the wilderness was solely comprised of humans. There were the Witch clan in the south, the Monster clan in the north, the Dragon clan of the Four Seas, the Phoenix clan of the Immortal Volcano, the Kirin clan of the Earth Veins, and the Spirit clan and Insect clan scattered throughout the wilderness. Many of these races in terms of overall strength surpassed the human race. In terms of numbers, the human race was undoubtedly one of the largest, occupying the most territory, but that didn't mean other races lacked the ability to resist the human race. Tianfu turned to Changsheng and cautiously asked, "For ancestors, do you mean I should not limit myself to the human race? Unifying the human race is only the first step. Should I unify these races as well?" "Yes, exactly. Your ambition is commendable, although it may be somewhat unrealistic. Your idea is good, but the goal of unification is integration. Currently all races are plotting against the human race. The Bear clan has the support of the Chan sect, while the Jili clan has the backing of the Witch clan. Since Empress Hutu controls reincarnation, the members of the Jili clan should be called witches. They are a combination of witch and human. Moreover, in both body and bloodline, they can be considered part of the human race. Pure witches cannot be integrated, but these witch humans can indeed be included in the human race. Eradicating other races or enslaving them is not acceptable. However, establishing a system where the human race is the main body and other races develop around it is possible. You should ponder this carefully later. And the Dragon Phoenix and Kirin clans are also involved with the human race. As for the Monster clan, the 36 major clans probably have their own backing now. Therefore, your previous idea of using force to suppress the clans for unification is not feasible. Additionally, using force is the most primitive method for the human race. There are many beings in the wilderness that are more formidable than humans, yet the protagonist status of the human race is unshakable. You must understand what the true advantage of the human race is. The true advantage. Hearing Changsheng's words, Tianfu was taken aback. With so many participants involved, he couldn't imagine what would happen if he really attempted to suppress them by force. Wouldn't the Feng clan be collectively turned against him? After all, Tianfu was taught by Duo Bao and Changsheng, and would not think that those clans would simply allow him to dissolve their clan titles and submit to the Feng clan's jurisdiction. But aside from suppressing with force, what else could be done? What is the greatest advantage of the human race? Changsheng. Yes, it's not that the greatest advantage of the human race is longevity. Outside the main hall of the clan leader, someone was calling for Changsheng. Hearing Duobao's voice, Changsheng went out to greet him, and upon seeing Tianfu, following Changsheng, Duobao's expression changed. This is his disciple. Why does it seem like Tianfu is even closer to Changsheng than he is? Senior brother. Master. Duobao looked at Changsheng and said, "Alright Changsheng, you need to explain this to me. I can't believe I wasn't the first to know about Tianfu's ascension. Is this reasonable?" So it turns out the vinegar jar was overturned. Changsheng understood, and let Tianfu attend to other matters first, bringing Duo Bao into the clan leader's hall. "Senior brother, I wasn't the first to know either. That rebellious disciple acted so rashly to pass on the position. I've already educated him. Oh, please don't hold it against him. As for Tianfu's ascension, it certainly cannot be hasty. I've already instructed them to notify all major clans, and Tianfu is preparing for the ascension ceremony. At that time, I will need you, senior brother, to officiate. I originally intended to invite you, but didn't expect you to anticipate this and come early." "Huh, what did you anticipate?" Duo Bao was completely confused. What did he anticipate? He was blaming Changsheng, yet Changsheng pushed all responsibilities onto Pujuan. With this double-edged situation, Duo Bao couldn't be angry anymore. Hearing that Changsheng had already prepared for the ceremony and wanted him to officiate, Duo Bao's expression eased slightly. "Really? It must be true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tianfu. I just happened to arrive at the Feng clan and coincidentally made it in time. It wasn't that much earlier than you, senior brother." Having reached this point in the conversation, Duo Bao no longer felt angry. However, seeing that the ceremony was being prepared in an orderly manner, Duo Bao realized that he couldn't officiate this ceremony. His influence among the human race was not as strong as Changsheng's. It had to be Changsheng, the revered ancestor of the human race, who officiated for Tianfu to be recognized as legitimate and to accumulate greater prestige. With this thought, Duo Bao felt a wave of frustration. He really had fallen for Changsheng's tricks. He couldn't show his anger and had to put on a smiling face, asking Changsheng to help officiate. What kind of situation was this? Had he been plotted against by Changsheng again? When Duo Bao searched for Changsheng, he found Changsheng teaching Tianfu, and seeing this scene, Duo Bao felt even more frustrated. What is this supposed to mean? Is it necessary for him to continue teaching if he thinks his teaching isn't good enough? It seems quite unnecessary. Duo Bao had sufficient confidence in the abilities of his disciples, even having already considered how Tianfu should act after ascending to the position of emperor. He even thought about letting Tianfu teach a lesson to the Chan sect. Although most of the disciples of the Chan sect had been reassigned, Duo Bao still felt confident. They may not have much, but the Chan sect had numbers, which was enough to deal. However, seeing Changsheng actually beginning to teach Tianfu, Duo Bao couldn't shake off a bad premonition. He felt that all his previous efforts might go to waste. Yet Duo Bao did not interrupt the lesson on the spot. After all, Changsheng is one of the 4 ancestors of the human race, and teaching Tianfu some things isn't wrong. Privately, Duo Bao looked at Tianfu and said, "Tianfu, I've noticed you've been visiting your uncle Changsheng a lot lately. Is he imparting some secret techniques to you?" "Secret techniques?" Tianfu suddenly thought that what Changsheng had taught him during this time might be even more useful than any secret techniques. The true advantage of the human race. Previously, Tianfu had always believed that the advantages of the human race lay in their numbers and potential, but after receiving guidance from Changsheng, he realized a new concept. The Great Trend. The human race has never relied on mere numbers and potential. Those are just embellishments. The true advantage of the human race lies in the Great Trend. It is the Great Trend affirmed by the Tao and the Heavenly Tao. As long as the human race does not act recklessly and does not destroy the world, they will always be the protagonists of this world. No matter which race seeks to annihilate the human race, they will ultimately face destruction and suffer a backlash until therefore the human race can be even more arrogant and bold. There is a saying, to have confidence is to be unafraid. This is the foundation of the human race. However, this arrogance can apply to foreign races, but not to inner races. The Feng clan is the core of the human race, so violent suppression is absolutely unacceptable. This will only embolden the foreign races plotting against the human race. Moreover, the four ancestors mentioned that the foreign races plotting against the human race might also be an opportunity for the human race. An opportunity to merge with foreign races. Furthermore, Changsheng's words opened Tianfu's mind. It seems that unifying the human race does not necessarily require the use of force. The greatest strength of the human race has never been brute force, but rather intelligence. Yes, intelligence. Now that the human race has 36 clans, almost all have their own influences and clan layouts. It is impossible to expect them to willingly submit, but why must they all be conquered? Feudalism. This term sounded fresh, yet it enlightened Tianfu. Tianfu knew that if he were to claim he wanted to unify the human race, he would definitely provoke the 36 clans to unite against him. Many clans might already be secretly contacting each other, waiting for him to make a blunder. But can he devise a strategy that would turn the 36 clans against each other, leading to infighting? Besides the advantages of the human race, Changsheng also prompted him to consider his own advantages. As the leader of the Feng clan holding the highest authority among the human race, what is his advantage? It is also the Great Trend. He represents the Great Trend of the human race. Even if he does nothing, just a single word from him can influence the trajectory of the human race. A single word can unite the 36 clans to attack the Feng clan, or it can incite infighting among the 36 clans. Feudalism. This is a term Tianfu came up with after long listening to Changsheng's teachings. He still cannot forget the look of comfort in Changsheng's eyes when he uttered this term. He knew he was right. Feudalism is indeed feudalism. Once this anchor point is established, everything else will be easier. As the emperor, he can bestow several imperial titles to other clans. Below the imperial titles, there are also princely titles, and even marquis titles which can be subdivided further. In this way, these clans will no longer be able to unite, but instead they will have to submit to the Feng clan. As long as the Feng clan maintains its dominant position and continues to grow stronger, the other clans will have to obey the Feng clan. This will not affect his position or the status of the Feng clan, even if he bestows too many titles. Changsheng did not tell him exactly how to do it, but as the teachings deepened, Tianfu already had a vague idea. Moreover, he was certain that this method was far better than the previous idea of violent suppression. Looking at Duo Bao. Previously, what Duo Bao taught him was to directly suppress everything unifying the human race, and completing the transition from a clan-based system to a unified system, achieving an unprecedented feat for the human race, becoming the emperor and gaining immeasurable merit and fortune. At that time, Tianfu also felt this was correct, especially with Duo Bao's assistance. It was as if the Chan sect was backing him. With the strength of the Chan sect, he could handle any descent. However, after Changsheng explained the current situation of the human race to him, Tianfu realized that this approach would not work. Because if he were to push hard now, he might be facing not just the human race, but the Feng clan could become hostile to the entire world of Primordial Chaos. Given the scale of the Feng clan, they absolutely cannot handle this, even with the Chan sect's support. Master, I wish to accomplish a great task. Great task. Duo Bao was taken aback upon hearing this. He suddenly thought about what he had previously taught Tianfu. Is Tianfu about to take the first step toward unification? Great. He had been eager for this moment. The sooner Tianfu unifies the various clans of the human race and achieves great unification, the sooner he can return to his rightful place, and the merit of being the master of the emperor will also be secured. Yes, secured. The merit of being the master of the emperor cannot be delayed for even a day. He cannot relax for a moment, as the variables are too great. Just dealing with Changsheng is enough to worry about. Upon hearing Tianfu's words, Duo Bao could no longer care about what Changsheng had taught Tianfu. When do you plan to start? Once Tianfu begins, conflict is inevitable, and he will have to contend with the Chan sect as well, so he needs to prepare in advance. In 10 years, during the enthronement ceremony. Enthronement ceremony. Duo Bao was shocked upon hearing this. Truly, he is his disciple. Such ambition. Just after ascending the throne, he intends to unveil the curtain on his era. Good, go ahead without worry. I will be here to support you from behind. After issuing these instructions, Duo Bao directly returned to Jiejiao Island. His disciples were about to engage in battle. He had to prepare, adequately consolidating the remaining strength of the Chan sect to assist Tianfu. Tianfu looked at Duo Bao leaving directly and felt somewhat surprised. Isn't he going to ask more questions? Does he already know my plans? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the 4 ancestors informed the master? Yes, my plans are known only to the 4 ancestors. My master and the 4 ancestors are brothers, so they must discuss everything openly. Thinking of this, Tianfu decided not to pursue the matter any further. The enthronement ceremony is in 10 years, he must begin to prepare. On Mount Lushan, Tianfu's comprehension is quite impressive. After teaching, Tianfu Changxing no longer stayed in the Patriarch's Great Hall, but came to Mount Lushan. In front of him were Lu Feng, Lu Xiaoju, Li Yu, and the 6-eared macaque. Changsheng was imparting the Tao to them, teaching them the methods of cultivation. Lu Feng and Li Yu were fine, already accustomed to it, but Lu Xiaoju was exuberantly delighted, having unexpectedly gained this opportunity to listen to the teachings. She already possessed the merit and fortune bestowed by the Heavenly Emperor, making her cultivation smooth. Now with Changsheng's teachings, her progress surged, and she reached the Golden Immortal realm in no time. It seemed that breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal in the future would be a matter of course. Li Yu was similar, she might break through to Tai Golden Immortal even before Lu Xiaojiu. Now the 4 divisions under the Ministry of Rites had all grown up, each led by a Golden Immortal deity, playing a crucial role both in the Heavenly Court and among the human race. This time when sending troops to the western extreme, the 4 divisions did, after all, the current wilderness could not do without the 4 divisions. In fact, many powerful beings could see that with the establishment of the 4 divisions, the waterways and earth veins of the wilderness had been organized, and the foundational strength of the wilderness had increased, which was a good thing for the entire wilderness. Looking at the fortune gained by the 4 divisions, they were all quite envious. However, envy was futile, and the thought of stealing was even more unimaginable, especially since the last person who tried to steal was the Saint of the Purity, who narrowly escaped death. If even a saint could be beaten, how could they dare to act? It must be said that the heavy blow from Tong Tian helped establish Changsheng's authority, which is the foundation for the current stability of the 4 divisions. As they were all from the same faction, Changsheng naturally did not hold back in teaching Lu Xiaojiu. As for Li Yu being part of his own clan, she was given preferential treatment as a previous maid. With Changsheng's repeated support, Li Yu was indeed rising. Not only was she the elder of the Carp clan, helping Changsheng manage the Carp clan, but she was also the water deity of heaven and earth. With such a position, Changsheng believed that at the very least she could be cultivated to the great Luo Golden Immortal, and even the Primordial Golden Immortal was within reach. Lu Feng was a mount, and his aptitude was not lacking. Although Changsheng had always let him roam freely, it was possible for this guy to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal in the future. He wouldn't be inferior to those under his master. As for the 6-eared macaque, Changsheng had already taught him the 9 turns mystic art. It must be said that the 6-eared macaque was indeed suited for this technique, having cultivated for less than 100 years and already reached the 5 turns golden immortal. Although he had resources at his disposal, such talent was truly terrifying. However, thinking of the monkey practicing the 8-9 mystic art, it seemed rather normal. This might just be talent. If the path is right, everything will go well, but if the path is wrong, nothing will go right. In addition to the 9 turns mystic art, he also taught the 6-eared macaque the path of the primordial spirit, but there was still a considerable gap in progress in the latter. It was evident that the talent in the physical body was indeed far superior to that of the primordial spirit. Master, the 2 senior brothers have arrived, Lu Feng said, and Changsheng also looked at the 2 approaching figures, which were Xiao Sheng and Xiao. The 2 of them had been in the human race for quite some time. Changsheng had previously instructed them that their Tao lay within the human race, and during this time, he had not concealed his whereabouts, remaining within Mount Lushan. It seemed the 2 had finally gained some insights and came looking for him. Disciple Xiao Sheng Xiao Bao pays respects to Master. Get up. Seeing Changsheng, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao were quite happy. Master, after we left Wui Mountain, we traveled among the human race, and have already gained some insights. We wanted to report to you. Oh, what have you gained? Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao had already organized their thoughts on the way, and at this moment Xiao Sheng spoke first, beginning to narrate. We have learned about the methods of borrowing the precious copper coins, cultivating the wealth Tao, absorbing the 5 elements, and gathering yin and yang. While wandering among the major tribes of the human race, we found that they are still trading goods, directly exchanging beast meat for food for cloth, and elixirs for weapons. In short, they measure the value of exchanged items based on their own perceived worth. Xiao Bao added, moreover, my senior brother and I discovered that among the major tribes their standards for measuring value are different. Therefore, usually each tribe has its own exchange standard, which creates many troubles when trading with other tribes. If the human race continues like this, their development will be severely restricted. We believe that the human race lacks a unified currency and a standardized currency value. If we could unify the currency, say using copper coins, they would no longer need to trade goods directly, but could establish fixed values for items, such as a piece of beast meat, a pile of food, or a vial of medicine, in terms of copper coins, making transactions much simpler. This way internal and intertribal trade would proceed smoothly. The resources across the wilderness vary. Some places are overflowing with precious resources, while others are lacking certain resources, making circulation impossible, which is truly regrettable and limits development. The emergence of currency is an urgent necessity. Master, please take a look. Saying this, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao handed over several copper coins. There were a total of 10 coins, each different, inscribed with the symbols of fire, black, clothing, nesting rights, heaven, earth, humanity, culture, and very. The last coin was relatively ordinary with nothing inscribed on it. Xiao Sheng pointed to the first 4 coins and said, Master, these 4 coins are the 4 ancestor coins with the highest value. 1 4 ancestor coin can be exchanged for 1,000 3 sovereign coins, or 1 ancestor coins, or 100 herb coins. Meanwhile, 1 3 sovereign coin, or 1 ancestor coin, or 100 herb coin can be exchanged for 1,000 ordinary copper coins. My senior brother and I plan to promote this currency among the human race, and we ask for your approval, Master. Good. These 2 truly deserve to be called a golden bamboo and a wealth bamboo, aligning with the path of wealth. They have quickly understood their own Tao. Not only have they researched a unified currency, but they have also solved the issue of portability. Once the 4 ancestor coins and 3 sovereign coins are introduced, even if there are too many copper coins, they can easily be carried, and large denominations can simply be exchanged for convenience in transactions. This is much more than Changxing expected, but it is still not enough. Is there anything else? There is more. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao were taken aback by this, meaning that what they had done did not meet Changxing's requirements. What had they missed? The 2 hurriedly activated their minds. Counterfeiting. Master, rest assured we are personally overseeing these copper coins. If there are fake coins, we will notice immediately and punish accordingly with the path of wealth. Is there anything else? There is more. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao's minds were racing again. Master, we are also prepared for the minting of the currency. We plan to release enough copper coins for the human race to use. Upon hearing this, Changxing shook his head once more. Xiao Sheng, Xiao Bao, the Heavenly Court's financial department still has vacancies. In the future, I will appoint you to oversee the financial department, which will be divided into the Heavenly Financial Division, the Underworld Financial Division, and the Spiritual Financial Division. The Heavenly Financial Division is responsible for transactions of goods among the celestial beings in the Heavenly Court. The Underworld Financial Division handles transactions related to the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the Spiritual Financial Division manages transactions of all beings in the wilderness. The surprise arrived too suddenly. Tianting's Tsaibu. Can they pull this off? Tian Kai Si Ming Kai Si Ling Kai Si. Ambition. This is what ambition looks like. It must be Master. While they remain confined to the small patch of the human race, our Master cast his gaze across the entire Hongwang. Not only humans, not only myriad beings, even Tianting and Luanhui are encompassed. He intends to found a path of finance and spread currency throughout Hongwang. They naturally understand that if this truly succeeds, how immense the windfall of fortune and accrued merit will be. Even without absorbing it, they would at the very least ascend to the Luo Golden Immortal. Originally, they planned to first establish a financial path among the humans, elevate someone to Jin Xian or Tai Jin Xian, and slowly accumulate fortune and merit. Now it seems they aim to accomplish everything in a single stroke. It must be Master, undoubtedly Master. Currency should be issued by you yourselves. Regulation and market control must be in your hands. It would be best to have a place to store currency. Those with credit could borrow from it and simply repay on time. Such behavior should be encouraged. Give a little interest on deposits, charge a little on loans. Call it a money house, and it will serve well. A marketplace. Interest. Money houses. Many of the terms Changsheng used were unfamiliar at first, but as they began to cultivate the path of finance, a faint understanding was enough. They grasped the meaning without further explanation from Changsheng, and from then on they admired Changsheng all the more. They had thought their recent gains were considerable, but beside what Changsheng taught, they amounted to nothing. Without Changsheng faced with so vast an undertaking, they would never have been confident. But with Changsheng's support, what was there to hesitate about? It must be done quickly. Master, when do you think we should begin? The moment is near. 10 years from now, when Tianfu succeeds, you will see the best occasion to issue currency. After it is implemented among the human race, I will support your entry into Tianting to preside over the Tsaibu. Strive well. Disciple will not fail Master's expectations. Watching the eager Xiao Sheng, Duobao Changsheng smiled and looked westward. At that moment he fancied telling Hao Yin, see how benevolent I am. Since you paid no heed to these 9 vacancies, I shall take them upon myself. Above all, it concerns the human race. The path of finance is an indispensable pillar for them. Fortunately, that gap is at last to be filled. I found it. Changsheng's heart stirred. He glanced toward Luer Mihu and said, Luer, follow your master. After Luer Mihu had perfected the 5th turn of the mystic art, Changsheng had already taken him as a registered disciple. With Luer as his lead, Changsheng planned to divine the locations of the other rogue 4 monkeys. The rogue four monkeys besides Luer Mihu were Lingming Shurho Chikao Mahu and Tongbi Yuanho. Chang Sheng intended to secure all four and register them as disciples. Even as guardians of his mountain gate, they would be invaluable. Their endowments were fine. At worst a de Luo golden immortal. Such quality of disciples was rare across Hongwang. A careful look at the 3 generations of disciples across the 4 teachings shows how few can break through to the Luo golden immortal. Those with the potential are scarce. Never mind 3 generations. Even among the 2nd generation, the Luo golden immortals are limited. With such instruction that guarantees the Luo golden immortal as a baseline, why refuse such pupils? Moreover, Chang Sheng felt a collector's itch. Having obtained Luer Mihu, it felt incomplete not to take the other 3. He wished to see whether the 4 together might yield some peculiar alchemy. Luer Mihu was skilled in listening, discerning principles, aware of antecedents and consequence. All things were clear to him. He was the earliest born of the 4. Except for Lingming Shurho, who had not yet appeared, the other 2 were likely on the verge. Tongbi Yuanho, able to see sun and moon, compress 1,000 mountains, discern omens, and play with heaven and earth. Should be that Yuanho. Changsheng divined he had not yet been born, though his arrival was near. It could be deferred for now. Then there was Chikao Mahu, versed in yin and yang, adept at human affairs, skilled at slipping in and out to evade death and extend life. Cunning and secretive, he had already been born. Yet however cleverly he hid, he could not escape Chang Sheng's divinations regarding the Tao of Destiny. Using Luer Mihu, who shared the same origin as a beacon, Chang Sheng readily located him. Elsewhere, Duo Bao had just departed the Feng clan settlement. On the way home, he unexpectedly sensed the appearance of a fated person. A fated one. Duo Bao's heart stirred, and he did not hurry on. He descended directly. In a small hollow, Duo Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. A boy of perhaps less than 10 was bare-chested and fighting a beast. Duo Bao could tell that the child's martial skill ranked at the 3rd tier of the martial path, approaching the 4th. The 3rd tier was no small accomplishment. Given the boy's age, he must have only recently begun training. Such innate talent was extraordinary, and his status must be high. While he fought, many escorts surrounded him. The strongest among them reached the 5th tier of the martial path, evidently prepared to intervene and rescue the child should danger arise. Duo Bao suddenly realized the boy was likely using this duel with the lion beast to force a breakthrough into the 4th tier. Seeking a breakthrough, the child's eyes shone with determination and courage, and Duo Bao looked on with appreciation. This child was his fated one. Duo Bao felt a love of talent welling up. To be frank, apart from Tianfu, he had no true disciples. Well, except for one Hualing Xingmu, who had originally been his disciple, but was taken by Jin Ling Xingmu. Jin Ling Xingmu even claimed to be Hualing Xingmu's master, though Duo Bao had not agreed to formally transfer the disciple. At most, he allowed Jin Ling Xingmu to assist in teaching. Now Hualing Xingmu calls him not senior uncle, but master. She became in effect a disciple shared between him and Jin Ling Xingmu, yet he remained the great master, the one who first raised her. Reflecting further, Duo Bao felt he ought to take a proper disciple to inherit his art. Accepting Tianfu had been largely intended to gain merit. Tianfu would later be a human sovereign, and closer to Chang Sheng, his loyalties surely toward the human race and its interests, meaning he could not be relied upon to safeguard the concerns of Jiejiao. Thus, he must carefully cultivate a disciple who could one day become leader of Jiejiao's 3rd generation. Yes, he must hasten. Chang Sheng's talent for instructing disciples was overwhelming. Among all the 3rd generation disciples of Jiejiao, Chang Sheng's pupils were the most outstanding, seeming to perfectly inherit Master Tontian Jiao's illustrious traditions. Astonishingly, his disciples numbered by the thousands. With that thought, Duo Bao no longer delayed. He descended at once. The boy's battle was about to conclude. Boom. As the lion beast crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life, the boy emerged victorious. Yet though his chi surged violently, he still fell short of breaking through to the 4th floor of martial Tao. Still, it would not be long now. This battle had granted him considerable gains. The guards stationed behind him now rushed forward. Young chief, truly remarkable. This lion beast was nearly at the immortal realm, yet you defeated it so effortlessly. Young chief. Duo Bao halted mid-step. Young chief. What was this title? The boy and his companions, meanwhile, had just noticed Duo Bao's sudden appearance and instinctively tensed with wariness. Who are you? In these desolate mountains and wild ravines, a stranger's sudden emergence could hardly bode well. The boy and his companions immediately drew their weapons, the very extension of martial Tao's evolution. Sword, spear, halberd, axe, battle axe, hook, trident, whip, mace, hammer, claw, fork, spear, staff, lance, cudgel, club, crutch, and meteor hammer. These 18 classical arms now defined humanity's martial tradition, all originally devised by D. Each possessed its own form, its own strength. Unlike flashy esoteric artifacts, these 18 arms were forged for raw martial combat, precisely suited for the brutal art of battlefield mastery. The finer the spirit-infused materials used in forging, the higher the weapon's quality. Moreover, a martial cultivator nurtured his weapon with martial chi and blood essence. The longer this cultivation endured, the stronger its spiritual resonance became. quality, and sentience thus formed the twin pillars of a weapon supremacy. By this age, martial Dao's advancement had given rise to three complementary disciplines: alchemical elixirs, martial arms, and formation-based battle arrays. All three served as the most potent pillars sustaining martial Dao's ascendancy. The boys' 300 guards now deployed en masse, not only brandishing their arms, but instantly forming disciplined battle arrays. Even Duo Bao watched intrigued. Humanity's martial Dao truly astonished him. Duo Bao studied the boy closely. At this proximity, he sensed an extraordinary aura of destiny surrounding him, an innate brilliance unmistakable to any cultivator. Here stood a peerless prodigy ripe for cultivation, and crucially still unsealed at the fourth floor of martial Dao, leaving the celestial path wide open for him. This far surpassed Tianfu in suitability. Duo Bao had taken Tianfu as disciple to accrue merit as the Sage Emperor's mentor, but by then Tianfu had already ascended to the immortal realm of martial Dao, rendering him incapable of fully inheriting Duo Bao's complete legacy. In contrast, this boy was the perfect vessel. Yet that gleaming eager gaze sent a shiver down the boy's spine. It resembled a hunter's stare upon prey, deeply unsettling. Could he be some kind of demon? State your identity. Refuse, and we shall strike first. Had they not sensed Duo Bao's unfathomable depth, they would have attacked without hesitation, as it stood pressure weighed heavily upon them. Duo Bao realized he might have frightened his future disciple, and swiftly composed himself. Ahem, I am Duo Bao Daoran of the Jiejiao Sect. Duo Bao of the Jiejiao Sect. The boy's entourage recoiled in shock and immediately cowed out. Zhuan Su of the Gaoyang tribe humbly greets the Elder Master. Zhuan Su and his companions naturally knew of Duo Bao. If ignorance had been excusable before, it no longer was. Now that Tianfu had assumed the Sage Emperor's throne, Duo Bao, as his mentor, had risen to prominence across humanity. Before the Sage Emperor's teacher, propriety demanded utmost reverence. To neglect formalities would invite censure from the right scholars, branding Zhuan Su as uncultured. Such disgrace would bar him not only from succeeding as tribal chief, but even from retaining his title as young chief. After all, humanity prided itself on civility, not barbarism like the Fang and Claw demons. Gaoyang tribe. Gaoyang tribe. Duo Bao frowned slightly. Having accepted a Sage Emperor as disciple, he had diligently studied humanity's structure, especially its 36 great tribes. Though Gaoyang ranked outside the top 10, it held solid standing among the middle tier. Its martial strength, population, and territorial expanse all placed it comfortably within the top 20. Yet, if he hadn't misheard, they'd just addressed Zhuan Su as young chief. That title signified heir apparent to the Gaoyang chieftainship. Surely not. Was his long-sought disciple destined to become a tribal sovereign? Then again, it changed little. Sooner or later, all 36 tribes would fall beneath Tianfu's banner. Taking Zhuan Su as disciple might even grant Tianfu vital support, lightening his future burden. At this thought, Duo Bao found the prospect delightfully auspicious. Even a tiger hunt demands kinship. Yet Tianfu spent every day beside Chang Sheng, believing him his greatest ally. Duo Bao resolved to prove otherwise, silently securing an entire great tribe for his disciple would eclipse Chang Sheng's influence entirely. His spirits lifted further. Turning to Zhuan Su, he declared, "This Taoist happened upon this place, and perceived a profound master-disciple affinity between us. Hence my descent." Master-disciple affinity. Zhuan Su froze. What did that mean? Would he become Tianfu's senior or junior brother? Tianfu remained humanity's brightest luminary, destined barring calamity to unite all tribes as sovereign. His unparalleled martial prowess made him the idol of youth across every clan. The thought of becoming Tianfu's junior brother proved irresistible. As the head guard began to whisper caution, Zhuan Su had already prostrated himself. Disciple Zhuan Su pays homage to master. Done. The head guard's vision dimmed. He'd heard rumors of Tianfu's impending military subjugation of the 36 tribes. Soon perhaps all 36 would jointly besiege the Feng clan. If Gaoyang now aligned with Feng, its fate hung in perilous uncertainty. Exhilaration. Watching Zhuan Su bow, without hesitation, Duo Bao felt as though icy water had flooded his chest on a scorching summer day. Pure, unadulterated bliss. His reputation clearly carried immense weight. Merely naming himself had secured immediate discipleship. Who claimed humanity revered only Chang Sheng. He, Duo Bao Daoran, the foremost disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, surely bore a more resonant name. Now Zhuan Su grew ever more pleasing to his eye. This had to be his true chosen disciple. Duo Bao remained unaware that Zhuan Su's mind raced solely with visions of becoming Tianfu's junior brother, or how he might feel were he to learn Zhuan Su bowed not for him, but for Tianfu. Excellent disciple. Rise, please. Zhuan Su approached Duo Bao. Master, accompany me back to our tribe. My father will rejoice beyond measure upon hearing of your arrival. Tribe. Of course. He was about to take the chieftain's son as disciple. Paying respects to the patriarch was indispensable etiquette. Very well. I shall accompany you to meet the Gaoyang chieftain. The party set off joyfully toward Gaoyang. The head guard considered sending word ahead to prepare the chieftain mentally, but paused. This was Duo Bao Doran, a being of overwhelming power, whose perception surely pierced all such petty stratagems. Better not to embarrass himself. The Huai River. Wu Zhiqi suddenly found himself unable to continue his cultivation, feeling restless and irritated. Could it be that some misfortune is about? Wu Zhiqi was somewhat unsettled, and a female cultivator beside him noticed his demeanor and curiously asked, "Gu, what's wrong with you?" "Li Fei, I feel something is off. I have a nagging sense that something bad is about to happen." "Bad things?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei immediately shook her head. "Gu, you are overthinking it. This is the Huai River, our Li Fish lineage. In the current primal chaos, who would dare to trouble us?" Li Fei's confidence was not unfounded. In the past, the Li Fish clan may have lived day by day solely as prey, but that is no longer the case. Their ancestor was a direct disciple of the Jiejiao, one of the four ancestors of humanity, a teacher of the Earth's sovereign, and the Grand Emperor of the southern polar region of the Celestial Court, a being of great power with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Due to their ancestors' presence, the Li Fish clan had long since risen in status. Even as they benefited from their ancestors' fortune, their cultivation gradually improved. Not to mention, Li Fei had gained the honor of becoming the god of the Huai River. In the primal chaos, there are differences in water veins, rivers, lakes, and streams. The Huai River is one of the few great rivers in the current primal chaos. As a 6th-rank water deity with the cultivation of a Xian immortal, she is not someone who can be easily manipulated by others, especially given her status. Wu Zhiqi is her husband. The term husband originated from humanity. Since the establishment of the human marriage system, men have been called husbands and women wives. This trend has long since spread to the cultivation world. Wu Zhiqi arrived at the Huai River over 10,000 years ago. At that time, Wu Zhiqi was still on the shore cultivating land. After frequent visits to Li Fei, they quickly fell in love and became partners in cultivation. This has been the case for several thousand years now. Wu Zhiqi's cultivation surpasses hers already at the golden immortal level. In the current primal chaos, apart from those major powers who could trouble them, smaller factions cannot summon the strength of a golden immortal. And those major powers who doesn't know that this primal chaos water vein is protected by longevity. How could they dare to act rashly? This is Li Fei's confidence. Wu Zhiqi understood Li Fei's words and knew what she meant. According to his nature, whenever he had such a bad feeling, he would definitely avoid it. But now things were different. He had a wife and couldn't just abandon Li Fei. As for taking Li Fei with him, she was different from him. Li Fei bore a divine duty and absolutely could not leave the Huai River. After all, the fortune of the Huai River is not easy to acquire. However, he was not overly worried about Li Fei. After all, Li Fei's divine duty sets her apart. If something happened to her, she could be directly resurrected by that being. As long as that being does not perish, Li Fei's life will always be safe. But this does not justify abandoning Li Fei. It seems he too has begun to be bound by his emotions. In that case, he must see who is looking to trouble him. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Wu Zhiqi's eyes. The Huai River is an integral whole. He is proficient in formations and had previously set up a great array in the Huai River. However, he felt it was not enough and needed to add more. Outside the Huai River, Changsheng sat astride a 5-colored deer accompanied by the 6-eared macaque, looking down at the Huai River with some emotion. Fate is mysterious. He truly altered the destiny of the Li Fish clan. Who would have thought that his clan member would achieve such success capturing the red-butt monkey? One must know that the red-butt monkey understands yin and yang, is savvy in human affairs, adept at entering and exiting, and skilled at avoiding death and extending life. This time he came and deliberately did not conceal the yin and yang. The red-butt monkey should have sensed it, and given its nature should have fled. Who knew it would remain steady? It seems genuine love is truly rare. Li Fei. Changsheng's mind flashed with the image of that little Li Fish. The Li Fish clan's innate talents are not exceptional, and even someone like Li Yu is merely a standout among the short. Let alone Li Fei, she was only able to achieve her current status after her talents were enhanced and her fortune was extended, allowing the Li Fish clan's bloodline to be continuously upgraded. In this respect, Li Fei is one of the smallest generals among the Li Fish. Otherwise, how could she have taken the Huai River? The status of the Huai River is not low. With the position of the Huai River water deity in the future, when her divine ranking surpasses the heavens, it would not be difficult for Li Fei to gradually rise to the level of a Tai golden immortal. Speaking of which, pairing with a stinky monkey like the red-butt monkey is actually a step up for the red-butt monkey. With this thought, Changshen couldn't help but chuckle. Recently, his understanding of the path of destiny has been rapidly improving. He must say this feeling is simply delightful. With the correct mindset coupled with boundless fortune, Changsheng feels that the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal is unusually smooth. As the human fortune becomes ever stronger, the merits and fortunes he accumulates increase. His future cultivation will only become smoother. Among all of this, the most important is the mobile phone. When he ascends the throne of the Tianfu, he plans to distribute mobile phones throughout humanity. Initially, Changsheng was worried about how to promote mobile phones throughout the Primal Chaos, as the current Primal Chaos is not solely populated by humanity. But now it's great. The major powers of the Primal Chaos are all making moves in humanity. Now they probably don't distinguish between you and me. Once Changsheng distributes mobile phones to humanity, other clans will likely have them as well. The web of fate is becoming increasingly intricate. The denser this web becomes, the smoother his understanding of the path of destiny will be. Changsheng estimates that once mobile phones become popular throughout the Primal Chaos, he will be able to use this to break through to the level of a mixed-element golden immortal. Master, I sense a familiar aura. Familiar? Changsheng looked at the six-eared macaque. How familiar is it? So familiar that I want to swallow him. Haha. Changsheng couldn't help but laugh. No wonder they are the four monkeys of chaos destined for endless disputes. It's fine if they belong to the same faction, but if they stand apart and are schemed against, they will inevitably fight and struggle, living and dying. The four sources, if united, might bring about some changes. This is an inevitable attraction of the source. However, the four monkeys that come together will surely not be the same as the current four monkeys. Therefore, to transcend the influence of the chaotic demon ape, one must overcome this attraction of the source. 6 ears, remember this feeling. This is the test I spoke of. Overcome it. Overcome it. The six-eared macaque trembled in his heart upon hearing this. He knew that Changsheng would not harm him, otherwise he wouldn't have taken him as a disciple and taught him the great Tao. Moreover, this feeling genuinely frightened the six-eared macaque. It was definitely not his true self, but a strange sensation that seemed to control him, a feeling that terrified him. If he were to be controlled, it seemed he would lose himself completely. He nodded vigorously. Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Changsheng nodded. Let's go meet your brother. In the waters of Huai, the red-bottomed macaque sensed the powerful aura above the river, and his expression changed drastically. At this moment, Changsheng's aura was completely unmasked, pressing down on him, making it impossible for the red-bottomed macaque to remain oblivious. He had originally thought that having the power of a Tai golden immortal would be troublesome enough, but now a Deluo golden immortal had directly arrived. The red-bottomed macaque couldn't fathom why such a powerful figure would come for the waters of Huai. Could it be that they came for Li Fei? It's very possible, since Li Fei was a member of the Carp clan and an important figure in the Watervein lineage. With Changsheng backing her, perhaps this was a Deluo golden immortal who held a grudge against Changsheng and sought to take out their anger on Li Fei. Yes, that must be it, or it can't be because of me. He had always been cautious since his emergence, focusing solely on cultivation, accumulating merits without causing any harm and avoiding trouble. Even if trouble found him, he would eradicate it directly. Outside, there could not possibly be any great enemies. It absolutely couldn't be directed at him. Thinking of this, the red-bottomed macaque became even more anxious and looked at Li Fei. Li Fei, the formidable enemy outside, is likely targeting you. It could be a great enemy of the Changsheng old ancestor, who doesn't dare to confront him directly, but seeks to trouble you instead, perhaps even using you to threaten the Changsheng old ancestor. If such a person comes prepared, we might not even have the chance to take our own lives. I will go hold them off first. If the enemy is fierce, you must escape to your true spirit without hesitation. This. Upon hearing the red-bottomed macaque's words, Li Fei was also taken aback. They were coming for her. How dare they provoke her family ancestor, and even attempt to capture her to threaten her ancestor? They must be incredibly bold. No, she absolutely cannot be captured, and if the situation turns dire, she must be decisive in her death. After all, she was the body of the water god. Even if she died, her ancestor could resurrect her. However, looking at the red-bottomed macaque, she said, "My dear, it can't be done. I can be resurrected, but you cannot. You are not on the divine seal, which is far too dangerous. You must leave first and not worry about me." The red-bottomed macaque could never abandon Li Fei. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the Huai waters transformed. The commotion between the two could not possibly escape Changsheng's notice. Observing their demeanor, Changsheng felt as if he was marrying off a daughter. But then he sensed something was off. He was still young. How could he have entered the phase of a father so quickly? "Master, what is this?" The six-eared macaque looked at Li Fei beside the red-bottomed macaque, observing their deep bond and unwavering commitment. His expression turned somewhat peculiar. Good heavens, they were indeed in a relationship. Reflecting on his own years of wandering and hardship, feeling unloved and uncherished, not to mention being pursued constantly. Then looking at this pair before him, good heavens, a lovely wife by his side living sweetly. How could it be so wonderful? They were both monkeys, oh why was he living so well? This was utterly unreasonable. Your brother is quite fortunate. She is the most beautiful and virtuous among our people. Still a member of the master's lineage. He had finally waded through many tribulations just to meet the master, yet this guy had not only married a beautiful wife, but also easily gained favor with his own master. What kind of fate was this? Indeed, he felt a twinge of jealousy. They're coming. The imposing aura approached, and the red-bottomed macaque's expression changed. He was ready to activate the grand formation as soon as Changsheng drew near. Even against the Deluo Golden Immortal, this formation should provide some protection, as it was established based on the Huai water vein. Break. However, just as the red-bottomed macaque prepared to activate the grand formation, a voice rang out, and the several formations he had set up were easily shattered. Before they could react, several figures appeared before the two. The water soldiers and water generals of Huai rushed to protect Li Fei. The red-bottomed macaque hurriedly pulled Li Fei behind him, looking at Changsheng, and the others, especially his expression, changing drastically upon seeing the six-eared macaque. He finally understood why a Deluo Golden Immortal had come. It turned out they were not here to cause trouble for Li Fei, but rather for him. As one of the four chaotic monkeys, the red-bottomed macaque knew well why the six-eared macaque had come. If the four monkeys could devour each other, their aptitude and power would greatly increase. Seeing that the six-eared macaque also possessed golden immortal cultivation, it was clear that coming here was not safe, especially since he had summoned his own master here. What a disaster it seemed he had implicated Li Fei. Feeling the terrifying pressure from Changsheng and witnessing his carefully arranged formation being easily shattered, he realized it was already impossible to leave with Li Fei. He turned to Changsheng. Esteemed senior, I know you are here for me. Since that is the case, there is no need to involve the innocent. Li Fei is the water god and a member of the Carp clan. I assume you do not wish to provoke them. As long as you are willing to let them go, I am willing to come with. Hearing this, the six-eared macaque was somewhat incredulous. He knew the red-bottomed macaque must have misunderstood something, but he understood the red-bottomed macaque's intention. It was for his wife, willing to give up his own life. If he truly meant to devour the red-bottomed macaque, then the red-bottomed macaque was indeed facing insurmountable adversity. For a woman willing to forsake his own life, was it truly worth it? Suddenly, the six-eared macaque found the red-bottomed macaque hard to understand. However, for some reason, he felt a hint of envy. In fact, this caused him to forget his inner desire to devour the red-bottomed macaque. Logically, the red-bottomed macaque should also have the impulse to devour him, yet he showed no signs of it. Such control. What if I refuse? Changsheng took an interest in this, responding with a remark. The red-bottomed macaque's expression instantly changed. Then don't blame us for fighting back. Old ancestor. At that moment, a voice came from behind, startling the red-bottomed macaque again. Old ancestor. What old ancestor? Was the old ancestor here to save him? Or did Li Fei summon the old ancestor somehow? However, when he turned around, he was even more shocked. Li Fei had actually bowed down, saying, Li Fei pays respect to the old ancestor. At this moment, the water soldiers and water generals also understood. It turned out that the one who came was their supreme leader. We pay respect to the great emperor. Red-bottomed macaque was now completely short-circuited. Old ancestor. Could it be that this was the Changsheng old ancestor? Locking eyes, the red-bottomed macaque felt somewhat at a loss. The Changsheng old ancestor had accepted the six-eared macaque as a disciple. If the Changsheng old ancestor were to seize his origin, how could he resist? Without further thought, he bowed down alongside Li Fei, awaiting Changsheng's judgment. Changsheng looked at the situation before him and couldn't help but smile. Li Fei, impressive indeed, but you should know the heavenly laws, right? Heavenly laws. Li Fei's face changed drastically. Ancestor, it was I who violated the heavenly laws. Please punish me, but Qi Gu is innocent. He is not one of our celestial gods. Ancestor, please spare him. The matter between him and Wu Zhiqi wasn't too secretive, yet his status was different. Although the heavenly laws existed, she was a member of the Carp clan, akin of Changsheng the ancestor. No one would expose these matters to the Rites Academy, and Wu Zhiqi was discreet, so for a long time no one had mentioned the heavenly laws, not even she herself had remembered them. But today she was caught red-handed by her own ancestor. Changsheng shook her head upon hearing this. This is why immortals shouldn't fall in love. It's easy to lose one's rationality. She had no doubt that if she allowed the six-eared macaque to devour the red-butt monkey, Li Fei would not even recognize her as own ancestor. Among the 7 emotions and 6 desires, love is the most potent. Fortunately, the red-butt monkey was not a bad fellow, and had no ulterior motives towards Li Fei, otherwise the lives of the beings along the banks of the Huai River would be in jeopardy. What a pity. You broke the law. Well, I will have the Rites Academy handle your case later. Just follow their arrangements. Li Fei's face turned pale at these words. She knew that violating the heavenly laws would lead to serious trouble. Moreover, Changsheng hadn't even mentioned how to deal with the red-butt monkey yet. Thank you, ancestor. But her eyes were still fixed on Changsheng. She knew her ancestor was not a hard-hearted person. Changsheng ignored Li Fei and looked at the red-butt monkey. By the way, I came to find you today, intending to accept you as my disciple, but unexpectedly, I have encountered additional gains. Accept a disciple. The red-butt monkey and the six-eared macaque were stunned. Changsheng had come to accept a disciple, not to devour him. The six-eared macaque could see the misunderstanding in the red-butt monkey's eyes. Put away your gaze. I act only according to my heart, and will not be controlled by anything. The red-butt monkey realized he had misunderstood and felt unexpectedly delighted. The red-butt monkey was quite clever and immediately knelt down. Disciple pays respects to master. Enough, let's go. With the people found, and having watched such a good show, I must say, I feel much better now, Chongqing thought. The red-butt monkey felt a pang of anxiety as he was about, Master, what about Li Fei? Li Fei dared not let the red-butt monkey misunderstand again. She good, just go with the ancestor. The ancestor won't do anything to me. I understand her character, I will be fine. Really? Looking at Li Fei, the red-butt monkey chose to believe her. He was a clever monkey, and knew he couldn't defy Chongqing, nor could he think about changing the heavenly laws. That would only complicate matters. On the way with Chongqing in front, the red-butt monkey and the six-eared macaque exchanged glances wide-eyed at each other. Are we brothers now? But as they got closer, the urge to devour became stronger, and both monkeys endured the impulse. Now it was not just about overcoming their inner thoughts, they were also afraid. If anyone dared to devour the other, it would be a case of fratricide among fellow disciples. At the Feng clan tribe, Chongqing also taught the 9 turns mystic art to the red-butt monkey. 2 of the 4 guardians had returned to their positions. Perfect. At the Gaoyang tribe. At this moment, the leader of the Gaoyang tribe looked at the treasure before him, and then at his unfortunate son, feeling a headache. He was both happy and worried. He was happy that Zhuanxu had become a disciple of such a powerful being as Doubao, and had become a junior brother of Tianfu. But he was also worried. Although the human race seemed calm on the surface inside, it was already accumulating an infinite amount of violent energy, which could erupt at any moment. In the eye of the storm was the Feng clan tribe, which was Tianfu. One must understand that Tianfu was not Pajun. Pajun had the 4 ancestors Chongqing behind him, and no one in the human race dared to defy him. But Tianfu was different. He was merely a disciple of Doubao. Although he was also a direct disciple of the Jiejiao, the significance was different. The human race might not necessarily acknowledge Doubao, at least not in the Gaoyang tribe. If Tianfu were a disciple of Chongqing, he wouldn't be in such a conflicting state of happiness and worry. However, now it was useless to worry. It had become a settled fact. This troublesome boy had not even consulted first before directly becoming a disciple. Now the human race was spreading rumors that Tianfu would unify the human race. If Tianfu really succeeded, the Gaoyang tribe would be finished, and the name Gaoyang would become moot. Currently, the Gaoyang tribe was one where he had the final say. Even during Pajun's tenure as Emperor of the Earth, the Gaoyang tribe had autonomy. They only needed to cooperate with whatever policies Pajun enacted. But if they were truly unified, no matter what, he could not allow this. Even if his son were to change, the tribe could not be lost. Sai Zhuanxu was his most outstanding child. He had already planned that in 10 years Zhuanxu would succeed him. Now it had come to this. He could only wait until Tianfu ascended to the throne to see how things would unfold. If it really came to a crisis, he would have to let another child succeed as the tribe leader. Fortunately, he hadn't passed down the title yet, otherwise this troublesome boy could easily ruin the tribe. After coming to this conclusion, the Gaoyang leader no longer felt anxious. After all, this didn't seem like a bad thing. If Tianfu turned out to be formidable, then by allying with Doubao, both families could find a way to ease the tension. If Tianfu was not up to par, he could simply change to another son as the tribe leader. Senior, with Zhuanxu becoming your disciple, I can rest easy. I entrust Zhuanxu to you now. Doubao was pleased to see that the Gaoyang leader was so perceptive. It was a piece of cake. This would secure a large tribe for Tianfu. Doubao immediately had an idea, why not recruit a few more? However, after leaving the Gaoyang tribe, Doubao learned about the current situation of the human race. Many tribes had already shown the shadows of other powers' Western teachings, Chan Jiao Dragon and Phoenix Qilin, Yao Clan Wu Clan. The pressure of military suppression was overwhelming. If the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, and the others had not left, it would have been fine, but the current Jiejiao had suffered a significant loss of power. This was going to be a bit difficult. He had lost the desire to recruit disciples, and directly returned to Jiejiao Island to summon the disciples of the Jiejiao. This time it was truly a fight to the death. However, these disciples were unaware of how challenging this endeavor would be. They still thought they were going to enjoy a life of luxury with the senior brother. They hurriedly followed Doubao towards the human race. At Mount Lushan, the 6-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey were cultivating, while Chongqing was observing the figures before her. The feathered wing immortal looked at Chongqing before him, feeling both anxious and angry. Good heavens, he finally thought of him, and finally was willing to let him out. Is it really necessary? Has he forgotten that they are brothers? Is he not afraid he would die in there? Also, has he not noticed that he has been away from Jiejiao Island for so long? Doesn't anyone look for him? Is the difference between kin and outsiders really this great? The two exchanged glances, one with intrigue, and the other in a state of agitation. However, even in his fury, Yu Yixian dared not confront Chongqing. With a flash of the 7-colored divine light, he could vanish without a trace, leaving no chance for a fight. At that moment, Yu Yixian seemed to return to the days ruled by his elder brother. Neither Kong Xian nor Yu Yixian was born from the immortal Fire Mountain. Once when Yuan Feng battled against the ancestral dragons and Qilins, sustaining grave injuries, he chose a place to cultivate and inadvertently obtained the innate yin yang and the 2 elemental origins, leading to the birth of 2 phoenix eggs. It can be said that heaven and earth lent their power for Yuan Feng to nurture two offspring. Nonetheless, these two offspring undoubtedly possessed the bloodline of the phoenix. However, Yuan Feng did not take the eggs back to the immortal Fire Mountain. Perhaps at that time Yuan Feng had already sensed the calamity that beset the Phoenix clan. Bringing the two offspring back would only ensnare them in disaster, making it impossible to protect them. Left in the valley to absorb the essence of the sun and moon and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they did not emerge until after the great calamity of the witch and the demon had passed, and upon their emergence, they possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Kong Xian was born first, followed by Yu Yixian. Thus Kong Xian is the elder brother while Yu Yixian is the younger brother. However, this pair of brothers was not on good terms. Yu Yixian, being prideful by nature, regarded himself as a golden-winged Peng and viewed Kong Xian as merely a peacock, thinking they could not truly be brothers. Why should he be controlled by Kong Xian at every turn? Yet Kong Xian had an exceedingly strong desire for control, wanting to manage everything concerning his younger brother. As a result, the younger brother became increasingly rebellious, growing to despise Kong Xian more and more, even attempting to resist him. Unfortunately, he was no match. With the swipe of the five-colored divine light, he was easily subdued. But could he not escape, even if he couldn't win? In a fit of anger, he left, determined to sever ties with Kong Xian. Yu Yixian swore he would never refine the yin-yang origin, for he knew that it was this very yin-yang, an elemental origin, that bound the two brothers together. Later on, Kong Xian encountered the Phoenix clan by chance and returned to the immortal Fire Mountain. Yu Yixian also encountered an opportunity, joining the Jiejiao and becoming one of the 7 immortal attendants. From then on, their paths diverged significantly. Perhaps Kong Xian had thought of finding Yu Yixian, but upon considering Yu Yixian's bright prospects, he let it go. However, one thing was certain: Yu Yixian had been dominated by the five-colored divine light for many years, and he had long developed a psychological shadow. Just when he was on the verge of overcoming this shadow, he encountered Changsheng, who immediately unleashed the 7-colored divine light, leaving Yu Yixian utterly bewildered. Now Yu Yixian looked at Changsheng with a mix of anger and fear. His expression was rich and varied, appearing aggrieved, as if he thought Changsheng was bullying him. Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head, finding this golden-winged Peng to be remarkably childlike, obstinate, filled with resentment, and mentally stunted. This was Changsheng's assessment of Yu Yixian. However, Changsheng had no intention of dealing harshly with Yu Yixian. Even Zhuan Ti had done nothing to him aside from Yu Yixian's moderate talents. It was also because this fellow bore the merits of the Phoenix clan, and killing him would be a loss. Moreover, he was Changsheng's junior brother. A little guidance would suffice. After all, he was still a Deluo golden immortal and could be useful to keep around. At this moment, Yu Yixian was also engaged in an internal struggle, ultimately deciding that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. It would be better to admit his faults. He couldn't win a fight, nor could he compete in backgrounds. He felt forcing a grim smile. He said, "Senior brother, you've already taught me a lesson. I truly won't dare again. I know you are protecting the human race, and I will definitely not harm them again. After all, we are brothers. Please let me go. I still need to serve the master." After such a long time without showing up, the master must be very angry and anxious. Originally, Yu Yixian thought that admitting his faults would be quite embarrassing, but once he started, he found it wasn't as difficult as he imagined. The more he talked, the smoother it became, and the image of his elder brother Kong Xian appeared in his mind. If he had been able to submit to Kong Xian earlier, perhaps their brotherly bond would have been quite good. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Changsheng was taken aback by Yu Yixian's demeanor. It turned out Yu Yixian was also someone capable of bending and yielding. However, he had no intention of letting Yu Yixian go. Now that they were speaking, there was no need to continue confining him. Alright. Seeing Changsheng respond, Yu Yixian breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Changsheng indeed preferred a softer approach. However, there's no need for you to go back. It's just right for you to stay and help me out. As for the master, I will speak on your behalf. What? You can't leave. Help? What kind of help? Doesn't he care about his own dignity? After being beaten, he still wants to stay and help, but what will he do in the future? What? You don't want to. However, with a sideways glance from Changsheng, Yu Yixian cowered. He regretted it. There were so many aquatic creatures in the water, enough for him to eat. Why had he become so complacent and come ashore? What a stroke of bad luck. Willing, of course I am willing. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. Here, I'll return your things, and this yin-yang origin. It would be a waste to refine it into a bottle. You might as well absorb it. I will teach you the Tao and assist you in refining it. Yu Yixian was taken aback by the yin-yang bottle and the yin-yang origin sent over by Changsheng. He thought these items would be taken by Changsheng, but he quickly realized that Changsheng might not even find his treasures worthy. Thank you, senior brother. This expression of gratitude carried more sincerity. After all, upon closer inspection, this senior brother was not so unbearable. At the very least, he did not covet his treasures. But was he serious about teaching him the Tao? Even if Changsheng had broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal, it couldn't have been long ago. At most, he was only at the early stage, and not yet comprehending the yin-yang Tao. How could he be qualified to teach him? However, in terms of human relationships, he had to cooperate. Yet regarding the yin-yang origin, Yu Yixian still felt a slight resistance. Did he really have to refine it? But after just now softening himself, he suddenly felt less resistant to refining the yin-yang origin, and even Kong Xian seemed less daunting. He looked at Chang Sheng. This guy was somewhat fascinating. Chang Sheng had already begun to teach the Tao, seemingly determined to speak regardless of whether Yu Yixian was listening. Yu Yixian had no choice but to pretend to listen while refining the yin-yang origin. He actually understood the benefits of the yin-yang origin for himself. He had merely been stubborn before. The wealthy scion did not care about money. It was understandable. When Lu Fang and the others heard Chang Sheng teaching the Tao, they dared not delay and hurriedly joined the class. Initially it seemed inconsequential, but upon further reflection, it became somewhat shocking. Chang Sheng spoke of the Tao of yin and yang, which surprisingly held significant depth, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that Chang Sheng's comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang surpasses his own? That can't be true, or wasn't Chang Sheng supposed to comprehend the Tao of destiny? For this small group, it was no longer a secret. Could it be that they had misjudged, and Chang Sheng actually comprehended the Tao of yin and yang? The level of the Tao of yin and yang was undoubtedly superior to his own. Soon Yu Yixian felt the pressure, and began earnestly refining the source of yin and yang, while immersing himself in the understanding of the Tao that Chang Sheng preached. Chang Sheng, witnessing this, Yu Yixian couldn't help but smile. How could he not manage him? Since comprehending the source of yin and yang, Chang Sheng's understanding of the Tao had significantly improved, surpassing even that of the Tao of destiny. The Feng clan. As the time for the Tian Fist ascension approached, the human race grew increasingly restless. The chieftains of various clans were on their way to the Feng clan, some already having arrived. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat off. In the past, when attending ceremonies or meetings at the Feng clan, these chieftains had never brought so many people. What were they afraid of? Were they concerned that the Tianfu would forcibly detain them at the Feng clan, or take action against them during the ascension ceremony? Furthermore, the frequent mobilization of troops from various clans indicated they were ready to act at a moment's notice. This eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire human race in a shroud of fog. It seemed that at this moment the entire wilderness was stirred by the influence of the human race. The Feng clan was certainly aware of this strange atmosphere and commotion, yet both the Tianfu and the high-level members of the Feng clan appeared to disregard it, which puzzled the major powers scheming against the human race. Was the Feng clan truly this stable? Such confidence. Even with Chang Sheng's support, what difference does it make? The majority of Jiejiao has been deployed elsewhere. Even if they weren't deployed so extensively, could they really stand against the formidable forces of the wilderness? Perhaps they had yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation. At this moment, the major powers were already wearing expressions of anticipation, ready to teach the human race a lesson. They were merely waiting for the Tian Fist ascension. Did the Tianfu not know all of this? Even if he was unaware before, after 90 years of instruction, he certainly understood now. However, at this moment the Tianfu had his own plans and schemes for change, showing little concern for these matters. Reflecting on his current situation, a wave of dread washed over him. Had he listened to Duobao's advice to suppress with force, he might truly have had to start anew. The wisdom of the four ancestors was indeed profound. He was comfortably seated, eager to see the expressions of the various clans upon hearing his plans for. As the four ancestors stated, there are many ways to unify, but why cling to the most primitive method of forceful suppression? As the human sovereign one must prioritize virtue to govern. Initially he worried that after the division the vassals would grow too powerful, but with enlightenment came clarity. Post-division, he had his contingencies, and the possibility of them growing too powerful did not exist. The four ancestors were truly great talents. At this moment the preparations for the ascension ceremony were nearly complete. He need not worry, as the high-ranking members of the Feng clan had everything in order. However, the matter of division was a closely guarded secret known only to the Tianfu, while others in the Feng clan remained largely unaware. Their composure stemmed not from the division itself, but from confidence in their clan's strength, the kind of strength that could suppress all. The Feng clan indeed had this confidence. The century had finally arrived. The ascension ceremony began. On the high platform, flames burned brightly. The Tianfu stood atop the platform, while below him were the high-ranking members of various clans attending the ceremony. Xuanyu and Shiyu and others gazed at the Tianfu with fervent eyes. They admired him, but admiration aside, they coveted that position. Their ambitions, supported by various powers, were now ignited. Their fervor was mainly directed towards that position, the position of the human race's sovereign. A figure gradually appeared on the high platform, and upon seeing this figure, everyone on the platform bowed deeply. We pay our respects to the four ancestors. It was indeed Chang Sheng who appeared, accompanied by Pajun Ling, Shi, and Song Jia, instantly elevating the occasion. Opposing the Tianfu and opposing Chang Sheng were entirely different concepts. The concept of opposing Chang Sheng had never entered the minds of the clans. He was the four ancestor, the master of etiquette, and the significance of etiquette in the clans was irreplaceable. After receiving support from major powers, the clans had even put forth plans on how to handle etiquette. All major powers knew that to take down the Tianfu they first had to control etiquette, for Changsheng would undoubtedly support the Tianfu. Thus various powers began to strategize regarding etiquette, but before any incidents occurred, no one dared to show disrespect towards etiquette or Changsheng. The Earth Sovereign returns to position. From today onward, the position of the Feng clan's chieftain will be inherited by the Tianfu, witnessed by heaven and earth, and acknowledged by all clans. As Changsheng spoke, Earth Sovereign Pajun acknowledged it, and a surge of fortune fell upon the Tianfu. At this moment, the Tianfu truly received the recognition of the Feng clan's fortune, establishing his rightful claim. In the human race, etiquette is the orthodoxy, which is why the changes in the positions of clan leaders or significant events are presided over by etiquette, and Changsheng represents that orthodoxy. As they gazed at Changsheng's figure, a sense of awe washed over everyone, the pressure mounting. It felt as though they were about to confront an enemy. Could they truly win? Wind. The Feng clan, named after the wind, regarded it as their highest honor, as well as the highest honor of their chieftain, for the wind brought great fortune. Duobao, accompanied by many disciples, silently observed his emotions stirring. He was ready to act at a moment's notice when the Tianfu made his move. Quickly, he could hardly contain himself. Receiving the clan's artifact from Peijun, the Tianfu slowly rose, holding the wind staff, symbolizing the chieftain of the Feng clan above his head with one hand. Wind. At this moment, the members of the Feng clan looked on with fervent eyes. We pay our respects to the chieftain. At this moment, the Tianfu shone with brilliance and authority, dazzling to the point that no one dared to meet his gaze, and his majesty filled everyone with an overwhelming pressure. As the Tianfu ascended to a high position, surveying all the chieftains below, his heart felt calm at this moment. The time had come for him to unveil the dawn of a new era. Everyone, are you ready? Here they come. In this moment, the leaders of various clans seemed to have a premonition, sensing that the Tianfu is about to make a significant move. Is it to announce that all clans will submit to the Feng clan and initiate the march toward unification? If they disagree, will they take action against them right now? How should they resist? They are not worried about their own safety. Not only have they arranged for numerous guards before arriving, but there are also various major forces secretly protecting them. After all, the strongest of the Feng clan is merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, which is hardly a threat to the great powers. Even if the Tianfu were to strike, they could still return safely. In fact, they somewhat hope for the Tianfu to act. If that happens, it would mean the Tianfu has taken the initiative to break ties, allowing them to speak out against the Tianfu without any psychological. The major forces are even more excited. Here they come. However, as soon as the Tianfu speaks, everyone is stunned as if caught in a winding mountain road. Esteemed clan leaders, I wish to establish an unparalleled dynasty. I wonder if you are willing to join me in creating a prosperous era for humanity. Indeed, it has begun. The Tianfu is clearly eager to take action against them, aiming to establish an unparalleled dynasty. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Those major forces have not deceived them. The Tianfu truly intends to annex them. I wonder how we should contribute to this prosperous era. The clan leaders are fixated on the Tianfu, hands gripping their weapons tightly, hearts racing. They realize that in the next moment they might have to take action. The major forces lurking in the shadows feel the same, and Duobao's face is filled with murder. When it comes to the opportunity to achieve semi-saint status, who dares to obstruct him? He will strike down anyone who does. The Tianfu squinted, sensing the killing intent. However, he remains unconcerned. His next words will surely dictate how these individuals will grip their weapons, and how they will ultimately lay them down. Once the dynasty is established, I will be the human emperor with 5 emperors, 28 dukes, 108 marquises, and 3,000 earls. Each will govern their own lands and people. Should there be any matters of life and death concerning humanity, they must heed my command and contribute to our race. What do you all think? What? The clan leaders slowly lowered their weapons, feeling a prickly sensation on their scalps. They needed to take a moment to think and see what was truly at stake. Surprisingly, it is not about forcibly annexing them, but rather about changing the way they coexist. Indeed, from their perspective, it is about changing the way they coexist, because the Tianfu mentioned autonomy, governing their own lands and people, which is not different from their current situation. As for matters of life and death concerning humanity, they are all part of the human race. If such situations arise, they will naturally feel obliged to act. The Tianfu has surprisingly changed his temperament. It seems the current Tianfu just wants a title to gain merit as the human emperor. This feels quite strange. After all they have done, the Tianfu suddenly offers them this, leaving them momentarily unsure of how to proceed. The major forces are bewildered, and Duobao is too. He is stripped down to show this. Were they not supposed to discuss this beforehand? Did they not agree on something? Not long ago they had exchanged ideas, and Duobao thought the Tianfu would unleash a powerful move upon ascending the throne, which is why he hurriedly summoned his junior disciples back. But now can they still fight? However, how could they think like this? If that's the case, it doesn't seem impossible. He could be the human emperor without fighting and still gain merit. But is it too hasty to offer the position of 5 emperors? He originally planned to claim all 5 for himself. Even if he doesn't take them all, he can use them to benefit his junior disciples. Isn't this just handing them over? 5 emperors. His gaze fell upon Zhuanshu. He must have. Now that the Tianfu has spoken, he can't possibly retract his words. He can only support it, as all he seeks is the merit of the human emperor's teacher. As long as he can achieve semi-saint status, everything else is secondary. Moreover, since the Tianfu has already discussed this with him, a sudden change of plans must indicate something. His gaze fell upon Changxing, who had remained expressionless throughout. Humph, this kid must be the one causing trouble, not listening to his master's advice, but following his uncle's. This disciple seems a bit rebellious, changing plans without consulting his master. Does he know that he almost couldn't rein in his sword? At this moment, all the clans involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Even with major forces supporting them against the Tianfu and the Feng clan, the pressure is immense. If they can still retain their clan's name, then changing the format is acceptable to them. After all, there are some ambitious individuals among these clans like Chio, but many are not overly ambitious. Even Xianyuan couldn't help but feel great joy at this moment. He glanced back at Guangchengzi, who was dumbfounded, and gave a delighted expression, as if to say, "See, master. I was right. The human emperor is not like that. Now it's fine. The Xiong clan remains the Xiong clan, and he doesn't have to confront the Tianfu anymore." Xianyuan actually had no intention of becoming the human emperor. He believes the Tianfu is more suitable for the role. Following Guangchengzi's advice to oppose the Tianfu was merely to preserve the Xiong clan's ancestral legacy. Now it's good. The Tianfu can be the human emperor, and he can simply be one of the 5 emperors. However, Guangchengzi is not so fortunate. After understanding everything, his face has turned grim. This is not how the account is settled. The Tianfu is happy, Duobao is happy, and even Xianyuan is happy, but he is not happy. How can he endure being overshadowed by such a grand human emperor? Even if Xianyuan manages to become one of the 5 emperors, what does that matter? Can he compare to the human emperor? But looking at the delighted Xuanyuan, Guangchengzi couldn't help but sigh. He knows it's impossible now. The reason Xianyuan agreed to oppose the Tianfu was because he informed Xianyuan that the Tianfu would annex the Xiong clan. Now that the Tianfu has changed its strategy, the Xiong clan is preserved. Xianyuan will definitely not raise the banner of rebellion. Looking at the other major clans, most share similar expressions. Most of them think like Xuanyuan, preserving their clan is sufficient, everything else is secondary. After all, it is the Feng clan supported by 4 ancestors. There are still 5 emperors to contend for. Why must they seek to become the human emperor? Moreover, they are also aware that even if they all rebel, there can only be one human emperor. In the end, it might not even be one of them who becomes the human emperor. So why risk their lives? Those who can become clan leaders are not truly foolish. Of course, there are those with great ambitions aiming for the title of human emperor, like Chiyu. He wants to become the human emperor, replacing humanity with the Witch clan, but looking at the current situation, he knows it's impossible. No one will follow him in rebellion. Relying solely on the Zhuli clan, it is utterly impossible to accomplish such a grand endeavor. Damn it, why isn't the Tianfu playing by the rules? With such a significant advantage, why not dominate outright? If one person can make the decisions, why let so many tribes manage themselves? Shouldn't there be a single voice in this world? Is the Tianfu foolish? All his elaborate plans have turned to dust, and most of the preparations he made have come to naught. He had contacted numerous tribes, and even spent considerable resources employing the likes of ghosts and spirits to exert control. And now it has all been for nothing. Well, it's not entirely in vain. After all, there's still the competition for the 5 emperors. At least he can maintain some footing, but if the benefits given to other tribes are all lost, they should repay him double. If they do not repay, then they shall face his wrath. Chiyu is no fool. He knows that the Tianfu has played a clever trick. Glancing at Ho Qing beside him, he speculates that the Tianfu must have known their tribe's thoughts and movements long ago, which is why this strategy was employed. Indeed, this move is quite formidable. Their tribal alliance was easily breached. Especially the 36 major tribes who now regard each other with more vigilance. After all, there are only 5 imperial positions, but 36 major tribes. Who will be chosen? The human emperor is hard to contend for, but among the 5 emperors, all 36 major tribes have their ambitions. The opportunity is great. If they do not fight for it, they will feel unsatisfied. In the shadows, Liu Ya is filled with rage, wishing he could rush out and slay the Tianfu. All his meticulous planning has been shattered. Who does he care about a mere imperial? What he desires is the world. Furthermore, he had initially planned for the human tribes to engage in conflict, greatly diminishing their strength. Unlike the Witch tribe, the Demon tribe holds a deep-seated enmity toward the human tribe. He harbors a strong hatred for humans. If it weren't unrealistic to annihilate them, he would have. Initially, he wanted to control the major human tribes to claim the position of human emperor and restore the Demon tribe's dominance over this land. Humans cannot be exterminated. At worst, he could domesticate them. After all, the Demon tribe needs blood for sustenance. However, now seeing the situation unravel, they only support the major tribes, not fully controlling them. Mutual benefit is key. The major human tribes have their own integrity and principles which they cannot control. Moreover, he is posing as a figure of the Buddhist sect and cannot openly declare himself as a member of the demon tribe. With the Tianfus actions while the human tribes will be chaotic, a great upheaval is unlikely. The core of the human race is the Feng clan, as long as the Feng clan remains unharmed the human race will be stable. His main objective was to annihilate the Feng clan. Having narrowly escaped disaster, there's nothing to be done. The tribes they support will no longer attack the Feng clan and will not rebel against the Tianfu. His gaze fell upon Changsheng on the high platform, and he had a feeling this idea originated from him. Previously, he had not paid much attention to Changsheng, merely considering him a mere ant. But now suddenly he found this person somewhat bothersome. On the high platform, Changsheng seemed to sense something and glanced in Liu Ya's direction. If Liu did not reveal any killing intent, it would have been fine. Being a Kwasa saint, he could conceal his aura. But once he showed his murderous intent, Changsheng could even perceive the river of fate. Even a Kwasa saint could not hide from him. Liu Ya, this fellow actually harbors murderous thoughts toward him. It seems arrangements must be made. Initially, he did not want to get involved with the demon tribe. However, with Liu Ya being so ungrateful, he had no choice. Nevertheless, it was unnecessary for him to act personally. Just a slight arrangement would suffice. When Liu Ya looked toward Changsheng, he was taken aback. Could it be that he was discovered? How could that be? He is merely a great Luo golden immortal. How could he possibly notice him? It must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. At this moment, the leader of the Gaoyang clan was ecstatic. Seeing how things unfolded, it turned out that their Gaoyang tribe was the biggest winner. After the Tianfu spoke, the Gaoyang leader knew that a conflict was definitely out of the question. As for the 5 emperors, had it been previously, he would not have had the confidence to secure it. But now it is different. His son, the lesser clan leader Zhuanshu, is a disciple of the Tianfu. He must be taken care of and aided a bit. With a little help, the chances for the 5 emperors will increase. Originally, the Gaoyang tribe was not weak at all. The blessings of the 4 ancestors are upon them. Without a second thought, the Gaoyang leader stepped forward, saying, "I pay my respects to the human emperor. From now on, we are one family. Isn't it time to help?" The effect of being the first to step forward is definitely different. The Tianfu will certainly remember him. Plus, with the connection to Zhuanshu, he will gain a great advantage. The Tianfu did not expect someone to come out in support so quickly. Upon seeing the Gaoyang leader, his expression softened considerably. He was the first to come to his aid, so he could observe the subsequent developments. Other tribal leaders, upon seeing Gaoyang step forward, were jolted awake, filled with regret. Since things are like this, they must curry favor with the Tianfu. Now all is well. Having overthought it, they were actually outpaced by the Gaoyang tribe. They cannot fall behind in this second opportunity. All the tribal leaders hurriedly stood up. "I pay my respects to the human emperor." The momentum has been established. The Tianfu looked at the situation before him, unable to suppress a smile. He knew that things had been set in motion. The Tianfu felt somewhat surreal. He had thought it would be difficult, given that suppressing with force would inevitably lead to bloodshed. But who would have thought that these tribal leaders would submit so easily? As the fortunes converged, the Tianfu felt the immense fortune of having just ascended as leader, and at this moment it surged even higher, continuously gathering. When the human race stabilizes completely, it will be the time for him to reclaim the title of human emperor. Looking down, the Tianfu stepped forward. Whether it is the 5 emperors or the 28 dukes and 108 marquis, those of virtue shall take their place. In the next 3,000 years, the Feng clan will establish cities and offices, officially opening the imperial dynasty. 3,000 years later, we will gather at the imperial city and distribute titles to the 5 emperors, 28 dukes, and many others. I hope that in these 3,000 years, everyone will cultivate virtue, so that those recognized by the human race's fortune may be granted titles of emperor, duke, or marquis. Virtue. The tribal leaders exchanged glances. In the martial realm of the human race, what constitutes virtue? It is martial virtue. Quite simply, whoever is powerful possesses virtue. Next, it's merely a matter of seeing whose fist is harder and whose influence is greater. To gain recognition from the human race's fortune, the larger the tribe, and the more citizens it has, the more prosperous it will be. From here on, it will be fought for. Next, the tribal leaders gathered together. I do not wish to see the large tribes bullying the smaller ones. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to drag them out as an example. Remember, we are of the same kin, and we must win people over with virtue. Everyone's hearts trembled. Some tribes had initially planned to return and absorb the neighboring smaller tribes, and then begin contending for the imperial position. But it seems that will no longer be possible. Indeed, if the Feng clan does not annex other tribes, how could they permit others to do so? However, they cannot bully the smaller tribes. As for the larger tribes, that is another matter altogether. If they do not yield, how could they possibly withdraw from the imperial selection? In the great hall of the clan leader. Present here are not only the leaders and important figures of the 36 major tribes, but also those from medium and even small tribes. Hearing the words of Tianfu, the medium and small tribes couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They could all envision what the next scene for the human race would be. Tianfu had removed the Feng clan from the competition, but what about the others? It seemed that a battle among the heroes was inevitable. If these major tribes brought disaster upon them, the outcome would likely not be much better than before. They even faced the risk of being erased from the tribe roster. Now with the words of Tianfu, they finally felt a sense of ease. There exists a chasm between big and small tribes. Overcoming that hierarchy is almost impossible, and no tribe dares to entertain such thoughts. The 5 emperors and 28 dukes certainly belong to the 36 major tribes, which is a consensus among these tribes. The only thing they could think of were the 108 marquises and the 3,000 earls. As the major tribes contested, did they not wish to compete as well? If successful, their tribe would shine for generations to come, and even if they didn't desire it, they had to contest. Moreover, Tianfu merely stated that the majority cannot bully the minority, but these medium and small tribes might not be able to follow that rule. The current 36 tribes hold significant power, yet if they were to fight among themselves, perhaps they could emerge as the fishermen reaping the rewards. Thinking of this, the medium and small tribes were filled with fervor. Build cities. Tianfu's words suddenly fell, leaving everyone stunned, unsure of their meaning. Tianfu did not keep them waiting long, and continued. The human race will soon implement a city-building system. All tribes wishing to be promoted in 3,000 years must accomplish one thing: build cities. To become an emperor, a capital city is required. To become a duke city. To become a marquis city. To become an earl city. The cities are where your fortunes will converge. The more cities you build, the more magnificent your fortunes will be. If the cities are destroyed, the fortunes will dissipate. The nuances of this you will come to comprehend. As he spoke, Tianfu revealed 2 items, the first being a blueprint which he placed directly on the stone table. This is the city blueprint. Of course, it is merely a reference. You may construct according to this blueprint after returning, or gather talents to figure out a better design, or make modifications, but matters not. Then there is this mobile phone displayed before everyone. This mobile phone is a magical artifact crafted by our 4th ancestor. By corresponding with specific numbers, you can contact relevant individuals. The intricacies of this will become clear to you later, but more importantly, it is the key to gathering your fortunes. The mobile phone can record how much fortune you gather. In 3,000 years, you will present the fortunes recorded on the phone, determining your strengths and weaknesses. The strong rise, the weak fall, with the top 5 becoming the 5 emperors, and so forth. As soon as he finished speaking, bags filled with mobile phones were distributed to Xianyuan Qiyu and others by the members of the phone clan. The items handed to you are yours, and are bound to you clan leaders. Another bag, known as a storage bag, is also a spatial artifact refined by our 4th ancestor, which can store items. Inside are some mobile phones for you to distribute. Each of you in the human race should have 1 mobile phone. This represents our progress, and is a gift from the 4th ancestor. Make sure to seize this opportunity. If more mobile phones are needed later, there is no need to worry, you may obtain them from the academy. Do you all understand what I am saying? The crowd looked at the blueprints and mobile phones in confusion, trying to digest Tianfu's words. To be honest, they were somewhat bewildered at first. However, those who could become clan leaders were not fools, and their comprehension was adequate. Originally, they thought that how fortunes were measured and strength determined was a mystery. Did it depend on Tianfu's decree? If Tianfu declared someone strong, then they were strong. But now it seemed they had overthought it. Tianfu was indeed fair. No, it should be said that Changsheng was just. The introduction of the mobile phone meant that they could always check their own fortunes, allowing for a concrete assessment that was public and transparent, free from any subjective interference. Most importantly, they trusted Changsheng's character. Yet how was this device meant to be used? Looking at the mobile phones in their hands, the crowd fiddled with them, and on the screens lines of text written in the human script appeared. After literacy campaigns, the human race had started to popularize human writing. Even newly born humans would be sent to schools established by the academy to learn the script after turning 3. As clan leaders, they could naturally understand the content of these texts. A manual. They did not grasp the core meaning of the words, but realized that the subtitles began with these 3 words, indicating that this was the mobile phone's user manual. Was it possible to refine it by channeling a wisp of divine sense into the mobile phone? Some began to use it without hesitation, while others hesitated, wanting to see how it worked for others. I see it. Our tribe's fortune is 100,000. At that moment a voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. Someone had successfully refined their mobile phone, opening the fortune function, and discovering they could indeed see their fortunes. Others could hardly contain their excitement, and began to use their phones one after another. Except for a few such as Chio, almost everyone had no further doubts. The mobile phone had many functions, with the top option labeled Fortune, marked with an icon of a city. Upon clicking it, they could see their own tribe's fortune. Perhaps due to the binding of their divine, since the mobile phone automatically recognized which tribe it belonged to. 100,000 fortunes included several components, such as the area of the tribe's land, the number of human members, various resources of the tribe, and the levels of the tribe's abilities, etc. This fortune was indeed based on multiple considerations, and as they looked at these factors, they quickly understood how to improve their tribe's fortunes. Simply focus on these aspects, work hard to expand the land area, strive to have more children, and diligently explore resources. It was clear without needing Tianfu to explain too much, they understood it instantly. Among these factors, constructing cities held significant importance, but it could only be accessed after the cities were established. At this moment, everyone also understood the need to build cities. Anyone wishing to participate in the nobility must build cities. This seemed to signal their intent to compete for nobility. If they did not build cities, it would indicate their... Thinking of this, the crowd shifted their gaze to the blueprints on the stone table. No, in the storage bags there was also a copy of the same blueprint. Clearly Tianfu had prepared everything for them in advance. With this thought, the crowd's eyes burned with fervor as they felt they were witnessing the dawn of a new era unfolding. Thereafter, whenever a clan chieftain harbored doubts, they asked more questions. This time, however, Tianfu remained silent. A Tianji who stood at his side spoke for him, and soon the chiefs had no further perplexities. To found a city, an imperial city or a public city, was a matter of scale. If one wished to contest the throne, one must first raise a city worthy of an emperor, and such a city would consume untold manpower and resources. Mid and small-sized tribes might as well forget it. Even among the 36 great tribes, there were murmurs of hesitation. This undertaking was no trifling thing. To build with full force would exhaust a tribe's every ounce of strength. So build while fighting. To use other tribes' resources to erect one's own city. And then there was the matter of choosing a site, an issue bound up with Qi Yun and Feng Shui treasure lands. Listening to Tianji's explanation, many were bewildered. How does one choose such a place? Tianji gave them an answer. If you do not know, you can consult Li Xue. Indeed, with Li Xue, they need not trouble themselves over such matters. They swiftly realized another advantage. For any questions that arose later, they could all turn to their clan's Li Xue. Even logistical affairs, whether building cities or developing resources, Li Xue could lend aid. At that thought, they relaxed and breathed easier. The one paling was Chio, for from beginning to end he regarded himself as of the Wu tribe, and felt little affinity for the human clan's Li Xue. In the Zhuli tribe, Li Xue had always been little more than ornament. Now that so many matters were to be referred to it, how could they accept this? Would this not cede authority to Li Xue? What if Changsheng discovered some secrets of the Zhuli tribe? Tianfu cast a glance at Chio, who to this day had not been fully assimilated, and shook his head. If the fourth ancestor had not intended to use Qiyu to consume the Wu tribes, Qi and Tianfu would have schemed to have him removed first. He possessed a certain brave strength, but it was merely bravado. Since you have no further questions, I will introduce two more people. The chieftains fell silent, and two figures soon stepped into the hall. Eyes fell upon Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, and some chieftains felt a flicker of recognition. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were wanderers among the human tribes, and many had seen them before. Still they betrayed no emotion, preferring to wait and see what Tianfu intended. These two are disciples of the fourth ancestor, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. The fourth ancestor has observed that our human tribes still rely on barter, and that customs greatly constrain the development of our people. Thus the fourth ancestor charged Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao with establishing the Linkai Bureau to unify currency among the human clans. They will carry out monetary reform. We ask every tribe to cooperate. This concerns our people's development and future fortunes. Do not treat it lightly. Those who obstruct will bear the consequences. Linkai Bureau. Unified currency. The chieftains understood at once the gravity of a unified currency. When tribes traded, it was often vexing. What one needed another might not, and values varied, making agreement difficult. If currency could truly be unified, transactions would become far easier, especially at this critical juncture of city building. One must remember that the materials needed to build a city were many. Of some materials were not produced within a given tribe. In such circumstances, apart from barter or plunder, there seemed no alternative. If plunder were the rule, the weak might rob the weak. But what of the strong? The strong would simply plunder you in turn. If trade could be arranged, that would be best. Now with a unified currency, the problem seemed poised to be solved. Each would take what they needed and develop together. Neighboring tribes should be guarded against, but distant ones could trade freely. It was a pity the strategic apparatus was not yet perfected, otherwise the 36 stratagems would take shape at once. Ally far attack near already showed itself in embryo. This was a good thing, and most agreed, especially when Tianfu said it reflected the fourth ancestor's will. If it were merely Tianfu's scheme, they might suspect ulterior motives, but if it was Changsheng's intent, there could be no objection. The Gaoyang tribe will fully cooperate. The chief of Gaoyang spoke up, the others inwardly swore. He was too lacking in martial scruple, always clever in this way, so they hurried to follow his lead. Seeing how smoothly matters proceeded, Tianfu smiled. Very well. If there are no further questions, return and make preparations. In 3,000 years we shall meet again at the imperial city. At his words the chieftains hurriedly bowed. Human Emperor, we take our leave. Now the tribes addressed him as Human Emperor with ease. Watching the figures file out, Tianfu could not help but recall a lesson to subdue the enemy without fighting. Words Changsheng had taught him long ago. Only now did Tianfu grasp the deeper meaning of those words. The fourth ancestor was truly sagacious. Xiao Sheng Chao Bao and Tianfu nodded and departed to make their own preparations. The opportunity had arrived. It would soon be the brothers' time for the path of wealth to pierce the heavens. When everyone had left, a few figures slowly emerged into the great hall. Disciple pays respects to master. Tianfu bowed at their arrival. Duo Bao waved him off. Tianfu, you are the human emperor from now on. You need not bow to me. Let me introduce you. This is your junior fellow apprentice Xuanqiu. Xuanqiu. Tianfu's mind stirred. He had heard that name. Was he not the young deputy chieftain of the Gaoyang tribe? As human emperor, he must know the 36 great... Congratulations, master, on gaining another excellent pupil. Xuanqiu, clearly excited, looked to Tianfu and offered a formal bow. Xuanqiu pays respects to senior brother. Tianfu smiled and placed a gift into Xuanqiu's hands. From now on, we are one family. No need for formalities. Duo Bao watched the scene and smiled. He had meant to ask Tianfu why he had altered the plan, but reconsidered and spared himself the humiliation. After all, any sensible man could see the present situation was far superior to his originals. In the end, Changxing's skill outshone his own. Though he had taught Tianfu many years, it seemed less effective than Changxing's century of instruction. Duo Bao felt a touch of self-mockery, yet he also resolved to make Changxing understand he was no idle man. Tianfu Xuanqiu is the young deputy chieftain of the Gaoyang tribe. Regarding the forthcoming enfeefments of the 5 emperors, I intend to back Gaoyang in securing one of those imperial titles. Gaoyang may be weak, but with my support this will not be difficult. Now that your seat as human emperor is secure, you need not worry. Shortly, I shall take my Jiejiao disciples to the Gaoyang tribe. Gaoyang tribe. Tianfu now understood why the Gaoyang chieftain had been so supportive. After all, they were practically kin. Since Xuanqiu, the young chieftain of Gaoyang, had become Duo Bao's disciple, he was now his junior brother. Then the 5 emperors must lend a hand. Favoring one's own kin was far preferable to aiding tribes backed by rival powers. With the backing of Jiejiao, Gaoyang, once no match for the Yoxiong or Jili tribes, would now be fearless. Jiejiao alone could not confront every great power in Honghuang, but if it chose to bolster a single tribe and secure one of the emperor's, few would refuse to show face. However, that master likely still nursed grievances with Guangchengzi. They might seize the opportunity to strike the Yoxiong tribe later. Even if Duo Bao did not pursue Guangchengzi, it was unlikely Guangchengzi would let Duo Bao be. Such a mighty human emperor gone just like that. Tianfu guessed that Guangchengzi had intended to wait for the emperor to announce a martial pacification, then raise his banner, launch a crushing siege upon the Feng tribe, and elevate Xianyuan to power. But now with this turn of events, Guangchengzi could only settle for the second best and vie for the 5 emperors. Such a vast karmic consequence. Hardly something Guangchengzi could simply brush aside. Targeting Tianfu directly would be impossible. He now carried the momentum of the human faction. In that regard, Duo Bao had indeed drawn the fire toward himself. Moreover, Gaoyang bordered the Yoxiong tribe. For Yoxiong, seeking outward expansion and accumulating fortune, Gaoyang was an excellent choice. Tianfu found himself unexpectedly looking forward to it. Master, if you require your disciple, simply say the word. Duo Bao shook his head. You are the human emperor, now, you must not act with favoritism. Simply watch. Let me deal with Guangchengzi and bring back one of the 5 emperors. Tianfu could not help a wry smile. Duo Bao truly concealed nothing of his intent. He was plainly aiming at Guangchengzi. After Duo Bao departed, Tianfu wished to pay respects to Changxing, only to find that Changxing, Cangjie, and Lingxi had already vanished. They had clearly gone. Tianfu felt a slight ache of loss. Frankly, after a century under Changxing's instruction, Tianfu had grown somewhat reliant. Changxing seldom spoke plainly, yet his brief, incisive guidance had proven immensely beneficial. He even wondered how far the human race might prosper if Changxing became human emperor. Only then did he recall that Changxing was not of the human race. Not human, yet accomplishing so much for humanity. How could they fail to revere him? This was the root of 4th ancestor Changxing's unparalleled prestige among humans. Even the 3rd ancestor could scarcely compare. Since Changxing's appearance, his contributions to the human race were plain for all to see. Mount Lushan. Changxing did not rush back to Chisa Island. After leaving the Feng tribe, he returned to Lushan. The grand drama of the human race had been set in motion, his own production, and he would watch it close at hand. A Hongwanger, a tribal clash indeed. Changxing could not miss it. The 6-eared macaque and the red-rumped horse monkey likewise needed to temper themselves in this great war. They cultivated the way of war, and if fortune favored them after this conflict, they might at least solidify golden immortal cultivation. Vastly useful. There were also winged immortals. Which tribe was the Fenghuang clan supporting? Changxing glanced at his phone. Few understood all the functions of that device. Changxing's console perceived far more. Within the phone's field of vision, Changxing could see almost everything. Liang tribe. By now the chieftains of the tribes had largely returned home. 3,000 years seemed long, yet with the rise of martial cultivation and extended lifespans, the value of years had steadily diminished. 3,000 years amounted to a single generation. Indeed, not even a full one. Upon his return, the Liang chieftain turned eagerly to those beside him. Master Kong, under the current plan, how should our tribe proceed? The term sir was coined by the right scholars in academies. Disciples address teachers thus, and tribes likewise use it for sages. The Liang chieftain was well aware of Kong Xian's standing. At first, the Liang chieftain doubted the Fenghuang clan's support. Outsiders were not to be trusted, as rites taught. Foreign tribes could be used or resisted, but never allowed to use or master you. Should humanity lose its proud backbone, the people would perish. Yet Kong Xian spoke with candor. His intent was not to control Liang, but to cooperate. As one of the top 10 human tribes, Liang's strength was undeniable. Otherwise, Kong Xian would not have singled them out. By Kong Xian's proposal, Liang would adopt the phoenix as its totem and sacred beast. The Fenghuang clan would aid Liang in contesting the human emperor's seat and lend counsel to the Liang chieftain. Such frankness greatly reassured the Liang chieftain. The Fenghuang clan's intent was clear: to partake in a share of the human race's fortune. The Liang chieftain did not mind. Human fortune was abundant, and if the Fenghuang clan could help him ascend to the human emperor, sharing a fraction of that fortune mattered little. For humanity, weakness was temporary. Once humans grew strong enough to disdain even the Fenghuang clan, talk of cooperation would be hollow, and subjugating the Fenghuang clan would be no great feat. Given that, what harm was there in taking the deal? In truth, the Liang chieftain was pleased that Tianfu had opened the tribal conflict. There is only one human emperor, and the pressure is immense, but the 5 emperors were different. There were 5 seats. His Liang tribe had never been weak, and now, with the Fenghuang clan's backing, he was confident in contesting for a seat among the 5 emperors. Kong Xian looked to Zhu Xiang and nodded. He admired Zhu Xiang's audacity. As a chieftain, Zhu Xiang's courage and competence were first-rate, precisely why Kong Xian had chosen him. Originally, Kong Xian had reservations about pursuing the human emperor. He more sought to let Zhu Xiang seize a portion of human authority, succeed, and claim the summit, fail, and serve loyally. Advance and retreat with order, so the Fenghuang clan would profit either way. But this time was different. The available positions had suddenly multiplied. The 28 lords and their circle would not be satisfied with less than the 5 emperors. They wanted those seats outright. Kong Xian had planned to deploy only part of the Fenghuang clan's strength, but the new circumstances altered the plan. Capturing even one of the 5 emperors would yield sumptuous and dependable returns for the Fenghuang clan. If so, it was time to act and show their true depth. Chieftain, since the Feng clan will not participate in the war, our Liang tribe naturally has no fear of other tribes. However, our primary task is still to stabilize the position of the 5 emperors. Our tribe is located in the southwest of the human race, and the nearest tribes are the Jiejiao tribe supported by the Buddhist sect, the Fengya tribe supported by the spirit race, the Lingyao tribe supported by Wuzhuangguan, and the Jiuli tribe supported by the witch race. If my guess is correct, the 5 emperors appointed by the human emperor should align with the 5 directions as the main focus. This aligns with the great trend of heaven and earth. Therefore, if we want to seize the position of the 5 emperors, we must make a choice to take the southern or western territories of the human race. Hiss! Upon hearing Kong Xian's words, Zhu Xiang couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was one thing for Kong Xian not to speak, but once he did, Zhu Xiang realized just how powerful his enemies were. The western sect, spirit race, Wuzhuangguan, and witch race. None of these are easy to deal with. As for the western sect, there's a saint among them. Then there is the witch race. The Jiuli tribe is already one of the top 2 among the 36 major tribes. Moreover, with the backing of the witch race, whether it's the Lady of the Earth in the cycle of reincarnation, or the immense foundation of the witch race, they cannot be overlooked. Even the phoenix race cannot claim superiority over the witch race. Wuzhuangguan, as the only power that insisted on protecting the human race after the calamity of the demons, has gained much gratitude from the humans. The Lingyao tribe near Wuzhuangguan quickly came under its banner. This is a peak quasi saint, and Wuzhuangguan's influence is not to be underestimated. Surprisingly, the weakest is still the spirit race. However, even this weakest spirit race has quasi saints. The spirit race is a combination of the essence of the primordial flora and fauna. The transformation of spiritual roots and the manifestation of clouds and rain fall under this category. Currently, the public representative of the spirit race is Ziyang Daoren. Ziyang Daoren was once with Dong Wanggong. After Dong Wanggong's demise, all the male immortals who followed him scattered. Ziyang Daoren led a group of close associates to establish the spirit race with their roots in the southwest. If we are to take action, the first to be taken down must be the spirit race, as they are the easiest to bully. Next would be the western sect. It's not that I look down on the western sect, but they are too greedy, supporting several large tribes at once. Besides the Jiejiao tribe, there are also 3 or 4 other large tribes like the Bei Yuan tribe, all under the support of the western sect. With such a scattered support, the Jiejiao tribe has become the easiest to overpower. However, we are not in a hurry. The urgent task is to build a city. Changsheng has already stated that only after the city is built can we gather our fortunes. Furthermore, to achieve the scale of an imperial city, is not something that can be completed in a short period. Preparations must begin early. Later I will summon the elders from within the tribe to assist the chieftain in building the city. We will also try our best to gather the necessary resources. If we truly cannot find them, we can only trade or purchase from other tribes. Fortunately, with the establishment of the Ling Kai Si, trading resources has become much easier. Hearing Kong Xian's words, Zhu Xiang felt much more at ease. Yes, what of the Western sect? What of the Witch race? They also have the Phoenix race on their side. Then I shall follow your advice, sir. Just as the two were about to proceed, a powerful aura suddenly approached. Sensing the presence of a Deluo golden immortal Kong, Xian frowned, and then unfolded his awareness. He already knew who it was. However, after his younger brother had a disagreement with him, he joined the Jiejiao Sect. What was he coming back for now? The golden-winged Great Peng descended, and the people of the Liang tribe were about to defend themselves, but Kong Xian stopped them. He then explained to Zhu Xiang, the second prince of the Phoenix race, a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, and a junior brother of the four ancestors. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiang's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly ordered the defense to switch to a welcoming stance. After the feathered immortal landed, he looked at Kong Xian with a complex gaze. His brother was about to break through to Croissant. The majestic aura of a peak Deluo golden immortal was clear to him. This time Kong Xian supported the human race. Was he also hoping to use the fortunes of the human race to break through to Croissant? Brother. Under the puzzled gaze of Kong Xian, the feathered immortal stepped forward and bowed. Seeing the feathered immortal's actions, Kong Xian instinctively took a step back. Noticing the feathered immortal's face darkening, he quickly stopped and stepped forward to help him up. What is this? It's no wonder Kong Xian reacted so strongly. In the past, the feathered immortal would either argue or fight upon seeing him. It was a miracle if he didn't try to swallow him whole. Now he unexpectedly came to greet him, which left Kong Xian feeling quite unsettled, sensing that there was something ulterior behind this gesture. However, this was his younger brother. It was not easy to show a good attitude, so he could not disregard it. The feathered immortal also felt frustrated. Oh, was that step back serious? Did he think he wanted to call him brother and perform this vow? It was all because Changshang had spoken to him about the future path of cultivation. To cultivate well, many aspects had to be considered. Firstly, innate talent. As a son of the Phoenix possessing the essence of Yin and Yang as his foundation, he had exceptional talent that was more than enough to support his breakthrough to Croissant. Secondly, the methods. As a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, he certainly lacked nothing in this regard. Thirdly, fortune. Currently his identity as the second prince of the Phoenix race and a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect is tenuous. He himself does not acknowledge it, and the fortune of the Phoenix is nearly consumed by him devouring living beings, leaving him with only the fortune of being a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect. Fourthly, resources. There are many disciples within the Jiejiao Sect, so there are evidently not many resources available for the feathered immortal. If he wants resources, he can only get them from the Phoenix race. All four aspects are indispensable. The first two are not concerning, but the latter two are. If he can return to the Phoenix race and gain substantial power there, that would resolve many issues. With readily available resources, a little humility could secure them. Why be stubborn? Moreover, he is a brother. What is there that cannot be discussed? To be honest, the feathered immortal's mind cannot handle the truth. Within just a few years, he had been coaxed into submission by Changshang. Initially, he was dissatisfied with Kong Xian, but now he found it much more acceptable. As fellow sons of the Phoenix, you plan for the Phoenix race. Can I not lend a helping hand? However, upon recalling Kong Xian's step back, the feathered immortal grew angry and decided not to give him a good face. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's expression softened. It seemed more normal, and this tone was right. Now that sounds like something you would say. However, since you joined the Jiejiao Sect, you have truly matured. You can actually consider returning to help in such a critical moment. Come, I will take you to meet the elders. The feathered immortal looked at Kong Xian in this manner, and felt even more speechless. Wasn't this just degrading? He had to hear a few scoldings, and see a few sour faces before feeling at ease. After returning from the bear tribe, Guangcheng Zi locked himself in his room, taking a long time to adjust his emotions. At this point, nothing else mattered. Seizing the 5 emperors was the most important. While sending a message to Kunlun Mountain for the disciples of the Chan sect to hurry over, he began to plan for Xian Yuan and prepare to take action. However, a piece of news left Guangcheng Zi somewhat unsettled. That dog duo Bao actually followed them. The Gaoyang tribe, the Jiejiao Sect. Having taken the human emperor, it was not enough. They actually wanted to intervene in the 5 emperors. This was simply too much. The Gaoyang tribe was adjacent to the bear tribe, and if Duo Bao was not here to hinder him, Guangcheng Zi would never believe it. Now there was nothing more to say. One word: fight. Duo Bao was also leading the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, beginning to assist the Gaoyang tribe in building their city. The key defenses of the Gaoyang tribe were clearly focused on the direction of the Yoxiong tribe. The Yoxiong tribe, unwilling to fall behind, immediately followed suit, and the border between the two tribes grew increasingly tense, as if a great battle was imminent. However, just as the chief of the Gaoyang tribe and Xianyuan were about to take action, a disciple of the ritual school came to meet them. Listening to the words of the ritual school disciple, Xuanyuan's brows furrowed deeply, and his presence was imposing even without anger. The demon race. Xuanyuan was somewhat taken aback. During this critical time, a tribe actually dared to accept the support of the demon race. He had always thought that the Beiyuan tribe was supported by the Western sect, but upon hearing the disciple's words he realized he had been deceived by the Western sect. It seemed that the Western sect had allied with the demon race. It is known that the demon race has always been an existence that cannot coexist with the human race. Now that the demon race appeared among the human race, Xuanyuan's anger towards the Beiyuan tribe intensified. He was eager to lead troops to annihilate the Beiyuan tribe, but the threat from the Gaoyang tribe must also be considered, so this matter needed to be discussed with Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi was soon summoned, and upon hearing this, he was at a loss for words. So what if the demon race was involved? The human race had already entangled with so many forces, they didn't need the demon race. The Beiyuan tribe was located in the north of the human race. Oh, why would the Yoxiong tribe go far, when they could take down the Gaoyang tribe first? However, seeing the anger on Xuanyuan's and the elders of the Yoxiong tribes' faces, Guangchengzi realized that the human race was different from him. The Chan sect had no ill will towards the demon race, but the human race was different. The demon race was a target that could unite the human race against a common enemy. Thinking of this, Guangchengzi felt somewhat troubled. Why did the demon race have to meddle in this? Were they not suffering enough? Do you want to attack the Beiyuan tribe first? But the Gaoyang tribe had set up defenses along the border. They were likely to take action against us. If we went to war with the Beiyuan tribe, we would undoubtedly be caught in a pincer attack, making our situation extremely difficult. Xuanyuan was also worried about this matter. The urgent task was to discuss it with the Gaoyang tribe. The chief need not worry. The Gaoyang tribe is already aware of the Beiyuan tribe's support from the demon race. Xuanyuan immediately understood the disciple's intention. When facing the demon race, the human race had always united against a common enemy. He felt that the Gaoyang tribe would likely take the initiative to attack the Beiyuan tribe. In that case, there's no need to hesitate. Inform the troops to assemble and prepare to march towards the Beiyuan tribe. What? Guangchengzi was taken aback. Why were they going to the Beiyuan tribe? He was anxious. How can you be so sure that the Gaoyang tribe has such noble intentions? Don't be deceived. If the Gaoyang tribe attacks us from behind, we will be finished. Guangchengzi was feeling quite troubled at having taken in such a disobedient disciple. He felt helpless. Xuanyuan looked at Guangchengzi and shook his head. Master, there's no need to worry. I believe the chief of the Gaoyang tribe should understand the greater righteousness here. If he attacks our tribe at this moment, then in the future there will be no seat for the Gaoyang tribe in the selection of the 5 emperors. In matters concerning the conflict between the demon race and the human race, if the Gaoyang tribe dares to stab the Yoxiong tribe in the back at this moment, they would be drowned in spit. How could they have any hope of the 5 emperors? They would be directly eliminated. Guangchengzi was also moved by Xuanyuan's words. Perhaps the Gaoyang tribe would indeed attack the Yoxiong tribe, which would be a good thing for them. The sudden mobilization of the Yoxiong tribe shocked the various tribes of the human race. They had originally thought that the Yoxiong tribe would be the first to attack the Gaoyang tribe, but who would have thought they would head north instead? What was astonishing was that with the mobilization of the Yoxiong tribe, the Gaoyang tribe also began to move their troops northward. As the Beiyuan tribe prepared to respond, it seemed that the human tribes understood what was happening. The Beiyuan tribe, for some unknown reason, had provoked these 2 major tribes and was about to be besieged. Inside the Beiyuan tribe, Lu Ya's expression was grim. He could never have imagined that the Yoxiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe, instead of fighting each other to the death, would directly come for him. What did this mean? Did they know that the demon race had made a move among the human race? Aside from that, Lu Ya could not think of any other reason. However, even the chief of the Beiyuan tribe did not know. How could others know? What Lu Ya did not know was that from the moment the chief of the Beiyuan tribe used his phone, the fate of the Beiyuan tribe was laid bare before Chang Sheng's eyes, representing a thread of fate linked to the demon race converging into the Beiyuan tribe, which was glaringly apparent to Changsheng. Initially, Changsheng was unsure of where the demon race would make their move, but now it was clear. The human race could embrace all rivers, but the demon race had no need for that, as the human race required the treasures of the demon race for their martial cultivation, and now it was just the right time. Sir, the Yoxiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe are both coming to attack us. What should we do? Lu Ya looked at the chief of the Beiyuan tribe with frustration. What else could they do? Fight. He had laid down many arrangements in the Beiyuan tribe. There was no way he could retreat now, or else everything would be in vain. Moreover, this was not just the demon race's investment, but also that of the Western sect. If they retreated now, the Western sect would never agree. Damn it. Lu Ya couldn't help but curse. Originally, he thought there weren't many strong opponents in the north of the human race. As long as they could take down the major tribes supported by the Shura race, everything would be fine. But now it seemed that these 2 major tribes from the east had come to attack first. What is there to fear? With the support of the Western sect, even if the 2 major tribes attack us, so what? Let's gather our troops and prepare for battle, and then contact the other tribes in the north. The Yoxiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe are both eastern tribes of the human race. can they tolerate invading the northern borders? United together, why should we be afraid of them? Moreover, with the Luyang tribe involved, this might actually be a good thing. Just right, we can discuss with the Luyang tribe. If we can take down both the Yoxiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe, we can smoothly enter the east, each seizing an emperor's position. The chief of the Beiyuan tribes' eyes lit up upon hearing this. Indeed, if they could really unite the major tribes in the north, then what did it matter if the Yoxiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe attacked? They could even take advantage of this to heavily injure them, entering the east in one fell swoop. At that time, devouring the fate of the two major tribes would make it much easier to seize the position of the great emperor. The Luyang tribe was the major tribe supported by the Shuro race. The chief of the Beiyuan tribe went down to prepare, and Luya also began to make preparations. The demon race's power was vast, and though they had not fully settled into the Beiyuan tribe before, now was the perfect time. After the War of the Witch Demons, although the demon race suffered heavy losses, their power remained at the pinnacle of the primal chaos. The five figures Yaoxing Beis, Failian Jiming Shangyang, and Ing Zhao are now all at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, or above. Beis has even utilized the remnants of the demon clan's luck to break through to the early stage of Croissant. Moreover, the total number of the demon clan exceeds tens of millions. If they were to join the human race, they would be more powerful than any major tribe. Since the Xiong and Gaoyang tribes have come seeking them, let them see whether the demon clan has truly fallen. Upon receiving the message from Luya, Beis couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had known Emperor Juntai from his humble beginnings. At that time, Emperor Juntai was not yet the demon emperor, and the demon clan had not yet been established. He could be considered one of the earliest followers of Emperor Juntai. Thus the emperor had shown him great favor. Therefore, with his tendency to seek fortune and avoid calamity, he never abandoned the demon clan, even during its most difficult times. After the death of Emperor Juntai, Beis did not leave either, but instead brought the remnants of the demon clan to the northern wilderness to gather strength and restore their foundation. Beis is acutely aware of the current trend of the world. The demon clan will no longer have any opportunity to dominate the realm. However, it is evident that most of the demon clan does not share this perspective. They are still immersed in the glory of the past, still dreaming of dominating the realm, believing that the witch-demon war was merely a momentary setback, allowing the human race to rise. With the current strength of the human race, how could they willingly abandon such a vast and beautiful world? Now that the opportunity has come, they naturally cannot wait to rush out in full force. Beis knows that Luya has been plotting, as the young prince of the demon clan. Luya's status is even higher than his. Moreover, Luya has the support of Shangyang and Jiming, and now collaborates with the Western Church. The hearts of the demon clan have long since been unrestrained. When Luya visited the Beiyuan tribe, he was already accompanied by Jiming and Shangyang. Now with this letter, it seems the pressure is mounting to plunge the entire demon clan into action, even calling for him to join. He must remember that he had previously opposed Luya's plans to infiltrate the human race. Indeed, Beis had opposed Luya's earlier decisions, whether in collaborating with the Western Church or scheming against the human race. Unfortunately, Luya paid no heed to his advice. Once ambition takes root, retracting it is far from easy. From the very beginning, their thoughts diverged. Beis wished to lie low, allowing the demon clan's strength to gradually recover, while Luya clearly could not wait for that moment. This hard-won strength of the demon clan, Luya seems intent on Beis. What shall we do now? Failian looked at Beis. Compared to Luya, Failian trusted Beis more, as he believed Beis' mind was clearly sharper than Luya's. If not for Beis' strategic input during the Witch Demon War, he would not be alive today. Thus today, whether Beis chose to stay or fight, he would follow Beis' lead. After all, he is the prince of our demon clan. Let's gather our kin and prepare to support the prince. Alright, should we notify Ing Zhao? Ing Zhao has the body of a horse, the face of a human, and the wings of a tiger, boasting immense power. Even Failian pales in comparison to Ing Zhao. Although he is a demon saint, Ing Zhao is not bloodthirsty. On the contrary, he has a good temperament, and is a moderate among the demon clan leaders opposing excessive slaughter. In recent years, Ing Zhao has not stayed within the demon clan, but has roamed the primordial world performing virtuous deeds. At this rate, he may soon break through to the Croissant level. Shaking his head, he said, "Forget it, we must leave some foundation for the demon clan. If the prince asks, just say you couldn't reach Ing Zhao and don't know where he is now." Alright. The demon clan began to mobilize. The Luyang tribe, as one of the 36 major tribes of the human race, ranks among the top 10 in strength, especially formidable in combat, even surpassing the Beiyuan tribe. After the ancestor of the Mingyi River laid plans for the human race, the Azura clan subsequently settled among the humans. Once the Luyang tribe was chosen, he began to provide strong support. The ancestor of the Mingyi River attaches great importance to this scheme. Having already reached the pinnacle of Croissant, he possesses considerable merit. If he could capture the human emperor, he might achieve sainthood through this merit. This has happened several times. The ancestor of the Mingyi River is truly on the verge of madness. Establishing the Azura clan and the Azura Church has not led to sainthood. In contrast, the 3 clear ones and 2 Buddhas achieved sainthood through the human race. He could certainly do the same. Currently within the Luoyang tribe there are 4 demon kings under the ancestor of the Mingi River Zaitian Bushuan Daban Tian Yusesh Tian, and Shiva along with the 4 demon generals Indra Vishnu Laturo, and Guimu, as well as the heavenly consort Yumo, and the 72 Azura princesses. With the ancestor of the Mingi River absent, the Azura clan is led by the heavenly consort Yumo. After Luya left the Beiyuan tribe, he headed directly to the Luoyang tribe to communicate with the tribe leader. However, the final decisions must still be made by them. To persuade the Azura clan and the demon clan to unite, Luya must convince the ancestor of the Mingi River. The heavenly consort Yumo looked at Luya with eyes full of disdain. Luya, my friend, please refrain from speaking further. Although our Azura clan has a poor reputation, at least we can still be accepted by the human race. But your demon clan is different. With both the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe attacking the Beiyuan tribe, they must have seen through your disguise as a collaborator with the Western Church. If our Azura clan stands with you, we would also be besieged by the human race. We cannot take that risk, so you should leave. Hearing this, Luya couldn't help but laugh. What a joke. The mighty Azura clan is actually afraid of the human race. We are all innate powerful clans. To us, the human race is merely food. If it weren't for the 6 saints protecting them, our demon clan would have long since eradicated them without this hassle. What if they know our demon clan has infiltrated the human race? In the face of absolute strength, the human race is nothing but ants. Now that we support the human race with righteousness on our side, even the 6 saints cannot do anything to us. If we join forces, we can annihilate the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe, and then we can determine the positions of the 5 emperors in the north and east. Hearing Lia's words, the heavenly consort Yumo instinctively moved away. The reason the ancestor of the Mingi River wanted her to oversee major matters is that she is intelligent, and she is most unwilling to associate with these brainless individuals. If it were the previous demon clan, it would be acceptable, as with Emperor Juntai present, they could at least speak with some authority. However, the current human race has the heavenly emperor and earthly emperor reinstated, and Wenzu Tsongjia and Lingxi both possess considerable cultivation. Moreover, with the 4 ancestors of longevity laying their schemes, who would dare to underestimate the human race, especially with this fragmented demon clan? Enough already. Are those 2 not major tribes? They are 2 major sects. The Chan and Jie sects are jointly attacking the demon clan, and Luya still dreams of dominating the realm. She truly does not want to converse with this fool. Getting too close might lead to her being splattered with blood. Take care, I won't see you off. Luya stared at the heavenly concubine Wu Mo, who unhesitatingly rejected him, momentarily taken aback. Anger surged within him. It was one thing for the ancestor of the underworld river to act treacherously, but for Wu Mo, a mere great Luo golden immortal, to treat him with such disrespect was intolerable. If it weren't for the face of the ancestor of the underworld river, he would have taught Wu Mo a lesson today. Let's go. As a dignified Quasi-Saint powerhouse and the prince of the demon clan, he found it quite embarrassing to be so rudely shown the door. Even when he went to the west, the 2 saints treated him with respect. Within the 3 realms, who would dare to disregard his face? The Azura clan this time, he would let it go, but he would definitely bring disaster upon them in the future. Heavenly concubine, the demon clan's strength should not be underestimated. Oh, we could actually make use of them without such a harsh refusal. Shiva spoke up, and the heavenly concubine Wu Mo gave a glance. The Azura clan was essentially the type that relied on brute strength rather than brains, as Shiva was among the few with some intellect, but he was still not very reliable. Utilize. If it were just the demon clan, Wu Mo might have been willing to play along and utilize them. However, the demon clan had now allied with the Western teachings backed by 2 saints. The Azura clan might seem significant, but compared to the Western teachings, they fell far short. If they weren't careful, the Azura clan might fall into the traps set by the 2 saints of the Western teachings. It was better to keep their distance. Even as an Azura, one ought to have a bit of self-awareness. The demon clan. The calamity brought by the Wu Yao Great Calamity has yet to be repaid, and now they are jumping around again. They must be eager for their clan's destruction. We are too close to them, and can only be tainted by their actions. We need not get involved in this matter. This is our first time laying out a plan concerning the human race, and the opportunity is good. However, we need not be like that fool who seeks to dominate the human race, treating them as mere prey to attain positions among them. If the 5 emperors can be subdued, that would be best. If not, obtaining a public position would suffice. The 4 great demon kings and the 4 demon generals, hearing this, were somewhat dismissive. With the strength of the Azura clan, there was no need to worry about these matters. They could easily overpower them. However, since the heavenly concubine Wu Mo had already spoken, they did not dare to voice any objections, as everyone knew of the ancestor of the underworld river's affection for her. They did not dare to provoke Wu Mo's displeasure. Outside the Luoyang tribe, Your Highness, the Azura clan is utterly disrespectful. Once we take down the Xiong and Gaoyang tribes, we must give them a taste of their own medicine. Jimming with a hint of anger spoke up. At this moment Luya had calmed his emotions and did not respond, but instead looked toward Xiangyang. What do you think? Xiangyang stroked his beard. Among the 10 great demon saints he could rank second in wisdom, only below Baize. When it came to the human race, Luya had heavily relied on Xiangyang's strategies. Your Highness, I believe that although the heavenly concubine Wu Mo is capable of making decisions, the 4 great demon kings under her might not necessarily heed her commands. Wu Mo's strength is ultimately somewhat lacking, and she may not be able to suppress the 4 great demon kings. When Wu Mo rejected your Highness, even the 4 great demon kings showed signs of dissatisfaction. Perhaps we could contact 1 or 2 of them. If Wu Mo does not want the Azura clan to ally with us, we can forcibly pull them down. As long as a demon king takes action, Wu Mo will have no choice but to acknowledge it. Hearing Xiangyang's words, Luya couldn't help but smile. He liked Xiangyang's mischievous nature. Good, then I will leave this matter to you to strategize. After handing it over to Xiangyang, Luya began to think of other matters. Xiangyang had never disappointed him in his tasks, and he had other things to attend to. Mount Tai? At this moment Nu Hua and Fu Shi were both at Mount Tai. Ever since Fu Shi took his position, Nu Hua had accompanied him there, and had not left since. Luya had previously gone to the Nu Hua palace to seek her out, but was informed that she was still at Mount Tai. With a great battle imminent, Luya needed to gain the support of Nu Hua and Fu Shi. Luya understood that collaborating with the 2 Western Saints carried certain risks, and that their positions were unequal. His confidence lay with Nu Hua. With her support, he had a saint behind him. If he could truly attain the position of the 5 emperors, he wouldn't be easily stripped of his fruits by the Western teachings. If he could also bring Fu Shi into the fold, that would be even better. Fu Shi was the heavenly emperor of the human race, and with his assistance, he would have the righteousness on his side. At that time, enslaving the human race would be justified. As for whether Nu Hua would choose the human race or the demon race, Luya felt that her heart leaned towards the demon race. After all, this was not her first choice. Previously, she had sided with the demon race. Furthermore, after the Wu Yao Great Calamity, he had been following Nu Hua to cultivate, and their relationship was closer than that of a direct disciple. He believed Nu Hua would definitely help him. Atop Mount Tai, Fu Shi gazed at a stream of demonic energy approaching Mount Tai, and couldn't help but sigh. Luya has followed you in cultivation for many years, and did you really not teach him anything? Nu Hua rolled her eyes at Fu Shi upon hearing this. During the Wu Yao Great War, she had failed to protect Fu Shi and had always felt guilty. However, now that Fu Shi had returned after years of companionship, they had long lost their estrangement. They were still siblings. Nu Hua rarely revealed her true feelings in front of Fu Shi. Brother, when he came to me for cultivation, he was no longer a child. These principles cannot simply be taught and learned. The ambitions of the demon race are ingrained in their very being. As a bloodline of the demon emperor, how could you expect him to relinquish his position in the world? However, Luya has indeed disappointed me a bit. Over the years I have taught him quite a bit, yet he was foolish enough to collaborate with the Western teachings. I truly do not know what to say. Seeing Nu Hua's expression, Fu Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. They both cherished their old feelings. When Nu Hua initially took in Luya, it was indeed with the intention of receiving the luck of the demon race, but more so it was out of nostalgia, unwilling to see the last bloodline of the demon emperor perish. Even Fu Shi to this day still thought of this old sentiment. However, old feelings are one thing, expecting them to support Luya in seizing the human race and re-establishing the demon race is utterly impossible. That little sentiment would not lead them to oppose the tide of fate, risking their lives. Moreover, in Fu Zai's view, he had already given 1 life to the demon race. Now there was no longer any karma between him and Luya regarding the human race. Nu Hua, there can be no perfect solution in this world. Now that the demon race has already entered the game, with the longevity plots laid out for so long, the demon race members embedded within the human race will find it impossible to leave. You have made a wrong choice once, but if you go against the tide again, you may lose the hearts of the people. Nu Hua's face was filled with anger at this moment. This Luya is indeed a fool. As long as the demon race did not interfere in human affairs with her protection, they could naturally remain safe. She could enjoy the luck of both the demon and human races. What a delightful situation. But inadvertently, she had let Luya ruin the great situation. By allying with the Western teachings, and having Jane and Zhuan Ti cover the heavenly secrets, she had not even noticed Luya's actions. By the time she discovered it, Luya had already brought the demon race into the human realm. At this moment, she could only abandon one side. Abandon humanity, or abandon the demonic races. Is there even a choice to make? When the demonic races held supreme power, she aligned with them. To a sage, whether Nu Hua or the mother of humanity, the distinction mattered little. What truly mattered was which side offered greater advantage. She chose the demonic races then for their greater benefit. Now she chooses humanity for precisely the same reason. Moreover, the demonic races belong to the past. With Luya alone, toppling humanity is nothing short of delusion. Even with her support, it would still be impossible. Does he truly believe the 3 pure ones are mere ornaments? After attaining sainthood, cultivation advancement hinges critically upon celestial fortune and meritorious virtue. far more than personal practice. Losing the demonic race's fortune would inevitably slow Nuwa's own cultivation. Luya, you truly excel at stirring chaos. She turned to Fushi. Brother, do you hold such high regard for Changxing? As one of the four ancestors of humanity and a direct disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, Nuwa naturally knew of Changxing, but had paid him little attention before. After all, he was only a great Luo immortal. It was only after he began guarding Fushi that Changxing entered her field of vision, and only then did she begin observing him closely. Yet Changxing remained merely a great Luo immortal. Could he possibly have schemed against Luya himself? Even if the demonic races suffered defeat their sovereigns, and Luya would at worst retreat. As for any demonic forces entering human territory, not a single one shall depart alive. I cannot fathom him. Changxing excels at grand stratagems, willingly casting himself into the game, daring even to draw sages into its web. For an exalted sage, such a feat is trivial. Yet though this is no great calamity, anyone ensnared in this vortex will suffer far worse than those caught within the cataclysm itself. Luya has already charted his own path to destruction. As the mother of humanity, you stand inherently invincible, yet must not intervene too deeply. If you heed my counsel, return to the palace of Nuwa. A soft laugh escaped her lips. To scheme against a sage, does brother truly overestimate Changxing so greatly? A great Luo immortal scheming against a sage. This turns heaven and earth upside down. Then I shall watch closely indeed. Nuwa laughed softly, flicked her sleeve, and Mount Tai vanished entirely. Ultimately, she had heeded Fushi's words. Beneath the sages all are but ants. In this present home, Huang, only Fushi remained worthy of her concern. All else was inconsequential. Upon witnessing Mount Tai's disappearance, the three pure ones and the two Buddhas exchanged knowing smiles. At Mount Tai's base, Luya's face darkened. That immense mountain, gone without a trace. He searched again and again, finding nothing. He understood Mount Tai had not vanished. It was Nuwa who refused to see him. His features twisted with grim fury. Sage of the demonic races, huh? Though he dared not voice it aloud, a bitter sneer rose unbidden in his heart. Indeed, the demonic races could rely on no one but themselves. This time Luya would fight, and win. He turned and strode back toward the Beiyuan tribe, the Jili tribe. Shiyu stood now surrounded not only by Ho Qing and others, but also from Wei Yushi, Shinta Yulei, Xingtian Jiufeng, and countless other great Wu warriors, alongside 1,000,000 Wu soldiers. Among them, Xingtian and Jiufeng had each attained the rank of exalted sage. Chiyu the primordial Wu have sent us to aid you. Hearing Xingtian's words, Chiyu gazed upon his Wu brethren, and his eyes blazed with exhilaration and heroic fervor. Haha, with my brothers beside me, I shall seize the 5 emperor thrones, and ascend as human sovereign. Jiufeng watched Chiyu's bold proclamation, her brow faintly furrowed. We are fully aware of the situation here. Many powers vie for influence among humanity, thus we must proceed with utmost caution. Our immediate task is to build a city. All necessary resources have already been brought forth. Though the Wu had withdrawn to the southern reaches of home, Huang, their legacy endured. Since the human sovereign's celestial administration had established its laws, they would abide by them, constructing the greatest city under heaven, even surpassing the imperial capital. Report Zishi of the Rights Academy requests audience. HM. Just as Chiyu prepared to speak, the announcement arrived, causing his brow to knit sharply. Since his return, Chiyu's attitude toward disciples of the Rights Academy had softened considerably, for he knew he would soon require their expertise. Zishi served as the Jili tribe's chief rights official. His timely arrival, immediately following Xingtian's, surely signaled some deeper connection. Admit him, Chiyu made no effort to conceal Xingtian and the others. With humanity's fate hanging in the balance, what was there to hide? Rather, he intended to use Zishi's voice to inform the human sovereign the Wu had entered the game, and let him decide how to respond. Zishi entered the hall unfazed by Xingtian and the rest. He bowed respectfully to Chiyu, and presented a spatial storage pouch. Clan Chief, this gift is from the 4th ancestor, intended for Great Wu Xingtian and the others. HM. At these words, Chiyu's eyes narrowed. Tension rippled instantly through the hall. Xingtian, Jiufeng, and the others paled. They had just arrived, yet Changxing already knew. After all, even an exalted sage could not immediately sense the presence of beings like Jiufeng. It must be Tontian Jiaozhu. Chiyu instructed attendants to accept the pouch and opened it, revealing over 1,000,000 mobile devices. What? He turned to Xingtian and the others. Was this truly prepared for them? Having returned from the phone, Clan Chiyu had finally begun using mobile devices, and found them astonishingly useful. Yet lingering doubts remained. Now seeing Changxing extend them to the Wu, his suspicions deepened further. This is a mobile device. Jiufeng studied the object in Chiyu's hand, puzzled. She had heard of such devices, already spreading across home, Huang widely praised. Many wondered whether hidden perils lurked within, but none could discern any flaw. Watch Changxing closely. If he stands opposed to us, strike him down, without hesitation. These were Ho Tu's exact words. demonstrating her profound concern regarding Changxing, albeit conditional upon opposition. The craftsmanship is exceptional. Changxing truly spared no expense. Jiufeng smiled at Zishi, who replied with a gentle smile, "The Spirit Treasury Department has been established, so all expenses will be deducted from the tribe's treasury." What a... Chiyu stepped forward abruptly before Zishi. "You mean, this isn't a gift from Changxing?" "Clan Chief, he is our fourth ancestor of humanity." Zishi's brow furrowed slightly at Chiyu's blunt address. His gaze sharpened with quiet gravity. Their eyes met, and an inexplicable chill crept into Chiyu's heart, as though speaking Changxing's name again might invite calamity. Recalling Changxing's influence among humanity, and the grand enterprise ahead, Chiyu restrained himself. "Fourth ancestor. If Changxing gave these devices, it wasn't because we asked for them. So now must we purchase them?" Humanity has never embraced effortless gain. The fourth ancestor stated plainly, acceptance or refusal lies solely with conscience. Should the clan chief decline, I shall retrieve these, and all other devices distributed within the tribe. Chiyu nearly lost composure. Who does he think he is, feigning such calm before the entire Wu race? Yet the words remained unspoken, for having used mobile devices himself, he knew their unparalleled value. Should Jili refuse them while other tribes adopted them, Jili would fall behind, whether in warfare or civil administration. Clever Changxing. He sought wealth all along. Previously he had no idea that this phone actually required money to purchase. Forget about the million units, the population of the Jili tribe exceeds hundreds of millions. If each person owns one, what a vast fortune that sums up to. Even Chiyu wouldn't dare to calculate how much profit Changxing could make from this deal. So the illustrious fourth ancestor is actually looking to fleece them. However, this realization eased Chiyu's previous doubts. If Changxing were to give them away for free, he might suspect ulterior motives, but now that there's a price, it seems reasonable. What is the value of this phone? 800 coins. 800 coins. Once the Spirit Finance Office is operational, the clan leader will know. Of course, that is the price for the clansmen. These million phones need to be settled in spirit stones by the Witch clan. Chiyu pondered for a moment. He knew that other tribes would certainly not refuse this offer. He dared to disregard Changxing, while other tribes would surely be eager to curry favor with him. Moreover, this phone is indeed quite remarkable, especially for communication purposes. Even if Changxing is after wealth, he should not be overly greedy. Let's keep it then. Not only Chiyu, but at this moment, even the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Qiling Clan, and Azura Clan received the second batch of phones from the disciples of the Right School. Upon hearing that the phones require payment, they were even more astonished. Especially the backing forces of these tribes, the Right School disciples insisted on settling with resources and wealth. After all, in these uncertain times, if a tribe were to be destroyed, they wouldn't be able to collect the remaining payments. Changxing truly is making a good business out of this. Kong Xian, holding a batch of phones, distributed them to the Phoenix Clan. Not to mention Changxing's pursuit of wealth gave Kong Xian a sense of relief, allowing him to confidently let the Phoenix. However, just after entering the human race, the Phoenix Clan was already extorted. Naturally, Kong Xian felt displeased. Changxing stood before the river of fate, feeling the convergence of destinies, his heart filled with joy. He had attained his Tao. This layout among the human race was indeed for their prosperity and the awakening of humanity, but even more so for his own path to greatness. Previously, the range of his phone distribution was limited to the Jiejiao Sect Heavenly Court, and as for other forces, even if Changxing actively sought them out, they wouldn't accept. But now it was different. These tribes voluntarily entered the human race, causing the phones to naturally fall into their hands. Not only did he seize the opportunity to earn a profit, but he also successfully built a bridge for comprehending the Tao, achieving two goals at once, which was simply marvelous. Currently, over 50% of the beings in the primordial world possessed phones. As time went on, the numbers would only increase. This line would not only provide him with a stable source of income for cultivating power, but phones are also luxury items. As new beings are born, they will inevitably follow the trend of everyone will want a phone. Once accustomed to it, no one can part with it. Changxing could even produce second and third generation phones, undoubtedly reaping bountiful rewards. Then comes the path of the Tao, where the destinies of countless beings are in Changxing's hands, and the insights into the Tao flow continuously. From now on, Changxing's fate and path will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, he is on the verge of stepping into the river of fate. Stepping into the river of fate, he would break through to the mixed element golden immortal. One day, if Changxing could leave a mark in the river of fate and hold a portion of authority, then he could successfully break through to the mixed element great Luo golden immortal. Once he masters the river of fate, even Hongjun Daozu would be insignificant. Standing above the river of fate, he could overlook all beings, transcend fate, and dominate the primordial world. In the sea of divine Tao, fruits sprouted one after another. Changxing's comprehension of the path of fate began to soar, and boundless spiritual energy began to converge towards him, rapidly elevating his cultivation. On Mount Lu, the six-eared macaque and the red-haired horse monkey suddenly turned to look at the back mountain where Changxing was. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Oh, was their master about to break through again? Boom. The momentum surged to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and showed no signs of stopping, continuing to rise. The six-eared macaque and the red-haired horse monkey calculated that it was time for them to descend the mountain. Let's go. We must also strive to cultivate, and not lose our sect's face. Alright, in the westernmost region. Sun Li, due to Changsheng's consecutive breakthroughs, also felt his own cultivation being propelled. The right Dao, originally a minor path, had risen in status, because Changsheng established the right school in the primordial world early on, gaining the fortunes of the human race, and then founded the right department in the heavenly court, of further legitimizing the right Dao. Now no one dares to call it a minor path. With such fortune supporting him, Sun Li's cultivation progressed much smoother than Changsheng's. He broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal before Changsheng, and only slowed down after reaching that level. Now he has even surpassed Changsheng. However, this is the normal situation. After all, how could a clone possess a higher cultivation than the main body? Clones cannot elevate the main body's cultivation, but the main body can certainly uplift the clones. Following Changsheng's breakthroughs, Sun Li directly reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and this cultivation is still progressing with the latest stage and peak also expected. His gaze fell upon the battlefield. At the western extremity battlefield, looking again, the heavenly court soldiers were vastly different. They had been at this battlefield for a long time, engaging in repeated battles. The heavenly court soldiers underwent waves of refinement, and even Marshal Tianpeng had completely transformed into a bloodthirsty general. The disciples of the Jiejiao Sect in the fighting department had also undergone a transformation at this moment. Not only had their cultivation improved, but their solid foundations now allowed them to stand alone. Luo Xian, Lu Yue, and others also experienced consecutive breakthroughs, stepping into the Tai Golden Immortal realm. This is the benefit of world wars. As long as they killed the extraterrestrial races, the fortune and merits would bestow blessings. As long as they survived, their cultivation would naturally soar. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had completely fallen in love with this place. Over the years, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit personally supervised the battles, with the Ziwei star guarding her back, surrounded by countless star gods, allowing this Empress of the Ziwei to fully seize her destiny and her prestige sword. With Sun Li's planning, although the current deities of the heavenly court do not say, they only recognize Ziwei, and not Haoyan. Should they rise in revolt, Haoyan would truly have no choice but to obediently return to his previous status as a serf. However, if this is the limit, he still must show some respect to Hangjun. Haoyan is also adept at enduring, managing to swallow his pride without a single act of defiance. During this time, he has hardly been seen around. Alas, the more this happens, the more Sun Li dares not underestimate Haoyan. Although he cannot sense any killing intent from Haoyan, given the opportunity, Haoyan would likely not let go of the chance to ambush them. So for the sake of the primordial world, he can only allow Haoyan to die once. If Haoyan does not undergo 3,000 tribulations, how can he sit in a position of respect? Looking beyond the realm, over these years the people from the war world have been slaughtered by the heavenly court countless times, and their patience is reaching its limit. A full-scale attack is likely to begin. Over the years, the investment in the world of war has been increasing. From the beginning, with a single war messenger, it has now escalated to 4 relentlessly attacking the world barrier. The barrier set by the White Tiger Holy Spirit is now on the verge of collapse. Sun Li has a premonition that perhaps the world of war is about to launch a full-scale attack on the primordial world, possibly within these few days. If the first layer of the barrier is truly breached, they cannot simply watch as the world of war attacks the second layer. The primordial world is the only limitless world amidst this chaos. The second layer of the barrier is the face of the primordial world. It cannot be allowed to become a defensive battleground. They must fight with all their might. For some reason, Sun Li is feeling a surge of bloodlust. Although he realizes that this might be a scheme by Hangjun and Haoyan to deplete the strength of the Jiejiao Sect, so what? Crisis always accompanies opportunity. When he first arrived in the western extremities, Sun Li would never have dared to let the heavenly court step out of the primordial world to confront the world of war, but now it is different. The heavenly court's troops have undergone a transformation through numerous battles and are ready for combat. As the orthodox of the primordial world, the heavenly court's forces are ultimately meant to defend the primordial world and eliminate external enemies, not to show off their power, easily being overrun by those wielding axes or clubs. Fellow Taoists, we must prepare for a great battle. Jin too nodded in agreement. For so many years they had not truly prepared to allow any world to invade the primordial world. Naturally, they had to fend off the enemy. My White Tiger clan has been ready for a long time. Let's see if that war demon dares to come. Looking at Sun Li, Jin too was increasingly impressed. The heavenly court, led by Sun Li, is indeed courageous. Over the years he has witnessed the heavenly court's troops fighting valiantly on the battlefield, risking their lives with bravery and determination, deserving the respect of the White Tiger clan. Over the years, Jin too had almost forgotten about Haoyan. He noticed that it seemed everyone in the heavenly court listened to Sun Li, so He consulted with Sun Li on many matters. Just like today, boom. A sudden pressure descended from beyond the realm, overwhelming to the point that even those within the realm, including Sun Li and others, felt it. The intensity of the pressure caused even the likes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother to change color. Stepping closer to Sun Li, junior brother, it is the Hunyuan realm. Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Sun Li's heart sank. Indeed, this opponent should not be underestimated. If not for such cultivation, how could they dare to attack the primordial world so brazenly? However, with the White Tiger Holy Spirit present, it should not be a problem. Boom. A massive halberd struck the first layer of the barrier, and under the strain the already wavering barrier shattered. The great battle is upon them. Sun Li finally saw the incoming foe. With 3 heads and 6 arms, wings sprouting from its back, surrounded by blood-colored chaotic energy, the formidable aura made it difficult for anyone to look directly at it. With each step, it seemed even the space trembled, exuding an aura of slaughter, destruction, and death. They have come. Sun Li looked at Jin too. Without needing Sun Li to say more, the horn sounded, and the White Tiger clan began to assemble. The real war is about to begin. Sun Li vanished from his spot and appeared beside Haoshan's divine chariot. Enemies are attacking. I humbly request the Emperor to lead us into battle. Enemies are attacking. I humbly request the Emperor to lead us into battle. As he shouted, Sun Li gestured for Luo Xian, Lu Yue, and others to hurry and follow. Enemies are attacking. I humbly request the Emperor to lead us into battle. Thunder rumbled, and the deities of the heavenly court all called out to Haoyan urgently. Within the divine chariot, upon hearing Sun Li's voice, Haoyan felt a surge of irritation. Now they remember him. When they sidelined him before, did they forget? He is the Emperor. Now that a great enemy approaches, they suddenly recall his position. Sun Li truly has a dark heart. They want him to step forward to face those great enemies. But this is also the opportunity he has been waiting for. He intends to use this chance to eliminate all those from the Jiejiao Sect who do not submit. Before the war, since they have bowed to him, they must obey his orders. When the time comes, he will dig a pit for Sun Li and his group, ensuring they perish on the battlefield. Who could say anything about it? Winning is not just about winning, a laughing last is what counts. Stepping out of the divine chariot and standing before the heavenly court's forces, Sun Li looked at Haoyan and could not help but squint. It seems Haoyan has had another breakthrough. Is it mid or late stage of Quasi Saint? Good at this time, the stronger Haoyan is the better. As Haoyan stood among the deities of the heavenly court, it just as he was about to say something and seize control, he saw that Sun Li would not give him the opportunity. Everyone, the outworld commoners, dare to invade our primordial world. Today we stand here to make them understand the majesty of the primordial world. No enemy shall infringe upon us. Follow me out of the realm and kill. Kill. The deities of the heavenly court surged forth, with Sun Li bursting out of the barrier. Haoyan felt immensely frustrated. How dare Sun Li bully him like this? Is this not a ploy to draw him out and disregard him? He is being used again without any benefit, leaving Haoyan feeling very uncomfortable. He intended to watch and not interfere, but ultimately could not. As the heavenly emperor, if he were to simply stand by and watch, he would lose the hearts of the people. Even if the Jiejiao Sect disciples were wiped out, he would lose the opportunity to win their hearts. In the end, he reluctantly followed his murderous intent even stronger. Sun Li must be eliminated during this opportunity, otherwise controlling the overall situation will be difficult. Kill. The White Tiger clan had long been ready and surged out of the barrier at Sun Li's command. Beyond the realm, the war demons saw the beings of the primordial world daring to charge out, and couldn't help but sneer, even looking down on them. Without needing any command from the war demon, the 8 war messengers charged toward the heavenly court's forces, and the White Tiger clan followed by countless war beings. These 8 war messengers are all Quasi Saints. The pressure is immense. However, the White Tiger clan is not to be underestimated either, with 4 Quasi Saint elders directly confronting them, and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother closely following. Haoyan watched this scene and couldn't help but smile. The strength of these war messengers is not weak. Unknown at the same level, they are likely not inferior to the Quasi Saints of the primordial world. Now, with him and himself, there are only 6 Quasi Saints, while there are still 2 enemy Quasi Saints which could provide the opportunity to slaughter the Jiejiao Sect disciples of the heavenly court. Naturally, they would aim to eliminate the Jiejiao Sect disciples, and they might even surround and kill the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Whichever scenario unfolds, it is one that he wishes to see. Just as he was pondering how to make these war messengers move in the direction he desired, Sun Li unexpectedly shouted, "The enemy is fierce, protect the heavenly emperor." Haoyan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Sun Li is being so kind, protecting him. However, Haoyan quickly realized he was overthinking. This was not to protect him, it was to endanger him. Initially, only 1 Quasi Saint was charging toward Haoyan, but with Sun Li's shout, the enemy Quasi Saints seemed to have set their sights on him. "Sun Li, you truly deserve to die." Haoyan was utterly filled with hatred towards Sun Li. The feeling of always being one step behind, due to Sun Li's schemes, made him feel an intense loathing. Unfortunately, the three war envoys gave Haotian no chance to harbor his hatred. Boom. As a strike landed, Haotian also exerted himself to withstand it, revealing his mid-stage Saint cultivation level. Seeing this, Sun Li let out a sigh of relief. Being at mid-stage Saint was still acceptable. Kill. With the enemy's Saints being held back, he no longer hesitated. With a loud shout, he led the heavenly army to charge at the enemy. With the support of the White Tiger clan, they had often cooperated over the years, and now their synergy was even more profound. In an instant, they were not at a disadvantage on the battlefield. The war demon watched all this and wanted to take action, but was intercepted by a figure. In the next moment, both figures vanished. Seeing this, Sun Li felt even more relieved. The pressure from the war demon was overwhelming. Without the Saints and the primordial golden immortals, this battlefield was truly his domain. What is the strongest aspect of the Jiejiao Sect? It is the formations. Over the years, the heavenly soldiers had been sharpening their skills while intensively practicing formations. Now was the time for them to unleash their power. Activate the formation. With millions of heavenly soldiers forming the array, the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, directly under Sun Li's guidance, established the 10,000 Immortals formation. The White Tiger clan, seeing this, was also unwilling to fall behind. Their energies united, and a white tiger appeared behind them, exuding an overwhelming aura. Originally, the war world might have had an edge in quality and quantity over the heavenly court, but at this moment, it was hard to say. Boom. The two sides collided, and the battlefield was thrown into chaos. While this great battle raged, a war among the human tribes was about to erupt. The Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe advanced into the northern human territories. The Beiyuan tribe hurriedly began preparations to fend off the enemy. Luya returned, his eyes blazing with anger. Without the support of Nuwa and the righteousness of Fushi, the situation was far from favorable as Luya had imagined. Baizhe came from the north, followed by countless demon clans. Seeing this, Lu Ya's mood improved slightly. At this moment, these demon clans had concealed their forms under a layer of Buddhist power, taking on human shapes. Almost no one could tell they were demons, mistaking them for disciples of the Buddhist sect. Greetings, Your Highness. Looking at Baizhe, Luya also returned a greeting. Thank you, Uncle. At this time, Xiangyang also returned, speaking to Luya. Your Highness, everything is ready. Once the great battle commences, the Shura clan will undoubtedly fall into our trap. Baizhe looked at the two and understood the scheme, but he didn't mind, and said to Luya, Your Highness, now that we have entered the Buddhist sect, how can we be the only ones charging forward? I request Your Highness to summon the disciples from the west to assist us in fending off enemies. Western disciples. Since Luya entered the Beiyuan tribe, the disciples from the Western teachings had already retreated without exception. Luya did not want any disciples from the Western teachings left in the Beiyuan tribe to hinder his actions or voice doubts, thinking that the Western saints trusted him. However, upon hearing Luya's words, Baize's expression turned unsightly. He was truly being used, yet he remained unaware. On Mount Lu, Changxing slowly regulated his breath, his understanding of the Tao growing more stable. He was at the peak of the primordial golden immortal stage, only a step away from the mixed element golden immortal stage. Looking at the river of fate before him, the next step was to hone his skills until he could step into it. He glanced at Liu. Sir, the demon clan has entered the territory. Oh. Changxing nodded. He had provided all factions with this mobile device except for the demon clan, as only living beings would use it. The dead had no need for it. If some of the demon clan could ultimately remain for the use of the human race, it would be. Then let's get started. Liu left immediately upon hearing this. In the northern human territories, the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe had already begun to confront the Beiyuan tribe. The chieftain of the Beiyuan tribe was initially a bit worried, but upon seeing Luya leading countless Buddhist disciples by his side, he immediately felt reassured. With such power, even if the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe were strong, the outcome was. Moreover, the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe had intruded into the north without permission. How could the numerous tribes in the north stand by and watch? They had united against them, making their force even stronger than that of the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe. Zhuan Su and Xianyuan stood together. At this moment, the chieftain of the Gaoyang tribe had basically transferred all power to Zhuan Su. The Luyang tribe has moved. Duo Bao and Guang Chengzi exchanged glances, both smirking. A mere Shura clan dares to oppose the Jiejiao Sect and the Chan Sect. The army of the Luyang tribe arrived, flanking the Beiyuan tribe from both sides, surrounding the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe in the middle. With the 4 great demon kings and 4 great demon generals leading the Shura clan, the momentum of the Luyang tribe grew even stronger. Under the Queen of Heaven Wuma, the Shura clan held the highest position among the demon clans. Luya could not persuade the Queen of Heaven Wuma, but Xiangyang managed to convince the supreme deity of the Shura clan. As the Western Zuni descended upon a sea of blood, the Queen of Heaven Wuma hurriedly led the 72 Shura princesses back to the Sea of Blood, while Xiangyang took the opportunity to find the supreme deity of the Shura clan. The Queen of Heaven Wuma was intelligent, but the supreme deity was merely brawn. By emphasizing the benefits and downplaying the risks, the supreme deity of the Shura clan readily agreed. The northern throne would be reserved for the Shura clan, and after the demon clan triumphed, they would withdraw from the north and head to the east to seek. Such a temptation was hard for the supreme deity of the Shura clan to resist. He vowed to accomplish this great deed before the Queen of Heaven Wumo returned. Everyone is here, then let's get started. Xianyuan and Zhuan Su looked at the Shura clan, who dared to collude with the demon clan. Naturally, they would not hold back. Whether they gained one more or lost one less, it was just right to eliminate them together. Ran Dang, along with Zihong and the others, stood behind Guang Chengzi, sensing that the war was about to begin, yet feeling that something was amiss. It was not yet time for him to reveal himself. According to Zuni's instruction, he was to follow Guang Chengzi's orders first. Ran Dang's intentions to lean towards the west were unknown to Luya. The Beiyuan tribe is colluding with the demon clan. Kill. What? Colluding with the demon clan. Originally united the Beiyuan tribe, and its allies were now bewildered. What collusion with the demon clan? Duo Bao looked at Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi, however, snorted coldly, and suddenly produced a treasure, whose aura was far beyond that of innate spiritual treasures. The Panga Banner. Seeing the treasure in Guang Chengzi's hand, Duo Bao felt a wave of apprehension. The innate supreme treasure, the Panga Banner. As Guang Chengzi soared into the sky, he swung the Panga Banner towards the Beiyuan tribe. Upon seeing the Panga Banner in Guang Chengzi's hand, Luya realized that it was a bad situation, but it was already too late. As the Panga Banner waved, it did not take lives, but the demon clan, concealed under the Buddhist power, immediately revealed their true forms. Countless demons showed their original shapes, and the Beiyuan tribe and its allies who fought alongside them were instantly taken aback. Demons. They actually united with the demon clan. The leader of the northern plains finally understood why the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe would inexplicably invade the north and attack their northern plains tribe. It turned out they had colluded with the demon race. But wasn't it the Western Church? How did it turn into a demon race? Given them a bit of courage, they wouldn't dare to collude with. At this moment, the leader of the northern plains and others dared not continue to associate with the demon race. War was war, but to ally with the demon race would break their very backs. Luya had led them astray. At this time, the leader of the northern plains realized he had been severely deceived by Luya. Kill. The demons, revealing their true forms, had no time to react before realizing that enemies surrounded them. In that moment, the northern plains tribe and its allies began to kill demons without hesitation. Seizing the throne was momentary, but killing demons was it. Xianyuan and Zhuan Su also smiled upon witnessing this. Clearly not confused, they immediately led their tribes to slay demons. Meanwhile, the leader of the Luyang tribe was drenched in cold sweat, almost becoming one who colluded with the demons. No, who said he was here to help the demons. He was here to kill demons. Follow me to slay the demons. The leader of the Luyang tribe shouted loudly, leading his tribe directly towards the demons. The Shura tribe was bewildered. Oh, what was happening? Were the demons truly so hated? They were able to cause such a drastic shift in the human situation. Looking at Zizai Tianbuoshuan, he was also quite confused. Oh, wasn't he here to attack the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe to divide the imperial throne? But the situation had changed, and Zizai Tianbuoshuan wanted the leader of the Luyang tribe to continue attacking the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe. However, the leader of the Luyang tribe directly wanted to sever ties with the Shura tribe. The righteousness of the human race was paramount. Any power was illusory. He would rather give up the throne than allow the entire human race to be stabbed in the back by his Luyang tribe. At this moment, he absolutely could not stand on the wrong side, and his thoughts must not waver. Zizai Tianbuoshuan finally understood why the heavenly concubine Wuma did not cooperate with the demon race. The demons were actually at a point where everyone wanted them dead. What do we do? Upon hearing this, Zizai Tianbuoshuan's face turned ugly. What can we do? Kill the demons. Remember, we came here today to kill demons. Luya was now furious as the favorable situation had changed in an instant. The human race whom he viewed as ants was now encircling the demons and slaughtering them. Wasn't it said that the demon race's Buddha power concealed them, and that no one below the sage level could break through? At this moment he wished he could slap his shoe against Zhuanti's face. In the sea of blood, Zhuanti was also quite helpless. Below the sage level it was impossible, but couldn't you see Guang Qingzi bringing the Panga banner? This was the intervention of a sage. Protect His Highness. Luya looked at Ji Meng, knowing that he genuinely wanted to protect him. However, with this shout he had no room to maneuver, as a spiritual treasure had already descended. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Luya was incredibly familiar with this spiritual treasure. There were only a few supreme innate spiritual treasures in the primordial era, not to mention the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, which was considered powerful even among the supreme innate spiritual treasures. More importantly, the master of this Hunyuan Golden Dipper was Yun Shao. As the conflict between the Chan and Jiejiao sects arose, Yun Shao, who had long since broken through the Quasi-Saint realm, appeared before everyone. No one knew when Yun Shao had broken through, nor did anyone know how he had been the first among Tongshan's disciples to achieve this. However, these details were not important. What mattered was that Yun Shao was truly extraordinary. Just like now, with merely a single strike, Luya felt an infinite threat. One had to know that even if Yun Xiao had broken through to the Croissant level, he should not have done so earlier than Luya. However, that was not all. As the Hunyuan Golden Dipper descended, just as Luya was about to defend against it, an axe also came crashing down towards him. Compared to Yun Xiao, this one posed an even greater threat to Luya. Luya's expression gradually turned grim. Without needing to think too much, he had already guessed who had arrived. There were not many Quasi-Saints in the Primordial era, and this unique aura was something Luya would never forget. A towering figure slowly appeared, followed closely by countless members of the Wu clan. Xingtian looked at Luya, his face filled with murderous intent. He opened his mouth and said, "Haha, no matter who is attacking the demon race, my Wu clan must lend a hand. Luya, die for me." In an instant, Luya was directly besieged by two Quasi-Saints. The rapid change in the situation left Baizé, the strategist of the demon race, momentarily unsure of how to respond. However, how to respond was no longer important. In a life-and-death situation, the overwhelming force made it difficult for the demons to come up with any plans. "Protect His Highness." Baizé shouted this, simultaneously taking the initiative to block the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. There was no choice. Compared to the axe, Baizé felt that blocking the Hunyuan Golden Dipper had a higher chance of success. The probability of death was also comparatively lower. A Croissant could indeed die. "Please, treasure, turn around." On the other side, facing Xingtian, Luya was already fighting desperately. Boom. In the battlefield of Quasi-Saints, an endless might spread out, seemingly shaking the surrounding space. Of course, this was merely an illusion caused by the overwhelming force. The Primordial era was not so fragile. Luya and Baizé found themselves in a perilous situation, and the other members of the demon race were not faring much better. Fei Lian Jimeng and Shangyang were already surrounded. The Chan Sect, Jiejiao Sect Shura tribe, and Wu clan had more than 24 great Luo golden immortals, not to mention the likes of Duo, Bao Guang, Qingzi Ran Dang Guiling, Shengmu Wu, Dang Shengmu, the four great demon kings, and Feng Bo Yushur, all being peak great Luo golden immortals. In just a single clash, the three great demon saints Fei, Lian Jimeng, and Shangyang found themselves in dire straits. As for the other great Luo demons, they were left with no chance of survival under the siege of the Chan Sect, Jiejiao Sect Shura tribe, and Wu clan. As for the battles further down the line, the demons were in an even more tragic state. The moment Guang Qingzi shouted about the Northern Plains tribe colluding with the demon race, and the moment Luya appeared, the figures like Xingtian from the Jiuli tribe were completely excited. When it came to hatred, the Wu clan and the demon race had long reached a point of mutual destruction. However, previously the demon race had Nuwa and the Wu clan had Hutu, and under the pressure of the great powers they had barely maintained a balance, one in the south and one in the north, and no one could take the initiative. But this time was different. Both sides had entered the fray against the human race. The moment Luyo appeared, and the moment the human race launched an attack against the demon race, Chi Yu and others knew this was an opportunity to completely annihilate the demon race. This was a struggle for dominance among the human race. Even if they were to annihilate the demon race today, no one would say anything. Thus, after leaving Jiufeng to watch over the Jiuli tribe, Xingtian led hundreds of thousands of Wu clan disciples directly to the northern battlefield of the human race, and he didn't hesitate to swing his axe at Luya. Today, Luya was determined to be killed. Even Nuwa couldn't stop him. Mount Lushan. Changsheng looked towards the north of the human race. The other function of the phone is that wherever there is a phone, Changsheng can directly gain the perspective of that place. Of course, most of the time Changsheng wouldn't be bored enough to explore strange places. However, during such spectacle moments, it becomes quite convenient. At this moment on the battlefield in the northern region of the human race, there are countless phones making Changsheng's view exceedingly clear, almost as if it were a live broadcast. Tisk tisk tisk, how tragic. Watching the demon race, unable to fight back or escape, Changsheng couldn't help but sigh, though there wasn't a shred of sympathy on his face. His gaze fell on a corner of the battlefield where the red-bottomed macaque and the six-eared macaque, having entered the Gaoyang tribe under Duobao's orders after descending the mountain, were both Tai golden immortals currently brimming with vigor on the battlefield. They were indeed born for battle. Changsheng could sense their ever-deepening understanding of the way of combat amidst the fighting. This was just the beginning. Once the war of the human race truly concludes, they might even break through to the great Luo golden immortal. One must admit their talent is truly remarkable. Unfortunately, Changsheng couldn't glean anything from Huagua Mountain. It was unclear whether it was Nuwa concealing the secrets of heaven or the handiwork of the Tao ancestor, but even Changsheng couldn't sense any trace of it. No wonder that such top spiritual lands remained unoccupied by any formidable beings until the journey to the west. There was no rush to explore. He had the upper hand, and nothing could escape him. Right now, the most important matter was the demon race. Unlike other clans and forces scheming against the human race, the demon race has always sought to overturn the human race's status as the protagonists of the world, even to enslave and exploit humans as their sustenance. Demons and spirits, this needs to be divided into two parts. Monsters consume raw flesh and blood while spirits absorb and exhale essence. Spirits can be accommodated just like their Carp clan and the Spirit clan, which can be considered spirits. But the demons are different, especially since the demon race has realized that devouring humans can rapidly enhance their cultivation. Coupled with the hatred from the calamity of the Witchmans, the demon race must be exterminated. Moreover, the rise of the human race requires a substantial stepping stone, and the demon race serves just that purpose. After exterminating the demon race, the human race can engulf the demon race's fortune, thereby strengthening themselves. Why does Changsheng allow various forces to scheme against the human race? It's precisely for this fortune. The human race is inherently in an invincible position, and once other forces enter the human race, they will significantly enhance the human race's fortune. Why does the human race only have 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns? Is it because the human race is weak? No, it is because the human race's fortune is insufficient. Because of this, lax sages dare to plot against the human race, treating them as mere pawns. If the human race's fortune were truly abundant, what would it matter even if sages intervened? Once the human way awakens, and the world achieves harmony, who would dare to enslave the human race? Even Han Jun would need to weigh his options. Changsheng could sense that the human way was awakening at a critical juncture, but awakening is not so easy. He needs sufficient fortune to support it, and in this world the most elusive thing is fortune. Just like the petty development on the originally intended path, the human race could never accumulate enough fortune for the awakening of the human way. The heavenly path favors the great Tao with Han Jun riding the tide, while the earthly path has the heavenly path's support, with Han Jun scheming reincarnation manifesting, and Ho Tu sacrificing herself. What does the human way possess? Besides the countless humans constantly being eyed by the 6 sages and various forces, what else is there? Not even a high-tier combat force. Even if the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns absorb the merits of the heavenly path and transform into quasi-saints or true saints, so what? They merely become tools for Han Jun to siphon the fortune of the human way. Only by seizing this peak of the human race and elevating its fortune to its zenith can the human way awaken, allowing the human race to truly have a future and break free from the days of being enslaved. Moreover, the human way does not refer solely to the human race, but encompasses all beings in the wilderness. Dragons, phoenixes, Chilins, the demon race, the witch race, the Azura race, and so forth all fall within this. However, the prerequisite is that they must unite, but uniting is no easy task. It is practically impossible. Thus Changsheng bases his plans on the human race laying out this scheme to draw the major forces of the wilderness into play. Look at the present. Isn't it the case that all major forces are rallying around the human race, forming an alliance centered on the human? With fortune converging, Changsheng can already feel the fortune of the human race rapidly rising, with the human way awakening at a visibly accelerated pace. The will of the human way is descending, and Changsheng does not think that just being a mere great Luo golden immortal allows him to stir the wilderness and smoothly complete this scheme. It is half due to human effort and half propelled by the momentum of the human way. Perhaps the human way can instinctively sense that this is their best opportunity. If they miss this chance, if Han Jun manages to obtain too much autonomy from the heavenly path, then all schemes and plots will turn to naught. 9 is the extreme. 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns are not enough. The true unification of the human race will be on the day the human way fully emerges. Though Changsheng is part of the Carp clan, his roots remain in the human race, and his soul belongs to the human race. And he is the final link in establishing the great trend. On the battlefield, battles among quasi-saints are not easily concluded. Though Yunjiao and Xingtian are clearly stronger, Luya and Baizhe still manage to hold their ground. However, for those below quasi-saints, it is a different story. Among the demon races, Great Luo, only Fei Lian Jimeng and Shangyang remain. As for the lower-tier demons, they have been slaughtered in no time. One must know that on the battlefield, the human race alone numbers in the hundreds of millions. The northern tribes of the human race have united, and with the addition of the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe, even without the Witch and Azura races joining, the situation should conclude swiftly, especially with so many forces joining now. Changsheng is not in a hurry. He waits quietly, wanting to see if that human mother will still dream of holding the fortunes of both races at this moment. In Changsheng's scheme, Han Jun and the heavenly path are contending for sovereignty. Perhaps they cannot attend to this matter. However, the 6 sages are different. Whether it be the 3 pure ones, the 2 Buddhas, or Nuwa, they should be able to vaguely sense something. Yet, even Yuan Shi Tianzuan has never considered intervening to stop Changsheng. This situation is already glaringly obvious. Are the 6 sages truly so devoted to following the Tao ancestor Han Jun? Clearly not. If the heavenly path were to dominate the wilderness, the 6 sages would be merely obedient insects to Han Jun. But if the human way emerges, the situation will be vastly different. This might be the only chance for the 6 sages to break free from the heavenly path. Sages live as long as the heavens, as long as the heavenly path exists. Sages do not perish. While it sounds good to gain such benefits, the price is being trapped in the wilderness. Back then, when they were quasi-saints, they perhaps yearned deeply for the sages' realm, following one after another. But once they truly entered the sage's realm, one must know that behind Changxing stands a true sage. If he were not aware of the intricacies within, how could Changxing draw the sages into the game? Licking his lips, he hoped that the Saint Nuwa would intervene, as she possessed the greatest control over the fate of the human race. In order to awaken the human Wei, Changsheng felt it necessary to seize a portion of that fortune from her. However, at this moment the Saint Nuwa should still have Fuxi by her side. If it were just the Saint Nuwa alone, she might directly intervene, for in the eyes of the saints, whether human or demon, they are merely ants easily disregarded. It would be effortless for her to protect the demon race and gain more benefits, so why not? However, Fuxi, as the heavenly emperor of the human race, was not one to be taken lightly. At this moment Nuwa and Fuxi were also watching the battlefield in the north of the human race, observing the demons being slaughtered and the human martial path flourishing. The blood of demons stained their hands as they refined their strength, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Especially as they saw Luya by Zai Ji Meng Fei Lian and Shangyang in peril, unable to escape, their brows furrowed. Brother, it's about time. Those little demons can be disregarded, but if Luya and the others truly perish, then the demon race will be finished. Fuxi looked at the restless Nuwa. In reality, Nuwa had long desired to intervene. According to her, there was no need for favoritism. A mere word of compassion from heaven would suffice to spare the demons above the golden immortal level. After all, this constituted the foundation of the demon race. As for the lesser demons, it wouldn't take long for them to reproduce by the thousands. The demon race's fortune was merely experiencing a short-lived decline. To Nuwa, the demons below the golden immortal level should be sufficient to quell the anger of the human race. The demon race's fortune was no trivial matter. How could Nuwa easily abandon it? Yet in the end, the eager Nuwa was stopped by Fuxi. Just as she witnessed Luya and the others facing death, she could no longer restrain herself. Sigh. The already risen Nuwa heard this sigh, and ultimately halted her actions, looking at Fuxi unsure of his meaning. As a dignified saint, what harm could there be in saving 5 demons? Surely, even the other 5 saints would have nothing to say about it. Nuwa, you must understand, even as a mother, disappointing your children too much will lead to their estrangement. Nuwa's expression changed. Estrangement. Just because she saved 5 demons. Nuwa, you must know that once you intervene, it won't just be about saving 5 demons, but rather a choice between the human and demon races once again. The weak human race may allow you to abandon them once, but the strong human race will not permit itself to be forsaken a second time. Can't you see? This is about making a choice. If you save those 5 demons, perhaps the demon race's fortune will continue, but what about the human race's fortune? Even if it won't be completely lost, you won't be able to maintain the current level. Which is of greater importance. You are not blind, but it seems you have not yet recognized that the human race is no longer just children, they have grown up. Nuwa's expression swiftly darkened as she gazed towards Shoyang Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Jiejiao Island, and Ling Mountain. It seemed she could see the eyes of the unparalleled watching her, waiting for her to take action. As her human race's fortune weakened, others could scheme more. Yet it was so frustrating to see Luya, this brat. Why couldn't he just listen? If not for Luya taking matters into his own hands and turning to Ling Mountain, she wouldn't have been forced into such a passive situation. No. Nuwa then looked towards the direction of Lushan, seemingly locking eyes with Changxing. However, upon this glance, she couldn't help but tremble. Clearly he was only at the peak of a great Luo golden immortal, yet at this moment, he caused her heart, the human way. In that moment, Nuwa finally understood something, but she hadn't expected the human way to awaken to this extent. She suddenly recalled Fux's earlier words about Changxing using the saints as a game piece. At that time she had scoffed at the notion, acknowledging Changxing's excellence, but could he truly withstand being a saint's pawn? But now she finally comprehended something. With the protection of the human way, Changxing indeed had that qualification. As for Fuxi, as the heavenly emperor of the human race, he must have known long ago, but he also couldn't be too clear with her. Did this heavenly way of merit truly muddle one's mind? Nuwa found it hard to believe that it was only now that she saw the current situation so clearly. Biting her silver teeth lightly, the scene of the northern battlefield of the human race vanished from her sight, out of mind. Fuxi, seeing that Nuwa had finally come to terms with it, also let out a sigh of relief. As the heavenly emperor of the human race, he wished for the human race to thrive and grow stronger, but Nuwa was his sister. He also did not want her to go astray, losing the hearts of the people and their benefits. Alas, what a pity. Changxing and Junyi both sighed at the same moment, seeing that Luya was on the verge of death, yet Nuwa still did not intervene. They understood that Nuwa truly would not act. Changxing did not feel too disappointed. After all, it was an added bonus. If it happened, it would be great, but if not, there was no rush. However, Junyi could not sit idly by. He cherished talent. The demon race belonged to Nuwa, and he had no thoughts on that. No matter how many died, he wouldn't feel heartache. But Luya had already turned to Ling Mountain, becoming the Buddha of Ling Mountain, Aquasa Saint. Ling Mountain was too poor, and the Western teachings were in dire need of talent. With the demon race gone, Luya now had a considerable amount of merit, making it the perfect time to secure him. And then there were Bai Zhe and the others. If they could be transformed, the strength of the Western teachings would increase significantly. Nuwa feared losing the human race's fortune, but Junti was not afraid. After all, he was already suppressed by the 3 pure ones, and had little human fortune left. With nothing to lose, what was there to fear? Naturally, it was better to gain some tangible benefits. Just as Junti was about to step into the battlefield of the human race, he saw a sword thrust before him. The sword of extermination. Junti felt pain radiate from his body once more. Looking at the menacing sword of extermination before him, how could he not understand its meaning? If he dared to take another step forward, he would likely meet his end in the chaos. This was too much. Junti wanted to confront Tongtian, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He would note this down for later. On the northern battlefield of the human race, Luya now bore a miserable appearance, not only covered in wounds, but also with his vitality dwindling. Compared to Xingtian, Luya was ultimately too immature. However, compared to his physical injuries, Luya felt even more heartache in his heart. Thinking of his ambitions, thinking of the demon empire he envisioned, all was lost. Everything was gone: his father, his uncle, his mother, and all 9 of his brothers. Now was it finally his turn? What filled Luya with grief and indignation was that at such a juncture, neither Nuwa nor Junti could be seen. The former was his demon race's saint with whom he shared a mentor-student bond, while the latter was his newly recognized master. Yet in the end it seemed they were both unreliable. Please, my treasure, turn around and die. Since no one came to save him, and there was no hope left as the prince of the demon clan, he would die a grand death. He looked at Xingtian with eyes full of hatred. They are all from the Wu clan. If it weren't for the Wu clan, his father, uncle, mother, and brother would not have died. Now, even in death, he must take Xingtian with him. This could be considered following in his ancestors' footsteps, though it would inevitably fall short. His ancestors had taken away 10 ancestral witches back then. Boom. Feeling the violent aura emanating from Luya, Xingtian knew that something was wrong. This scene was all too familiar. During the last great calamity between the Wu and Yao clans, several ancestral witches had been taken away in this manner. Yet even knowing it was wrong, there was no time to retreat now. As the self-explosion sounded, Xingtian, who was close to the center of the explosion, was sent flying. At the same time, a red light swept across Xingtian's neck, and the figure flying away was unexpectedly split in two. Xingtian, Feng Bo, and Yushi shouted at the sight, abandoning their opponents and rushing straight towards Xingtian. A self-explosion from a Kwasa saint, even with Xingtian's tough skin and flesh, it wouldn't be easy to bear. Hadn't he just been sent flying? However, something was off. It wasn't the immortal-slaying flying knife meant to slay the soul. Xingtian had known about this long ago. If it weren't for this, he would have certainly taken precautions. Hadn't Luya only used the immortal-slaying flying knife at the beginning and not afterward? Feng Bo and Yushi reached Xingtian's side, witnessing his severely wounded and dying appearance. His head could not regenerate. It was known that Xingtian was not much different from an ancestral, which now, regenerating from blood, was common, especially since only his head had been lost, which shouldn't pose a problem. But now he was unable to regenerate. Yushi stepped forward to check, and his face changed dramatically. The path of curses. He clearly sensed the curse at Xingtian's neck. No wonder he couldn't regenerate. The Wu clan's bodies were robust, but they were not without countermeasures. This curse was one of them. However, it was truly unexpected that Luya possessed such a technique. Retreat. Feng Bo and Yushi said nothing more, swiftly taking Xingtian away. He was the hope of their Wu clan, who nothing was more important than his life. With Luya dead, the other minor threats were insignificant. They needed to get Xingtian to the ancestral witch of Hutu for treatment as quickly as possible. The Wu clan withdrew from the battlefield. Bai Zhe and the others were on the verge of death, gazing at the self-exploded Luya with confusion and sorrow in their eyes. They knew the demon clan was truly doomed. Regardless of Luya's strength or intelligence, he was still the prince of the demon clan, the only bloodline of the Emperor Jun, and one of the last 3-legged golden crows in the primordial world. With the remnants of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi still present, even if Luya lacked cultivation, they would still regard him as their lord, for he was their only hope. But now that Luya was dead, their only hope was gone. Not only was Luya dead, but they were also about to die. Without their support, the demon clan had no future. Forget unifying the primordial world. They would soon be treated as food and devoured. Thinking of this made them feel absurd. Their demon clan, which once feasted on raw meat and blood, would ultimately pay the price. With this thought, they resolved to follow Luya's footsteps. However, someone was quicker than them. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction of the demons, the Hunyuan Golden Ao descended directly, taking the few of them away, not giving them a chance to self-explode. In the vast northern battlefield, countless demons were thus completely annihilated. Looking up, the entire northern battlefield was shrouded in a layer of murderous absorb. After the battle ended, the human martial artists on the battlefield did not dare to pause. With a shout, they began to madly absorb the overwhelming murderous aura. Murderous aura is detrimental to both heaven and earth, as well as to living beings. It pollutes the pure energy, harms the natural order, and corrupts the divine spirit, creating chaos in the minds of living beings. Essentially, anyone who encounters it will instinctively avoid it. An excess of murderous aura can easily trigger calamities. If a great calamity of heaven and earth occurs, everyone would weep. However, for martial artists, this murderous aura was a great boon. With the inception of martial arts, there has always been a method of refining murderous aura. This murderous aura is a significant supplement for martial artists. Of course, even though it is a great supplement, it must be consumed in moderation. If absorbed excessively, it could lead to death, and one may easily fall into madness. However, despite the abundance of murderous aura, the human martial artists on the battlefield were even more numerous. With many tribes in the north combined with the Xiong and Gaoyang tribes absorbing it, the densely packed murderous aura quickly thinned out. As time passed, it visibly vanished. This scene left Guang Qingzi and the others stunned. Are humans this ruthless? That's murderous aura. Someone exclaimed in surprise, and the others quickly nodded. For cultivators like them who absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the instinctive reaction to murderous aura was to flee far away, let alone absorb it. Absorbing murderous aura, they had never seen such a thing in all their years. Not only them, even the Azura clan, including Zizai Bo Sun Tian, were a bit bewildered. The Azura clan was known for their brutality, but they could not absorb murderous aura like this. They primarily absorbed blood energy, and murderous aura was considered an impurity in blood energy. Just like eating meat and spitting out bones, this was something to be filtered out. Watching countless humans madly absorb the murderous aura, whether from the Chan and Jiejiao sects or the Azura clan, they all began to take humans seriously for the first time. They finally understood why humans could become the main characters of heaven and earth. In just a few months, the murderous aura in the sky had completely dissipated. With the world cleared, a large amount of merit was showered down, leaving Guang Qingzi and the others stunned. Not only had they produced and consumed murderous aura, but they were also gaining merit from absorbing it to enhance their martial arts. What kind of situation was this? Does this mean that in the future when humans kill, there will be justification? As all the martial artists from various clans absorbed their energy, they remembered that this was still a battlefield. Although the demon clan had perished, the others might not necessarily be their allies. Xianyuan and Zhuanshu looked towards the chief of the Beiyuan tribe, then glanced at the chief of the Luyang tribe and the other tribes. Two tribe leaders, please note that my Luyang tribe came to eliminate the demon clan after discovering their collusion with the demon clan. Oh, we are on the same side. Huh. Xianyuan and Zhuanshu looked at the Luyang tribe leader's sudden betrayal with amusement. They had no intention of punishing him after all. The Luyang tribe had the Azura clan backing them. The demon clan was destroyed, but the Azura clan did not suffer significant losses. The Luyang tribe leader had realized his mistake in time and turned against the demon clan. It was forgivable. Huh. Xianyuan and Zhuanshu looked at the Luyang tribe leader's sudden betrayal with amusement. They had no intention of punishing him after all. The leader of the northern tribe could only scold the leader of the Luyang tribe before hastily turning to look at Xianyuan and Zhuanshu. Both of you, I am wronged. They joined my northern tribe under the identity of the Western teachings, and we had no prior knowledge that they were of the demon race. Had we known they were demons, we would have eliminated them ourselves long ago. Please see clearly, esteemed leaders. The northern tribe leader couldn't help but panic. Not only was the enemy powerful, but they also held the moral high ground. If they were truly accused of colluding with the demon race, even if they escaped this calamity today, the northern tribe would be hunted down by everyone in the future. Even worse, their descendants would be vilified, leaving a lasting stench. As he spoke, the northern tribe leader glanced at the leaders of other northern tribes, but to his anger these individuals averted their gazes. Esteemed leaders, we are here to eliminate demons and know nothing else. In any case, they were all guilt-free. Just say whether they have killed demons. They hadn't even had the chance to act against the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe. Fortunately, they almost lost their reputation. You all. The northern tribe looked at these individuals who were pushing the blame onto others, growing more furious. Can they be any more shameless? Xianyuan and Zhuanshu observed the situation among the tribes and felt somewhat relieved. The northern tribes certainly could not be let off easily. They were determined to eliminate the demon race, but they also needed to reap benefits. A single northern tribe was barely enough, but it was limited to being a large tribe. If they truly went to war with the entire northern human tribes, even the alliance of the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe would not suffice. Even if they could conquer it, the losses would be too great to justify. It was best to take down the northern tribe first, and use it as a foothold to gradually pursue their plans. With this in mind, Xianyuan and Zhuanshu devised a plan, exchanging knowing glances and nodding. The northern tribe will be punished for colluding with the demon race. What? As Xianyuan and Zhuanshu spoke in unison, the northern tribe leader's expression shrank, looking around as the tribes retreated together, distancing themselves from him, clearly indicating that the northern tribe had nothing to do with them. The northern tribe leader couldn't help but chuckle coldly. If my northern tribe falls, do you think you can remain unscathed? However, despite the northern tribe leader's words, they remained unmoved. They naturally understood that once the northern tribe was taken down, the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe would enter the north, and at that point they would all be in danger. But what of it? Would they dare stand alongside the northern tribe? The northern tribe was colluding with demons. Helping the northern tribe would mean they were accomplices too. Aspiring for power was one thing, but colluding with demons was absolutely unacceptable. Associating with them would sever ties with humanity. At this moment, the northern tribe leader's face turned ashen. He was duped. What was supposed to be the Western teachings had turned into a demon race. He was truly wronged, but unfortunately there was no use in saying anything now. I am willing to surrender. There was no other choice but to yield. Even resisting would only solidify the accusation of colluding with demons. Now by surrendering they could still beg Xinyuan and Zhuanshu to restore their reputation later. Aiming for power was out of the question, but they could not let their descendants carry the stigma of colluding with demons. The situation was thus set, and the Xiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe entered the human north, beginning discussions on how to divide the northern tribe. On Mount Tai, Nuwa looked at the death of Luya and the extermination of the demon race, her face as cold as water. She could clearly feel her own fortune diminishing significantly, and her cultivation would surely lag behind for a long time. No, Bai Zhe and the others were still alive. Nuwa looked towards Yunxiao, who had already left the northern human tribes. Bai Zhe and the 4 demons had been collected by Yunxiao using the primordial golden dipper. Although Luya was dead, Bai Zhe could still preside over the demon race's affairs. The large-scale war of the demon race had nearly disappeared, but there were still some demons in the northern wilderness. As long as they were given some time, the demon race could rise again. They must rescue Bai Zhe and the others. Now that the war had ended, there should be no issues. Fushi looked at Nuwa, having somewhat guessed her thoughts. Have you noticed? The fortune of the human race seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Nuwa, upon hearing this, seemed to grasp something. The fortune of the human race indeed had grown stronger, but wasn't this fortune obtained from annihilating the demons? Was this a good thing for her? Previously she alone benefited from the fortune of the demon race, but now she had to share it with others. No matter how she looked at it, it felt like a loss. Nuwa, you must understand that the potential of the human race is immense. The fortune of the human race will only grow stronger. As long as your status as the mother of humanity remains, the fortune will not diminish. The extermination of the demon race is not a bad thing for you. In the past, when the human race mentioned the demon race, many would recall your choice to abandon the human race for the demon race. Now that the demon race has been exterminated, that matter will gradually be forgotten. In the future, you will only have one identity, the mother of humanity. As long as you are worthy of the human race, the entire human race will be your support. Why seek that withered fortune of the demon race? Nuwa, upon hearing this, instantly understood. She was not foolish, as she just wanted it all, and was unwilling to lose so much fortune. Looking at Fux's earnest expression, Nuwa ultimately nodded. She knew Fushi was always very clear-headed, and such considerations of profit and loss would never harm her. However, it was truly a pity for the demon race. At the Jioli tribe. At this moment, Qi Yu was also filled with gloom. Although the demon race was exterminated, he lost a Xingtian in the process. Though Xingtian was not taken away by Luya, he was now gravely injured and had lost his head. At the very least, he would not be able to assist him in the competition for the throne. This was undoubtedly a significant loss for him. Fortunately, Xingtian did not die, otherwise he would have to destroy Luya's true spirit. However, even now Luya should not think about any reincarnation of true spirits. The Hutu would extinguish any last hope. On Mount Lu, Changsheng felt the surge of human fortune and couldn't help but smile. The extermination of the demon race was excellent. Senior brother. A figure appeared before Changsheng, and it was Yunxiao. At this moment, Yunxiao was also somewhat astonished. She had been summoned by Duo Bao to the Gaoyang tribe, originally thinking it was to confront the Xiong tribe and engage in battle with the Chan sect. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, she was to deploy troops against the northern tribe to confront the demon race. Just then, Qi Jiao Ma Ho and Lu Er Mi Ho appeared, telling Yunxiao that Changsheng wanted her to bring Bai Zhe and the others back. But how could Changsheng have anticipated all of this? Was it all part of Changsheng's plan? Now seeing Changsheng, Yunxiao felt even more that Changsheng was mysterious and unfathomable. With the cultivation of a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, the last time she saw Changsheng, he had just broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. How long had it been since then? Had he broken through already? It felt a bit too fast. At this rate, he might soon catch up to her, or even surpass her. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, the aura he emitted was so profound that she couldn't see through it, causing her heart to swell with a bit more awe. The term senior brother felt increasingly sincere. Junior sister has come. Thank you for making the trip. Yunxiao stepped forward a few paces and said, it's not about hardship, but does senior brother really want to keep Bai Zhe and the others? If we need to eliminate the demons, why should we leave them alive? Looking at Yunxiao, Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. These 3 sisters of the Sanxiao were truly unique. The eldest sister, Yunxiao, was very attentive to etiquette, composed, and insightful. Just consider, Yunxiao broke through to the Quasi-Saint realm at such an early stage and managed to endure It shows her tremendous willpower. The second sister Xiao belonged to the type of person who was ruthless and spoke little. Among the three sisters, Xiao had the heaviest killing intent. She would attack at the slightest disagreement, and her strikes were lethal. Although she appeared to be a quiet young girl, a frown from her would send chills down the spines of the disciples of Jiejiao. The youngest sister by Xiao was the most whimsical. Etiquette and decorum were foreign concepts to her. She usually thrived in lively environments, and was the leader of Jiejiao. Anyone who crossed her path had to tread carefully, as she was fiercely loyal, and had quite a few supporters. If it were by Xiao, she might have already stepped forward to pour herself a cup of tea, unlike Yun Xiao, who was so composed and quiet. Luya is dead, so what demons are left? 1 Kwasa Saint and 3 Peak de Luo Jin Xian. These are all talents, what a pity to kill them. Junior sister let them go. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao understood Changsheng's intention. Oh, was he preparing to subdue them? But how could that be possible? These were all demon saints born from the dragon and phoenix Great Tribulation, with seniority far exceeding that of Changsheng. Although Changsheng was already a de Luo Jin Xian, expecting them to submit was impossible. Even demon saints had their pride. The Hanyuan Golden Dipper opened, revealing 4 figures. At this moment, Bai Zai, Shangyang, Fei Lian, and Ji Ming were in a very sorry state, having been beaten nearly to death in a brutal assault. Even though they were still alive, it was only by a thread of breath. Despite their resilience, recovering without external help would take tens of thousands of years. Thus, even releasing the 4 demons posed no threat to Changsheng. Suddenly freed, Bai Zai and the others were on high alert. Looking at the 2 people in front of her, Yun Xiao was already very familiar with one of them. She had just been beaten. But who was the other one with the smile? He didn't look like a good person. However, Bai Zai, the strategist of the demon race, quickly regained his composure and began to think. Regardless of what kind of creature it is, in a desperate situation there might be some fierce determination to fight the enemy. However, once that intensity passes, the thought of dying, especially committing suicide, would be something very few could bring themselves to do. For instance, among the 4 demons, now nearly none would consider suicide. They were all striving to recover their bodies and magical powers, preparing for a potential fight or escape. For friends, this humble Taoist Changsheng greets you. Changsheng. Bai Zai's eyes revealed a hint of realization. It turned out that this person before him was Changsheng. Changsheng's reputation was quite significant in the Primordial era. Even though Bai Zai had been isolated in the demon race, he was still familiar with Changsheng, especially since Changsheng had accomplished many great things over the years. Moreover, when the demon race sought to join the main human tribes, they naturally had to understand the human race. Changsheng was the figure they could not avoid. However, feeling Changsheng's unfathomable aura, which he now concealed with the power of humanity, even Bai Zai could not discern the depth of Changsheng's cultivation. So it is Changsheng, my longtime admiration. Bai Zai rose and bowed to Changsheng. Seeing Bai Zai's demeanor, Changsheng nodded in approval. He particularly appreciated such decorum, which was of utmost importance in formal greetings. However, Changsheng did not rush to speak, and instead continued to observe the 3 demons, Shangyang, Fei Lian, and Ji Ming. When faced with Changsheng's gaze, Shangyang, Fei Lian, and Ji Ming could not help but think to themselves that it was shameless. They had all been captured by Changsheng, and there was a saying that a gentleman could be killed, but not humiliated, yet Changsheng was asking them to bow. However, since Bai Zai had already set the example, and Luya was absent, they had always taken Bai Zai as their leader. At this moment, they could only follow suit and bow as well. Changsheng, my friend, I salute you. Long time no see. Look, this is much better. This is how negotiations should be conducted. With a wave of his hand, 5 cushions were arranged in front of him, perfectly encircling the tea table that Changsheng had set up earlier. Yun Xiao stepped forward to Changsheng's side, and took over the task of pouring tea. Bai Zai sighed, inwardly unsure of what kind of situation this was today. The Changsheng before him truly made him feel a bit apprehensive. He was now the fish on the chopping block, and he could only follow Changsheng's lead. Taking a seat opposite Changsheng Yang, and the others followed closely behind, but they did not dare to neglect their recovery of magical power for a moment. Changsheng seemed as if he had not noticed, gesturing for Bai Zai to lift the teacup. In the Primordial era, there was still no tea culture. It could be said that Changsheng was the pioneer. Other places did not have such authentic tea. The tea before him was brewed from the Dahong Pao of Wui Mountain, not only fragrant and sweet, but also possessing the ability to refresh the spirit. Bai Zai took a sip as well, and his eyes brightened. What is this? This item is called tea. I often have free time to study, and if you like it, you can take some with you when you leave. Bai Zai was momentarily taken aback. Could they really leave? Was it true? His heart raced with anticipation, his spirits lifted significantly. With Luya dead, they had not dared to hope for survival before. Now Changsheng was actually willing to let them go. Are you willing to let us go? Changsheng nodded, looking toward the horizon where a treasure was descending. This item is a gift from the Saint Nuwa. The voice of Fu Shi echoed. Changsheng rose and bowed, grasping the treasure in his hand. Feeling the spiritual aura of the demon summoning banner, he couldn't help but sigh. Nuwa had a good brother indeed, with wisdom and vision that were simply on another level compared to Nuwa. The demon summoning banner was a supreme treasure of the demon race, forged by Di Juntai, gathering the fortune of the demon race. All the demons in the world had a wisp of their primordial spirit within it. Its principle was similar to the Feng Shenbang, allowing control over all demons. At the peak of the demon court, even the demon master Kuan Peng was enslaved. Had it not been for the Wu and demon Great Tribulation, when Kuan Peng took advantage of the situation to seize the primordial spirit within and fled with the He Tu and Luo, Shu Chang, Sheng might have been able to use the demon summoning banner to command Kuan Peng. After the Wu and demon Great Tribulation, this treasure fell into Nu's hands. However, unlike Di Jun, who would frequently summon the demon race, the demon summoning banner in Nu was possession became a mere ornament nearly forgotten by the demon race. Now that the demon race had been exterminated aside from a few immature demon beings remaining in the northern part of the primordial land, only these four remained. If Changsheng were to kill Bai Zhe and the others, the demon summoning banner would naturally lose its significance. To sever ties with the demon race using a useless treasure might not be something Nu would want, but Fu Shi was different. He clearly understood the priorities. Fu Shi could clearly see that Changsheng wanted to draw Nuwa into the game this time. Having absorbed so much fortune from the demon race, the ties between Nuwa and the demon clan were already entangled beyond recognition. With Fux's reminder, perhaps she would not be dragged into it this time, but what about next time? Fu Shi understood Changsheng too well, and knew that Baize was in Changsheng's hands. It was possible that Changsheng would scheme again to pull Nuwa into it. Fu Shi truly cherished Nuwa, and did not want her to fall into a pit, so he decided to cut ties completely. He presented the summoning banner to Changsheng, signifying that Nuwa and the demon race had completely severed their ties, and from now on he hoped Changsheng would refrain from involving her again. Changsheng felt a bit regretful. Initially he had planned to subdue Baize and the others, then take the remaining demon race under his control to set up a scheme. Perhaps he could gain a portion of the human race's fortune from Nuwa. However, it seemed that was no. With Fu Shi present, it was difficult to scheme against Nuwa. Summoning banner. Upon seeing the summoning banner in Changsheng's hand, the four demons of Baize couldn't help but exclaim, forgetting their tea and standing up immediately. If they weren't heavily injured and facing Yunxiao and Changsheng, they would have rushed to snatch it. The summoning banner contained countless demon souls, and even Baize and the others were no exception. This meant that the souls of the four demons of Baize also had a trace within the summoning banner. Once the summoning banner activated, they would have to obey, otherwise their lives could be extinguished at a mere thought. If they weren't heavily injured and facing Yunxiao and Changsheng, they would have rushed to snatch it. The summoning banner contained countless demon souls. Yunxiao also showed a look of shock. She was initially curious about how Changsheng would subdue Baize and the others, and then the summoning banner appeared. Naturally, she recognized it. Could it be that Changsheng had anticipated this all along? How did Changsheng manage to do this? Even saints could listen to him. Yunxiao felt a deeper reverence for Changsheng, realizing that her senior brother was truly remarkable. She saw a hint of her master's shadow in him. Changsheng settled back down, and this time the atmosphere was entirely under his control. He looked at the bewildered four demons of Baize and spoke again. Luyo is dead, and the bloodline of the demon emperor no longer exists. The demon race is nearly extinct. What are your plans for the future? Plans. The four demons' gazes fell upon the summoning banner, filled with bitterness. What was the difference between this and having someone choke them by the neck, questioning whether they wanted to live or die? Xiangyang Falian and Jimeng all looked at Baize. When it came to making decisions, they had to listen to Baize. If they could heed him this time, avoiding rashly entering the human race, they wouldn't be facing such. Baize couldn't help but sigh. Please enlighten us, fellow Taoist. Changsheng speaks the truth. Luyo is dead, and the demon race is nearly extinct. It is impossible to recreate the glory of the demon race. He knows that Changsheng will not allow them to dream such dreams again. Baize realized that the demon race's current plight was likely a trap set by Changsheng, as he truly had that capability. However, since Changsheng had spared the lives of the four of them, he surely had his own intentions. What use could the four of them be? It was merely to subdue them for assistance. Initially, with their pride, they would never submit. But after such repeated blows, they had been battered enough. Even the Saint Nuwa had abandoned them, not only refusing to save them, but also giving the summoning banner to Changsheng. They didn't know why, but suddenly they felt less spirit and resigned themselves to fate. If you have no plans for the time being, just follow me. You know I am the great Emperor Changsheng of the Southern Polar Heaven. Currently I lack experts under my command, and if you are willing it would be wonderful. Baize looked at Changsheng somewhat speechless. It was the first time he had heard someone speak of recruiting others in such a fresh and unpretentious manner, as if they had nowhere to go and Changsheng was kindly taking them in. After all, they had once been the masters of the heavenly court. His gaze became somewhat complicated. This subordinate greets the great emperor. Better to be alive than dead. Baize accepted it. At worst, if Changsheng forced him to do something against his will in the future, he would not comply and let it be. Since Baize had accepted it, Xiangyang Falian and Jimeng exchanged glances and could only accept it as well. Now the demon race had only the four of them left, so they naturally had to stick together. This subordinate greets the great emperor. Good. The heavenly court is truly blessed to have your service. You should practice here for a while to recover your injuries. Afterward, I will have Ling Yun take you to the heavenly court. Hearing Changsheng's words, they felt even more complicated. They had to admit Changsheng's way with words was indeed impressive. Not only did he speak of serving Changsheng, but he also spoke of serving the heavenly court, calling it a blessing from the wilderness. His skill in manipulating people, though not as domineering as Dejuan, was even more chilling to behold. Ling Yun. They naturally knew Ling Yun, who was the reincarnation of Han Yun. He was likely close to regaining his peak cultivation level. Thinking of this, they could accept it, as even someone like Ling Yun was a disciple of Changsheng. Now that they followed Changsheng with saints standing behind him, it was possible they would have an even brighter future. Moreover, Nuwa had even given the summoning banner to Changsheng, showing how much he trusted him. This new master before them was a formidable figure backed by two saints, and what's more, he was a legend in his own right. With that in mind, it didn't seem too hard to accept after all. The four demons went to the back mountain to cultivate and recover their strength. With the summoning banner in hand, Changsheng felt utterly at ease, and Yun Shao admired him even more. Senior brother, what a skillful means. What skill? It is merely to win people over with virtue. Virtue. Looking at the summoning banner in Changsheng's hand, was this the virtue? Western Extreme Battlefield. Kill. At this moment on the battlefield, the Heavenly Court and the White Tiger clan were united against the World of Wars, and they had already ignited true fire. Both sides began to fight desperately. Especially Hao Yin, who was truly fighting for his life. The opponents knew that Hao Yin was the leader of the Heavenly Court. In their understanding, as long as they could take down Hao Yin, they would nearly win this war. This caused the three war messengers from the World of Wars to bring out their ultimate tricks to deal with Hao Yin. As the battle progressed, Hao Yin had lost the previous majesty and confidence, appearing as if he could collapse at any moment. Xuanli saw that Hao Yin could hardly hold on any longer and knew that they could not delay any longer. If Hao Yin died, there would be no one to block the three war messengers. They could not afford to lose this great battle. Senior sister. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit received the signal and immediately nodded. A sword suddenly appeared in her hand, which was the signature treasure of the heavenly teacher, the Qingping sword. The power of the 10,000 immortals array converged into one sword slashing straight towards the war messenger opposite the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. The sheer power of this sword strike rivaled that of a sage's blow, so sudden and overwhelming that even the war envoy facing Jinling's Saint Mother, whose cultivation approached the latest quasi-sage realm, could not withstand it, and was cleaved down outright. Charged together. In seeing the war envoy felled by a single stroke by Shao, and the others spared not even a glance. Countless attacks descended in an instant. Already half-killed by Qingping's sword, the war envoy was swiftly overwhelmed. This was no ordinary assault within the 10,000 immortals formation. These Jiejiao Sect disciples unleashed their full might. Even an unscathed war envoy would have struggled to counter such coordinated fury, let alone one already grievously wounded now finished off with ruthless finality. Warriors from the war realm watched this unfold and erupted into frenzied rage. And this was a war envoy, the living embodiment of war's divine radiance and collective faith. And yet he had fallen so abruptly, so utterly. Sensing the sage aura emanating from Qingping's sword, they were seized by dread. Their earlier invincible momentum instantly collapsed. Second Elder. In witnessing the Second Elder struck down by concentrated assault, the remaining 7 war envoys surged with fury. These foes, who had previously held back, had now begun unleashing their ultimate techniques. As they sensed their opponents abandoning restraint, they too discarded all reserve, unleashing their most formidable arts without hesitation. In Hao Tian felt 3 surging auras erupt across the battlefield, and his face paled instantly. Boom. In 3 figures exploded with power, in the next instant torrents of overwhelming qi, far exceeding their natural cultivation, crashed toward Hao Tian. Without hesitation, he raised a mirror before him and retreated at boom. In 3 figures exploded with power, in the next instant torrents of overwhelming qi, far exceeding their natural cultivation, crashed toward Hao Tian. Without hesitation, he raised a mirror before him and retreated at blinding speed. The impact struck the mirror. Originally, the Hao Tian mirror could deflect a portion of incoming force. Indeed, Hao Tian had relied on this ability to hold his ground against the trio. Yet now the 3 war envoys erupted simultaneously, their offensive intensity surging more than twofold, exceeding the mirror's capacity for redirection in an instant. The peerless primordial spiritual treasure, the Hao Tian mirror, was shattered and sent flying while the unleashed onslaught continued hurtling toward Hao Tian. Hao Tian seethed inwardly. He longed to declare he bore no alliance with Jinling's Saint Mother and her sect, but such words would earn not even a flicker of belief from his adversaries. After all, he had been hailed as the Celestial Emperor, and protected as such. Ritual propriety. And he swore, once battle ended, he would enforce ritual propriety with merciless rigor, sparing no consideration for anything else. He had endured enough of ritual propriety. Even as he deployed the Haotian mirror, and fell back, Haotian drew forth the Haotian sword, and began gathering the Celestial Court's sovereign mandate. As ruler of the Celestial Court, he embodied its accumulated heavenly virtue. And though ritual propriety had long curtailed his authority, the court's sheer might remained indisputable. An endless torrent of celestial virtue surged forth, converging upon a single blade. The resulting strike surpassed all mortal limits, unmatched beneath the sages themselves. And the three war envoys, each only mid- or early-stage quasi-sages, stood utterly outmatched before such power. Not only did the attack dissipate their own assault, it reversed course and descended upon them. Confronted with this cataclysmic onslaught, the three war envoys tightened their expressions. So he's not their leader, they thought. Yet who but the Supreme Commander could wield such power? Facing annihilation, they did not flinch, instead madness ignited in their eyes. Born of war, driven mad by war, destined to die for war. In unison they roared these words, and ignited their very essence. Their aura swelled dramatically. In the next breath, they charged straight through Haotian's assault, closing in on him. They well understood the ancient maxim, seize the commander first. To them, slaying Haotian meant total collapse for the enemy, and victory for the war realm. In their hearts, Haotian had already ascended to the status of their own war deity. What sacrifice was too great for this cause? All for the war deity. All for the war realm. And so long as the war deity lived, they would be reborn. Victory in war would allow the war deity to draw upon the world's primordial essence, reviving them perhaps even stronger than before. Thus every cost was justified. What? Haotian watched his attack absorbed, then saw three figures hurl themselves at him in suicidal fury, and his face turned ashen green. What are you doing? What madness possesses you, to cast away your lives so recklessly? The bold fear the reckless fear those who scorn death itself. Now Haotian truly trembled before the war envoy's resolve. Without another word he fled, no longer weighing honor or disgrace. Survival, too late. The first war envoy had already closed the distance. Haotian dared not hesitate. He immediately projected his benevolent corporeal avatar to intercept. Boom. An overwhelming aura engulfed Haotian, not only obliterating his benevolent avatar instantly, but plunging Haotian himself into mental haze. Before he could react, the second strike landed, ending him utterly. Still faintly alive. At that moment, the third war envoy sensed something. Haotian, a mid-stage quasi-sage, possessed three avatars: benevolent, malevolent, and true self. Though his true self and benevolent avatar perished, his malevolent avatar remained hidden deep within the Celestial Court, granting him a sliver of immortality, albeit at catastrophic cost to his cultivation. Yet this war envoy proved terrifyingly perceptive, capable of detecting even the concealed malevolent avatar. And, with my warrior's blood, I curse the slayer of gods. Roaring aloud, he incinerated his being, invoking some unfathomable art. And within the Celestial Court, Yaoqi suddenly felt a deep unease, as if calamity loomed. Her gaze instinctively turned westward. She realized Haotian was in peril. Boom. A violent tremor erupted from some hidden recess deep within the Celestial Court. Yaoqi's expression twisted in alarm. She wasted no time rushing directly toward the source. But when she arrived, it was already too late. The scattered aura was unmistakable, Haotian's own. Yaoqi understood he had left his malevolent avatar behind as a contingency. Haotian had concealed it with utmost care. Even Yaoqi knew nothing of its location. Yet such secrecy had proven meaningless. The avatar was utterly destroyed. How could this be possible? The scent of curse. Yaoqi recalled something. Sensing the residual curse energy, she finally grasped the truth. Haotian had unluckily crossed paths with a master of the cursing Tao. And if even the malevolent avatar perished, could Haotian possibly survive? And boom. At that very moment, thunder rolled across the heavens above the Celestial Court, golden rain cascading downward. Not only Yaoqi's face paled. Every denizen of the Celestial Court, or indeed all beings of the Honghuang realm, recoiled in shock. Such portents. The thunder, the golden rain, who had died to warrant heaven's Tao itself, bearing witness. Thunderous golden rain fell, and the heavens and earth mourned together. Such is the spectacle reserved for a sage, yet it is well known that a sage does not die. But what is this? Soon their doubts were dispelled as news arrived from the heavenly court, is seemingly announcing the death of Haotian. Haotian is dead. Oh, that doesn't matter. He was not well. The beings of the primordial world quickly ceased to care. Originally, this Emperor of Heaven was not an important figure among them. Perhaps only the celestial beings of the heavenly court would regard Haotian with significance. However, those who did took part in the battle at the western extremity. With Haotian's death in battle and the demise of the four war envoys, the entire battlefield entered a state of intense heat. Under such circumstances, everyone became preoccupied with their own survival. Who could afford to care about the death of Haotian? What they considered now was how to honor Haotian's sacrifice by taking down three war envoys. Currently, only 4 war envoys remained on the battlefield, while they still had 5 quasi-saints on their side, giving them a significant advantage. Kill avenge the Emperor of Heaven. Sun Li shouted loudly, rallying the troops as he directly sounded the horn for counterattack. However, the remaining 4 war envoys were puzzled. Their emperor was dead, yet their morale had not diminished. Instead, they launched a counterattack, transforming sorrow into strength. Was this Haotian emperor truly so beloved? Boom. At that moment, 3 unmatched presences surged from afar, causing everyone to look in that direction. Xinglong Zhuqiue and Xuanwu. It turned out the other 3 of the 4 sacred spirits had arrived, indicating that the situation on the side of the White Tiger was coming to an end. Witnessing the Heavenly Court's counterattack, the warriors of the war world also paused. The war demon was directly besieged by the 4 sacred spirits. To be fair, it wasn't that the White Tiger sacred spirit was being unreasonable by calling for help against the war demon. It was simply that they were losing the battle and needed assistance before things turned dire. Although sacred spirits do not die, being defeated once can be quite troublesome in terms of recovery. That said, the war demon was indeed formidable, though fortunately he had allies. The White Tiger sacred spirit couldn't handle the war demon alone, but together with the other 3 spirits, they formed an overwhelming advantage through the 4-spirit formation. The 4 sacred spirits had the capability to defeat the 4 great ferocious beasts of the primordial world. Not being able to defeat the war demon wasn't due to the lack of strength from the White Tiger sacred spirit, it was merely that the war demon was somewhat stronger. Seeing the White Tiger sacred spirit calling for help only served to escalate the war demon. Never have I seen such shamelessness calling for backup. When one is losing, the most outrageous part is that they actually succeeded in summoning assistance. Though he was somewhat stronger than the White Tiger sacred spirit, facing 4 was a different matter entirely. Moreover, with the formation they had, it was comparable to facing 8 sacred spirits. Looking over at his subordinates, it appeared that the situation was also turning unfavorable for them. Forget it and let them be stubborn. We'll come back next time. Without further ado, the war demon turned to leave. He was not Haotian, who could depart at will. In the next moment, his figure erupted with immense might, pushing the 4 spirits aside. By the time they looked again, the war demon had vanished. Retreat. The 4 war envoys, who were prepared to fight to the death, immediately received the order and withdrew. Sun Li sighed in relief upon witnessing this. Initially, they thought this trip would be a mere formality, expecting no particularly formidable enemies. Who would have thought it would escalate to such a degree, with Haotian perishing? What was more critical was that the war envoys truly detonated themselves at it. Moreover, it seemed that these war envoys had attained considerable mastery in their respective paths. Slaughter, destruction, darkness, devouring, curses, and more. Especially that cursed demon, which startled Sun Li. Fortunately, it hadn't targeted him. He hoped it wouldn't end up killing him. If these war envoys learned to self-destruct like the 3 they had just seen, even the celestial beings of the heavenly court wouldn't be able to withstand it. The disciples of Jiejiao, who had undergone rigorous training along with the other heavenly soldiers and celestial beings, were treasures, the elite among elites. They couldn't afford to perish in the aftermath of a self-detonation. What a pity it was that if the 3 sacred spirits had arrived a bit earlier, Haotian would not have died in vain. Victory! It was uncertain who shouted first, but others joined in. Indeed, they had ultimately achieved victory in the war at a minimal cost. Clear the battlefield. With the battle concluded, the battlefield became a site of victory for the victors, ripe for looting. The thought of it was exhilarating. Moreover, Sun Li had seen through the treasures in this war realm. Although the warriors had died, their corpses appeared quite sturdy. Using them to refine treasures or the like would be far superior to crafting artifacts from the claws and scales of the demon race. The primary focus was on not wasting anything. Over there, gather everything, not a single remain shall be left behind. The celestial beings of the Department of Rites directed the heavenly soldiers to collect the remains, while Tai and Yuding gazed at the bustling battlefield, suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow for Haotian. After all, he was the Emperor of Heaven. Having died, the celestial beings of the heavenly court showed not even a hint of feeling. Not rushing to hold a memorial service was one thing, at the very least they should display some grief. Yet here they were happily looting corpses. They may not have cared for that emperor, but they ought to at least pretend to care. This was too unreasonable. Hey, you two, do you want these materials? If not, well, take them all. A voice called out from Baishao, prompting Tai and Yuding to hastily pursue. Wait, we do want them. How could we not? We participated in killing the enemy and deserve our share. Tai and Yuding quickly secured their portion of the materials. They had fought desperately, and with so many good materials at stake, they needed to give them to those proficient in artifact refinement. After all, who among Jiejiao could refine artifacts? It would be a pure waste. After clearing the battlefield, Sun Li led Tai and the others to the side of Jin Tu and several elders of the White Tiger clan. Brother Jin, does your White Tiger clan excel in artifact refinement? Artifact refinement. Jin Tu shook his head. Our White Tiger clan excels at raising troops, but when it comes to artifact refinement, we lag behind a bit. Sun Li nodded in acknowledgement. It was as he had anticipated. In that case, I will have my brothers Tai and Yuding refined the materials belonging to you into treasures before returning them to you. Huh. Tai and Yuding, who were happily counting the materials, felt these materials were indeed excellent. Not only were there many from the Great Luo Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal realms, but there were also several remains of the War Invoice. These were all excellent materials for artifact refinement capable of allowing them to forge numerous treasures. Even they couldn't escape this custom. But why should they work for free to refine these materials that rightfully belong to them? On what grounds could they be expected to refine treasures for the White Tiger clan? Had they even obtained their agreement? Saying it like that, did they truly consider themselves to be emperors? The emperor had already died. Sun Li was merely a minister of rights. In the end, their ranks were equal. Thank you so much, Daoist Xuanli. Huh. Watching Xuanli and Jin too finalize matters with their chatter Tai, and Yuding felt their good mood about acquiring materials spoiled. It's one thing to refine magical artifacts for free, but they are the ones doing the actual crafting. Shouldn't they be the ones receiving thanks? What the heck? Why are you thanking Xuanli? They wanted to discern the situation, but seeing the surrounding disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, they decided to let it go. Hao Yin had just died not long ago. If there were a corpse, it might still be warm. Now the two of them felt weak and isolated in the heavenly court, so they decided to endure for the time being. Tai and Yuding realized that Xuanli was quite cunning. No, rather he was maliciously scheming. Protecting the Heavenly Emperor and avenging the Heavenly Emperor. Did they think they were blind? They could deceive the newcomers, but what about their own relationship? Didn't they know the truth in their hearts? It's a pity that such a powerful figure as the Heavenly Emperor, such a formidable Kwasa saint, ended up being led to his doom by Xuanli. To be honest, his death seemed rather hastily enough that they couldn't make sense of it. For a dignified Heavenly Emperor blessed with fate to die in such a disgraceful manner, one wonders whether the Tao ancestor will rescue Hao Yin. If not, who knows if Hao Yin can truly reincarnate. With the Kwasa saint Heavenly Emperor already dead, Tai and Yuding genuinely felt a sense of fear towards Xuanli. Even if they had grievances, they could only hide them in their hearts, afraid to voice their complaints. This situation was truly ruthless. Xuanli looked at Tai and Yuding with a calm expression. Then I will trouble the two brothers. Tai and Yuding met Sunli's gaze and felt a shiver run down their spines, hurriedly saying, of course, leave it to us. We will make sure to refine it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xuanli smiled. The two brothers are so righteous. This isn't righteousness, it's a matter of survival under the same roof. In the desolate lands of the western extremities, if they were to be led to their doom by Xuanli, they had no idea if the primordial Heavenly Venerable would seek revenge for them. Forget it, the three pure ones are one family, and helping each other is a duty. Western extremities. At this moment, Xuanli and the others had retreated, the White Tiger clan also withdrawing, and the four sacred spirits combined to form a barrier to fend off external enemies. Everything seemed to revert to the state before the invasion. Xuanli also understood that everything was actually quite normal. The four sacred spirits had often united before, and without 5 or 6 mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortals attacking together, it was impossible to breach the defenses. Xuanli finally understood why the four extremities could remain so stable. After returning, the celestial beings of the heavenly court began to regroup. Under Sunli's leadership, they held a grand funeral for the fallen celestial beings, led by Hao Yin. Though they had passed, the heavenly court still bore the heavy responsibility of guarding the primordial. At Sunli's suggestion, until the return of the great Emperor Hao Yin or the emergence of a new heavenly emperor, the administrative matters of the heavenly court would be overseen by the Emperor Ziwei and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Currently, the heavenly court almost entirely adhered to Sunli's wishes. Once he spoke, there were hardly any objections, and it was unanimously approved. Some disciples of the Jiejiao Sect had also suffered casualties in this battle. However, after the sand had settled, the current disciples of the Jiejiao Sect had clearly matured, entirely different from those who had just joined back when Changxing first entered the Jiejiao Sect. Brother, I toast to you. You're incredible. That Hao Yin was full of tricks and wanted to scheme against you. Who would have thought that you, brother, were so magnanimous, not stooping to his level, and simply used a little trick to lead him to his doom? Xuanli organized a banquet, and Bixiao leaned closer secretly, saying, wearing an expression of admiration for her brother's prowess. As she spoke, Xiao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and others looked over. In their gazes towards Xuanli, there was a hint of admiration. They all knew the inside story. Hao Yin had relocated them here to deprive Changxing of support, while also planning to lead them to their doom. Yet ironically, before they could be trapped, Hao Yin was the one who fell victim to Xuanli. Looking at it this way, Xuanli had the upper hand. Now that Hao Yin was dead, the power of the heavenly court had naturally fallen into Sunli's hands, directly placing the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit at the forefront of the heavenly court, making her one of the Jiejiao Sect's leaders. With the Yaoqi absent, no one opposed nor dared to. However, upon hearing this, Xuanli frowned and looked at Bixiao. Junior sister, one must not speak carelessly. The heavenly emperor died to save the primordials, sacrificing himself. I am also very saddened by this. I understand, we are also very saddened, ha. Jiejiao, however, did not believe a single word of it, but she had to show agreement with Xuanli. Xuanli was somewhat speechless. Junior sister, can we not laugh when we are sad? It feels too fake. Regardless, the matters here had come to a close. Xuanli planned to return to the heavenly court after integrating the celestial beings and troops of the western extremity. On the human side, the Northern Plains tribe had been completely divided between the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe. However, as the demon race perished, the Northern Plains tribe was also entirely divided, leading to increased tensions and frequent conflicts between the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe. Before long, small skirmishes broke out, evolving from battles among thousands to wars involving tens of thousands, and even larger conflicts. Eventually, the war between the Chan sect and the Jie sect also began. Especially after Zihang Daoist directly killed two named disciples of the Jie sect, the flames of war became impossible to quell, leading to an all-out war between the Bear tribe and the Gaoyang tribe. In the western Spirit Mountain, after Xuanti was blocked by Tongtian, he was quite frustrated. Not only had he failed to save anyone, but he was also chased back, losing all face. Although he thought face was of little importance, one couldn't constantly lose face. Moreover, he felt that the demon race was useless. Originally, Xuanti had planned for Luya to lead the demon race to strike at the human race, creating chaos regardless of whether the demon race could secure a foothold among the humans. This would provide more opportunities for their Western teachings. But who would have thought Luya would be so incompetent? He perished before achieving anything. Even before anything significant could happen, he was already killed at his doorstep, rendering all efforts wasted and providing almost no benefit to the Western. If Luya, Baizhe, and others could be brought to the West, it would have been acceptable. Now, however, it was a case of losing both the woman and the troops. Nonetheless, Xuanti absolutely could not allow the human race to remain so peaceful. He had to incite chaos among them again. Only when the human race was in turmoil could the Western teachings seize victory amid the chaos. Fortunately, with Randang bringing Zihang and others to their side, the opportunity was just right, and Sahang's killing of two Jie sect disciples marked the beginning of this great war. With the Chan and Jie sects fighting fiercely, who would still pay attention to their Western teachings? Xuanti felt a sense of pride in his heart. The West indeed held advantages. The previous West had suffered greatly from the calamity caused by the demon ancestor Luo, Ho, with its veins damaged, the spiritual energy lagging far behind the East. This is how the impoverished Spirit Mountain came to be. However, poverty also has its merits. If it were not for their destitution, how could the two brothers of the three pure ones dominate such a vast West? Do not even think about it. Moreover, after his years of effort, the Spirit Mountain had already recovered significantly. He believed that with further diligence, the West might one day stand on equal footing with the East. Furthermore, the West now had prospects. Oh, just look at the 5 from the Chan sect who were considering migrating to the West. With this move from the Chan sect, Xuanti found it much easier to plot his next steps. The only problem was that he and Jieyin could not easily move to the East. After this maneuver, Xuanti realized he had drawn the attention of Tongtian. With the energies of the Chan and Jie sects diverted, it was likely that the human sect would follow suit. In this way, the tribes supported by their Western teachings could act without fear of being monitored by the Chan and Jie sects. The 36 major tribes of the human race had the Feng tribe as the largest, occupying the central region. The other 36 tribes were scattered in 4 directions, with the eastern side by the East China Sea being the most prosperous and expansive. The Yoxiong tribe and the Gaoyang tribe were both located in the eastern region, but in addition to them, there were also 10 major tribes. This means that in the eastern part alone, there were 12 major tribes. Apart from the Yoxiong and Gaoyang tribes, the Qianshan tribe, supported by the Dragon clan, had the strongest capabilities among the tribes of the east. The remaining 9 tribes, including these 3, were relatively weaker and had varying degrees of support from ancient forces, making it nearly impossible for them to compete for the title of the 5 emperors. Thus, they were quite aware and only focused on the positions of the 28 lords. Currently, the Yoxiong and Gaoyang tribes were fiercely competing, which inadvertently benefited the Qianshan tribe. The Qianshan tribe planned to eliminate the other 9 major tribes in the east and accumulate fortunes to secretly grow stronger. However, what the Qianshan tribe envisioned was too optimistic. The Yoxiong and Gaoyang tribes would not allow the Qianshan tribe to grow unchecked, keeping some of their forces in the east to restrain them. Moreover, the Jiuli tribe had also begun to invade the eastern human territories. Competition in the southern human territories was fierce, with the Jiuli tribe, the Liang tribe, supported by the Phoenix clan, the Shisha tribe, supported by the Buddhist sect, and the Fengya tribe, supported by the Spirit clan. At this moment, they had already relaxed their restraints and were vying for dominance. The southern human territories were second only to the east in terms of prosperity, with 10 major tribes. Similarly, apart from the Jiuli, Liang, Fengya, and Shisha tribes, the other tribes had ceased their ambitions to contend for the 5 emperors. The Liang, Fengya, and Shisha tribes were very vigilant against the Jiuli tribe, while Qiyu simply did not give them a chance to unite, displaying an aggressive stance toward the east, thus diverting the attention of the 3 major tribes. Instead, the Liang, Fengya, and Shisha tribes began to compete against each other. The western human territories were the most barren, being adjacent to the western region of the primordial land, with only 6 major tribes. However, there were still quite a few tribal disputes, including the Shijing tribe supported by the western sect, the Lingyao tribe supported by Wuzhuangguan, and the Huangyang tribe supported by the Qilin clan. The Lingyao and Huangyang tribes were aware of the strength of the Shijing tribe, and showed some inclination to unite, yet they dared not take the initiative against the Shijing tribe, opting instead to be cautious, while the two tribes began to contend with each other. In the north there were 8 major tribes. Originally the Beiyuan tribe and the Shilua clan's support for the Luyang tribe were vying for the position of the 5 emperors. However, due to the intervention of the Yoxiong and Gaoyang tribes, the Luyang tribe now resembled the Qinshan tribe of the Dragon clan. However, within the Luyang tribe, the 4 great demons and 4 great demon generals were also in a difficult position. The heavenly consort Wumo returned and immediately heard about the foolish actions of the Zizai Bo Sun Tian, which attempted to unite with the Beiyuan tribe in her absence to resist the Yoxiong and Gaoyang tribes. Fortunately, the Beiyuan tribe exposed their intentions early, preventing them from successfully colluding with the demon clan. Otherwise, with the blame placed upon them, the Shua clan would not only fail to contend for the 5 emperors, but would also be unable to vie for the 28 lords. They might even follow in the footsteps of the demon clan. You guys, not a single one of you is reliable. The moment I leave you, go and stir up trouble. Zizai Bo Sun Tian saw that Tianfei Wuma had calmed down enough and finally spoke. What shall we do next? Drive the Yoxiong and Gaoyang tribes out of the north and claim the imperial position for ourselves. Tianfei Wumo's face darkened. That is the Chan and Jie sects. Where do they get the confidence to take on 2 opponents? No way. Now that the demon clan has been eradicated, we are no longer considered colluding with them. Why not? Can you defeat the Chan and Jie sects? Our Shilua clan is invincible. Foolish. Tianfei Wuma could no longer tolerate these arrogant fools. Without my permission, no one is allowed to act recklessly. For now, we will consolidate the surrounding major tribes and let the Yoxiong and Gaoyang tribes fight among themselves. The horn of war had already sounded, and this time no one would hold back. On Mount Luchangxing had already seen the bloodthirsty aura rising layer upon layer from above the human race. Since it was war, death was inevitable, not only for the human race, but also for those major forces that had intervened in the disputes among the human tribes. Through this war, the various forces would gradually merge into the human race. The bloodthirsty aura generated by death was precisely the tonic that propelled the martial arts of the human race. The ongoing war would also allow the martial arts of the human race to progress rapidly, and the literary arts would spark unique inspiration in the midst of conflict, strengthening both the martial and literary paths, thereby elevating the power of the human race and enhancing its fortune. Human Dao? Changxing felt the immense nameless fortune within him. Why did he dare to pull the saints into the game? This was his confidence. The human Dao seemed to have chosen him, but unlike the heavenly Dao and Hongjun, the human Dao merely sensed that Changsheng could help it awaken quickly, thus selecting him as its spokesperson to begin assisting and protecting him. At this moment, Changsheng was inscrutable even to saints. With Haoyan dead, the grand scheme of the human race had deviated from the direction anticipated by Hongjun due to his interference. As long as Hongjun made no progress in the struggle against the heavenly Dao, he could forget about stopping the awakening of the human Dao. Senior brother, I will go help the Grand Master brother. Yinxiao suddenly spoke up, and Changxing looked at her. Junior sister, if you step in, it is likely that Xiandu senior brother will also take action against you. If that happens, the discord among the 3 pure ones will truly be set in stone. Xiandu? Yinxiao was taken aback. We are in conflict with the Chan sect. Since the human sect has no intention of contending for the 5 emperors, why would they act against me? Isn't that biased? How could Master be willing? Grandmaster Uncle would not lose his impartiality like this. Fairness. In Changxing glanced at Yinxiao with a faint smile. Does such a thing truly exist? In the primordial chaos, even bloodkin cannot be fully trusted. Even a master dare not claim absolute fairness toward his own direct disciples. So why should an elder senior brother owe you fairness? Only interest is eternal, the unchanging leitmotif of the primordial chaos. In truth, Changxing knew that Laozi likely sought no favoritism, only his own interests. Whomever proved stronger would be restrained, balance must be preserved, ensuring his own position remained perpetually advantageous. Had Changxing stood in Laozi's place, he too would have acted thus. You'll understand soon enough. If you doubt me, test it yourself, but remember, never engage elder senior brother Xuandu in combat. Should he enter the fray, simply withdraw. Changxing spoke solely for Yunxiao's sake. Her cultivation was undoubtedly superior to Xuandu's. Should she deploy grand formations, he would stand no chance. Yet were she to severely suppress Xuandu, or worse the Jiejiao Sect, it might provoke Yuanshi Tianzuan himself to descend. Then chaos akin to the investiture of the gods could erupt, beyond even Changxing's control. Though both Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan presently appeared contemplative, likely permitting Changxing to gradually awaken humanity's Tao, granting them a timely opportunity. Still, what if? You're about to slay their disciples outright, not even sparing the 5 sovereigns. What if they finally snap? In battle and bloodshed are secondary, paramount is securing sufficient benefit. Yin Xiao fell silent for a moment before acquiescing and departing. She still found it hard to believe that the Taiqing lineage would fracture relations with the Shangqing lineage over the Yuqing lineage. Shangqing offered no further persuasion. Even Tongtian Jiaozhu himself would scarcely believe it, unless it unfolded before his eyes, let alone Yin Xiao. In the heavenly court, Yao Qi had now confirmed beyond doubt how Tian was truly dead. At the very least his evil corpse should have endured, but fate had dealt him crueler fortune, even that cursed remnant perished. Perusing intelligence just arrived from the western extremity, Yao Qi reflected upon how Tian, in her own decades-long stewardship of the heavenly court, its foundations though fraying remained substantial. Indeed, she had maintained periodic awareness of affairs in the western extremity. Now that how Tian had fallen, news from that front arrived without delay. This rapid transmission owed much to Changqing's mobile device, bridging distances with unprecedented ease. Thus Yao Qi held comprehensive command over the western battlefield's developments. Though the report omitted mention of how Tian's demise being engineered by Xuanli, Yao Qi herself could deduce the truth. Her analysis revealed a grim reality. Her senior brother had snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. In revenge could wait. Rescuing Hao Tian was paramount. Owing to the adversary's profoundly aberrant methods, Yao Qi could not even ascertain whether Hao Tian's true spirit persisted. Even if it did, an evaded reincarnation, its survival remained uncertain. And should it enter the wheel of rebirth, awakening its true spirit might take eons. Her own abilities were insufficient to save Hao Tian. And should she seek aid from the 6 sages? In recalling their impassive countenances, she realized had they truly cared for Hao Tian, his demise would not have been so grievous. No, and Yao Qi knew she must act. Leaving the heavenly court, she journeyed straight into the chaotic expanse. Appealing to the 6 sages would prove futile, and risk entanglement in further machinations. Though Yao Qi prided herself on discernment, she dared not presume to outwit them. Such arrogance would be folly. Only one recourse remained: returning to her master. In traversing the boundless chaos, Yao Qi soon beheld Jiejiao Palace rising before her. Her master appeared rather promptly, far sooner than expected. Based on her understanding of Hongjun's temperament, locating him should have demanded considerable effort. Was Hongjun merely resting? And Yao Qi had no time to ponder. She strode resolutely into Jiejiao Palace. And Yao Qi bows before master. Lifting her gaze, she beheld Hongjun's visage. Yet whether illusion or truth, Yao Qi sensed a deeper, more profound coldness emanating from him. What is it? Ni's reticence, terse economical, was wholly characteristic of Hongjun. Yao Qi immediately poured forth her lament. Master, justice must be done. Senior brother Hao Tian was treacherously slain in the western extremity by Changqing. His true spirit's survival remains unknown. We beg you to save him and avenge him. Hongjun seemed unsurprised. And unmoved by her anguish, he lightly tapped his finger. A fragment materialized in Yao Qi's palm. Seek your elder senior brother. Elder senior brother. Yao Qi caught the shard and scrutinized it closely. Its nature remained indistinct. As for the elder senior brother, she swiftly grasped Hongjun's meaning. Surely he referred to Taiqing Laozi. But would Laozi aid her? In turning toward Hongjun to speak further, she found Jiejiao Palace vanished, and Hongjun himself gone. She stood once more amid the formless chaos. Her teeth clenched. If Hongjun had spoken it, it must bear significance. And she hastened back to the mortal realm, bypassing the heavenly court entirely, and sped directly toward Mount Shouyang. Upon Mount Shouyang, Taiqing Laozi watched her frantic approach with mild perplexity. Nothing in the mortal realm escaped his perception. Hao Tian's death was known to him. Yao Qi's visit surely sought his intervention. Yet did she truly believe he would act? Yao Qi bows before elder senior brother. At the mountain gate, Yao Qi called aloud. Xuandu, recognizing her, hesitated, uncertain whether to inform Laozi. Admit her. And Laozi had just divined the celestial currents. His omens signaled auspiciousness. Thus Yao Qi's arrival promised benefit, not peril. Thereupon Laozi instructed Xuandu to usher her in. And within the Taiqing Palace, Laozi regarded Yao Qi. Sister, what brings you here? Yao Qi paused, then presented the shard Hongjun had given her. And Laozi's eyes gleamed as he beheld the fragment. As Changqing had surmised, only after attaining sagehood did the 6 sages comprehend its profound drawbacks. Hongjun's prior discourses had omitted all mention of the sage path's true nature, nor had he elucidated distinctions between the Grand Tao immortal and sage realm. Thus, consumed by aspiration, they deemed the sage realm and Grand Tao immortal cultivation equally desirable. So long as transcendence was achieved, the path mattered little. Yet upon attaining sagehood, they discovered its cruel irony. Advancement thereafter hinged solely upon heavenly mandate and meritorious deeds. Mandate flowed to those who aligned with the heavenly Tao, merit accrued through acts beneficial. This in essence shackled them as servants of the heavenly Tao, forever subordinate, forever unfree. Ascension beyond sagehood became unthinkable, save through merging with the Tao itself. Yet the heavenly Tao had already been merged with by Hongjun. Only then did they grasp the full scope of his grand, inescapable stratagem. They could not blame Hongjun for although the primordial purple energy was the catalyst for becoming a sage, one could choose not to absorb it. As long as they refrained from absorption, they could continue their cultivation pursuing the path of chaos instead of the sacred path. It was merely their wavering will and impatience that led them to absorb it prematurely. Thus they became pawns of the heavenly Tao. If it were only this, it would be bearable. However, sages were born after the primordial era existing, as long as the primordial remained. If the primordial were to perish, so would the sages. In other words, should the day come when the primordial is destroyed, they would meet their demise as well. This was absolutely unacceptable to them. At such lofty realms, how could they still possess a life vein? Was this something they could tolerate? However, having already become sages, it was too late for regret. The primordial purple energy could no longer be separated, and it was impossible to reforge the path of chaos. Moreover, with Hongjun above them, the sages were tied to the authority of the heavenly Tao. If they attempted to rebel against the heavenly Tao, they would be met with immediate backlash, losing all their cultivation or even their lives. Thus they could only wait, biding their time for an opportunity to break free from the heavenly Tao or from Hongjun. In the present primordial era, the heavenly Tao dominated, leaving them with no hope, but to comply with it, gradually pushing forth a great calamity, first to enhance their fortune and merits, then to elevate their cultivation strength. The sage realm had 12 layers, and among the 6 sages, he now held the highest cultivation. Yet the higher his cultivation rose, the deeper his entrapment became, for what they absorbed was the merit of the heavenly Tao. This was akin to poison. The more they absorbed, the deeper the poisoning, until one day the toxin infiltrated their very bones, rendering them incapable of escape. Yet they could not stop, or if they refrained from absorption, others would do so, and they would be swept up in the current. However, I have never relinquished my desire to break free from the heavenly Tao. With the emergence of Changxing and the awakening of humanity, I finally saw a glimmer of hope. When the heavenly Tao no longer holds absolute dominance, or rather no longer appears as solely controlled by Hongjun amidst the chaos, there is surely a chance for success. Thus I hold some anticipation for Changxing, watching eagerly as he demonstrates his abilities, even preparing to give him a push at a crucial moment. But then the Yaoqi arrived. Seeing the shard in Yaoqi's hand, I felt a flutter of excitement. The primordial purple energy, which I had not sensed since its refinement, had reappeared. If I could feel this primordial purple energy, there was a possibility of separating it. As long as I can detach the primordial purple energy, I have a chance to escape the sacred path. With this thought, I fixated intently on the shard. My mind shattered for the first time, with only one thought running through my head: obtain it, obtain it. Yaoqi sensed my unusual state, and was filled with joy. It truly worked. This was indeed something the Lord had given. Now my senior brother would surely be saved. Yaoqi knew that in this primordial era, as long as Ta Ching was willing to act, nothing was impossible. However, Yaoqi did not realize that I had a task that had previously failed even during a great calamity. Senior brother, something has happened to Haoyin. I am going to seek help from the Lord, and the Lord instructed me to find you. Upon hearing this, my expression became serious. I finally understood why such changes were occurring. It was indeed Hongjun's doing. That was no surprise, but would Hongjun allow me to break free from the sacred path? To so easily grant me an opportunity merely to save Haoyin? Is it worth it? Does Hongjun truly value Haoyin so much, or is he using this to set up is he plotting against me? Ta Ching hesitated. If it were someone else, perhaps it would not warrant such seriousness, but for Hongjun, even the utmost seriousness was necessary. In Ta Ching's view, it was likely the latter. After all, how could one Haoyin be worth Hongjun going to such lengths, daring to give me a chance to break free from the heavenly Tao? I understand Hongjun's current situation all too well. Harmonizing with the Tao. Don't make me laugh. A mere harmonization means being a spokesperson for the heavenly Tao, doing whatever the heavenly Tao desires. The first sage of the primordial era, would Hongjun be so foolish? It was utterly impossible. I knew that the harmonization Hongjun sought was entirely different from what the heavenly Tao intended. Hongjun must be aiming to control the heavenly Tao, seizing the entirety of the primordial in his grasp. However, controlling the heavenly Tao is no simple feat. I am certain that Hongjun has encountered trouble, and it is significant trouble. Since Hongjun harmonized, how many times has he appeared in the primordial? It seems he has only appeared 3 times during the battle between the witch and the demon, twice to prevent their war, and once during the reincarnation of Hoodoo. Other than these 3 instances, he has not appeared again, and after the battle Hongjun has not shown himself even once. What is the situation? I speculate that it is not that Hongjun does not wish to appear, but rather that his current identity prevents him from appearing so freely. This matter concerning Changxing is yet another test of Hongjun for me. It seems I can already confirm that my guess was not wrong. Otherwise, how could saving a Haoyin pose? No, not even in terms of saving. Previously, Haoyin should not have been allowed to die. By the way, previously Hongjun also utilized Hao Yin for his schemes. It appears that it is not that Hongjun does not wish to set up his own schemes, but that he fundamentally cannot. For some reason, I inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how immense the pressure Hongjun has placed upon me is. However, regarding that shard, I felt a hint of hesitation. I feared it might be a poisoned apple. Moreover, how could a mere Hao Yin be granted such an opportunity? There must be other dealings at play. To give him a chance to break free from the heavenly Tao, I should not squander other schemes allowing humanity to continue to lie dormant. I certainly would not be kind enough to bring along other sages to transcend with me. We are all intelligent beings, a word suffices for us to understand. Looking at Yaoqi, I said, I understand now. Give me the item, and you may leave. Yaoqi was somewhat dazed, glancing at the shard in her hand. What kind of power does this shard possess to make me so easily agree to help? Nevertheless, Yaoqi did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly handed the shard over to me. After I obtained the shard, I eagerly began to study it. However, after a while I felt something was amiss. I looked up and found that Yaoqi was still there. Do you have something else to attend to? Yaoqi was taken aback by my words. Oh, then I shall take my leave first. Yaoqi hurriedly departed, and I paid it no mind, instead focusing all my attention on the shard. It seemed I had begun to understand some of its secrets. It seems to be world fragments. No, perhaps it's more accurate to say fragments of the world that contain the authority of the Tao of Heaven. How did Hongjun manage this? As he sensed the aura of the fragments and explored their mysteries, Laozi of Taiching gradually began to understand something. Is it not the Buzhou Mountain? At this moment Laozi's thoughts became clearer. He finally understood why Buzhou Mountain had fallen. One must know that Buzhou Mountain was transformed from the spine of the primordial deity Pangu, supporting the vast heavens and earth. It could be said to be the most solid place in the primordial world. Who would have thought that Buzhou Mountain would actually collapse? Even Gonggong, who had violently crashed into Buzhou Mountain, was stunned at the time. He might have just hit it out of anger, perhaps only pretending. He could not even imagine that he could topple Buzhou Mountain. Let alone Gonggong, even Laozi himself, even if he exerted all his strength, would not dare to claim that he could destroy Buzhou Mountain. Yet the development of events was so dramatic, Buzhou Mountain collapsed just like that, brought down by a single crash from Gonggong. At that moment Laozi felt something was wrong. Not only was he absolutely incorrect, but the other 5 sages probably had their own thoughts as well. However, with Buzhou Mountain's fall, the heavens and earth were in chaos, the pure and the impure intersected, and the sky opened up. At that time the 6 sages could not concern themselves with anything else, and could only hurry to remedy the situation. Even if there were still doubts afterward, there was no opportunity to investigate, leaving them in suspicion until today, when the riddle seemed to finally have an answer. It is Hongjun. Yes, it is indeed Hongjun who has achieved unity with the Tao, possessing the ability to weaken Buzhou Mountain to such a fragile state. But as the primordial world grows stronger, so does the Tao, and thus so does Hongjun. Why would he do this? Is it just to weaken the Tao's abilities, granting himself more chances to control the Tao? Is the price not too great? One must know that before Buzhou Mountain fell, the entire primordial world was still filled with innate spiritual energy. In terms of foundation and the level of myriad beings, it was far superior to now. Look at the present. Aside from the blessed lands, where else can one find innate spiritual energy? The level of myriad beings has also plummeted. Even a great Luo golden immortal could merely tremble, whereas now even a golden immortal could do so. At this moment Laozi realized that Hongjun was even harsher. Perhaps in Hongjun's eyes, what is the primordial world? What do the myriad beings of the primordial world amount to? As long as one can achieve one's goals to control the Tao and the primordial world, everything else seems unimportant. For the 6 sages below them all are mere ants, yet in Hongjun's perspective perhaps everything in the primordial world is just ants. From this fragment Laozi sensed the aura of Buzhou Mountain. With the pillar of heaven fallen, the heavens shattered, and the world was broken. The fractured part appeared. This fragment is likely that very part. As the power of the Tao enveloped the entire world, the world broke too suddenly, and the authority of the Tao within the world fragment was thus intercepted. However, it is unknown whether Hongjun seized this breakthrough, gaining a favorable position in the struggle against the Tao, or if without that incident Hongjun would have been assimilated by the Tao. One answer leads to more questions. Laozi did not think too much further. The origin of the fragment was already clear. He should consider how to gain the maximum benefit. After obtaining a portion of the authority of the Tao, he hoped to use it as a guide to strip away the primordial purple energy and separate from the holy path. Longevity. Laozi shook his head. Hongjun had given too much. Compared to the hope that could be created through longevity, this fragment before him was tangible and real. How to choose? There was no need to hesitate. Since he had received something, he must first accomplish a task to reassure Hongjun. His figure vanished from Shoyang Mountain, and the next moment he arrived in the underworld. What is the true spirit? It is essentially the soul, but the true spirit is more resilient. The higher the cultivation, the more resilient it becomes. Ordinary souls do not enter reincarnation. They wander in the primordial world, and will soon be obliterated. However, beyond the golden immortal, the soul transforms into the true spirit, becoming immortal and indestructible. Not entering reincarnation and wandering the primordial world does not affect it. This is the advantage of the true spirit. It can choose the time to enter reincarnation freely, even the opportunity for reincarnation. However, almost no one would choose to continue cultivating with the true spirit while giving up reincarnation. Because in the primordial world the path of the earth is not manifest, and the path of ghosts is even less apparent. Cultivating with the true spirit or the soul as the foundation is not to mention any limits or premises, unless one enters reincarnation and becomes part of it. Thus Haoshin's true spirit must have gone into reincarnation. Fortunately that war messenger was merely at mid-stage of class saint. If he were any stronger, he might have cursed Haoshin's true spirit away. The true spirit is not manifest, and few can be discovered by others. With Haoshin's cultivation, his true spirit would likely have gone unnoticed by any living being in the primordial world. Even Laozi could not detect much, only Hongjun could comprehend the primordial world thoroughly. This might also be another reason why Hongjun gave Laozi the world fragment. Holding the fragment, Laozi could clearly discern the location of Haoshin's true spirit. Indeed, as Laozi had suspected, Haoshin's true spirit was drifting near the reincarnation, but did not dare to enter reincarnation directly. Hutu was deceived by Hongjun and directly transformed into reincarnation. At that time Hutu might not have known, but later she would definitely have realized it. The advantage of the witch clan over the demon clan has always been quite apparent. When did the demon clan begin to rise again? It was precisely after the 12 ancestral witches lost Hutu. The Daishinshin Sha formation showed a flaw. It was a formation that could summon the phantom of Pangu enough to contend with the sages, yet it was destroyed like this. If not for this, the witch clan might have unified the primordial world. At the very least, that is how it appeared in Hutu's eyes. After all these years, one can only imagine how much Hutu hates Hongjun. As Hongjun's attendant, how could Haotian dare to easily enter reincarnation? What if Hutu vented her anger on him? After all, Hutu has the ability to obliterate Haoshin's true spirit. However, in Haoshin's view, Hongjun surely could not ignore him. Indeed, here he comes. Upon seeing Laozi, Haotian finally let out a sigh of relief, saying, "I pay my respects to my senior brother." Laozi did not show much reaction to Haotian. Rather, he quickly sought to send him to reincarnation, allowing him to reincarnate, and then quickly returned to Shoyang Mountain to study the fragment, which was the right course of action. "Let's go, I will take you to reincarnation." With Laozi's protection, Haotian had no worries at all, and directly entered the underworld. In the underworld, Hutu was not in a good mood. Within the Hall of Tranquility, there was still a figure before Hutu, a headless figure, which turned out to be Xing Tian. If Lu Ya's true spirit could see this scene, he would likely feel gratified if at the very least he managed to take one of Xing Tian's heads. Moreover, it appeared that there was no way for it to recover, otherwise with Hutu's abilities, she would have restored it long ago. The path of curses is fierce. One is Luya, the other is Haotian, which shows how ruthless this path of curses is. Hutu was truly enraged. She had dispatched Xingtian to the human race, yet before any conflict even began, he had already lost his head. She had barely managed to save Xingtian's life, but his severed head could not be restored. Deprived of his head, Xingtian not only suffered a decline in cultivation strength, but also forfeited much of his latent potential. To slay just one Luya and obliterate an entire Yao clan seemed in Hutu's eyes a grievous loss. Xingtian was the very hope of the Wu clan. Truly unforgivable. Whether Liu's true spirit still lingered remained unknown to Hutu. It had not appeared in the netherworld. If it had, she would have crushed it without hesitation. Just then Hutu sensed Laozi's arrival. Watching him stride boldly into the netherworld, she bristled with indignation, as if this were his private garden to enter at will. Yet she dared not act against him. The Wu clan was plotting a grand design and offending Laozi. Even if he could not strike back within the netherworld, would be enough to expel the Wu clan from the celestial scheme entirely. Alas, how stifling. Hutu would rather fall gloriously alongside her elder brothers upon the battlefield than endure such humiliation. She escorted Xingtian forward to greet Laozi, and upon seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan's true spirit beside him, instantly grasped Laozi's purpose. Fortunately for Yuanshi, had he come alone, she might well have annihilated him on the spot. "I beg your pardon, Dao friend." Laozi bowed respectfully toward Hutu. She in turn returned the gesture without presumption. "The Supreme Clarity Sage honors me greatly. What brings you here?" "I come bearing two matters of import. First, the Celestial Emperor Yuanshi Tianzuan, having endured great calamity while defending against external threats, now requires your aid to enter the wheel of reincarnation." As expected, since Laozi himself had come, Hutu would not refuse his request. Granting this favor might secure his indebtedness, thereby ensuring the success of Chiyo's plan to install the 5 emperors among the human race. Still, certain formalities could not be omitted. This is no trivial matter. But Yuanshi Tianzuan perished defending against foreign foes, so even had the Supreme Clarity Sage not intervened, I would ensure his smooth passage through reincarnation. Yet you know well the higher one's cultivation, the more arduous the awakening of the true spirit becomes. Yuanshi Tianzuan's path to spiritual awakening shall be exceedingly difficult. Laozi naturally understood. Few possess the rare fortune of Hongyun or Changshi who encountered Changsheng and awakened their true spirits at an early stage. Nevertheless, having accepted the task, he resolved to see it through earnestly. You possess the means, Dao friend. Pray assist Yuanshi Tianzuan in awakening his true. Laozi knew full well that Hutu held such power with her intervention Yuanshi Tianzuan would need only undergo symbolic tribulations before attaining spiritual awakening, though Hutu herself would likely pay a price. Hutu smiled faintly. Since the Supreme Clarity Sage has spoken, I accept. What then is the second matter? What followed was inaudible to both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Xingtian. The Wu clan plots among the human race. Hutu's expression shifted sharply. What did he to turn on an ally so abruptly? What do you imply, Supreme Clarity Sage? I have already aided you. Surely you would not interfere with my own designs. Certainly not. Yet having incurred a debt to you, I must repay it in full. Only then did Hutu's countenance soften slightly. Then what does the Supreme Clarity Sage propose? Grant the Jiuli tribe the 5 emperorships. Thus, even a sage recoils from owing favors. Better to discharge them swiftly. Moreover, this arrangement aligned perfectly with broader strategic considerations. Hutu had not anticipated such generosity from the Supreme Clarity Sage. Then I thank you sincerely, Supreme Clarity Sage. Laozi nodded. Please arrange for the Jiuli tribe to wage war upon the Gaoyang tribe. War upon the Gaoyang tribe. Hutu recoiled in surprise. What did this signify? If the Wu clan sought dominion over the 5 emperorships among the human race, knowledge of every tribe's strengths and alliances was indispensable, and the Gaoyang tribe had recently fought alongside Qiyu as allies. Yet behind the Gaoyang tribe stood the Jiejiao Sect. So what was Laozi's intent? To invite outsiders to assail his own brother's domain. Would such action not fracture fraternal bonds? To outsiders, the Upper Clarity Sage revered the Supreme Clarity Sage deeply, and the Wu clan prized brotherhood above all. In Hutu's view, Laozi's conduct bordered on dishonorable, and launching an assault upon Gaoyang carried grave risk. The Jiejiao Sect was led by Tongtian Jiaozhu, a master of volatile temperament. A misstep might land them directly in the netherworld. Moreover, Changsheng resided within the Jiejiao Sect. An affront to him would be perilous indeed, given his unparalleled influence among the human race. Thus provoking Tongtian Jiaozhu and Changsheng. Was this truly repayment of a debt? No. The conflict between the Chan and Jiejiao sects revealed a deeper truth, 2 elder brothers preparing to chastise their younger sibling. Had the younger brother's rising prestige among the human race begun to threaten his elders? Was this fraternal affection in name only, while cunning calculations ran deep beneath the surface? Nonetheless, Hutu inclined toward acceptance. The Wu clan desperately needed both human tribal support and sage patronage, and Laozi's integrity was beyond reproach. His solemn assurance meant the Jiuli tribe would inevitably secure one of the 5 emperorships. That sufficed. Agreed. Yet this undertaking will force the Wu clan to antagonize the Jiejiao sect and serve the Supreme Clarity Sage. It hardly resembles debt settlement. If you restore Xingtian's head, our accounts shall be settled in full. Laozi glanced at Xingtian and nodded. Xingtian's head could not be healed even by post-heavenly arts because Liao's true spirit persisted. The curse was anchored in the residual fortune of the Yao clan. Liao had wagered everything, rendering the affliction nearly incurable. Yet once its source, Liao's true spirit, was extinguished, resolution would follow naturally. This Taoist shall utterly annihilate Liao's true spirit. Hutu felt genuine surprise. Laozi's words implied absolute confidence. Though she knew not how he intended to locate Liao's spirit, that concern belonged to him alone. With Liao's spirit eradicated, she could heal Xingtian, and the Jiuli tribe would march upon Gaoyang. Should Laozi fail, all agreements would dissolve. My deepest gratitude, Supreme Clarity Sage. Laozi departed nodding. Bearing fragments of a world, he could locate both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Liao with equal ease. This task required little effort. Liao's fate had never concerned him, yet having schemed against the human race, while Laozi founded the Ren religion, their karmic ties demanded recompense. Thus his true spirit would serve as payment. Watching Laozi depart, Hutu's heart lifted. Restoring Xingtian made all else worthwhile. Her gaze settled upon Yuanshi Tianzuan's true spirit, the former acolyte of Dao ancestor Hongjun. Having pledged to awaken his spirit, she would fulfill her vow, though the magnitude of his tribulation lay beyond her sole discretion. Then let it be the maximum 3,000 cycles. What is the meaning of 3,000 tribulations? It refers to the necessity of experiencing 3,000 lifetimes to awaken the true spirit. 3,000 tribulations symbolize 3,000 deaths, and within these 3,000 lifetimes the small tribulations one must endure are countless beyond measure. Until now there has not been a single reincarnation in which one has exceeded 100 lifetimes. The Hutu's treatment of Haoyan is undoubtedly special. This privilege is unique throughout the entire underworld. One cannot help but say that this bit of small fortune belongs to Haoyin. Upon meeting Huda's gaze, Haoyin suddenly felt a bad premonition. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Hutu gently raised her hand, and in the next moment Haoyin found himself uncontrollably heading toward the 6 paths of reincarnation. As he looked at the door he was about to enter, his face turned pale. The beast path. Haoyin, the dignified heavenly emperor, actually faces the day of reincarnating into the beast path. If this were to spread, how could he return to being the heavenly emperor? However, at this moment Haoyin had no power to resist in Huda's hands. After leaving the underworld, he did not glance back at Yang Mountain, but instead rushed toward the East Sea. Xingtian needed to be cured as soon as possible, so that when the witch clan sought trouble with the Jiejiao Sect, their strength would be even greater. The true spirit of Luya indeed remained, having not dared to reincarnate, but rather hid on Yingzhou Island. This place was not unexpected. Luya's foundational places were limited to a few locations: the miasma marshes of the northern wasteland, the Sunstar, and then this Yingzhou Island, which was also where Luya grew up alongside his other brothers. The 3 islands overseas are interconnected in their energy veins, and Yingzhou Island has long since emerged. With Luya's death, Yingzhou Island is without a master, which caused a slight ripple in the Great Formation, directly alerting the practicing Pejuan. With the nourishing pure solar energy of Yingzhou Island and the assistance of the Fusang tree, Luya was recovering quite rapidly. At the very least, he had stabilized his true spirit. To be honest, at that moment Luya almost lost his true spirit entirely. Perhaps it was the protection of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi that allowed him to retain a sliver of true spirit, instinctively returning to Yingzhou Island. Witch clan. At this moment Luya truly felt a burning hatred. Although this calamity involved the Jiejiao Sect, the Chan Sect, and the Witch Clan together, he could set aside the Jiejiao Sect and Chan Sect, but he must seek revenge on the Witch Clan. His demon clan could not stand tall among the human race, nor could the Witch Clan expect to do so. Once he regained some strength, he would go out and stir up trouble. Who goes there? Just then Luya sensed something was off. Looking up, a figure appeared and shouted loudly. Before he could react, an attack had already struck Luya, and in the next moment, his true spirit completely vanished into the void. This is precisely why the true spirit must quickly reincarnate. If one does not reincarnate, once found, one would be too weak to resist. If the true spirit is destroyed, there would be nothing left to rely on. Looking at Yingzhou Island before him, he did not think much of it. For others this might be considered a treasure land, but for him it truly had no use. After dealing with matters, he left without looking back, while Pejuan on Fangzhong Island sensed a ripple. The 3 islands overseas are connected in energy. Yingzhou Island had long appeared, and with Luya's death and Yingzhou Island being masterless, it caused a ripple in the Great Formation that directly alerted Pejuan, who was cultivating. Opportunity. Ever since Pejuan chose Fangzhong Island from the many options given by Chongqing, he had been cultivating there. Supported by the luck of the earth, Emperor Pojuan's cultivation had been rapidly advancing. He was now nearing the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This sudden opportunity made Pejuan feel that he might have a chance. Following this ripple, Pejuan made his way to Yingzhou Island. Perhaps luck was on his side, as he really found it. At this moment, the protective formation of Yingzhou Island had been silently shattered by him, allowing Pejuan to easily enter. Feeling the concentration of spiritual energy on Yingzhou Island, which was not inferior to Fangzhong Island, Pejuan could not help but scratch his head. Has his luck been too good lately? It seems he stumbled upon such a great spiritual ground so easily. Fangzhong Island is considered his spiritual island during his stay at Chongqing. He had to find a place for himself, but having grown accustomed to Fangzhong Island, he looked down on anything less than it. Now Yingzhou Island seemed quite nice. Perfect. It was so easy to enter. Yingzhou Island should be masterless, right? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? It seems no one is here. Then I'll just come in. Having called a few times without a reply, he entered. Feeling the intense solar aura of Yingzhou Island, Pejuan suddenly thought of something. It is said that during the witch and demon era, the great sun bathed the East Sea. Could it be that it fell in this? Soon Pejuan realized he was indeed correct. Tang Valley. This place was quite famous during the witch and demon era, said to be the birthplace of the 10 golden crows. Unexpectedly, it appeared right before his eyes. Tang Valley. If he could comprehend the path of the utmost yang, that would be a great gain. Moreover, it was not only Tang Valley. Look at that Fusang tree. Goodness. One of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. He truly hit the jackpot. His luck was incredibly good. This is the domain of the demon clan, and it was supposed to be a forbidden place. Unexpectedly today, he stumbled upon it. With the demon clan wiped out, and Luya dead, this place has become a masterless land. It doesn't count as forcibly occupying it. At most, it's just utilizing waste. Wonderful. Thanks to Luya and the demon clan. Pejuan hurriedly began to rearrange the protective formation of the island. As a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, his skills in formation are naturally top-notch. With his cultivation at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and the strong foundation of Yingzhou Island, setting up the formation would ensure that even the early-stage Quasi Saints could not break in. Perfect. In the underworld, Hutu had sensed that the curse aura on Xingtian had disappeared, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Truly worthy of being the Taiching saint, quick action indeed. With Luya dead, saving Xingtian would be straightforward. Not long after, Hutu allowed Xingtian's head to grow back, and a complete Xingtian returned. Thank you, Ancestor Witch. Hutu nodded. Go find Qiyu and tell him that the next step is to attack the Gaoyang tribe. Attack the Gaoyang tribe. The exchange between me and Hutu was not heard by Xingtian. Now that he heard Hutu's words, he couldn't help but ponder more. He was intelligent, just generally did not use it. Unfortunately, he didn't think of anything. His head felt heavy. It must be due to his recent recovery and still having injuries. In the Jioli tribe, Qiyu looked at the intact Xingtian with great surprise. Xingtian, are you alright? Of course. When the Ancestor Witch intervenes, what is there that cannot be accomplished? Rest assured, by the way, the Ancestor Witch asked me to inform you that we will first attack the Gaoyang tribe. The Gaoyang tribe. Xingtian was not fond of using his brain, but Qiyu was different, especially after being reborn as a human. He had to think more given the numerous opponents of the human race. It was indeed surprising that Hutu wanted him to attack the Gaoyang tribe. Let it be known that the Gaoyang tribe was supported by the Jiejiao, and was not weak at all. Currently, they were in a standoff with the Yuxiong tribe of the Chanjiao. If the Wu tribe suddenly intervened, they might find themselves in a quagmire. This was not the optimal solution for the Wu tribe. Even fighting against the Dragon tribe would be more advantageous. Looking at Xingtian, it was unlikely that he was fabricating a decree. He probably couldn't do that. Perhaps it was better to ask the Ancestor Witch first. Qiyu and Hutu naturally had their own means of communication. Ancestor Witch, do you really want me to attack the Gaoyang tribe? Yes, it was I who said it. It turned out to be truly Hotu's arrangement. Qiyu wanted to ask her why, but thought better of it. After all, if Hutu wanted to explain, she would have done so proactively. Now that she hadn't said anything, asking would be somewhat impolite. Forget it, following the Ancestor Witch should be the right choice. In Qiyu's eyes, Hutu was different from the other Ancestor Witches. Both she and Zhu Jiuyin were known for their intelligence among the 12 Ancestor Witches, at least not inferior to him. Confirming that it was indeed Hotu's directive, Qiyu hurriedly took action. The Jioli tribe began their advance, already heading towards the eastern human territory, and this time, they did not need any preliminary preparations, directly attacking the Gaoyang tribe. On Mount Lu, Changsheng felt the overwhelming flow of the Fate Avenue. His mood was exceptionally joyful. Recently, everything had gone smoothly, fortune was on the rise, and he was about to step into the river of destiny with a breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal just ahead. Master, I found a new cave dwelling right next to Fangzhong Island. It's Yingzhou Island. The demon tribe was so considerate, knowing I lacked a cave, they cleared a space for me. Huh. Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Yingzhou Island. How could one of the 3 overseas islands be found so easily? Was it due to Pajun's good luck, or was someone paving the way for him? It felt like Pajun's luck was even better than his own. However, this was indeed a great opportunity for Pajun. Pajun should be close to fully refining the Pajun star and taking control of it. As one of the 14 main stars, the Pajun star was still ranked lower than the 4 great emperor stars, Ziwei, Tian, Fu, Tai Yang, and Taiyin. Now that Pajun had taken control of Yingzhou Island, having absorbed the status of the Sun Emperor star, he could potentially clash with the Sun, even completely refining the Sun star. Even though Pajun was already the Earth's sovereign, his status was not inferior to the Sunstar Lord, yet this additional layer would greatly benefit Pajun's cultivation in future. Sigh, this kid has such good fortune. The other disciples under him might not even compare. Was there something different about him? It seemed that he had beat Pajun a bit more often. Could it be that this was why Pajun had absorbed so much of his good fortune? If that were the case, perhaps he should beat Pajun a little more. No, not just Pajun, it seemed he could also give the others a good beating. Who knows, their luck might improve. Yes, that's the plan. Good fortune indeed. Then you should cultivate well on Yingzhou Island, organize your own avenue, and when I return to the EC, I will come find you on Yingzhou Island. Alright, I will tidy up Yingzhou Island first, and await your esteemed arrival, master. Pajun felt a bit smug upon hearing this. Having acquired such a great cave dwelling, he had to show off to his master. Hearing that his master was willing to come was simply wonderful. He needed to take good care of it, making sure it looked better than Fangzhong Island. However, Changsheng was unaware of Pajun's thoughts. He was focused on other matters. The Jioli tribe had actually launched an attack on the Gaoyang tribe. Interesting, had something changed? The Wu tribe had given up the easier path and chosen the most difficult one. If there were no intervening factors, that would be impossible. Qi would not act this way. He wasn't Xingtian and still had some wits about him. The only ones who could determine the future of the Wu tribe aside from Qiyu were Hutu. Hutu. Did he think his master Tong Tian was easy to bully? What was this? Was the Qing Ping sword not sharp enough, or were the 4 swords of Zhan Xian too gentle? Someone had conveyed a message to Hutu. TSK Tisk, was it lousy? Yuan Shi? Or was it Jieyin and Zhuan Ti? In Changsheng's view, all these individuals were suspicious, with Yuan Shi being the most suspect, especially since the Gaoyang tribe was currently at war with the Yuxiong tribe. However, not many things could sway Hutu. As for those saints, they were clearly waiting for an opportunity, but suddenly took action. Had Hong Jun finally lost his patience. Thinking of this, Changshan couldn't help but smile. He was truly afraid that Hong Jun would remain unresponsive so it would mean Hong Jun did not take him seriously. But now it was good. Hong Jun had moved, indicating he could no longer sit idly by proving that his efforts were not in vain. It's good to have some movement. As for the Jiuli tribe attacking the Gaoyang tribe, let them fight, it was of no concern. Even if they lost to 5 emperors from Jiejiao, it wouldn't matter. Duo Bao already had a personal emperor, so losing one more wouldn't make a difference. It was a good opportunity for Duo Bao to scout the way. Wonderful. Compared to Changsheng's joy, Duo Bao was feeling some anger. What a bold Wu tribe! Do they think they are still the Wu tribe of old? How dare they provoke us, Jiejiao? This time I must let this Qi Yu know the consequences of provoking. Looking at Duo Bao's angry demeanor, Zhuan Su felt somewhat helpless, but the most important thing now was how to respond to the Wu tribe. Master, what should we do now? Do you have any ideas? Withdraw from the north, focus on dealing with the Jiuli tribe, and hand over the territory we have taken to the Yuxiong tribe. We can talk to Xin Yuan, and let him take over the entire north. He will definitely be pleased to see us at war with the Wu tribe, sitting back and watching the benefits. Duo Bao looked at Zhuan Su. His disciple had some insights that surprisingly matched his thoughts. He was indeed worthy of being his student. Only it was a bit of a boon for Guangqingzi. Alright, let's do that. Duo Bao still had that resolve. It was just a temporary relinquishment of some territory. He understood clearly that if he didn't give up on either side, he would definitely be attacked from both ends. If Jinling Shengmu and the others were around, he certainly wouldn't take these guys lightly, but now it was different. His combat power was limited, and he had to make some choices. In the bear tribe, Xin Yuan looked at Zhuanxu in surprise. It was unexpected for Zhuanxu to come personally to speak with him, and to discuss giving up the northern territories, while also withdrawing voluntarily. What has happened? Soon Xin Yuan understood the situation. The Jiuli tribe was attacking the Gaoyang tribe. Xin Yuan was also a bit surprised, and did not understand what had gotten into the Jiuli tribe. According to his understanding, Qiyu should not be so foolish, could it be? Glancing at Guangchengzi, he thought his master is indeed formidable, capable of persuading the Wu clan. However, for such a significant matter to be addressed without informing him in advance, Zhuangxi's sudden appearance caught him off guard. Guangchengzi met Zuanyuan's gaze, and realized that this foolish disciple had misunderstood. Guangchengzi was also bewildered, as he lacked the ability to persuade the Wu clan to attack the Gaoyang tribe. Even if he could persuade them, it would require choosing the right timing to strike together, and decisively eliminate the Gaoyang tribe. It was nothing like the current situation, where not only did the Gaoyang tribe catch them off guard, but even the bear tribe was unprepared. Could it be that his master was involved? Indeed, it must be his master, the primordial heavenly sovereign. It seemed that his master still cared for him, as he had taken action without him needing to plead. Thanking his master, he planned to express his gratitude upon returning to Kunlun Mountain. With Zhuanxu still present, Guangchengzi could not say much, and could only wait for Zhuanxu to leave before having a private chat with Xin Yuan. However, Guangchengzi believed that Xin Yuan would make the right choice. He thought that such a great opportunity to ally with the Jiuli tribe against the Gaoyang tribe was something Xuanyuan, whom he had taught, would surely agree with. Well, if the Gaoyang tribe is willing to withdraw from the north, then my Xin Yuan tribe is willing to temporarily cease hostilities with them. What? Guangchengzi felt as if his teeth were about to shatter. Was this really his disciple? What a sin! Why did he have such a disciple who was constantly opposing him? What was he thinking? This was a golden opportunity to completely annihilate the Gaoyang tribe. Recently, the Jiejiao Sect had been so rampant among the human race, behaving as if they were the foremost sect. Guangchengzi had long been displeased with the smugness of Daobao. This time it was a perfect chance to take down the Jiejiao Sect along with the Gaoyang tribe, allowing him to vent his frustration. He could also take revenge for the previous incident involving the human emperor. However, such a great opportunity was squandered by his foolish disciple, who actually agreed. What's going on? He felt inclined to say something, but reconsidered. Zhuanxu was still here, and contradicting Xin Yuan would easily give the impression that he was at odds with him, which was not a good. What a disaster. How could he have a disciple who constantly creates difficult situations for his master? Zhuanxu, upon hearing this, wore an expression that seemed to confirm his thoughts. Heroes recognize heroes, as Zhuanxu believed he understood Xin Yuan well enough. Even if Xin Yuan aimed to defeat him, he would do so honorably, and would not choose to collaborate with the Jiuli tribe who attacked sneakily. Xuanyuan, you are truly righteous. Once both clan leaders agreed, matters became straightforward. After establishing the covenant, Zhuanxu hurried back to the Gaoyang tribe, as he needed to focus on dealing with the Jiuli tribe. Xuanyuan, what were you thinking? Why did you agree to Zhuanxu? Shouldn't we take this opportunity to destroy the Gaoyang tribe together with the Jiuli tribe? Xin Yuan looked at Guangchengzi, who was somewhat angry, and quickly tried to appease him. To be honest, he had thought Guangchengzi would have scolded him on the spot, so he was grateful that he had held back until now. Master, please don't be angry. Let me explain. Alright, explain. I'm listening. Master, you should be aware of the situation with the Jiuli tribe. The Jili tribe is quite different from us and the Gaoyang tribe. The people of our tribe and the Gaoyang tribe share pure human bloodlines, but the Jili tribe is not the same. You previously told me that the Jili tribe's people have half of the Wu clan's blood running through their veins. Moreover, the Wu clan is also different from our Chan sect or the Jie sect. They are somewhat similar to the demon race. When the human emperor had not yet been decided, Qiyu actively allied with other tribes for a large-scale offensive. The tribes in the south fell under his secret control, showing no mercy towards the human race. Such a tribe cannot be permitted in the ranks of our human race's 5 emperors. If it weren't for their half-human blood, they might have been purged first by allying with other tribes. Now that the Jili tribe is actively attacking the Gaoyang tribe, it presents an opportunity for the Gaoyang tribe. Perhaps I might even need to lend some assistance. What? Listening to Xuanyuan's words, Guang Chengzi felt a bit dark in the face. What does their bloodline matter? The victor is king. What does it matter if the Wu clan is involved with the human race? With the 6 saints backing us, how could the position of the human race be overturned by the Wu clan? Guang Chengzi was about to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. He felt quite miserable. He knew what his disciple meant. To be honest, the fervent belief in the human race left him somewhat incredulous. Moreover, the human race was united enough, as evidenced by the previous disasters faced by the demon race. However, this really conflicted with his own views. For a moment, Guang Chengzi felt somewhat of a failure, realizing that after teaching for so long, Xianyuan still could not understand. Master, I know what you want to say, but master, I am of the human race. Perhaps you have forgotten that the 4 ancestors once said that to ascend to the human race's esteemed position, one must possess not only strength, but also virtue. Many people jokingly say that having martial virtue is sufficient, but I believe that is not enough. Without the admiration of the people, how can one lead a tribe and sit on the throne of an emperor? There is something Xianyuan did not explicitly say. He knew that Guang Chengzi was not of the human race, and would not empathize with his feelings. Even until today, Guang Chengzi merely viewed him and the Bear tribe as a tool for competing for dominance, and a means to earn fortune and merit. Regardless of whether it is the human race or Guang Chengzi, he is unwilling to let them down. He will obtain the position of the 5 emperors not only for himself, but also for the human race, and for Guang Chengzi. Under this premise, he will always put the interests of the human race first. Sigh. Facing Xuanyuan's determined gaze, Guang Chengzi realized that no matter what he said, it would be futile. Fine, do as you wish. However, now that the Gaoyang tribe has withdrawn from the north, and is willing to cede that part of the northern territories, we absolutely cannot yield. We must take this opportunity to seize all of the north. Naturally, with such gains, we will undoubtedly be the first tribe among the human race to establish an imperial city. Guang Chengzi had no choice but to accept this. He then headed to Kunlun Mountain. His master had created such a wonderful opportunity, yet he had so easily wasted it. He had to take the initiative to apologize. Gaoyang tribe. Hearing that Zhuanshu was willing to cease hostilities, the Gaoyang tribe was very pleased, and their pressure was significantly relieved. They only had to deal with the Jili tribe, and they must make them cry. How daring of them to strike first. Alright, gather the troops, and prepare to face the attack from the Jili tribe. The Gaoyang tribe began to mobilize, while the Jili tribe was also quite indignant. The Yoxiong tribe was being very unscrupulous. They had helped the Yoxiong tribe to attack the Gaoyang tribe, and now they had the audacity to exclude themselves from the battle. Ungrateful. Qiyu cursed bitterly. The previously favorable situation for the witch tribe might fall into a predicament because of this. Although he looked down on the human race, the Jiejiao behind the Gaoyang tribe still made Qiyu wary. However, the war had already started, and thinking of other matters was pointless. Qinshan tribe. Zhulong looked at the Qinshan tribe leader somewhat puzzled, as the leader actually intended to attack the Jili tribe. Don't we just watch the Gaoyang tribe and the Jili tribe wear each other down? Why do we have to get involved? The experts of the Dragon clan were somewhat confused. To be honest, the Qinshan tribe seemed to be a bit unruly. The Dragon clan supported the Qinshan tribe not to let them act recklessly. Facing the might of the Dragon clan, the Qinshan tribe leader remained unfazed. Their relationship with the Dragon clan was one of cooperation. In fact, the Dragon clan merely accepted their invitation to assist. This matter concerning the tribe was not up to the Dragon clan to decide, nor were they to be the masters of the Qinshan tribe. It seemed that the Dragon clan was increasingly unclear about their own position. With the time spent in the Qinshan tribe growing longer, the Dragon clan seemed to be taking on the role of the host. However, the Qinshan tribe still had a vision and did not say anything overly extreme. Everyone, the Jili tribe has only half a human bloodline, and the intentions of the witch tribe are not hidden from us. The things they've done in the south, do they really think they can cover it up? Moreover, it seems they haven't even tried to hide it much. The 5 emperors must not belong to the Jili tribe. Furthermore, it would be one thing if they were in the south, but now they dare to step into the east. Although we don't know how they suddenly attacked the Gaoyang tribe, we can see clearly that their previous target was us. The small-scale wars between both sides are not new. Now with the Gaoyang tribe involved, it is the perfect opportunity to drive them out of the east. Hearing the words of the Qinshan tribe leader, the Dragon clan had somewhat dark expressions. Are you implying that for the so-called belief in the human race the dragon clan must bleed unnecessarily? However, with the Qianshan tribe leader's steadfastness, the dragon clan could not say much. Yet privately a few elders of the dragon clan were somewhat discontent. Supreme, should we just let the Qianshan tribe act recklessly? Zhulong looked at them and couldn't help but sigh. Unlike these Deluo, Zhulong finally understood why the human race could become the main characters of the world. This level of conviction was something the current dragon clan could not compare with. Of course, this was definitely not in the interests of the dragon clan, but they couldn't just abandon the Qianshan tribe. Not to mention that all their previous efforts would go to waste. Wouldn't it be the same with another tribe? Zhulong had already figured out why the Yoxiong tribe chose to cease hostilities with the Gaoyang tribe. It was probably aligned with the thoughts of the Qianshan tribe leader. The Witch tribe really made a blunder, but the situation wasn't entirely bad. The Jiejiao was already formidable, and if the dragon clan joined in, how could the Witch tribe have any chance of victory? However, what would happen after the Witch tribe withdrew from the east? The reason the dragon clan supported the Qianshan tribe was that they wanted an imperial position. On Mount Lushan, Changsheng looked at the luck of the Zhuli tribe, which was beginning to be encircled by the luck of the Gaoyang tribe and Qianshan tribe. He couldn't help but shake his head. Hutu had a primordial spirit, and was willing to think, but this mind hadn't improved much with his growing power. How dare he become a tool? He wondered if Hutu knew that he was being used as a tool by Hangjun. To be honest, Changsheng was somewhat eager to see Hutu's expression once he learned of this. Originally, Changsheng intended to give the Witch tribe an imperial position to gather their luck. The Witch tribe deserved an imperial position even if they only had half a human bloodline. Over time, they could gradually assimilate and humanity would not. However, with the Witch tribe taking this route, it became somewhat uninteresting. In the future, he indeed wanted to collaborate with Hutu, but it depended on whether Hutu would cooperate. Otherwise, even granting the Witch tribe a public position would be considered too much. Nevertheless, in Changsheng's view, Hutu's blunder was well executed. He had originally planned to seek Hutu for a talk later, but to approach her actively would certainly put him in a weaker position. However, this time was different, with Hutu proactively getting involved. He couldn't be blamed for seizing the Witch tribe's weakness to force Hutu. As for whether the Witch tribe would win, don't joke around. In the western extremities, the Heavenly Court achieved great victory, and our Jiejiao elites are returning. Even with another Witch tribe, they wouldn't be enough for the Jiejiao to handle. Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Guang Chengzi in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless. To come back and plead guilty right away, can't he first figure things out? He didn't understand what his elder brother was thinking, suddenly stepping in and even persuading Hutu to take action against the Gaoyang tribe. To be honest, this did seem like something he would do. In Yuanshi Tianzan's view, if he stepped in, his elder brother wouldn't take action. It wasn't in line with his nature. Moreover, they were all waiting for the awakening of humanity. Compared to that, everything else was trivial. Yet his elder brother stepped in at this moment, making Yuanshi Tianzan. What kind of person is his elder brother? No prophet, no early rise. Stepping in at this time, still targeting the Jiejiao, where Changsheng is. Could it be that he has other plans? Picking up the bowl, only to smash the pot. For a moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt somewhat chaotic. He must go find his elder brother to ask what was going on. He looked at Guang Chengzi. Alright, stop howling. The Witch tribe was not arranged by me, it was the handiwork of your master uncle. Master uncle? Guang Chengzi was taken aback at this revelation. Has master uncle changed his nature? How could he suddenly take action? Master this. Alright, just go do what you need to do. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly dismissed Guang Chengzi. Yuanshi Tianzuan also headed towards Shouyang Mountain. As for informing Guang Chengzi, he intended to leverage Guang Chengzi's mouth to spread the truth, especially to Tantian. Guang Chengzi looked at the sage, who remained uninvolved. He had thought of himself as a significant player on the chessboard, yet only today did he realize that he was merely a pawn, albeit a relatively important one. Upon coming to this realization, a sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed Guang Chengzi. Now that the sage had entered the fray along with so many Quasi-Saints, Guan Chengzi discovered that the human race seemed to have turned into a quagmire. As a mere second-generation disciple of the Chan teaching, who was not even a Quasi-Saint, he felt he was inconsiderate. He suddenly thought that stabilizing the north was a good idea, but it seemed there was also a Shura tribe in the north. The other matters were manageable, yet the ancestor of the Ming River was a peak Quasi-Saint, and he wouldn't come out like a madman to deal with him, would he? Then there was the attitude of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. As the most favored disciple of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, he had never spoken harshly to him before. Today, however, he was told stop howling. Guan Chengzi felt that his master, who usually had everything planned out, seemed to be somewhat off, or perhaps even his master sensed something beyond control. Thinking of this, Guan Chengzi felt even less secure. His pace quickened as he realized he must hasten to elevate Xianyuan to the next level and break through to Quasi-Saint. His peak Deojixian cultivation no longer allowed him to feel at ease. In the Luyang tribe, Tianfei Wuma was also somewhat puzzled. The Zhuli tribe was frantically attacking the Gaoyang tribe. Wasn't this pure madness? Now that the Gaoyang tribe was restrained by the Zhuli tribe, the only tribe left in the northern human race was the Yoxiong tribe. This meant that the previously quietly developing Luyang tribe had suddenly become a thorn in the side of the Yoxiong tribe. They were likely to take action against the Luyang tribe soon. Is the Shura tribe conspiring with the Chan teaching? Wuma quietly calculated that the best news was that the Chan teaching had no crises saints. The remaining disciples with the strength of the Shura tribe could handle them. Wuma did not count the ancestor of the Ming River among them. She feared that if the ancestor of the Ming River entered the scene, the Shura tribe would completely lose their chance. If the ancestor of the Ming River did not enter, perhaps the primordial heavenly venerable could still restrain some of them. If the ancestor did enter, the protective primordial heavenly venerable might put on a show of battling the Ming River, which could likely end with the Shura tribe being destroyed after failing in their schemes. After comparing the strengths of both sides, Wumo realized that she could no longer remain low-key. Currently, the Chan teaching seemed to lack both the number and quality of Daiyojingxian compared to their Shura tribe, not to mention the forces below Daiyojingxian. The Chan teaching had only a few disciples while the Shura tribe was in a position to completely overpower. Does this mean they can try to drive the Chan teaching out of the north? Originally, Wuma had merely aimed to guard the public and contend for supremacy, but now that the opportunity seemed to be right in front of her, she couldn't let it slip away. Send the orders down, or begin to shift from darkness to light and prepare for a direct confrontation with the Yoxiong tribe. Good. Upon hearing this, the 4 great demon kings and others were invigorated. They had long found Wuma displeasing, as a dignified Shura tribe should not be afraid of other forces merely hiding away, which was a blow to their brilliance. Now this woman had finally turned over a new leaf. We obey your command. Seeing the excited expressions of Zizai Bo Sun Tian and the others, Wuma felt somewhat uneasy. These guys couldn't lack discretion. They could confront the Chan teaching directly, but absolutely must not kill the Chan teaching's direct disciples. Her goal was merely to drive the Chan teaching out of the north, not to annihilate them. In a hurry, she gave more detailed instructions, causing the previously excited Zizai Bo Sun Tian and others to become displeased. Indeed, that woman hadn't changed much. In the eastern human race, the Gaoyang tribe and Jili tribe had officially engaged in battle. They had gone from small skirmishes to great wars without much transition, and at this moment the battlefield had turned into a meat grinder. No matter how much Qiyu cursed Xuan Yuan, it was futile. In the current situation for Qiyu, the only rational course was to quickly take down the Gaoyang tribe. The Witch tribe still had advantages. The only Kwasa saint behind the Gaoyang tribe was merely one. However, they had 2 from the Witch tribe. Xing Tian alone was enough to deal with Yun Xiao, and the remaining Jiu Feng could dominate the situation direct. Unfortunately, what Qiyu hoped for did not translate into reality. The Dragon tribe intervened, and the Jili tribe was ambushed by both the Gaoyang tribe and the Qinshan tribe. While Yun Xiao and Xing Tian battled joyfully, Jiu Feng did not achieve the overwhelming victory over the Jie teaching as expected, and faced with Zhu Long, Jiu Feng had no advantage at all. This Dragon tribe elder seemed to be demonstrating to the Hongluang that although the Dragon tribe had declined, its foundation still remained strong. Watching his tribesmen fall one by one, Kai's heart bled. Kai's heart bled, but what about Duo Bao? Changsheng had arranged the most outstanding disciples of the Jie teaching in the heavens. At this moment, those disciples beside him could only be considered mediocre, yet these remaining disciples had often engaged in malevolent actions and had even greater killing power. On the battlefield, they were very much favored by Duo Bao, but now this group of lovable disciples had tragically perished under the butcher's knife of the Witch tribe, with nearly 1/3 of the thousands of disciples lost in battles against the demon race and the Yoxiong tribe, and now against the Jili tribe. This loss was truly too great. Boom. As the battle raged on, the battlefield saw a sudden change in heavenly phenomena. Winds rose, and clouds surged, mist and rain obscured vision, and the entire battlefield was transformed into the Witch tribe's home turf, putting the Jie teaching and the Dragon tribe at a disadvantage. Feng Bo, and you sure? Soon Duo Bao understood what was happening. The Witch tribe had a natural affinity for the great Tao, as if the 12 ancestors of the Witch were born to control a certain Tao, almost like the favored children of the great Tao. Although Feng Bo and Yushur were not ancestors, as outstanding representatives of the Witch tribe, with peak Daiyojingxian cultivation and the favor of the way of wind and rain, their ability to manipulate this way could even surpass that of Quasi saints. Now with the battlefield's sudden turn of events, the Witch tribe instantaneously gained an advantage. The Juli tribe, which had been besieged and in decline, actually showed signs of turning the tide. This is outrageous. The Dragon tribe elders were somewhat angry, their wrath seemingly stirring the heavenly phenomena. They must understand that their Dragon tribe excelled in controlling wind and rain, wielding thunder. Now they were confronted with a slap in the face from the Witch tribe, which was simply intolerable. Prepare for battle. The Dragon tribe truly excelled at controlling wind and rain. Suddenly mobilizing the power of wind and rain, they competed with Feng Bo, and Yushur for control, putting pressure on the previously content Feng Bo, and I underestimated them. The chaos among the human race has reached a climax due to the unruliness of the Witch clan. As the Witch clan enters the east, the southern and western regions of the human race have completely lost their reservations, with the Phoenix clan, Shilin clan, and the Western Church all going on a killing spree. The fortune of the human race surged, and Changsheng was just in time to use this to deduce the great Tao of fate. He sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. To achieve the Hunyuan Tao, one must fully comprehend the Tao and make it one's own. Before this, all understanding and cultivation can only be considered borrowing the Tao, utilizing the way of heaven and earth to manifest one's own great method. However, upon reaching the Hunyuan golden immortal stage, one has already attained the Tao, and one's power undergoes a qualitative change. No longer constrained by the might of heaven and earth, one's every word and action embodies the power of the Tao. However, this is quite difficult. While one can borrow without the intent to return, and to claim it as one's own is impolite and cannot be allowed by anyone. Thus this path is extraordinarily difficult. The likes of the three pure ones were stuck at this step, unable to progress, until Hongjun of the Xixiao Palace lectured on the Tao, and transmitted the three corpses method, allowing them to cleverly break into the so-called Quasi-Saint realm that could compare to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The so-called severing of the three corpses is actually a preparation for becoming a saint. If we divide the path to enlightenment into two routes, self-proving the Hunyuan and Quasi-Saint to Saint, these are two entirely different paths. The Quasi-Saint can be compared to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but it does not mean they have attained the Tao and wield the power of heaven and earth. Instead, they can derive more authority from heaven and earth. Ultimately, it still revolves around borrowing the Tao, but this time it is not the great Tao, but rather the heavenly Tao. They have transitioned from comprehending the great Tao to comprehending the heavenly Tao. The so-called attainment of the Tao essentially translates to attaining the heavenly Tao and wielding the might of heaven. Why sever the three corpses of good and evil? Because this pertains to the emotions of living beings. The heavenly Tao is impartial and unfeeling. By severing these three corpses, living beings can draw closer to the heavenly Tao and thereby earn its favor. However, even so, not everyone can receive the favor of the heavenly Tao. The Saint realm is a pit, and the Quasi-Saint realm is no less a pit. Changsheng is unwilling to tread this path. Although attaining the Hunyuan Tao is difficult, it brings him peace of mind, even though it is indeed quite challenging. With such plans, Changsheng has garnered considerable support, yet at this moment, he only sees a faint outline. Breaking through remains arduous. Moreover, this is still under the assistance of the human Tao. Currently, Changsheng has completely become a representative of the human Tao, and even he can feel the immense fortune of the human Tao surrounding him. Changsheng even thought fortunately the war messenger proficient in the cursed Tao was the cursed Haoyan. Had the curse been executed according to the rules with his fortune of the human Tao, he might have faced immediate backlash and death, and whether he could be revived would be uncertain. However, ultimately, he still falls slightly short. Standing before the river of fate, he feels the resistance, and he knows that he still cannot step into it. Perhaps he truly needs to wait for the awakening of the human Tao to grasp the human fate, which would be sufficient to propel Changsheng into the river of fate. Standing still and looking towards the eastern battlefield, Changsheng could not help but shake his head. Is it not possible to think instead of just fighting and killing? My lord, I have brought the person. A figure was brought before Changsheng by Lu Fang. Disciple Ling Mo pays respects to master. Ling Mo, one of Changsheng's 3,000 disciples of the ritual Tao, has now also reached the golden immortal stage. Aside from Ling Yun and Ling Shi, Ling Mo can be considered one of the best, ranking among the top 5 of the 3,000 ritual Tao disciples. This time Changsheng summoned him specifically for training. Ling Mo is skilled in mechanism creation, essentially the master of mechanisms in this primordial world, and with this he established a branch of the ritual Tao. His mechanism creations have greatly advanced the development of the human race. As a result, Ling Mo has gained considerable fortune and merit. Although he has not absorbed the merit, his cultivation has progressed rapidly, and by today, he has already reached the golden immortal stage. Changsheng looked at the methods of Feng Bo and Yushur and recalled something. The guiding vehicle. This is a great merit not only for the battlefield, but also for guiding the direction of the human race. Before the appearance of the guiding vehicle, the 4 cardinal directions of the human race were distinguished based on landmarks already famous in the primordial world. There has never been an object that could discern the cardinal directions without relying on these landmarks. The emergence of the guiding vehicle undoubtedly represents a significant advancement for the human race. As long as one direction is established, the other directions will naturally be secure. However, such merit requires a suitable person to create it. Thus Changsheng looked at his subordinates, and quickly settled on Ling Mo. Although many disciples of the ritual Tao have begun to learn this branch, due to Ling Mo's initiation of mechanism creation, no one is as proficient as Ling Mo. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. In the future, when the human race points the way, they must remember Ling Mo, increasing his fortune. Over the years, Ling Mo's cultivation will have little to worry about. Come to my side. Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the situation on the eastern battlefield appeared before them. Ling Yimo looked at the fierce battle, the dense fog, and the life and death scene, feeling somewhat perplexed. The question posed by his master was a bit too broad. Is he to guess the outcome? Or the score? Or something else? After a long time, Ling Yimo looked at Changxing somewhat hopeful, hoping that Changxing would give him a hint. Ling Yimo, how do you think the Gaoyang tribe can win? Phew. A hint is all he needs. Ling Mo's mind is naturally sharp. Following Changxing's lead, he cannot go wrong. Master the Witch Clan's Feng Bo, and you sure create storms and fog, causing the Gaoyang tribe to lose their direction and unable to distinguish friend from foe, unable to form formations and make decisions. If they want to win, they must break the methods of Feng Bo, and you sure. How to break it? One way is to sever Feng Bo, and you sure, cutting off their root. Once Feng Bo and you sure die, the storms and fog will naturally dissipate. However, it seems quite difficult. The Dragon Clan also excels in manipulating storms, and currently they are at a disadvantage against Feng Bo, and you sure. It is likely that not only will they struggle to sever Feng Bo, and you sure, but even finding them will be challenging. The other way is to have something that can help the Gaoyang tribe discern direction. Look how clever he is, he grasped it in a moment. Changxing remained silent, but Ling Yimo already understood. Among the 3,000 disciples of the ritual Tao, why did Changxing not seek others, but specifically chose him? It must be because he saw something special in him. And what is that special quality? It is precisely this mechanism creation. Master intends for him to create this directional guiding object. Master, I understand. I will not disappoint your expectations. Changxing was very pleased to hear this. When it comes to accepting disciples, one should choose intelligent ones. If we count carefully, Wu Xiaofu currently has quite a few disciples. Among the 3,000 disciples of the etiquette school, Ling Yun and Ling Si stand out the most. They are both now great Luo golden immortals, and soon there will be Ling Ma added to them. Wenzu Cangjie and Dihuan Pejuan are also on the peak of great Luo golden immortal, not inferior to Ling Yun and Ling Si. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao have made tremendous progress in the path of wealth. The Spirit Finance Division has fully advanced among the human race, and they have completely taken control of the financial fortune of the human race. Moreover, seizing this opportunity, they have expanded the Spirit Finance Division to various great forces in the primordial world. Perhaps they still cannot completely control the financial fortune of all clans, but they can manage quite a bit. The underworld is still something they have yet to infiltrate, but it is not far off. With Hutu taking the initiative to intervene this time, any conditions that Changxing proposes will likely not be refused. As for the financial department of the Heavenly Court, Hao Yin has already reincarnated. The current Heavenly Court is led by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, which can also be seen as Changxing in charge. The financial department has been prepared for Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, as both will manage the financial fortune, and their cultivation will soon break through to Great Luo Golden Immortal. With their current status, who can compete with them? The six-eared macaque and the red-haired horse monkey have truly taken off now. With the correct techniques, immense luck, and currently being in the heat of battle, their comprehension of the way of combat is progressing rapidly. It is not a problem for them to break through to Great Luo Golden Immortal, or even Hunyuan Golden Immortal in the future. With the Witch Clan as opponents, these two monkeys have found the thrill of battle. Their bravery has also left Duo Bao speechless. Although Changxing did not intervene directly, he sent two valiant disciples to assist. Among these disciples, Changxing has only 4 direct disciples: Ling Yun, Ling Si, Cangjie, and Pejuan. The rest are merely registered disciples. While judging by their quality, they will definitely not be inferior to Changxing's disciples in the future. The most important thing is that they are obedient and do not cause trouble. Returning to the East Sea in one step, Changxing initially intended to head directly to Yingzhou Island. However, just as he stepped into the East Sea, he found himself at the Bo Palace the next moment. Upon seeing the Bo Palace, clearly he understood that this was the magic of Tongtian. No wonder he is a saint. He is already half a step into Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and did not even have the strength to resist before being pulled over. Do you remember to come back? Tongtian said with a hint of melancholy. To be honest, he truly found it hard to adapt. Once upon a time, the Jiejiao Sect was bustling with myriad immortals coming to pay their respects, and he even had to mediate personal conflicts among his disciples. Who would have thought that after such a short time, he had only left the Kuang Yo on his Jiejiao Island for company? To be honest, he really isn't used to it. Especially since Bai Xiao is no longer around, he feels that the fun has vanished. Although the luck of the Jiejiao Sect is increasing every day, Tongtian wants to say that this is not the Jiejiao Sect he desires. However, looking at his own disciple, Tongtian is truly baffled. It seems that Changxing has truly suppressed the luck of the Jiejiao Sect by his own strength. Just look at the current Jiejiao Sect. It is far more stable than the teachings that possess innate supreme treasures to suppress luck. Master, I did not leave because I was at a critical moment in my cultivation and stayed outside for a while longer. I missed you so much that as soon as I exited my retreat, I couldn't hold back my longing and hurried back. Changxing realized that Tongtian truly missed him. He had just entered the East Sea and couldn't wait even this short distance before pulling him back. Upon hearing Changxing's words, Tongtian felt somewhat satisfied. His disciple truly had no flaws to pick at. At the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal, he is about to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. How powerful Tongtian must be. Changxing's realm is not hidden from him, and Tongtian can naturally see through it at a glance. Tongtian also felt somewhat emotional. Hunyuan Golden Immortal. If he had just held on a bit longer back then, he too could have broken through. Unfortunately, his resolve was too weak, and when Hong Jundaozu passed down the three corpses method, they all fell. As a result, now he regrets it deeply. With the popularity of the three corpses method in the primordial world, the path of Hunyuan has become increasingly difficult, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has grown thinner. The Great Way is retreating, the heavenly Tao is overshadowing, and comprehending the path of Hunyuan has become even more challenging. Even he did not expect that his own disciple would have the chance to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. Though Tongtian knows how difficult this step is, since the three pure ones have been stuck for who knows how long, Changsheng is different. He has taken far more steps than they did back then. It seems he is only one opportunity away. Moreover, this is the path of destiny. How difficult it is to comprehend the path of destiny. He certainly knows that if Changsheng had walked solely the path of Croix-Saint, he would probably have reached the peak of Croix-Saint by now. No, Changsheng has accumulated too much merit. Just relying on merit alone could probably elevate him to a true sage. Thinking of this, Tongtian also begins to understand the feelings of the beings in the primordial world towards Changsheng. Those who seek merit but cannot obtain it, while this one rich in boundless merit is actually playing with wheels. Changsheng, you should not go out anymore. Just cultivate in the Bo Palace from now on. Tongtian suddenly spoke, not because he wanted to keep Changsheng company, but because he was somewhat uneasy. With such a disciple out in the world, if some shameless saint were to take action, it could truly lead to regrets. Master, are you worried that some saint will take action against your disciple? Goodness, no wonder he is the teacher's worm. The witch clan suddenly acted against my Jiejiao Sect. You must have some thoughts on it, right? I know my second brother well enough. He has finally lost control and taken action. Tongtian actually truly suspects that it was Yuanshi Tianzuan who acted, shaking his head. Master, if you know my second uncle, then do you know my grand uncle, eh? What do you mean? Are you saying that the witch clan's actions were not done by your second uncle, but by your grand uncle? Tongtian originally found it somewhat suspicious, as the situation seemed like something Yuanshi Tianzuan would do, yet it was done incompletely, as he did not unite with the witch clan to suppress Duo Bao and the others. Now, upon hearing Changsheng's words, he seemed to understand something. But why? They are all brothers. How could he possibly favor one over the other? Gazing at Changsheng, this disciple seems to know quite a lot. What is going on? Master, you can also see that I represent a glimmer of hope, a hope that can help you break free from the heavenly Tao, transcend the holy path, and walk the path of Hunyuan again. I believe that not only you but also my grand uncle's second uncle and the sages of the West can see this too. Thus they will absolutely not act against me nor disrupt my plans. Changsheng's awareness of this fact astonished even Tongtian Jiaozhu, something even the celestial master of heaven connecting had not foreseen. Frankly, he had assumed Changsheng remained oblivious to the intentions of the sages, though Tongtian Jiaozhu himself never regarded Changsheng as a mere pawn. Other sages certainly did. Changsheng's cultivation level appeared impressive at first glance, but to the sages it was negligible. In their eyes, all his current actions were merely propelled by the human Tao itself. Yet now it seemed he had misjudged. Changsheng clearly harbored his own intricate designs. He dared not entertain the notion that Changsheng would dare treat sages themselves as chess pieces in his grand strategy. Tongtian Jiaozhu knew full well he himself lacked the power to manipulate even one sage, let alone all of them. He understood his own limits all too well, as surely he could not have trained a disciple so extraordinarily transcendent. Alas, the Tao ancestor will never permit the human Tao's emergence. Thus it must be the Tao ancestor who intervened. Hao Tian perished battling in the western extremity for the sake of Hong Huang. Given his status, he would never have dared enter the netherworld. Yet now he has peacefully entered reincarnation. Someone must have aided him. Master, tell me, who could that benefactor possibly be? Who? Almost instinctively Tongtian Jiaozhu thought of Laozi. Among the six sages, if the Tao ancestor sought to win over anyone, it would undoubtedly be Laozi. Meaning Laozi must have negotiated terms with Ho Tu, prompting the Wu clan to strike against the Gaoyang tribe. If so, every thread aligned. The more he contemplated it, the clearer the entire sequence became. Yet Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a dull ache behind his brow. He loathed such cerebral exertion. He would far rather draw his sword and duel Laozi face-to-face. Master, what terms might the Tao ancestor have offered elder brother? In what terms? Tongtian Jiaozhu knew Laozi well enough beyond the chance to transcend the sage path itself. What else could possibly sway him? At this realization, Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression hardened. A traitor had emerged within their ranks. Laozi had kept this matter entirely secret, not even informing Tongtian Jiaozhu or Yuanshi Tianzuan. He intended to monopolize the spoils indifferent to their fates. This troubled Tongtian Jiaozhu deeply. Even now he still clung to fraternal bonds. Though his rift with Yuanshi Tianzuan widened daily, Laozi, revered equally by both, had long served as mediator, preserving the three pure ones. Yet Changsheng had just shattered that illusion. Brother and brother were hollow words. Before interests, all kinship dissolved. This truth unsettled him profoundly. If his suspicion held, Laozi would inevitably suppress the human Dao's emergence, and the Wu clan's assault on the Jiejiao Sect was likely only the opening move. What followed would surely target Changsheng, and targeting Changsheng meant targeting the Jiejiao Sect. How could he stand aside? Thus confrontation with Laozi was inevitable. And how vexing. In the foresword of Zhu Xian began to tremble with restless energy. Tongtian Jiaozhu could barely contain his urge to journey to Shouyang Mountain and hone his blade. Rest assured, if elder brother truly moves against you, your master will never remain idle. In Changsheng smiled faintly and shook his head. Master, can you fight for it once? 4. Tongtian Jiaozhu shot Changsheng a sharp glare. Preposterous. Even confronting Laozi alone taxed him, let alone 4. Did Changsheng truly believe the foresword of Zhu Xian could overpower 4 sages? They might trap 3, but facing 4 he would surely be subdued. Then abruptly Tongtian Jiaozhu turned his gaze upon Changsheng. You mean, 4 sages may soon converge upon me? Changsheng recalled the spectacle of the Fengshen campaign, and shook his head. Fear not, master. I shall ensure this never comes to pass. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, along with Yuanshi Tianzuan, all desired the human Dao's emergence, yet each coveted their share of the spoils from this human upheaval. And where else, but from the Jiejiao Sect's domain, would those spoils be drawn? Previously restraint might have prevailed, but with Laozi leading the charge, the balance shifted entirely. Yuanshi Tianzuan had likely already sought out Laozi. Upon hearing Guangxingzi's report, Tongtian Jiaozhu knew Yuanshi Tianzuan would refuse to bear the blame silently. His mounting suspicions would drive him straight to Laozi for answers. Given their respective guiles, Yuanshi Tianzuan risked being manipulated into serving as Laozi's vanguard. Changsheng retained confidence in Laozi's capabilities. He possessed ample experience and cunning in managing his 2 younger brothers. As for Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, their longing to enter the East was insatiable. Offer them sufficient incentives, and they would descend without hesitation. There existed a real possibility, 4 against 1. Yet Changsheng had long prepared for such a scenario, though 1 against 4 was untenable. 2 against 4, or even 4 against 2, remained viable. While Yuanshi Tianzuan remained beyond his influence, Changsheng held firm confidence in swaying Nuwa, Jie Yin, and Zhuan Ti. Truth be told, Changsheng believed his current standing afforded him far more strategic leverage than either Laozi or Yuanshi Tianzuan. No rush. Patience was paramount. This game was already won. Do you truly possess a plan? Tongtian Jiaozhu genuinely struggled to believe it. Yet recalling Changsheng's path thus far, not only his personal machinations, but also his meticulous stewardship of the Jiejiao Sect, left him awestruck. Frankly, had he possessed Changsheng's strategic acumen, the Jiejiao Sect would long since have soared to supremacy. He might even have walked the path toward ultimate unity, rather than sinking to his present plight. Changsheng's smile remained unchanged, yet his gaze upon Tongtian Jiaozhu deepened with solemn gravity. Master, do you trust me? The foresword of Zhu Xian beside Tongtian Jiaozhu stilled. Indeed, why strain his mind when Changsheng stood ready? Clearly Changsheng had already engaged the Dao ancestor and Laozi in direct contest. His comprehensive strategy encompassed every facet Tongtian Jiaozhu could not fathom, proof positive that countermeasures were already in place. Henceforth, whenever you require my aid, simply command me. I disdain mental labor. Though 4 may overwhelm me, 3 remains within reach. Changsheng's smile widened. Truthfully, among the 6 sages of Honghuang, Tongtian Jiaozhu proved the most fitting mentor. Consider, had he become Laozi's disciple, he would never dare reveal such truths, lest he be betrayed before the next breath. Initially, with no better option, he had reluctantly joined the Jiejiao Sect, but today he offered the sect countless new possibilities. Master, rest easy. I estimate your involvement won't be needed. I'll endeavor to have elder brother and second elder brother address you as elder brother. And Tongtian Jiaozhu froze momentarily, then burst into delighted laughter. Though the notion seemed incredible, merely imagining Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan calling him elder brother stirred exhilaration within him. Then I shall await that day. Ahaha. And having returned at last, Changsheng refused to waste this opportunity. Master, please impart Dao principles to me. I sense I am on the verge of breaking through to the realm of ultimate unity immortal. On Yingzhou Island, Hu Jun felt a sudden fluctuation and discovered that Changsheng had appeared on the island. Master. Hu Jun's eyes were filled with bewilderment, shocked as he exclaimed, what's going on? What happened to his grand formation? Why didn't it block Changsheng? How did he get in? He had originally hoped that Changsheng would praise the brilliance of his formation. Well, it turned out that someone had easily broken through. Is it that his formation level is too low, or that his master is just too powerful? No, it must be that his master is too powerful. How could his formation possibly be lacking? But this is so humiliating, he didn't even sense anything. Master, you've come. You didn't even notify your disciple. I would have gone to greet you. Changsheng smiled at Pajun. Your formation is quite well arranged with confinement formations, killing formations, and illusion formations plus an array within an array. Tell me, who are you trying to defend against? It can't be against me, right? Pajun was taken aback, hurriedly waving his hands in panic. What's going on? Is Changsheng reading his mind? How does he know everything? To be honest, Pajun was indeed trying to guard against Changsheng. Every time they met, he ended up getting beaten. Who could stand that? He needed some psychological preparation. If not, he could at least allow some time to put on a few more layers. No, master, how could I possibly guard against you? After all this time, you still don't understand me. It's just for safety. What he thought in his heart certainly could not be voiced. Pajun hurriedly explained, but unfortunately this explanation was utterly weak. Well, look at you, you've even learned to lie to your master. It seems it's time I showed you some love. Huh. Hearing the word love, Pajun instinctively shivered, but then he felt his muscles tense up as a familiar fist struck him. The memories began to pound against his heart once more. The love from his master is still so heavy. It's hard to tell how much time passed, but Pajun's aura had notably improved. However, at this moment, he looked somewhat pitiful, gazing at Changsheng sitting above, feeling that his master's love was always so burdensome. Not bad, you've clearly been slacking off. Look, I just gave you a little help, and you've made significant progress. It seems I need to stay on Jiejiao Island for a while to keep an eye on you. Supervise. Pajun couldn't help but shiver again. What kind of supervision? This must be love. Master, you're so busy, I'm afraid this will take up your time. Isn't that inappropriate? Pajun had quite a few thoughts about Changsheng. After all, he had been loved by him since childhood, but if it were just love at first sight, that would be even better. Alright, no need to be so polite with your master. Come, let's go for a stroll together. He knew it would be like this. Pajun already started to feel a sense of dread about the beautiful life that was to come. The first sight of Jiejiao Island is the Soup Valley, and beside the Soup Valley stands the Fusang tree. Looking at this spiritual root, which is on par with the Tying laurel tree, Changsheng couldn't help but approach and gently caress it. As his fingers brushed past the Fusang tree, began to sway. In Changsheng's divine soul, the shape of the laurel also began to sway. He could sense that these two top innate spiritual roots were communicating, expressing joy to each other. Since merging with Changsheng, the Tying laurel tree had shed the constraints of its physical body, no longer suppressed by the heavenly Tao, allowing its spiritual essence to elevate more rapidly. Moreover, Changsheng's rapid cultivation and abundant fortune led to the Tying laurel tree receiving even more favor, giving it the opportunity for spiritual awakening. In fact, if the Tying laurel tree wished, Changsheng could help it enter reincarnation, right now achieving a new life. The spiritual essence of the Tying laurel tree was already sufficient to support it through reincarnation. To be honest, this choice, while not as good as taking the form of its original body, was still a choice that would make other top spiritual roots envious. Just like the Fusang tree before him, it couldn't take form even if it wanted to. If it were given a choice like the laurel, it would probably not hesitate. Just like now, the Fusang tree was expressing envy toward the laurel. Although it was merely instinctual, Changsheng, who had already merged with the laurel, could clearly sense this. The laurel, envied by the Fusang tree, was not in a hurry to reincarnate. After all, as Changsheng's cultivation improved, it was clear that it had more than just this one choice, with countless possibilities awaiting it. Standing behind Changsheng, Pajun was a bit bewildered. He had occupied Jiejiao Island for so long, and he was quite curious and fond of the Fusang tree, but the tree wouldn't even let him get close. Although he could be a bit more forceful, given his cultivation, the Fusang tree wouldn't be able to resist at all. Yet Pajun didn't want to force the Fusang tree. Since it had clearly expressed its resistance, he decided to wait. Time was on his side. The Fusang tree wouldn't escape. Pajun believed that one day the Fusang tree would feel his sincerity and be willing to get close to him. But the Fusang tree was being so double-standard. When he tried to approach, it was extremely resistant, yet when Changsheng came, it started to wag its tail. What kind of situation is this? Is it all about looks? Pajun touched his own face, and then looked at Changsheng, feeling even more depressed. What the heck, he was 100 times more handsome than his master. Just then Changsheng turned his head. Their eyes met, and Pajun suddenly felt a bit awkward. Master, you're truly impressive. This Fusang tree wouldn't let me get close before, but now that you're here, it's even starting to wag its tail at you. You really are amazing. Changsheng ignored Pajun. This kid had followed him since childhood, and his character had somewhat influenced him. His thoughts were a bit erratic, and that look in his eyes just now definitely indicated he was thinking of something disrespectful. It seems he needs more love. Enough talk, stop wasting time. You go to your own thing, I need to communicate with the Fusang tree. Communication with a tree. Pajun's face turned pale with fear. Changsheng kicked him away, and Pajun hurriedly left. He actually hoped Changsheng would be busy, so he wouldn't pay attention to him. As for how Changsheng would communicate with the Fusang tree, he didn't care at all. After Pajun left, Changsheng sat cross-legged under the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree envied the state of the laurel. It could even sense the unconditional trust that the laurel had for Changsheng. This was crucial. In the Primordial Chaos, interests came first. Not to mention top-notch laurel trees like them, even ordinary innate spiritual roots were mostly exploited to the fullest by living beings from leaf to root. Wholeheartedly devoted, how could such top spiritual roots be so carefree? The laurel tree was fortunate to have encountered Changsheng. The Fusang tree wondered if it could also, like the laurel tree, find liberation and hope to take form. Whether through reincarnation for rebirth or taking form, it was far better than being trapped here. It is truly rare to encounter someone like Changsheng. One can believe that a bright future lies ahead, representing hope much like the hope of human awakening entrusted to Changsheng by the Six Saints. However, Changsheng will no longer contemplate merging with the Fusang tree. Changsheng has now surpassed the time of poor qualifications. At this moment, he is stepping into the river of destiny, almost reaching a stage where he no longer relies on external matters. Once he truly enters the river of destiny, his fortune will nourish him, and his qualifications will leap forward, reaching, or even surpassing the three pure ones. This is the power of the primordial Tao, where the primordial golden immortal undergoes a life leap under the first veil of the Tao, while the primordial Deluo golden immortal experiences a second leap. Changsheng is not practicing demonic arts. He can absorb spiritual roots to continuously enhance his qualifications. Otherwise, these spiritual roots would have long been consumed by the Six Saints. Currently, Changsheng only wishes to comprehend the Tao beneath the Fusang tree. Whether it was previously seeking guidance from Tongtian or gaining insights into the Yin-Yang Tao with the help of the Fusang tree, it was all to draw connections and understand the Tao of destiny. It is not necessary to solely comprehend destiny. The myriad Taos share connections. Changsheng's understanding of the Tao of destiny is currently slow, and at this time, he needs to draw some nourishment from other Taos. The Yin-Yang Tao is the one that Changsheng has comprehended the deepest apart from the Tao of destiny. His previous experiences have shown him that a deeper understanding of the Yin-Yang Tao significantly promotes comprehension of the Tao of destiny. The Fusang tree has a strong influence on comprehending the Yin-Yang Tao, especially the force of supreme Yang, which resonates with the laurel within Changsheng's body, allowing him to easily enter a state of enlightenment, rapidly advancing his understanding of the Tao. Meanwhile, while Changsheng is meditating on Yingzhou Island, the war among the human race is also in full swing. After receiving guidance from Changsheng, Ling Mo's efficiency increased dramatically. Under the fog created by the Wind Master and Rain Master, the previously directionless soldiers of the Gaoyang tribe and the Qinshan tribe surprisingly found the right path this time, and in their hands appeared a new invention, the guiding cart. Zhuanqiu and the chieftain of the Qinshan tribe were also somewhat astonished, unable to imagine that the dragon race skilled in manipulating wind and rain could not defeat the Wind Master and Rain Master. Such a powerful Wind Master and Rain Master, whose formidable magical powers were so easily unraveled by a tool invented by the human race. The guiding cart. It has easily directed them towards their goal. This is the wisdom of the human race, and compared to the dragon race that supports them, the appearance of the guiding cart brought them even greater joy. What the hell is this thing? The Wind Master and Rain Master were extremely angry at this moment. The fog still lingered, but the Gaoyang tribe and Qinshan tribe no longer needed to worry about it, as they charged southward directly towards the Jili tribe. The great battle has begun again, and the advantageous situation that the Wind Master and Rain Master had previously created for the Jili tribe has already diminished greatly. The Gaoyang tribe and Qinshan tribe have once again gained the upper hand. Doubeo looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile. Although they were held back here, the alliance of the Gaoyang tribe and Qinshan tribe clearly had the advantage in the great battle against the Jili tribe. The fog laid by the Wind Master and Rain Master has lost its intended effects, and the defeat of the Jili tribe is only a matter of time. The fall of the Jili tribe will also make the Witch clan realize how wrong their decision to attack the Gaoyang tribe was. The guiding cart displayed its might on the battlefield, causing Ling Mo to feel immense joy. It's done. Following Changsheng's guidance, he has finally succeeded. The guiding cart is just the beginning. Based on the guiding cart, Ling Mo can create more tools and various guiding devices. He can also research additional directions, such as north, east, west, and so forth, to make the path of the human race even clearer. A surge of immense fortune descended, and Ling Mo felt his spiritual platform suddenly become much clearer. His understanding of the Tao progressed by leaps and bounds, and various inspirations surged forth, rapidly shaping some of his original thoughts in his mind. And these changes seemed to go unnoticed by Ling Mo himself. He was deeply engrossed in his research, seemingly immersed in it, and nothing could disturb him. Beneath the Fusang tree, Changsheng sensed that his understanding of the Yin-Yang Tao seemed to have accelerated. Upon careful reflection, he realized that another surge of fortune had gathered. After checking, he knew it was due to Ling Mo's success. Indeed, he did not misjudge the person. Changsheng felt quite satisfied. These disciples are very reliable. A casual hint from him leads them to accomplish. However, the imminent defeat of the Jili tribe on the battlefield is likely unavoidable unless an unexpected event occurs. Perhaps he should pay a visit to the underworld. Master, have you finished your training? Changsheng looked at Pajun. Haven't you completely mastered the Pajun star yet? Pajun instinctively took a half step back upon hearing this, and hurriedly explained, Master, I am not being negligent. Originally, I was going to directly master the Pajun star, but since you have arrived, I thought it best to have you stabilize the formation for me to ensure greater safety. Seeing Pajun's demeanor, Changshin couldn't help but smile. You have quite the ambition. Are you trying to seize the Sun Star's authority while mastering the Pajun star? Pajun chuckled upon hearing this. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, master. The stars of the Jiejiao system include the 4 great imperial stars, with the Pajun star being one of the 14 main stars. Observing the 4 great imperial stars serves as protection, but also as a threat. If I were to take control of the Pajun star, the Sun Star would likely be on guard and further attempts would be long and arduous. If I were to seize the opportunity to take control of the Pajun star, and then launch a surprise attack on the Sun Star, perhaps I could succeed in one fell swoop. One must admit that Pajun as the Earth Emperor is quite clever. His idea is indeed feasible, and he is fortunate that Changsheng has arrived, bringing him closer to the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree born under the Sun Star holds some authority over it. Originally, Pajun only had a slight chance of successfully launching a surprise attack, but with the assistance of the Fusang tree, that chance has increased to over 50%. Well, since you have this idea, give it a try. I will lend you a helping hand. Pajun was overjoyed upon hearing this. To be honest, he had his own thoughts while waiting. After entering Yingzhou Island and hearing Changsheng suggest he launch a surprise attack on the Sun Star, he thought of leveraging the power of the Fusang tree. However, the Fusang tree was initially uncooperative. Pajun thought he could afford to wait a bit longer to see if he could change the Fusang tree's mind. After all, forcing someone to help you is not something to take lightly. Who could have imagined that with Changsheng's arrival the situation would take a turn for the better? The Fusang tree is so close to Changsheng. If Changsheng can command the Fusang tree's assistance, then Pajun's attempt to launch a surprise attack on the Sun Star will surely be much more effective. Let's begin. With the word eternity, Pajun had no worries at all. With the master present, even if his plans did not succeed, the master would force them to fruition. Over the years, Pajun had developed a peculiar confidence in Changsheng. And indeed, for so many years, there was nothing that Changsheng aimed to accomplish that did not come to pass. It all depended on whether Changsheng wished to do it. His master was like the master of fate itself. It was the destiny of little Pajun, not already arranged by the master. Now arranging for him to conquer the Pajun star, and the Sun Star was nothing. Pajun sat cross-legged, beginning to draw upon the fate of the Pajun star. In the clear sky, a streak of purple light suddenly appeared, with countless starlights beginning to fall towards Yingzhou Island. Usually Pajun only cultivated martial arts using the power of the Pajun star, but he had not fully refined the last bit of the Pajun star's fate. Now was the time. As the star fate converged, Pajun returned to his destiny, the stars illuminating his body. The first step, Pajun's return to position, was accomplished. In the next moment, Pajun appeared on the Pajun star. The starry sky brightened, and the Big Dipper shone brightly. With Pajun's return, even the fortune of the Z-Way star was elevated. At that moment, all the stars in the sky were celebrating for Pajun. If the celestial gods of the heavenly court were present, they would surely join in the revelry. At the Yaoqi, the situation was somewhat bewildering. A star deity was returning. Since the last time she met the Taiqing saint and left Shoyang Mountain, Yaoqi had returned to the heavenly court. At this moment, Yaoqi realized that in this world strength ultimately mattered. She was originally at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal stage, and now she was just a step away from becoming a quasi saint. Previously, she had not been very focused on cultivation, but this time she was determined to break through. She did not want to wait until Hao Yin returned, only to be unable to assist him, feeling powerless when he faced a great calamity. The ancient star deities were all born innate, but with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi taking control of the heavenly court, occupying the stars, and with the sun colliding with the Z-Way, the star deities of the entire Zhoutian had not fully matured yet, and they were all under Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's control. Those who follow will prosper, those who resist will perish. In that battle, more than half of the Zhoutian star deities perished, but the stars were not destroyed, and the original star deities did not perish. After the cycle was perfected, countless original star deities entered the cycle and reincarnated. The Tai Bai Golden Star was one of them, and now Pajun had returned. As the Pajun star possessing the power of the 14 main stars, it was unmatched in battle. It was one of the top existences among star deities. Thinking of this, Yaoqi's eyes sparkled. Perhaps she could attempt to subdue the Pajun star deity. If the Golden Spirit Holy Mother were present in the heavenly court, Yaoqi would certainly not have such thoughts. However, since the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was absent as the Queen Mother of Yaoqi, how could she not make the Pajun star submit? With this thought, Yaoqi could no longer focus on cultivation. She stepped into the starry sky. Seeing that the Pajun star deity had not fully manifested, Yaoqi could only wait. However, the scene that followed surprised Yaoqi greatly. The Pajun star was actually moving southward, approaching the Sun Star. What? Is this going to collide with the Sun Star? Upon seeing this, Yaoqi could not help but understand the Pajun star's intentions. What great ambition. At that moment, Yaoqi's desire to subdue the Pajun star deity wavered. The Pajun star had just returned, and was taking advantage of the Sun Star's current weakness to collide with it, Who could guarantee that once she subdued it, it would not one day turn against her and Haoyan? Thinking of this, Yaoqi began to feel anxious even before subduing the Pajun star. At this moment, Pajun was unaware of these thoughts. He had completely enveloped the Sun Star, and the next step was to reverse the Sun Star, with Pajun's power completely refining it. In the Tian Star Ling, she also noticed this movement. Pajun Star Ling, she knew, was his junior brother. It seemed now that his junior brother had finally made up his mind to return. However, Pajun's boldness in colliding with the Sun Star was something she had not anticipated. I should go take a look. After all, he is my junior brother, and if he needs help I can lend a hand. However, before she could leave the Tian Star, a figure appeared before her. Master. Disciple Ling, she greets you, Master. Ling, she saw Chang Sheng, and knew that Chang Sheng must be aware of Pajun's thoughts protecting his path. The pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Chang Sheng looked at Ling Shi. These were all his disciples. While others might not necessarily follow refining the merit golden wheel, and walking the primordial path was something one could learn perfectly. However, the path of the primordial was difficult to achieve. To this day, even Ling Yun and Ling Shi, carrying the true spirit of Quasi-Saint from their past lives, found it not that easy to break through. However, as Chang Sheng opened the door to the primordial, his disciples could naturally follow closely behind. Alright, Rise. During this period, I have been busy with cultivation and have not been able to teach you. Once Pajun takes over the Sun Star, I will explain the Yin-Yang path to you. The Yin-Yang path. Ling Shi looked at Chang Sheng. At that moment, Ling Shi discovered that the aura around Chang Sheng was indeed profound and obscure. It seemed that this master of hers had truly reached a level higher than her own. I will obey your command. Chang Sheng smiled and looked towards the Sun Star. Although the Sun Star was currently without a master, the stars were interconnected. The Sun Star would not allow itself to be reversed by the Pajun Star, and instinctively began to resist. The endless power of the Sun Star erupted, beginning to press down towards the Pajun Star. A spirit root appeared in Chang Sheng's hand, the Fusang tree, and the power of utmost yang fell towards the Sun Star. A passage emerged from the previously endless power of the Sun Star, and seeing the opportunity, Pajun stepped into it. Ling Shi looked at the Fusang tree in Chang Sheng's hand. Goodness, first the laurel tree and now the Fusang tree. How did my master manage this? In fact, Ling Shi understood the path of dual cultivation. Spirit roots have sentience. If a spirit root is willing, it can recognize a master and become a transformed spiritual being, cultivating together as one. He and Chang, she had previously tried to gain the laurel tree's recognition. After all, this was a top-tier spirit root. If they could cultivate together as one, their cultivation would surely be doubled. Unfortunately, although the laurel tree was close to them, it was unwilling to cultivate together as one. Now it seemed that the laurel tree's choice was indeed correct. If it had truly chosen them, the laurel tree would likely have perished along with them. Instead, the laurel tree chose Chang Sheng. Reflecting on her master's extraordinary abilities, even she and Ling Yun had been awakened earlier by Chang Sheng. It seemed that both the laurel tree and the Fusang tree felt that Chang Sheng could provide what they desired. Master, this Fusang tree was found on Yingzhou Island. The true spirit of Luya should have been exterminated. Yingzhou Island is without a master and has been taken by your junior brother for use as a cave dwelling. The Fusang tree is on Yingzhou Island. Luya? Ling Zai's eyes dimmed. According to her bloodline, Luya was indeed her nephew. However, regarding the events of the past, if it weren't for Emperor Juntai leading her sisters into the fray, the situation might not have been so dire. Now that she had already died once, all that had happened was no longer significant. Long Sheng gently tossed the Fusang tree in his hand, and in the next moment the Fusang tree appeared within the Sun Star. Pajun entered the Sun Star, beginning to gather the power of the Sun Star, refining the stars to master the sun. Long Sheng gently tossed the Fusang tree in his hand, and in the next moment the Fusang tree appeared within the Sun Star. Pajun entered the Sun Star, beginning. Next came the painstaking effort. Having broken the outer shell, what remained was a heart. To conquer it would not be so easy. Master, should we lend our junior brother a hand? Ling Shi observed Pajun's difficult process of refining the Sun Star core, and couldn't help but ask. With the mutual support of the Yin and Yang Ling, she was confident that her help would benefit Long Sheng shook his head. No need. If Pajun cannot refine the Sun Star core, then what is the point of attacking the Sun Star? Let us simply wait. Just then Long Sheng was taken aback by Pajun's bold maneuver. A tremendous force of merit poured into the Sun Star core. Goodness, Pajun truly played with the power of merit, utilizing it to refine the Sun Star core. The previously slow refining process began to surge forward rapidly under the enhancement of the merit power. It should be noted that Pajun bore the merit of the Earth Emperor, which was sufficient to help him achieve the status of a sage, not to mention refining the Sun Star. At this moment, Pajun felt a surge of pride, realizing that indeed the merit of the heavenly Tao was effective. It was a case of utilizing waste. Keeping a wheel was of no great use, so it was better to use it to refine the Sun Star. This was also something Pajun had thought of before deciding to reverse the course of the Sun Star. He just hadn't been able to try it until now, and now he saw that it truly worked. Junior brother, you truly are a talent. Ling Shi praised Pejun's audacious maneuver, affirming Longsheng's words that there was no need to worry. In the starry sky, Pejun's star flourished, momentarily overshadowing the sun star. This scene left the beings of the primordial era stunned. Goodness, it truly happened. The reverse course of the sun star actually succeeded. The three pure ones and the Buddha Nua were also watching everything unfold. Tongtian wore a face of satisfaction. The Sun Moon Tianfu and Ziwei were now all under his Jiejiao Sect's domain. The stars of the primordial era had all come under Jiejiao Sect's control. Upon closer inspection, the fortunes of countless stars bolstered Jiejiao Sect, causing its fortune to surge. Now Jiejiao Sect's fortune likely surpassed that of the other 5 saints. If cultivated based on this, Tongshan's cultivation might one day become the highest among the 6 saints. However, at this moment Tongtian was no longer concerned with the path. In terms of accepting disciples, he abandoned the path of saints, and was not far from recultivating the primordial Tao. At that time, with such fortune backing him, he would surely quickly step onto the primordial Tao and achieve the status of a primordial Tao lord. At this time, Yuanshi Tianzuan was still at Shouyang Mountain. Second brother, can you feel it? The fortune of Jiejiao Sect is even more prosperous now. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Taiji Laozu, his eyes somewhat obscure. He had confirmed that the affairs of the Witch Clan were indeed the doing of Taiji Laozu. With Yuanshi Tianzun's intellect, how could he not realize that his elder brother had likely reached some agreement with Hongjun and sought to go solo? Now he was trying to stir up trouble between him and Tongtian, clearly aiming to use him against Tongtian. Damn it, his relationship with Tongtian was something that Laozi could. The bond between brothers was deep. Looking at the flourishing fortune of Jiejiao Sect, a hint of unwillingness appeared in Yuanshi Tianzun's eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan had a proud nature. Even if it was lousy, it would be fine, but if he were truly surpassed by his third brother, he would inevitably feel discontented. However, no matter how unwilling he was, Yuanshi Tianzuan could still distinguish priorities. The important thing was to break away from the path of saints and re-walk the primordial Tao. Look, what is this? Yuanshi Tianzuan retrieved his thoughts, glancing at the object in Laozi's hand. This is... Yuanshi Tianzuan finally understood why Laozi suddenly changed his mind and began suppressing the revival of humanity. It turned out that it was indeed Hongjun who contacted Laozi. This object gave Laozi a glimmer of hope to escape from the path of saints. Even if it was just a glimmer, it was easier than waiting for humanity's awakening and gambling on the uncertain hope of escaping the path of saints. How to choose was not difficult at all. However, the shadow of Hongjun flashed through his mind, and Yuanshi Tianzuan shook his head. Elder brother, do you really think that the Tao ancestor will let you leave the path of saints? Yuanshi Tianzuan understood Hongjun all too well. He had always been infallible and deeply unfathomable. If it weren't for underestimating the heavenly Tao at this moment, how could there be any matters regarding humanity? Now Laozi was given a fragment of the world, seemingly offering a glimmer of hope to escape the path of saints. But who knows if this could be a trap? By listening to Hongjun, would they merely be moving from one pit to another? Although Laozi was formidable, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not believe that Laozi could outmaneuver Hongjun. Longsheng was an unknown variable existing outside the chessboard, but the 6 saints were different. They were pieces on the board, all under Hongjun's control. Now it was merely a move made by Hongjun. Could a piece really escape the constraints of the chessboard? Unless it was dead and put back in the box. To break this chess game, one could only start from the outside and shatter the entire board. Laozi shook his head. The Tao ancestor naturally will not allow this, but this fragment of the heavenly Tao indeed offers us an opportunity. It is merely a gamble. Why must we always lose? Oh. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Laozi somewhat incredulous. He truly did not expect the tranquil and non-action-oriented Laozi to possess such a gambling spirit, but the opponent at the gambling table was Hongjun. Second brother, what if we lose? At worst, we can become saints again. There is no real loss. Compared to believing in Longsheng, this approach holds greater hope, does it not? Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan fell silent. Laozi's words made sense, but that was Hongjun. Second brother, let us comprehend this fragment of the heavenly Tao together. If it were not for the fact that the third brother would be impossible to persuade, we could have comprehended this fragment of the heavenly Tao together as 3 brothers. At that time, it wouldn't have been impossible to turn the tables. Unfortunately, now we can only invite those 2 disciples from the west to join us. What? We even need to work with Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti. All 4 saints together. Perhaps there really is a chance. They certainly could not escape a complete heavenly Tao, but if there were flaws in the heavenly Tao, the 4 saints were all top tier in the primordial era. If the 4 of them sat at the gambling table opposite Hongjun, what if they won? Indeed, they had only lost once. This time they might not lose. I bet. Yuanshi Tianzun bit his teeth. Just like Laozi said, even if immortality can awaken humanity, how can those who have just awakened compare to the heavenly Tao? Their chance to break free from the heavenly Tao and the saintly Tao is actually quite slim. It's just that the longing has lasted too long. Even if it's just a trace of hope, they still want to grasp it. Now the fragments of the heavenly Tao are far greater than that faint hope. As for Tong Tian is a brother and Laozi is also a brother. The palm and back of the hand are both flesh. Oh, what can he do? So I forget it, as an elder brother I can just hold Tong Tian down for now, let him calm down. If we really break free from the saintly Tao later, can we still ignore this brother? As for the disciples of Jiejiao, that's a trivial matter. At worst, after everything is done, we just need to guide the true spirits. How can that compare to the importance of walking the primordial Tao again? Looking at Laozi Yuan Shirtian, Zun no longer hesitated. Elder brother, have you discovered the secret of these heavenly Tao fragments? Laozi was speechless upon hearing this. If he could have researched it, he wouldn't have needed to include Yuan Shirtian Zun in the research. This is just trying to gather more people to see if something could be discovered. Yuan sure is like this. When it comes to important matters, it's hard for him to stay calm. Second brother, I just obtained this information and haven't had the chance to study it yet. Besides us brothers, even if there is a real opportunity, how could I enjoy it alone? Naturally, we must study it together. If it weren't for third brother being too deeply involved, I would definitely invite him to research with us. What a noble sentiment from the elder brother. Yuan Shirtian Zun secretly praised him, but he could never believe Laozi's claim of not having started research yet. They are blood brothers, and who doesn't know who? It's too hypocritical. However, this is the virtue of the elder brother. It seems he hasn't been controlled by Tao ancestor. Then let's take a look together first. If we make any gains, we can invite our two junior brothers from the west later. Yuan Shirtian Zun and Laozi's gazes met, and they both thought of the same thing. First, let's see if the two of them can research it. Why bother with for people? In the starry sky, with the blessing of merit, Pejun was unstoppable. At this moment, the sun star was completely enveloped by Pejun star, and Pejun charged against the sun star successfully. With the power of two major stars, one of which is the sun star, Pejun's foundation instantly increased. His cultivation also improved significantly, providing substantial assistance in his quest to break through to the primordial Tao. In the sun star, Pejun was beaming with joy, stepping beside Chang Sheng, his expression filled with a hint of pride. Master, look, I haven't disappointed your expectations, have I? Chang Sheng looked at Pejun, so pleased, and felt it necessary to remind this disciple to be humble and not arrogant. A whip appeared in Chang Sheng's hand, and Pejun instantly jolted, suddenly becoming much more obedient. Master, senior sister is still here. Let's go back and come again, so that she doesn't see this. Ling Shi listened to Pejun's words, and glanced at Pejun and Chang Sheng, her expression somewhat perplexed. Chang Sheng felt that this disciple could no longer be kept. It was better to let him restart. As Pejun successfully charged against the sun star, a surge of sun star energy enveloped Pejun. As Pejun's master Chang Sheng also benefited greatly, and with the help of the Fusang tree, Chang Sheng felt that his understanding of the Yin-Yang Tao was making rapid progress every moment. One element merging Yin and Yang. Pejun and Ling Shi were both shocked at this moment. What kind of habit is Chang Sheng's sudden lecture? They dared not be careless and hurriedly sat cross-legged ready to listen. As the lecture began, the Fusang tree appeared behind Chang Sheng, and the laurel tree also manifested alongside it. At this moment, the energies of the lunar star and solar star converged towards Chang Sheng. The Yin-Yang Tao flowed with cycles of generation and restriction. A Taiji divine form symbolizing the Yin-Yang Tao appeared behind Chang Sheng. His understanding of the Yin-Yang Tao began to soar, and even the Fusang tree and laurel tree rapidly enhanced their spiritual essence due to Chang Sheng's influence. Enlightenment. At this moment, Chang Sheng seemed to understand something. The Taiji divine form was absorbed into his body, and with the Yin-Yang Tao realized if Chang Sheng took the Yin-Yang Tao as the foundation, he might be able to use this to break through to the realm of the golden immortal of Primordial Chaos. However, Chang Sheng's pursuit of the Tao would not waver. In front of the river of fate, Chang Sheng originally stepped in with one foot, finding it difficult to continue. But at this moment, standing on the Yin-Yang Tao gave him a boost, allowing his other foot to step towards the river of fate. With Yin-Yang and the 5 elements, 7 colors suddenly emerged behind Chang Sheng's shimmering divine light, transforming directly into a 7-colored rainbow, which suddenly arched over the river of fate. Chang Sheng felt fortunate and stepped onto it. With fate as the root, Yin and Yang as the bones, and the 5 elements as flesh and blood, the river of fate washed down seemingly, trying to engulf Chang Sheng completely, making him vanish. Alas, the Tao is eternal. As long as the Tao heart does not change, the true spirit endures. Chang Sheng maintained his true spirit, and slowly walked across the river of fate. And all the destinies and fortunes on Chang Sheng began to converge upon his true spirit, allowing him to remain calm and composed despite facing countless trials. It could be seen that the aura of fate surrounding Chang Sheng became more and more intense, as his understanding of the Tao of fate seemed to break through a certain threshold, beginning to surge like spring water. Standing above the river of fate, Chang Sheng seemed to see the destinies of all beings. Behold the multitude. Countless threads of fate connected all beings with Chang Sheng, then merged into the river of fate. These beings seemed to struggle against something, trying to break free from the confines of the river of fate, but it was all in vain. Changsheng clearly saw these threads of fate, and it seemed that as long as he wished he could manipulate them at will, controlling the fate of these beings with life and death merely a thought away for Changsheng. This feeling made Changsheng very addicted and hard to extricate himself. Unconsciously, Changsheng had already walked deep into the river of fate. The converging power of fate grew stronger, and his understanding of the Tao of fate deepened. At this moment, following the Yin-Yang Tao, Changsheng gained the Tao of fate. Deep in the river of fate, a jade plate appeared. Upon seeing the jade plate, Changsheng had only one thought: to seize it, to obtain it, to control it. And Changsheng did just that. This treasure buried deep within the river of fate had gone unnoticed for so long. Who could discover it, and who could obtain it? Now isn't it just waiting for a fated person, the most suitable master? Changsheng felt that this person was him. That imposing aura made Changsheng realize that this was at least a congenital supreme treasure. After all, the strength of that aura was not weaker than the four swords of Ji Xian in Tong Tian's hands. No, it was even stronger. The Fate Compass. The jade plate was held in Changsheng's hand, and a message entered his mind. The Fate Compass, a treasure of chaos, contains the complete path of destiny. However, it is a compass. This is clearly a jade plate, but Changsheng soon realized that it is indeed a compass. With a light tap of his finger, countless patterns began to emerge on the jade plate. With the help of the Fate Compass, Changsheng could more easily comprehend and utilize the path of destiny. At this moment, as long as Changsheng wished, he could seize the fate of everyone through the compass. For example, the fate of Haoyin. At this time, Haoyin had already experienced his 100th life. According to the arrangements of Hoodoo, after 100 lives, Haoyin was supposed to leave the path of beasts. Holding the power of fate, Changsheng easily sensed all of this. Moreover, he not only knew, there was actually no difference between 100 lives and 3,000 lives. Changsheng directly manipulated Haoyin's destiny and began to accumulate it. In the 101st life, there was another beast, and in the 102nd life, yet another beast. Until the 2,999th life, resistance began to appear. After all, Haoyin had once controlled the Heavenly Court. Even now, he was still the visible master of the Heavenly Court. Originally at the Cross Saint level, it was only because he had died and his true spirit was reborn that he gave Changsheng the opportunity for such unrestricted control. If Haoyin were in his complete form, Changsheng would have to pay a price to manipulate his fate. Even now, the previous 2,999 lives were one thing, but in this last life, if Changsheng wanted to give him another beast, he would have to pay a huge price, risking unnecessary backlash. Forget it, it's just an experiment, unnecessary. However, at this moment, Changsheng received another piece of information. The Fate Compass was born from the River of Fate, grew within the River of Fate. Changsheng had just attained the Tao and could not fully utilize the complete power of the Fate Compass. At this moment, the Fate Compass in Changsheng's hands was only at the level of a congenital treasure. Even if Changsheng broke through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he would only be able to exert the power of a chaotic spiritual treasure. Although it's a pity thinking that the six saints are currently only using congenital treasures, he felt less disappointed. Well, it seems that apart from the three pure ones, the other three don't even have congenital treasures. The power of fate surrounded the Fate Compass, and in the next moment the Fate Compass had already merged into Changsheng's divine soul. Feeling the abundant aura of fate from the Fate Compass in the future, with the help of the Fate Compass, Changsheng would surely comprehend the path of destiny with great efficiency. To grasp the river of fate, that too is just around the corner. On the Tying Star, Changsheng's lectures had unknowingly ceased. Pujuan and Lingxi were still immersed in their enlightenment. Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, and endless spiritual energy converged towards him, surging into his body, boosting Changsheng's cultivation, allowing Pujuan and Lingxi to also benefit from it, rapidly advancing their own cultivation while comprehending the Tao. Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The ample spiritual energy caused a transformation from Changsheng's body to his soul. He was just a step away from the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm, and thus he broke through. Surprisingly, it was a bit earlier than he had anticipated. Previously, Changsheng thought he would have to wait until the emergence of the human Tao to assist him, but unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, he first attained the Yin-Yang Tao, directly propelling Changsheng's other foot into the river of fate, allowing him to break through. Aside from the overwhelming spiritual energy, Changsheng's breakthrough had no signs or phenomena. The heavens and earth didn't even give a hint, and were they looking down on the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Indeed, when a Quasi Saint breaks through, it seems there are no signs either. If Quasi Saints are considered the favored children, then Hunyuan Golden Immortals might be seen as the rebellious ones. Not only are there no signs, but it would be good if the heavens didn't strike Changsheng down with lightning. Powerful. Compared to the Deluo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal is truly powerful. Changsheng felt he could defeat dozens of them. No, it wouldn't matter how many there were, he could just seize them by the throat and cut off their fate, killing as many as he wanted. And this is only the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. When he breaks through to higher realms in the future, how powerful will his strength become? If he reaches the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. In his mind, the image of the bald-headed Zhuan Ti appeared. One day after Changxing breaks through to the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal, the first thing he would do is test just how tough that head really is. As his breath gradually stabilized, his gaze fell upon Pujuan and Lingxi. With Changxing's breakthrough to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the Hunyuan Dao had already been cleared. As Changxing's disciples under the protection of fate, it would no longer be so difficult for Pujuan and Lingxi to break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Lingxi previously based her path on the Supreme Yin Dao, while Pujuan was currently based on the Martial Dao, gathering the Supreme Yang path to assist the elevation of Martial Dao. The 3,000 paths do not merely refer to the number 3,000. 3,000 is a virtual number. How many true paths exist no one knows, and the Dao is not permanent. If one has the ability, they could completely open another path. However, whether the newly opened Dao could be as powerful as envisioned is uncertain. When living beings open a Dao, the Dao grows strong due to the living beings. To have this Dao ranked among the top, the being must stand at the pinnacle of the Primordial Chaos with this Dao, which is truly difficult. Unlike the path of destiny that Changxing comprehended, which is already among the top ranks of the 3,000 paths. How far the Martial Dao can go depends on how far Pujuan can advance. Currently, Pujuan had accumulated enough, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he completed his breakthrough. Changxing waved his hand, and directly sent him back to the Sun Star, where it would aid his cultivation. As for Lingxi, it seemed she had her own ideas. At this moment, she was generating yin from yang, comprehending the yin-yang Dao, perhaps planning to use the yin-yang Dao as her fundamental Dao, and then break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal once she attained the Dao of yin and yang. A Hunyuan Golden Immortal who has attained the Dao of yin and yang would undoubtedly be more powerful than a Hunyuan Golden Immortal who has attained the Supreme Yin Dao. My disciples are truly impressive. The laurel tree fell into slumber. This time with Changxing's breakthrough, it seemed the laurel tree also underwent a transformation. The Fusang tree also reaped considerable benefits. Changxing integrated it into his divine soul. The complementarity of yin and yang greatly benefited Changxing's cultivation. Thus Changxing no longer concerned himself with anything else, and stepped towards the outside of the Tian Star. The Tian Star had prohibitions. Whether Changxing was lecturing or breaking through, there was almost no commotion. Now it seemed no one knew that Changxing had already broken through. Well, perhaps Tongtian had some perception. After all, when Changxing breaks through, there would be a thread of fortune returning to Jiejiao. In the starry sky, a figure caught Changxing's attention. Dao friend, are you waiting for this poor Daoist? Yaoqi instinctively took a step back as she looked at the suddenly appearing Changxing. Emperor Changxing of the South Pole. This was the second time Yaoqi had seen Changxing. Previously she had been courteous, but thinking that Hao Yin was likely killed by Changxing, Yaoqi felt a mix of emotions. However, before Yaoqi could voice any grievances, it seemed she saw something terrifying and hurriedly exclaimed, "What? What do you want to do?" Changxing gazed at Yaoqi, who trembled like a startled bird, and sighed inwardly. "I'm merely offering you a smartphone. Why such nervousness?" He extended his hand, proffering the device, but Yaoqi instantly assumed a defensive stance. Where then had trust between cultivators vanished. Changxing was the Southern Pole immortal sovereign, Yaoqi the Queen Mother of the West, fellow celestial dignitaries. Moreover, Changxing's first battle after ascending to the realm of primordial golden immortality could hardly be waged against Yaoqi. That would be beneath his dignity. A smartphone. Only upon hearing Changxing speak did Yaoqi grasp the truth. Her gaze fell upon the sleek device in his palm, and her cheeks flushed crimson. As the august Queen Mother herself, she had been unnerved by nothing more than a simple gesture. Was Changxing truly so formidable, so terrifying? Or had she grown utterly inept? Yet she could hardly be blamed. Hao Tian had only recently perished at Changxing's treacherous hand, in Yaoqi's eyes Changxing was now irrevocably entwined with ruthlessness. Such sudden movement naturally triggered her vigilance. Besides, the device was so diminutive. How could anyone discern its nature at first glance? Yaoqi had mistaken it for some arcane artifact. She knew well what a smartphone was. After brief hesitation, she accepted it without protest. The Changxing before her was no longer the same sovereign who had first been summoned to the celestial court by Hao Tian to assume the title of Southern Pole Immortal Sovereign, a mere golden immortal then. Now even Yaoqi could not fathom the depth of his cultivation. She dared not imagine he had already transcended into the realm of primordial golden immortality, yet given the vast accumulation of celestial fortune and meritorious virtue he had amassed, his cultivation likely rivaled, or even surpassed. In truth, Yaoqi already possessed a smartphone. The intelligence from the western extremity had reached her through one. Yet fearing Changxing's discovery, she feigned ignorance and accepted his gift instead. Who said I was nervous? This is merely a natural reflex. Must I stand motionless while a male immortal suddenly reaches toward me? Changxing paid no heed to her protestations, watching her with quiet amusement. You've come here, not to recruit the star god of the breaker of armies, have you? Humph. Yaoqi arched a brow. Was her intent so transparent? Or did Changxing possess mind-reading arts? Instinctively she shielded her heart, though she soon realized the gesture was futile. Not at all. I sensed unusual activity within the starfields. With how Tian gone, prudence demands vigilance. If any malign force threatens the stars, I must intervene without delay. Changxing shook his head. Yaoqi's subtlety paled beside Hao Tian's. Enough. The breaker of armies star god is my disciple Pejuan. Cease your designs upon him. And here, take these as well. Distribute them among those in the celestial court still lacking smartphone. With that, Changxing departed. Yaoqi recoiled in shock. Pejuan. It was Pejuan, the Earth's sovereign Pejuan. Legend held he was indeed the reincarnation of the breaker of armies star. But having ascended to the rank of Earth's sovereign, why would he deign to reclaim his stellar origin? After all, though the breaker of armies star held great power, it paled beside the majesty of an Earth sovereign. Yet Yaoqi soon grasped the truth. Pejuan sought not the star itself, but the sun star. At this realization, resentment flared within her, greedy, insatiable, ever-grasping. Yet she accepted the smartphones without refusal. They were undeniably treasures. In the eastern lands of humanity, the war among the three great tribes neared its climax. The celestial advantages conjured by Fengbua and Yushi had been neutralized by the south-pointing chariot, swiftly reversing the battlefield's momentum, plunging the Jiejiao tribe once more into disadvantage. Moreover, this was the east, the ancestral domain of the Gaoyang and Qinshan tribes. The Jiejiao tribe, reliant on supply lines stretching from the distant south, grew increasingly exhausted. Logistics faltered, reinforcements dwindled, and their decline became unmistakable. Xingtian had assumed victory over Yunxiao would be effortless, yet reality mocked his confidence. After prolonged combat, he could not even seize the upper hand. How could this Jiejiao Sect disciple possibly possess such overwhelming strength? Xingtian's creed was brute force, prevailing over 10,000 stratagems. Yet against Yunxiao, raw power proved futile. In the final clash, Yunxiao lured him deep into a grand formation, using the primordial golden cauldron as its keystone. His stamina waned with every passing moment. At this rate, survival, not victory, hung in the balance. Xingtian now understood Yunxiao intended to wear him down blade by slow, merciless strokes. The formation siphoned his strength, corroded his flesh. This young Jiejiao Sect maiden was truly vicious. Yet Xingtian remained helpless. Lured astray by Yunxiao, he no longer knew where, or even if, he fought her. With no allies outside the array to shatter its boundaries, even unleashing his full might within could not breach its walls. Damnation! He roared in fury, but dared not cease his assault. For if he paused, the formation would unleash relentless barrages upon him. Even his indomitable physique could not withstand such unceasing onslaught. Meanwhile, Jiofeng too recognized the ancient dragon elder as no mere opponent to be underestimated. Though Jiofeng's corporeal cultivation had ascended to the early stage of quasi-sagehood, her formidable martial prowess, rooted in the bloodline of the Wu clan, allowed her to contend even with mid-stage quasi-sages. Yet Zhulong was no ordinary adversary. Not only did his peer-level combat mastery rival hers, he had long surpassed early quasi-sagehood, likely standing at the late or even apex stage of that realm. Such power did not constitute a duel, it was sheer mockery. Were it not for restraint born of caution, he could have slain her outright. With Xingtian and Jiofeng stalemated, the Wu clan warriors below fared even worse. Great Wu cultivators like Fengbua and Yushi were pinned down by Jiejiao Sect disciples led by Jin Ling Xingmu, and by Dragon Clan's great Luo cultivators. Outnumbered and surrounded, casualties mounted swiftly, a lesser Wu warriors fell in droves. The Jiejiao tribe's rank-and-file soldiers suffered catastrophic losses. At this pace, annihilation loomed inevitable. Qiyu perceived the dire straits, and began retreating southward toward human lands. Yet the Gaoyang and Qinshan tribes refused mere expulsion, they sought total eradication. Their relentless pursuit forced Qiyu to retreat with agonizing slowness, lest he ignite the flames of war within his own tribe's heartland. Should the Jiejiao tribe fall, the Wu clan's grand design would crumble, and Qiyu would face Ho-Tu with unbearable shame. Within the netherworld, Ho-Tu observed the Wu clan's plight unfold. Watching her kin retreat step by step, bleeding heavily, witnessing the Jiejiao tribe teeter on the brink of extinction, Ho-Tu's countenance darkened. Accursed Tai Ching, you sent us to confront the Gaoyang tribe, and abandoned us utterly. What does it mean? To trick her into death for the Witch clan. Considering the cunning nature of Tai Ching, Ho-Tu couldn't help but curse, silently realizing she shouldn't have trusted the Tai Ching saint. She promised her a position among the 5 emperors, yet the Jiejiao tribe is on the brink of annihilation. What can they use to contend for the 5 emperors? In fact, Ho-Tu had somewhat misunderstood Tai Ching Laozi. After reaching an agreement with Yuan Shi, Tianzun Laozi instructed Guang Qingzi to assist the Witch clan, and Yuan Shi Tianzun agreed. However, this truly put Guang Qingzi in a difficult position. Xian Yuan was not listening to Guang Qingzi at all. Guang Qingzi earnestly advised Xian Yuan to take advantage of the situation to attack the Gaoyang tribe to capture, or even annihilate them, but Xian Yuan couldn't bring himself to commit such a treacherous act. That is the Jiejiao tribe, half human and half witch. Xian Yuan believed that if he were to sneak attack the Gaoyang tribe, it would be a betrayal of the alliance, effectively cutting off his ties to humanity. Moreover, why abandon the prosperous north to attack the Gaoyang tribe? That was simply an unwise decision, so he argued vigorously with Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi was also feeling a headache. It was truly a trial to have such a disciple who did not listen to anything, and was the champion of retorts. Unable to go against the master's orders, and unable to persuade Xian Yuan, Guang Qingzi had to take action and hurriedly gather the disciples of the Chan sect to support the Witch clan. However, just as he was about to act, the Azura clan launched their attack. After the Gaoyang tribe withdrew from the north, the Bear tribe began to expand, and the Luyang tribe was not idle either. Conflict finally broke out, and the Luyang tribe was not afraid of the Bear tribe. As the battle escalated, even the Azura clan joined the fray. The Azura clan's combat strength was not to be underestimated, with 4 great demon kings, 4 great demon generals, the heavenly concubine Wu Mo, and 72 Azura princesses. At this moment, Guang Qingzi could hardly think about supporting the Witch clan. He was barely managing to protect himself. For a moment, Guang Qingzi could only gaze southward with a heavy heart. This was also Chang Sheng's first time entering the underworld. Unlike the desolate lands of the primordial era and vastly different from the heavenly court, the underworld was shrouded in the laws of reincarnation. Beyond the 6 paths was filled with sinister energy, making any living being that entered feel inexplicably uncomfortable. This sinister energy greatly nourished the soul, but was lethal to the physical body, having the ability to wear down the body's vitality and corrode flesh. Of course, those above the golden immortal level need not worry too much. In the Hall of Tranquility, Ho Tu was shocked to see Chang Sheng suddenly intrude into the underworld. Being in control of the underworld, she could detect any presence. Not to mention Chang Sheng, even Tong Tian would struggle to cross her perception. However, the aura of Chang Sheng did surprise Ho Tu. This aura was likely not weaker than a Quasi Saint. Upon closer inspection, there was even a layer of mist enveloping him. It should be noted that in the underworld, Ho Tu was a saintly being. Even if Chang Sheng had broken through to Quasi Saint, he would still be no match for her. However, the fact that Chang Sheng dared to step into the cycle of reincarnation made Ho Tu marvel at his audacity. After all, the Witch clan was still in a fierce battle with the Chan sect. Although Chang Sheng had not actively participated, his identity as a disciple of the Chan sect was enough for Ho Tu to harbor resentment. Chang Sheng was thinking about enjoying a tour of the underworld when a figure suddenly appeared before him. Dressed in a long robe, barefoot, exuding an imposing aura without anger, and even more imposing when angered. It must be said that although the Witch clan members often had bizarre appearances, especially the ancestral witches, after Ho Tu transformed to her human form, she possessed a beauty that surpassed many other female immortals Chang Sheng had encountered. Ignoring the unfriendly expression on Ho Tu's face, Chang Sheng bowed respectfully. This humble Taoist Chang Sheng pays his respects to the Lady of Tranquility. Seeing Chang Sheng's calm demeanor, Ho Tu felt even more disgusted. She sensed a familiar scent from Chang Sheng. Not the fragrance of Taoist arts, but a repugnant aroma of schemes and calculations. Saints have their own beginnings. Ho Tu disliked schemes, and was particularly wary of the schemes of others. With Chang Sheng appearing in the underworld, she did not believe he was here for tourism, especially on a day when the Witch clan had suffered a great defeat. However, Ho Tu ultimately did not act directly. Currently, Chang Sheng was acting like a junior bullying a senior, which would not only tarnish her reputation, but could also easily provoke Tong Tian. "What brings you here?" Chang Sheng asked, looking at Ho Tu with a smile. "Lady of Tranquility, this humble Taoist has come to save the Witch clan. You wouldn't want any trouble to befall them, would you?" "Huh, to save the Witch clan. What an audacious claim." Ho Tu lowered her gaze. "Chang Sheng, I think you should consider how to save yourself instead." With that, she pointed downwards. Facing this gesture, Chang Sheng did not dodge or evade. In the underworld, even the 6 saints might not be Ho Tu's match, let alone him. If Ho Tu truly wanted to kill him, he could only allow her to act. However, Chang Sheng was not too worried. Now that he had entered the river of fate, he wasn't merely transcending destiny. He was a true spirit relying on the river of fate. Immortal and undying, even if Ho Tu were to poke him to death, he could still be reborn in the river of fate, free from the suffering of reincarnation. Moreover, Chang Sheng also had a clone following the proper etiquette. Thud! Chang Sheng felt the world spinning for a moment, and took a while to regain his senses. Looking at Ho Tu across from him, he realized that he seemed not to be dead. Ho Tu had held back, seemingly merely reprimanding him. Chang Sheng had started to dominate the conversation, which evidently displeased Ho Tu, who wanted him to understand what it meant to respect strength. Unfortunately, Ho Tu also felt that her goal seemed unachieved. Chang Sheng did not dodge or retaliate, displaying an air of invulnerability, clearly not taking life and death to heart. This demeanor was rather annoying. "Let's get to the point, I don't have much patience." Without delay, Chang Sheng quickly spoke up. During the calamity of the witch, and Yao, the cycle of reincarnation emerged suppressed by the Tao ancestor. "Lady of Tranquility, have you not considered reinstating the Tao of Earth?" "Reinstating the Tao of Earth?" Ho-Tu increasingly felt that Changsheng's words were audacious. On what basis? No, not just me, there will be others. The path of humanity is about to awaken. The path of humanity. Ho-Tu finally understood why Changsheng seemed so confident. Upon careful sensing, she also discovered the rich aura of humanity surrounding Changsheng. With the Tao of Earth present, Ho-Tu could further sense the protection of humanity surrounding him. Changsheng seemed to be like her, already chosen by humanity. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Changsheng had some qualification to say such things. Recalling Taking's actions that day, Ho-Tu understood more. Clearly Laozi had no intention of allowing humanity to emerge. Hongjun had already made his move, and she and the Witch Clan seemed to have once again become pawns in Hongjun's game. Thinking of this, Ho-Tu felt even deeper resentment, not only towards Hongjun, but also towards Laozi. However, she knew better than anyone the difficulty of humanity's awakening. Since being targeted by Hongjun, and with Laozi standing by Hongjun's side, what chance did Changsheng have? I will give you 3 sentences of time. Upon hearing this, Changsheng turned to leave. It seemed Ho-Tu still had not had enough of being beaten and thought that Changsheng was begging her. However, Changsheng would not indulge her. Watching Changsheng turn around and leave without hesitation, Ho-Tu was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't she here to ask for help? Why did she give up so easily? This is the attitude of someone seeking help. Perhaps it was just a gesture, and she would turn back immediately. Ho-Tu thought to herself, but seeing Changsheng about to leave the underworld, she could no longer sit still. Stop right there. Ho-Tu truly could not let Changsheng go. The Wu clan was already in a precarious situation, and if Changsheng was willing to help, there was still hope for them. Your Majesty, you wouldn't want anything to happen to the Wu clan, would you? The words Changsheng had just spoken appeared in Ho-Tu's mind, and she finally understood what Changsheng meant. Changsheng was clearly threatening her. Changsheng ignored Ho-Tu's pleas and remained stubborn. Just as she was about to walk out of the underworld, Ho-Tu, disregarding everything else, directly pulled her back. Speak, what exactly do you want? Changsheng looked at Ho-Tu, her expression somewhat strange. Ho-Tu, the sage of the underworld, had suddenly lowered her stance, and the contrast was too apparent, making Changsheng feel a bit unaccustomed. Of course, Changsheng wouldn't foolishly suggest that Ho-Tu return to her previous demeanor. Changsheng would not forget why she came today. Although she didn't know the current situation between Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao, she had already completely offended Hongjun and had to prepare for the worst. If Hongjun truly took control of the Heavenly Tao in the future, even with the protection of humanity, Changsheng would find it hard to feel at ease. However, if she could also involve the underworld, it would be different. Moreover, the current situation in the underworld was clearly worse than that of humanity. Changsheng believed that her interests aligned with Ho-Tu's. Thus, after coming to the underworld, he was quite confident, yet he didn't expect Ho-Tu to be so arrogant. However, it would only last for a short while. Changsheng did not want to dwell on Ho-Tu's pride. The matter was of utmost importance. It's simple, I want to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation hall. What? Ho-Tu looked at Changsheng in disbelief. She felt somewhat aggrieved. Although she controlled the underworld, her thoughts were still on the Wu clan. This was truly a chance for them amidst the human clan's great situation, so Ho-Tu was unwilling to give it up. As a result, she was caught off guard by a mere Changsheng. Ho-Tu also realized that Changsheng was so fearless that she seemed not to fear being killed, probably having some means of self-preservation. Moreover, because of the reincarnation restrictions, leaving the underworld would prevent her from exerting her sage strength, so she could only be led by Changsheng. Now it was actually Changsheng who was in the proactive position. However, even if Changsheng was in the proactive position, she shouldn't be so presumptuous. The 6 paths of reincarnation hall was the core of the underworld, the center of reincarnation, and the most secretive and heavily defended place. One must understand that the 6 paths are the core of reincarnation. Compared to the 6 paths of reincarnation, the underworld was actually trivial. Even if it were destroyed, it wouldn't matter as long as the 6 paths of reincarnation remained. Ho-Tu's physical body had already merged with the underworld, making her one with the 6 paths of reincarnation. If the 6 paths were to be damaged, she would suffer a heavy blow, so she couldn't allow anyone to approach the 6 paths of reincarnation. Moreover, the 6 paths of reincarnation was the key to the authority of the underworld. If Changsheng were to scheme for the authority of the underworld, allowing him to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation hall would be akin to inviting a wolf. Therefore, no matter what ulterior motives Changsheng had, Ho-Tu could not agree to his request. Have you lost your mind? Changsheng smiled upon hearing this. Your Majesty, I am here to help you to free the underworld from the control of the Tao ancestor, and to give the Wu clan an opportunity. Is it too much to want to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation hall after such a significant favor? Save the underworld. Save her. Ho-Tu believed that Changsheng could indeed give the Wu clan an opportunity, but saving her in the underworld was just boasting. How could Changsheng have that ability? Did he think she was foolish? Nevertheless, she was curious about what Changsheng wanted to do in the 6 paths of reincarnation hall. What do you want to do in the 6 paths of reincarnation hall? I want the authority of humanity within the 6 paths. What? Ho-Tu felt that Changsheng was truly crazy. How could Ho-Tu be foolish enough to agree to Changsheng? You should just leave. Changxing, however, was not in a hurry to leave. Your Majesty, please listen to my persuasion. No, let me explain. Surely you have seen that there are still some obstacles to the awakening of humanity, right? My master has already started to intervene, so to save the underworld you must assist me and lend a helping hand. Let me do some calculations for you, Your Majesty. If you give me the authority of humanity within the 6 paths, my connection with humanity will greatly increase, and humanity will awaken ahead of time. Once humanity awakens, I can help the underworld break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, and you can also transition from a sage of the heavenly Tao to a sage of the underworld, completely freeing yourself from the control of the Tao ancestor. Rest assured, although I will suffer some losses, I am willing to take that risk for you. You are still suffering losses. At first glance, what Changxing said seemed quite reasonable, shaking Huda's heart. However, wasn't Changxing trying to pull off a heist? He even dared to ask for the authority of humanity within the 6 paths, which was equivalent to asking for 1/6 of the authority of the underworld. The 6 paths of reincarnation were under her control. Even the ancestor of the Nether River did not have complete control over the authority of the Azura path. Changxing was so audacious, and Hutu suddenly realized that he was even bolder than the Tao ancestor. In the end, Changxing spoke as if he were the one suffering losses. Do you think I am foolish? Changxing couldn't help but shake his head upon hearing this. Your Majesty, how could you not understand this calculation? Let me ask you, given the current situation of humanity, once the 5 emperors are established, will the luck of humanity not increase significantly, and will humanity not awaken soon? Huda had no intention of speaking falsely. Not far. Changxing immediately clapped his hands. Exactly, it's not far. Originally, I was planning to carry out some other schemes which would delay the timing a bit longer, but it would still allow humanity to awaken. However, the Tao ancestor has made a move and my master has intervened. Delay could lead to changes. However, as long as I can control the authority of humanity within the 6 paths, Your Majesty, once the 5 emperors are established, won't humanity awaken immediately? If the authority of humanity within the 6 paths were to fall under Changxing's control, it would be equivalent to injecting 1/6 of the underworld's luck into humanity. Such immense luck, combined with the previous accumulation of humanity, would make awakening not difficult. Yes. Well, although humanity will awaken, it still cannot contend with the heavenly Tao, right? Yes. If it were you, Your Majesty, wouldn't it be best to help the underworld break free from the heavenly Tao quickly, and then we can unite to counterbalance the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor? Hutu instinctively nodded. Yes.